Upon transmigrating into the persona of Uchiha Shisui, my inaugural act was nothing short of audacious. I employed the wood-release technique of the 1,000 hands to obliterate the entirety of the root organization. Not only did I vanquish the likes of Danzo Shimura and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hirozenthi's two aged adversaries, but I also, right before the eyes of Aihabido, utilized the Kodo Amitsukami to abduct every member of the small organization back to Konohagakure. This remarkable feat was facilitated by an extraordinary boon I had awakened upon my arrival in the world of Naruto. By merely signing in at designated locations, I could garner an array of bountiful rewards from the system. However, just as I completed my sign-in in the Hokage's office and received the wood-release bloodline sacrificial gift, I was promptly discovered by the tamed Sarutobi Hizashi, who sensed an anomaly within me. A sudden, overwhelming vitality surged through my body, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Consequently, despite his evident confusion, the third Hokage patted me on the shoulder with satisfaction, expressing his belief that with your innate talent, Shisui, you would surely grasp the profound essence of the will of fire. Yet, after subjecting me to half an hour of indoctrination regarding the will of fire, he unexpectedly presented me with a letter, instructing me to deliver it to Uchiha Fugaku. That evening, although reluctance stirred within me, I acquiesced and responded affirmatively. However, I was taken aback when, shortly after departing the Hokage's office, the system's voice resonated once more, announcing a refreshed sign-in location: Uchiha, Itachi's room. A brilliant idea sparked in my mind. I could seize this opportunity to influence Itachi's thoughts and have him align with my cause. After familiarizing myself with the powers coursing through me, a slight smile crept upon my lips. With these wood-release techniques at my disposal, I could address matters that would otherwise be cumbersome due to my identity, utilizing the prestige of the Senju clan. Soon, that evening, as the Uchiha clan head, Fugaku, set down his teacup, he called out, "Entered." My eyes widened with surprise at his immediate perception. It was evident that the current leader of the Uchiha clan possessed acute awareness. Yet, knowing that he had willingly sacrificed the entire Uchiha clan for familial interests, I resolved to unseat Fugaku from his position of authority. With this thought in mind, I feigned respect and addressed him as leader, handing him the envelope bestowed by the third Hokage. To my astonishment, Fugaku began to read the letter right before my eyes. Was this merely a public commendation? The Uchiha clan had single-handedly thwarted the mist village of the Land of Water, suffering grievous losses, only to receive a verbal acknowledgement from Sarutobi Hiruzen. I heard his resigned sigh, yet I had no desire for further conversation. Indeed, I preferred to engage with my younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, to alter his belief in the will of fire. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in in Uchiha Itachi's room. You have received the sign-in reward, with clone technique. However, just as I exited the room, I overheard the 6-year-old Itachi, sitting in the courtyard with a troubled expression, murmuring about the countless clan members who had perished in pursuit of merit, lamenting the villagers' persistent disdain towards the Uchiha. Perhaps the will of fire is more suited to Uchiha. Yet before he could finish his words, his entire body was sent flying through the air. Despite having endured a blow from me, Uchiha Itachi did not merely collapse to the ground as he had on previous occasions. Instead, he struggled to stabilize himself. Observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed my eyes. It seems that Itachi has indeed made considerable progress. With a smile, Itachi replied, "Of course, Shisui. I have been continuously growing stronger." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when he charged towards me, hands forming seals in preparation for a fire release technique, that I could not help but smile slightly. For according to the memories I inherited, Uchiha and I had fought every time we met. Naturally, the outcomes had always been overwhelmingly in my favor. And this time, Uchiha Itachi ultimately faced a dismal defeat. As he lamented his own inadequacy, I suddenly asked him, "What do you believe is the true will of fire?" After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, "The true will of fire is represented by the third Hokage's dedication to Konoha." Yet before he could finish his thought, I swiftly struck his head, my expression turning serious. "That is the will of Konoha's current leadership. But the true faith that can rescue us Uchiha from dire straits lies solely in the will of fire embodied by the first Hokage." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi fell into deep thought that in the beginning, the representative of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Dara, and the Senju clan's Hashirama had both strived together for the establishment of Konoha. It seemed that Shisui's words held truth. Noticing the light in his right eye gradually solidifying, I nodded in satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, I added fuel to the fire. I estimate that it won't be long before the peace of Konoha is shattered by various internal and external forces. Therefore, in the future, I need you to stand with me to safeguard our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi, who already held unwavering faith in me, now gazed at me with starry eyes. I affectionately reached out to ruffle his hair, and after addressing some of his questions regarding ninjutsu, I turned to leave. After all, my current allegiance still belonged to the third Hokage, and lingering too long could arouse suspicion. However, before departing, I made a contingency plan for what lay ahead. Would clone technique. After one of my wooden clones concealed itself in the shadows, I utilized body flicker technique to return to the residence of the third Hokage, Sarutobi, to report my findings. Subsequently, I leaned against a tree nearby and fell asleep. This action was intended to make Sarutobi grow increasingly complacent, waiting for him to reveal a flaw, at which point my opportunity to strike would arise. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was engrossed in an experiment within a secret chamber. Just as he was captivated by the pairing of reagents in his hands, a figure suddenly materialized in a chair beside him. Upon noticing this uninvited guest, Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed, sharply shadowing Snake Hand. In the next moment, suddenly, numerous snakes burst forth from his sleeves. Orochimaru, is this your way of welcoming guests? As my words fell, the snakes that lunged forward became momentarily stiff, instantly bisected. Before me stood a youth, obscured by a wooden mask, his identity unknown, who had effortlessly shattered my ninjutsu with a shuriken. Orochimaru, with a sinister tone, inquired, "Who on earth are you to so brazenly invade Konoha and assault a disciple of the Hokage? Do you not fear being permanently ensnared here?" At present, Orochimaru had commenced his experiments on living subjects, yet had not fully revealed his intentions. In response to Orochimaru's pressure, I merely smiled nonchalantly, tossing aside a few incapacitated root ninjas. "Perhaps you should reconsider your threats. I have come with two purposes. Firstly, to deliver you live experimental materials." Before I could finish, Orochimaru's golden pupils widened in shock. He was astonished that I knew of his clandestine experiments. Yet, undeterred by his evident caution, I continued, "Orochimaru, I shall provide you with all the materials you desire. That coward is unworthy of collaborating with a talent such as yourself." As I spoke, I suddenly clapped my hands together, invoking the wood release, with dragon technique. In the next moment, a fearsome wooden dragon surged forth from before me. Witnessing this, the fear on Orochimaru's face vanished, replaced by a sickly madness. "How can you wield wood release, and at such a level? Could it be that you are? My friend, grant me a drop of your blood, and I shall atone for my previous rashness." With that, Orochimaru spread his arms wide, a smile gracing his face, seemingly prepared to endure my technique with his own flesh and blood. Seeing this, a smirk crept upon my lips, for as I anticipated, following my display of pure wood release, Orochimaru could no longer suppress his insatiable greed. I then casually dispersed the wooden dragon, using a shuriken to slice my palm, instantly releasing several droplets of blood toward Orochimaru. Upon seeing this, he hastily seized a test tube and began his examination. After a lengthy pause, Orochimaru suddenly threw back his head and erupted into maniacal laughter, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. This is precisely what I sought. In the next instant, his excitement turned to focus as he turned sharply to me. "My friend, speak. What must I do to ensure you continue providing this high-purity blood infused with wood-release chakra?" In response, I unveiled the purpose of my visit. "I am Senjutsu, a disciple of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I have recently returned from my training, yet I am dissatisfied with the current state of Konoha. Therefore, for the stability and strength of the village, I must eliminate all detrimental factors." However, upon hearing that I intended for him to betray Danzo at a specific time, Orochimaru's brow furrowed. Though Danzo's health deteriorated with age, should he wish to act without alerting anyone, slaying the opponent proved to be somewhat challenging. However, considering Orochimaru, I suddenly shifted my tone. "I shall create specific opportunities for you. You merely need to continue your research and await the outcome." After a brief moment of contemplation, Orochimaru ultimately acquiesced, though he stipulated that he would terminate our collaboration at the first sign of danger. After all, he had no desire to sacrifice his life for the reckless impulses of a youth. I was keenly aware that our relationship was merely transactional. Thus, after casually seizing Orochimaru's sword of grass, I vanished in an instant. Soon, a few days later, Outside of Konoha village, I found myself patrolling the forest alongside several Umbun ninjas when a system refreshed a new sign-in location. It was situated in a dense thicket, 500 meters away. However, as I dismissed the others and prepared to venture alone, I suddenly furrowed my brow. Among the departing ninjas, 3 had abruptly halted along the way, concealing themselves in the shadows of the trees. It was evident they were sent by Yuan Fei or that old cur, Danzo, to trail me. But could they keep pace with my speed? In the next moment, my form began to blur, and I vanished without a trace. The ninjas behind me were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Truly, the art of Shunshin was remarkable. Dud, quickly informed Lord Danzo. As those ninjas faded into the distance, I had already arrived at the sign-in location. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the special forbidden technique, Human Sword Unity. Current proficiency. 10. Beholding this formidable technique, which demanded a sacrifice of vitality, I could restore it through blood offerings to the wooden shield. My excitement surged instantly. Yet, in the next heartbeat, I furrowed my brow again, sensing 3 ninjas clad in black rapidly approaching from behind. Their speed and chakra fluctuations suggested they were at least of Jonin caliber, although their identities remained unclear. Given they were not garbed in Konoha attire, I resolved to eliminate them, but a glimmer of sarcasm flickered in my eyes as my body instantaneously vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the 3 hastily approaching root ninjas had begun to advance cautiously, their vigilance heightened. Be careful, the opponent is adept at Shunshin. However, just as the leader of the root ninjas finished his warning, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his jaw, propelled into the air by my kick. In the blink of an eye, with a flash of white light, the Uchiha technique, flashing slash, sent the leader crashing to the ground. Witnessing the swift and lethal elimination of their commander, the remaining 2 root ninjas were instantly paralyzed by fear. With a casual motion, I wiped the blood from my shuriken and feigned ignorance of their Konoha origins. Who are you, and what brings you to our village? Despite trembling in terror, the 2 remaining root ninjas grit their teeth and replied, You want to extract any information from us? We will fight until the end, just hold them off. I believe the adults will arrive shortly. However, I merely cast a fleeting glance at them, my right hand resting upon the blade of grass at my waist. In the next moment, the 2 root ninjas who had just taken a step forward were caught off guard. A flash of white light surged forth, directly slicing through their bodies. With a technique of special mastery, the union of man and sword was achieved, in a single strike. The 2 root ninjas were instantly severed in 2, showcasing a terrifying speed and explosive power. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was peering into the scene through a crystal ball, furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this young man's instantaneous burst of strength seemed to have intensified. However, his frown soon eased, for I was now his subordinate. The stronger I grew, the more satisfied he would be. Yet, just as I concluded the battle and prepared to search their bodies, several shurikens imbued with wind chakra suddenly sliced through the air from a distance, aimed directly at my face. When the shurikens made contact, they did not draw a single drop of blood. Instead, they passed right through me, revealing themselves to be mere afterimages. Upon realizing his failure, Danzo's voice erupted with anger as he called out to Uchiha Shisui. You indiscriminately slaughter leaf ninjas, a heinous crime. Do you not acknowledge your guilt? To this, I feigned a righteous demeanor and replied, They are not leaf ninjas, they would never attack their own comrades. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, believing that I had been sufficiently brainwashed. However, Danzo's expression darkened upon hearing my words. He thought to himself, could it truly be that his subordinates had been slain so easily? The numerous root ninjas behind him wore grave expressions, having not anticipated the ferocity of my attack. I could see that moment. A thought struck Danzo, and he questioned me once more. Then why are you patrolling so far from the village? Calmly, I responded, for the safety of livestock, is there a problem with expanding the patrol range? If I had not sensed something amiss, those other ninja village infiltrators would have already entered our village. The audacity of that underhanded scoundrel. I mused, to assign identities to those 3 deceased. After all, the dead do not speak. However, upon noticing that there were no other Umbu members around, Danzo approached me with a stern expression, step by step. After placing a hand upon my shoulder, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his otherwise somber face. Yet just as he was about to make his move, the unfolding scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo still maintained a stern expression, but he took a step towards Uchiha Shisui, patted Shisui's shoulder. and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face. I'm already clear about the situation. You did well. Since these guys are spies from other ninja villages, there's no problem with you killing them, and the village will remember your contribution. However, at this point, Danzo's tone shifted as he leaned in closer to Shisui's ear and whispered, Shisui, you know that I have always appreciated you, but unfortunately, it was Sarutobi who encountered you first. But it's okay, I am formally inviting you to join Root. As long as you nod, your position in Root will only be second to mine, and all Root members will follow your orders. This way, you should be able to better fulfill the ideal of protecting the village and maintaining the will of fire. What do you think of such a condition? The second in command of Root? It's a tempting offer, but under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Shisui shook his head. I refuse. Why? Danzo's smile instantly froze, and a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. I'm a member of the Umbu, and I only answer to Lord Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Again, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen. Clearly, I'm most suitable person to become Hokage. How dare he compete with me? Hearing Shisui's words, Danzo's expression turned extremely grim as he forcefully patted Shisui's shoulder 3 times before turning to leave. Since that's the case. However, when he was 5 meters away, he quickly formed hand signs. Shisui, recently, I have noticed that your ninjutsu has become a bit rusty. Today, let me, on behalf of the Third Hokage, properly guide you. Wind release, vacuum wave, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, dense wind chakra erupted from Danzo's mouth, transforming into a hurricane that swept towards Uchiha Shisui like a scythe. Yet, Shisui merely shook his head in response. Just as the hurricane scythe was about to approach him, the hand resting on the Kusanagi sword flickered as he drew it. The sword thrust forward in a spiral, chakra swirling around it like a hurricane, directly striking the hurricane scythe. Uchiha style, gale sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the hurricane scythe was shattered by Shisui's gale sword. Witnessing this, Danzo gritted his teeth tightly, making a hissing sound. This brat's swordsmanship has improved again. Damn it, since I can't obtain such talent, then I will personally destroy. In the next moment, Danzo charged towards Uchiha Shisui, forming hand signs once again as wind chakra frantically gathered. Seeing this, Shisui's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Danzo, with his right hand resting on Danzo's shoulder. In the next moment, Danzo's body went limp, and if it weren't for other Root members catching him in time, he would have likely fallen to the ground. Don't be nervous, it's just an ordinary Jinjutsu. I still have to report on the patrol situation, so I'll leave the rest to you. Continuing to fight Danzo was pointless. At this juncture, it wasn't the right time to kill him. If he were to take action, it needed to be thorough. He wanted Danzo to be utterly disgraced. Whoosh! After Uchiha Shisui left, Danzo, who should have been unconscious, slightly opened his eyes, a ruthless glint flashing through the slit. Uchiha Shisui, enjoy your pride for a while longer. Next time we meet, when you confidently think I have fallen for your Jinjutsu again, I will strike you with a fatal blow. Those eyes of yours belong to me. Shimura Danzo. Chapter 7 Tuanzong is anxious, the 4th Hokage summons. After his attempts to recruit were rejected during the subsequent period, Shimura Tuanzong did not disturb Uchiha Shisui again. The return of Sarutobi Hiruzen's chosen successor, Namake's Minato, meant that the election for the 4th Hokage was about to begin. Therefore, he intended to support Orochimaru to compete for the position of 4th Hokage of Konoha. Although his confidence was not high, the allure of the Hokage position was too strong for him to resist, and he wanted to give it a try, even if it was just behind the scenes. Unfortunately, the final outcome could be summed up in 2 words: failure. At the headquarters of Root, Shimura Tuanzong slammed his hand on the table, pushing away the documents in frustration, roaring in dissatisfaction. Damn it! Why can Namake's Minato become the 4th Hokage, but you cannot? That bastard Hiruzen. Why is he constantly opposing me? Clearly, only I can bring a more prosperous future to Konoha as Hokage. In response to Tuan Zhang's reaction, Orochimaru could only return a cold smile. He had never had much hope for his teacher. The result of this election failure was within his expectations. However, since his dear teacher treated him this way, he felt he no longer needed to hold back. At the same time, just as Orochimaru was thinking this, a Root ninja suddenly appeared before him and Tuanzong, respectfully speaking. Sir, the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, has just informed Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha clan to come over personally. We have not yet investigated the specific reason. Uchiha Shisui, hearing this name again, Tuanzong could only slam his hand down on the table, gesturing for the root ninja to leave before turning to Orochimaru. The Hokage election has failed, and so be it. Regretting it now is pointless. Right now, I need you to focus all your energy on research. We do not have much time left. As he said this, Tuanzang's palm suddenly clenched, his eyes filled with intense greed. I must quickly integrate the cells of Senju Hashirama and obtain the power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Only then can we turn the tide. I can complete my plan and become the Hokage of Konoha. I will do my best. Meanwhile, as Tuanzang and Orochimaru were conversing, on the other side, Uchiha Shisui turned to look towards the Hokage office, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The yellow flash, is it Namikaze's Minato? To be honest, if it weren't necessary, he really didn't want to have too much contact with Minato. This man was too perfect and powerful. He worried that his identity would be exposed. Once exposed, unless he used his Manjiki Sharingan or revealed his would release with his current strength. Fighting Minato would leave too many unknowns regarding the outcome. One of his proudest abilities was speed, and Minato excelled in speed as well. After thinking this, Uchiha Shisui slightly adjusted his clothing. In the next moment, his body became blurry. Before long, he arrived at the door of the Hokage office and politely knocked while speaking. Fourth Hokage-sama, come in. Creak. Instead of using the body flicker technique, he entered in a very ordinary manner. In front of the powerful strength he possessed, he would never easily engage with Minato. However, just because he didn't attack didn't mean Minato wouldn't. Whoosh! As soon as Uchiha Shisui stepped inside, shurikens came flying towards him, targeting various vital points on his body. Seeing that Minato had taken the initiative to attack, a flash of brilliance suddenly crossed Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Sharingan, activate! In the next moment, the 6 shurikens flying through the air seemed to come to a standstill in his eyes. Now avoiding them was incredibly easy. Whoosh! Just as Uchiha Shisui dodged the 6 shurikens, 2 previously locked-on shurikens suddenly appeared, moving at high speed. Trying to test my strength, are we? At this point, if he didn't show a hand, it might raise unnecessary suspicions for Minato. Uchiha Shisui's mind raced, and the next moment, he drew a Kusanagi sword. Uchiha style, flashing cutter, clang, clang. He didn't even use the body flicker technique. Truly, he is a renowned Shisui who achieved great feats for the village during the Third Shinobi World War. Just as the third Hokage said, you are strong. Namikaze Minato, with his yellow hair, sat in a chair, squinting at Uchiha Shisui with a slight smile. Shisui, how about you come work by my side from now on? Chapter 8. The first battle with Minato Namikaze, scheming and testing. Why did Minato Namikaze do this? To undermine Hiruzen, Sarutobi? Given Minato's character, he wouldn't do such a thing. If that's the case, then it must be Hiruzen Sarutobi's proposal to test him. That old guy really has a heavy suspicion. After thinking of this, Uchiha Shisui slightly bowed his head and then spoke seriously. Lord Hokage, I am already a member of the Umbu, and it is my duty to follow the Hokage's orders and protect the village. Uchiha Shisui's meaning was very clear. The Umbu follows the Hokage's orders. You are the Hokage now, so I will listen to you. Very good. Minato Namikaze was very satisfied with his answer, but the smile on his face did not fade. However, Shisui, I am actually quite curious about your true strength now. What? Upon hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened, and his muscles instantly tensed. In the next moment, his body became blurred. Body flicker technique. At the same time that Uchiha's body became blurred, a kunai had already sliced through the throat of his afterimage, and a yellow flash was rapidly approaching him. Not bad speed. Minato Namikaze, who had failed to strike, used the flying thunder god technique again, appearing beside the door of the Hokage's office, where he had previously marked, right in front of Uchiha Shisui. His eyes still squinted, his face full of a sunny smile. Let's go outside and fight. Since becoming Hokage, it had been a long time since he had sparred with Shisui. Taking advantage of this opportunity from the third Hokage, he wanted to have a good time with Shisui. Whoosh, whoosh. As Minato Namikaze's voice fell, the 2 figures instantly appeared beside a tree outside the Hokage's office. Clang, clang. The 2 clashed and dispersed, colliding repeatedly in an endless cycle. Bystanders could only see the blurred afterimages flashing and hear the continuous sound of metal clashing. They didn't even know who was fighting. What is that? So fast. I can't even see clearly. One of them seemed to say, is that Lord Hokage? What? Lord Hokage has made a move, but who is that other person? They can actually fight to this extent with Lord Hokage. Could it be someone from the Uchiha clan? Very likely, although the Uchiha clan is very evil. There is still an exception, Shisui, who was a figure that could be compared to Lord Hokage during the Third Shinobi World War. Tap tap. While the villagers of Konoha debated who was stronger between Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly appeared at the door of the Hokage office, gazing at the two continuously flickering afterimages in the distance, sighing. Shisui has indeed become stronger. This is even better. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a cigarette in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke into the sky. With Minato and Shisui, balancing the internal power of the village shouldn't be a big problem. As for the biggest uncertainty factor in the village, the Uchiha clan, let Danzo deal with them slowly. While Hiruzen Sarutobi was pondering, in the forest on Hokage Rock in Konoha, there were shurikens and kunai scattered everywhere. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. A massive chakra suddenly erupted from Uchiha Shisui's body. And as he formed hand seals, a gigantic fire dragon with intense heat charged directly at Minato Namikaze, who had flickered in front of him. Facing the oncoming fire dragon, Minato Namikaze did not choose to confront it directly. His body vanished again, appearing behind Uchiha Shisui. Flying Thunder God technique. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the same time, a ball filled with violent chakra suddenly appeared in the palm of Minato Namikaze. After probing for so long, Minato was finally starting to get serious. What is that? Seemingly realizing something, Uchiha Shisui's crimson Sharingan began to spin rapidly. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, 2 stages. Boom! A massive explosion filled the area within a 10-meter radius. The ground suddenly formed a huge pit, and dust flew everywhere. However, even though this strike successfully hit Uchiha Shisui, there was no joy on Minato Namikaze's face. Instead, his eyes widened, filled with great seriousness, as he stared intently at the large black shadow emerging from the dust. That was the Uchiha clan's exclusive ability, Susanoo. Chapter 9. Powerful Susanoo. Stand and fight Minato. In front of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shisui controlled the green giant. Stepping out of the deep pit, with a violent chakra aura spreading in all directions, including the area where Minato was. Lord Hokage, I apologize for the offense. However, Minato paid no attention to the chakra shockwaves, effortlessly dodging them with a few quick flashes. What truly mattered to him was the figure before him, with eyes as red as blood, resembling 4 blade-shaped shurikens. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Faced with Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Shisui directly activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan and summoned Susanoo. Wait! As Uchiha Shisui emerged from the deep pit, Minato noticed that this green skeletal figure seemed to only have an upper body. The Susanoo displayed was not even in its complete form. Seeing this, Minato, holding a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, smiled and said, "Why only half? This isn't the complete Susanoo, is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had wanted him to test Uchiha Shisui's true strength. However, now, not only had Shisui not shown his true power, but he hadn't even summoned a complete Susanoo. "You are not an enemy," Uchiha Shisui replied calmly. "Moreover, Lord Hokage, you aren't fighting with all your strength, are you?" Against a Minato who was not taking it seriously, Shisui only needed to use Susanoo to protect his upper body. Furthermore, based on the power of that previous attack, had he been willing to reveal his identity, he could have endured it with his body and weapon without much difficulty. After all, after obtaining wood release, his physical strength and recovery ability were no longer at the level they once were. He was very strong now, even without revealing his wood release. He had the capability to defeat Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato, while standing still. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Minato's left hand, which had already gathered the Rasengan, trembled slightly, and his smile grew more pronounced. But in the next moment, the chakra within the Rasengan stabilized quickly and began to grow rapidly. Then, as Hokage, I command you to show me your true strength. This concerns the difficulty of the tasks I will assign you in the future. If you truly wish to protect the village and carry on the will of fire, then give it your all. Whoosh! The yellow flash zipped by. Come on, Shisui. Hee. Self-humiliation. At the same time that Minato made his move again, outside the Hokage office, Shimura Danzo walked over to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, a sarcastic smile on his face. That is the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan of this generation, and his strength goes without saying. Moreover, his Kaleidoscope Sharingan carries the strongest Jinjutsu that can forever alter thoughts. Even Minato, the yellow flash of the village, cannot be his opponent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hearing this, continued to blow smoke rings, remaining silent, which could be taken as agreement with his statement. The fighting styles of Minato and Shisui were very similar. Both ended swiftly with speed. However, if a mistake were made, Shisui's advantage would far exceed Minato's, with Susanoo adding defense and attack power, coupled with the capabilities of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kodo Amitsukami. Unless Minato fought with his eyes closed the entire time, once Shisui seized an opportunity, a single Kodo Amitsukami could end the battle. Hiruzen's silence, in Danzo's eyes, was merely him contemplating what was said before. Thus, he continued to fan the flames. His ability is far too dangerous. It must be kept in the hands of Konoha, in our hands. However, just as Danzo finished speaking, Hiruzen's eyes flickered with light. He lowered his smoking pipe and spoke in a deep voice. Shisui is a Konoha person, my person. If you dare to touch him, you know what the consequences will be. Oof. Danzo waved his hand forcefully, turning his back to Hiruzen and looking back toward the Hokage rock, dismissive. Uchiha Shisui, your man? It won't be long before his Sharingan will be mine. With that Sharingan, I can definitely control all of Konoha. No, even the entire shinobi world is not impossible. As madness filled Danzo's eyes, on the other side, Minato, using the Flying Thunder God technique once again, instantly appeared beside Uchiha Shisui. Multiple kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal were thrown from his hand, targeting the various cracks on Susanoo. Meanwhile, he himself thrust a kunai directly towards the back of Susanoo. Although Susanoo's defense was strong, his previous attack had already caused cracks. As long as he continued to launch sufficiently powerful attacks, he could definitely injure Uchiha Shisui protected within. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui felt speechless. A kunai stabbing Susanoo? This reminded him of someone. However, just as Uchiha Shisui calmly awaited Minato's attack, a brilliant yellow lightning suddenly surged around him. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shisui's red kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly narrowed slightly. The Susanoo, originally just a skeleton, was now rapidly covered with dense veins and flesh. Following that, the Tengu armor appeared, directly protecting Uchiha Shisui within. While others might not know of Minato's technique, he was very clear. This was one of Minato's signature jutsus, the same as the Flying Thunder God technique. Rasengan Flash Super Spiral Dance. Chapter 10. The whole village is shocked. Shisui's serious strike boom. Boom. What? He actually blocked it again? What terrifying reaction speed. Is this the enhanced ability that comes with the Sharingan? Outside the explosion range, Minato Namikaze stood on a branch, filled with surprise. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing that the reason Shisui Uchiha could block his attacks twice with 100 success was not largely related to the Sharingan. The truth was that Shisui Uchiha was no longer the same Shisui Uchiha from before. He was a transmigrator who knew all character information and the direction of the world. Not to mention blocking the opponent's signature ninjutsu. He was very clear about the secret that the Flying Thunder God mark would not disappear once left behind. So from the beginning until now, Minato Namikaze had not even touched him once. He didn't want the other party to suddenly ambush him using the Flying Thunder God mark while he was secretly planning in the future. With this in mind, Shisui Uchiha covered half of his face with one hand and spoke calmly. Hokage, do you really want to see me go all out? After taking a big move from Minato, Shisui understood. If he didn't let the other side see his full strength today, this guy in front of him would definitely not let him off easily. To be precise, it was that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen who wouldn't let him off easily. Oh, are you finally getting serious? Seeing that Shisui seemed to be preparing to be serious, Minato tightened his grip on the kunai and smiled expectantly. Then let us do this, don't hold back. Boom! Before Minato could finish speaking, the Susanoo clad in Tengu armor suddenly drew a green weapon. The terrifying chakra fluctuations raged around like a hurricane, ruthlessly destroying all the trees within a radius of more than 10 meters. And this was just the beginning. As soon as the green weapon was drawn, a massive amount of chakra surged wildly from Shisui Uchiha's body, ultimately converging into that green weapon. Seeing Shisui's actions at this moment, Minato furrowed his brow, unsure of what he was planning. Shisui knew all of Minato's trump cards, but Minato didn't know much about him. The next moment, the green weapon, enveloped in an overwhelming quantity and quality of chakra, was now resting on Susanoo's shoulder. A terrifying aura began to emanate from it, creating waves of energy that rippled out in circles. With each ripple, the aura of the green weapon carried by Susanoo grew stronger. In just the blink of an eye, the power contained within had already reached a level that would change Minato's expression. Looks like you're really getting serious. In that case, I can't fall behind. While speaking, Minato formed seals with his hands, and as he joined them again, dazzling yellow lightning, accompanied by countless afterimages, began to flash wildly in the area. Minato knew very well that if he didn't take action and let Shisui accumulate power, the one who would ultimately suffer would definitely be him. Shisui, take this next move, Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance. Zing! Without giving Minato a chance to continue, Shisui directly gripped the green spiral sword and decisively stabbed toward a certain spot where the yellow lightning was flashing madly. Spiral sword. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Shisui thrust that sword, the ground began to tremble violently. In the direction the spiral sword advanced, trees shattered wildly, and the earth was instantly covered with dense cracks. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, exploding continuously. Seeing this terrifying sword from Shisui, Minato, who was hidden within the yellow lightning and moving at high speed, was filled with disbelief. This guy actually saw through my true location? How is that possible? However, even though he had many doubts in his heart, Minato was still very clear about what he should do now. Minato's hands came together sharply, and a brilliant yellow flash erupted instantly in the direction of the advancing green spiral sword. At this moment, the two attacks finally collided head-on. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire Konoha village. Boom! Chapter 11. Head of the Umbu? I refuse boom. With the sound of a massive explosion, a large number of villagers from Konoha quickly gathered below Hokage Rock. The explosion seemed to have originated from the forest above Hokage Rock. What on earth was happening? Why were Lord Hokage and Uchiha Shisui fighting on Hokage Rock? Could it be that the evil Uchiha clan was finally making a move? That's why the fourth Hokage would intervene to eliminate the threat to the village. If that were the case, where were the Umbu? At this moment, where had the Umbu members gone? However, regardless of how the villagers reacted, the explosions continued to echo from the woods behind Hokage Rock. Dust was flying, and debris was scattered everywhere. Some shops were even completely buried by falling rocks. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen sternly called out to the nearby Umbu members, "Quick! Evacuate the surrounding villagers. Calm them down. Say that the fourth Hokage is assessing Uchiha Shisui's special mission capabilities." Yes, third Hokage. After the Umbu members left, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally looked up toward the increasingly frequent explosions in the woods, covering his face with his hand and sighing helplessly. What on earth am I doing? Letting Minato test Shisui's true strength? If I had known, I would have let the two of them fight outside the village. Then Hokage Rock wouldn't be filled with cracks, and the 10 or so shops in the village wouldn't be completely buried. I hope it's not too late meanwhile, as the Umbu members rushed to evacuate the crowd. A few minutes later, in the woods, at the end of an unfathomable chasm, Namake's Minato's expression grew increasingly serious, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His eyes were fixed on Uchiha Shisui, who had not moved since activating his Susanoo. Cough, cough, cough. Is this the true power of Susanoo? Not only can it find a way to counter my attacks just before they hit, but it can also unleash such powerful strength. It's a formidable ability. While Minato was analyzing to himself, Uchiha Shisui was not listening at all. Although the Tatsuka blade had dissipated, the Susanoo clad in Tengu armor still remained. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about his opponent attacking suddenly and could think about his situation. Since the battle began, he had used the Sharingan to assist in combat, then activated Susanoo and drew the Tatsuka blade. With such frequent use of the Sharingan, his eyes had not bled at all. It seemed that this was the benefit of wood release. It could slowly restore his damaged eyesight. In that case, could he continue to use the Tatsuka blade now? Boom! In the next moment, a violent chakra vortex enveloped Uchiha Shisui's green weapon once again. Tatsuka blade. It can be used again. What about Kotoamit's Tsukumi? What is the cooldown time now? Indeed, these kinds of questions really needed to be addressed by a professional. Orochimaru. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing Uchiha Shisui gathering the same power next to the green weapon as he had just done with the last sword, Namake's Minato hurriedly called out to stop him. I've already tested your strength. Thank you for your cooperation, Shisui. We must stop him. If we don't, the whole mountain will be blown apart. Upon hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Shisui paused for a moment, the Manjiki Sharingan spinning, and both the Tatsuka blade and Susanoo dissipated simultaneously. It was a pity. He wanted to test whether his current eyesight and recovery speed would allow him to continuously unleash several powerful techniques without injuring himself. Seeing how obedient Uchiha Shisui was, Minato nodded slightly. By the way, Shisui, as far as I know, Using the Sharingan for too long puts a huge burden on the body, right? Although I told you to use your full strength, you really overdid it. You understand? This was just a test of your abilities. Uchiha Shisui, hearing this, pretended to be serious and said, "Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. For the will of fire, to protect the village, I can sacrifice everything." Hearing Uchiha Shisui's response, Minato nodded in satisfaction. Truly worthy of being trained by the third Hokage, even coming from the Uchiha clan. His deep understanding of the will of fire is still very admirable. After thinking for a moment, Minato extended his right hand to Uchiha Shisui. "Shisui, let us work together to protect Konoha. From now on, I'll entrust the management of the Umbu to you." Managing the Umbu? I'd have to be tired of living to accept that job. Because if he agreed to take over the Umbu, then Danzo's desire to kill him would only grow stronger, and he might even act against him prematurely. That was not what he wanted. Moreover, who knew if this was yet another test from Sarutobi Hiruzen? After thinking this through, Uchiha Shisui gently shook his head at Minato. "Managing is better left to someone else. I'm more suited for carrying out tasks." But, hearing Shisui's words, Minato opened his mouth but ultimately sighed and smiled. "If that's the case, I respect your choice. If you ever change your mind, come find me in the Hokage office. I'll always keep the position of Umbu leader for you." Whoosh! After leaving that remark, Minato immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. The battle he just had with Uchiha Shisui caused too much of a commotion. As the fourth Hokage, he needed to go calm the villagers and could not stay here any longer. "Come find you? Unfortunately, I might not have time to look for you later." Uchiha Shisui thought to himself. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location: the residence of Teacher Chen, the Dragon God of Konoha. Time limit: 1 month. The residence of Teacher Chen, the Dragon God of Konoha? How could he possibly know about such things? Forget it. Why go to ask Orochimaru about eyesight issues? I'll ask if he knows too. Chapter 12. New sign-in location. The land of the Dragon God's twilight a few days later, in Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Who goes there? Swish, swish. As Uchiha Shisui stepped into the laboratory, Orochimaru immediately threw several shurikens at him. Behind him, there were also white snakes with wide-open mouths. Multiple snakes of hidden shadow. Unfortunately, before the shurikens could hit their target, they were swatted away by rising branches. As for the white snakes, they were sliced into countless pieces by the Kusanagi sword in Uchiha Shisui's hand. I said, "Orochimaru, it's the same trick every time. There's nothing new about it." "Oh, it's you, Night Lord." Seeing that the visitor was the person he had been longing for, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, staring intently at Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui was very clear about Orochimaru's preferences. Poof! Without a second thought, Uchiha Shisui swung his sword and drew a few drops of his blood, along with a piece of wood for wood release. "Do you want these?" Orochimaru didn't speak, but the heat in his eyes answered for him. "Since you want them, then first help me with an experiment." "What experiment?" "Does the wood release cell help restore the Sharingan's power for the Uchiha clan? And to what extent can it be achieved?" Orochimaru paused upon hearing this. Could it be that Konoha's Night Lord truly intends to support the Uchiha clan in taking control of Konoha? Never mind. None of this has anything to do with me. Only science matters. Okay. Swish. As soon as Orochimaru agreed, Uchiha Shisui threw out all the materials. "Night Lord, as always, straightforward. As long as you focus on helping me, I will provide enough materials." At this point, Uchiha Shisui casually spoke up. "By the way, it seems that the guards here have increased. I waited so many days just to encounter a day with fewer guards." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru, while collecting the items he had been given as if they were priceless treasures, explained, "A few days ago, that guy Danzo's plan to support me for the position of the fourth Hokage failed. So now, he has put all his energy into researching the first Hokage's cells, wanting to acquire the power of the Uchiha clan as soon as possible, which naturally increases the strength of the guards." Uchiha Shisui fell silent upon hearing this, picking up the water on the table and sipping it leisurely. He seemed to be contemplating something, or perhaps supervising the experiment. Orochimaru didn't care at all. After all, as long as the other party could provide him with materials, he could ask for whatever he wanted, let alone just being a bystander. After a long while, Uchiha Shisui pretended to be indifferent and casually spoke, "By the way, Orochimaru, have you heard of Konoha's dragon teacher Chen? That guy should be referred to by that name now. I want to meet him." "You mean him?" Orochimaru paused, then continued with his work. "That guy, after returning from the Third Shinobi World War, reportedly died at home from illness. If you really want to pay your respects, I can tell you where his grave is. Orochimaru casually drew a map and tossed it to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui glanced at the map, and the next moment, his figure suddenly became blurry. I hope when we meet next time, you can give me a satisfactory answer. Of course, Night Lord. Orochimaru licked the test tube containing Uchiha Shisui's blood, speaking with delight. Meanwhile, knowing the location of Konoha's dragon teacher Chen's grave, Uchiha Shisui's would follow the map drawn by Orochimaru and arrived at a secluded place. Is this the place? Uchiha Shisui looked at the gravestone not far away and the surrounding old and dilapidated buildings, remaining silent for a moment. In the end, he stepped into the courtyard. The esteemed Konoha dragon ended up in such a state. It is indeed pitiful. However, just as he stepped inside, an aged voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Little guy, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Before Uchiha Shisui could speak, the elderly man who was talking abruptly appeared beside him, picking up a broom next to the gravestone to sweep away the fallen leaves, and spoke lightly. Who told you about this place? Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui remained silent for a moment, then calmly replied, Senior, do you know Teacher Chen? Or rather, are you? Swish. In the next moment, a fierce kick rushed toward Uchiha Shisui's face. The speed was incredibly frightening. Little guy, there is no Teacher Chen here. Go back where you came from. Bang. Chapter 13. Teacher Chen takes action. The Konoha dragon god reappears. Boom. Huh. Among the current young people, there are still those practicing Taijutsu? Sigh. Taijutsu has no future. It was like this in the past, and it is the same now. Young people? Thank you for the compliment. Uchiha Shisui, who caught Teacher Chen's kick with one hand, looked at his palm and shrugged. His current identity is Senju, a disciple of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and his seniority is on par with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. So, he shouldn't be considered young. On the other side, the attack was unexpectedly blocked by Uchiha Shisui with his bare hands, which surprised the old man greatly. However, this did not mean he would concede. Young man, Taijutsu has no future. Only by diligently practicing ninjutsu can one qualify to become a true ninja. Tap. The old man, who had been holding a broom, suddenly dropped it and accelerated his charge. He launched a spinning kick. Bang! At that moment, the old man's kick, with its strong impact, rushed towards Uchiha Shisui's face at an extremely fast speed. Quick, accurate, and ruthless, without any hesitation. If an ordinary ninja were hit, they would probably lose mobility in an instant. Is this the Konoha whirlwind? No, it's different. The range and power of the attack are far stronger than the Konoha whirlwind. Realizing this, Uchiha Shisui revealed a faint smile. As far as he knew, the Konoha dragon god, Teacher Chen, had 3 signature and powerful techniques: Konoha Great Whirlwind, Enhanced Konoha Whirlwind, and Konoha Gust. The most powerful one, which made him famous during the Third Great Ninja War, was the Konoha dragon god. Unfortunately, the technique Teacher Chen was using now was just the Konoha Great Whirlwind. Facing such a move, he didn't even need to use ninjutsu. Tap. Thinking of this, with the help of his Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui simply moved his right leg back slightly and tilted his body, easily dodging Teacher Chen's Konoha Great Whirlwind. Sure enough, you are the Konoha dragon god. Now that I've found you. While Uchiha Shisui spoke, he leisurely began to form hand seals. I'll play with you for a bit. This kid? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's provocative speed of hand seals, Teacher Chen furrowed his brows. The next moment, his body moved again, and a powerful kick rushed towards Uchiha Shisui's head. At such close range, it was definitely deadly for a ninja relying on hand seals. Even Jinjutsu would probably be too late to cast. This farce should come to an end. Kid, I told you, Teacher Chen is already dead. Just as Teacher Chen's attack was about to hit Uchiha Shisui, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, a row of wooden pillars shot up from the ground, bending to form an archway that protected Uchiha Shisui within. Would release, would pillar wall. What? This is, would release. How could this unknown little guy use would release? Isn't that a jutsu exclusive to the first Hokage? While Teacher Chen pondered this, Uchiha Shisui leisurely dispersed the wood pillar wall and slowly walked towards him. First, a 2-part hollow spinning kick, then using centrifugal force to kick out a 3rd spinning kick at the enemy? Indeed, it's much stronger than the previous move. Who exactly are you? Having 2 consecutive attacks thwarted by a young man, even he, who believed Taijutsu had no future, was feeling a bit angry. Moreover, The fact that the other party could use would release compelled him to test the depths of the opponent's abilities and identity. Teacher Chen, if you can defeat me or let me enjoy myself, I'll tell you my identity. Enjoy yourself? It seems this little guy has never taken himself seriously from the start. In that case, let this kid experience the wrath of a Taijutsu ninja. Bang! As this thought surfaced in Teacher Chun's mind, he stomped his right foot on the ground, unleashing his chakra without reservation. The next moment, his body soared into the air, using the powerful force of the kick to spin rapidly mid-air, and a violent hurricane took shape at that moment. As the hurricane spun, the entire ground trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, it was left riddled with holes. Even the surrounding trees shattered at a touch. Kid, tell me your identity, and leave here without coming back, and I can pretend like today never happened. Kid, hearing Teacher Chun's words, Uchiha Shisui scratched his head and sighed. I've already said I'm not that young, but since you've gotten serious, I should give a bit of a response too. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui's hands swiftly formed seals, moving so fast that afterimages appeared. Teacher Chen, you keep saying that Taijutsu has no future, so what is it that you're using? TCH, seeing that Uchiha Shisui still wasn't planning to leave. Teacher Chen no longer held back and directed the hurricane to smash down from above. As the head of the hurricane spun rapidly, it formed a fierce dragon head. Its aura and destructive power reached a critical point at that moment. Konoha, Dragon God, Chapter 14, Dragon Battle, Invitation to Come Out Roar. A fierce dragon-shaped whirlwind plummeted from above, crashing directly towards Uchiha Shisui below. Even before it hit the ground, it created a powerful pressure that caused the entire ground to tremble violently. The speed was astonishing, and the momentum was terrifying. Unfortunately, if he wanted to defeat Uchiha Shisui with such an attack, it was far from enough. The power was decent, and the speed was okay, but with style with dragon technique, still not enough to defeat me. Roar! As Uchiha Shisui shouted, a wood dragon, no less impressive than the wind dragon, covered in spikes, burst into Teacher Chen's line of sight. The wood dragon opened its fierce, gaping maw and lunged at the wind dragon, entangling it. You brat, who are you really? Seeing his wind dragon being restrained, Teacher Chen's expression immediately turned grim. He unexpectedly discovered that this wood dragon not only had a terrifying ability to constrict, but could also absorb his chakra. If he didn't quickly find a way to defeat the opponent, with the speed at which this wood dragon absorbed chakra, it wouldn't be long before he was inevitably defeated. It had to be done. After a moment of stalemate, Teacher Chen suddenly gritted his teeth. The next moment, the aura of the wind dragon suddenly became violent. Are you preparing to go all out? Seeing Teacher Chen's actions, Uchiha Shisui seemed to sense something and quickly formed hand seals again. At the same time, Teacher Chen, who was entangled by the wood dragon, directly controlled the wind dragon to strike fiercely. Clearly, Teacher Chen intended to take them both down together. After all, physical ninjas inherently possessed much stronger physical qualities than ordinary ninjas. If such a powerful technique affected both of them, the one who could still stand would definitely be the physical ninja. You brat, you're still too young to win against me. Boom! As the wind dragon and wood dragon landed, a massive explosion engulfed the entire courtyard. However, before it could spread further and destroy the tombstone, clusters of wooden spikes fell from the sky, instantly forming a prison that covered the entire area affected by the explosion. Wood style for pillar prison technique. Ah, that was really close. If I'd been any slower, I might not have been able to get you out in time. Uchiha Shisui smiled at Teacher Chen in front of him. Teacher Chen did not deny or resist his words, because Uchiha Shisui's right hand had now transformed into a giant wooden hammer pointing directly at his head. If he acted recklessly, he would be directly smashed by that wooden spike. Looks like you finally calmed down. However, we may be fighting, but you almost destroyed your disciple's tombstone, which is a bit too much, don't you think? That tombstone seemed to belong to Teacher Chen, but in reality, it buried something deeper, his guilt over his deceased disciple. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Teacher Chen's eyes widened, and he turned to look at the tombstone. After confirming that the tombstone was indeed intact, he roared at Uchiha Shisui. Why do you know about this? Why? Seeing that the time was just right, Uchiha Shisui directly released the wood-style chakra from within him and smiled slightly. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Senju Yuru, from the Senju clan. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is my teacher. So I said earlier, don't call me brat. We're actually about the same age, old Chun. As for how I know about your situation, I naturally have my ways. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chen's face was filled with disbelief. What? You are the disciple of the first Hokage? So young? But soon, his expression returned to normal, and he sat down on the ground in despair. He didn't even bother to ask why Uchiha Shisui wore a cloak and refused to show his true face. After all, the Senju clan inherently had strong vitality, so it was normal for him to look young. At this point, Teacher Chen's already exhausted body suddenly tensed, and his fists pounded the ground repeatedly. Drip, drip. Tears fell from Teacher Chen's eyes, soaking his clothes and the fallen leaves on the ground. I don't deserve to be his teacher. I don't deserve it. If it weren't for me teaching him physical techniques, if I hadn't sent him to the battlefield as a physical ninja, but had left him with another teacher, he wouldn't have died so tragically. Physical techniques? Ha ha ha. My disciple faced the enemy, and the opponent merely used genjutsu, which led to his death in a foreign land. Seeing Teacher Chen's dejected expression and gray gaze, Uchiha Shisui stepped forward a few paces and approached the tombstone. He gently brushed the dust off the tombstone and sighed. Where the leaves dance, the fire also continues to burn. You should know very well that your disciple's death has little to do with you. But, no buts. Old Chen, how long are you going to wallow in despair? Uchiha Shisui suddenly shouted coldly. Physical techniques are useless? Then what about the power you just unleashed? If it hadn't been me fighting you just now, but an ordinary Jainin, you would have definitely won. Face reality. Physical techniques are very strong. Seeing Teacher Chen fall silent again, Uchiha Shisui extended his right hand and continued. Come out of the mountains, old Chen, and let us work together to pull this village, which has rotted to the core, out of darkness. For the will of fire, for the village, and for more teachers' disciples to not have their lives taken away innocently. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Teacher Chen slowly raised his head, looking at him standing by the tombstone, aligned with the full moon above, his eyes sparkling with a different light. Old Chen, come on. Chapter 15. First encounter with my guy. Teacher Chen is ignited. Give me some time to think it over. Teacher Chen gazed at Uchiha Shisui for a long time before finally uttering this line. Uchiha Shisui was not surprised by this outcome. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the signing task given by the system still had over 20 days left. Extracting the opponent's residence information within 20 days was not difficult. Since that's the case, Old Chen, I'll come back in a few days. Wow. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly rang out not far away. Was that the legendary Konoha Dragon God? This is the power of that senior. Oh, I feel like I'm on fire. Burn, youth. Bang, bang, bang. As the last 5 words fell, the figure in the distance was wrapped in chakra, sprinting towards them, smashing the ground beneath his feet. Seeing the person rushing over, Uchiha Shisui covered his forehead with his hand and shook his head helplessly. Confirmed, it really is that person. Knight, do you know that little guy? Uchiha Shisui nodded lightly in response. I guess I know him. That kid's name is my guy. He's a pretty good guy and loves Taijutsu, but he might be a bit, well, cough cough. Loves Taijutsu, huh? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Old Chen turned to look at the sprinting might guy, filtering out the latter part of Uchiha Shisui's statement. Can someone who truly loves Taijutsu have any major flaws? Bang! Under their watch, might guy suddenly dashed forward, and before he landed, his body was already in a kneeling position. The next moment, bang! Might guy descended from the sky, landing in front of Teacher Chen and Uchiha Shisui, bowing excitedly to Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, is that really you? I've heard that you sacrificed yourself during the Third Shinobi World War. I never expected to see you here today. By the way, that strike just now was yours, right? As expected of the Konoha Dragon God, the strongest in Taijutsu. My plan for thigh muscle training tonight was indeed right. Teacher Chen opened his mouth to explain, but the current might guy had clearly entered his state. I feel like I'm on fire. Today I'm gonna do double thigh muscle training. No, 3 times, 5 times. Burn, youth. What's wrong with this guy? Teacher Chen awkwardly turned to Uchiha Shisui, who just shrugged helplessly in response. It was only now that Teacher Chen understood what Uchiha Shisui meant when he spoke before Might Guy arrived. This little guy really is a bit, well, peculiar. However, as if recalling something, a glimmer of light returned to Teacher Chen's dim gaze. It seems there are still ninjas who love Taijutsu. Taijutsu still has a future. Your name is Might Guy, right? Keep it up, you're doing great. Oh wow, Teacher Chen, you actually know me. I'm so excited. No, tonight I'm gonna do 10 times the thigh muscle training. Hiya. Saying it, Might Guy immediately began his training on the spot. While training, he grinned widely at Teacher Chen and spoke. Teacher Chen, I've always believed that Taijutsu is the strongest. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I will work hard to train my Taijutsu and become stronger. Then I'll tell everyone that Taijutsu is the strongest. Good, very good. Teacher Chen nodded. The body that seemed a bit hunched over suddenly straightened, and the sound of cracking bones could be heard. At the same time, a strong light appeared in his eyes. My guy, if you're willing, come here once a week from now on. What? Really? Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely be here on time, every day. Burn, youth. I meant once a week. Seeing Might Guy entering his state again, Teacher Chen shook his head helplessly. But soon, a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked up at the moon above. However, this feels pretty good. Disciple. Just watch. I will definitely live on for both you and me and pass on the charm of Taijutsu. Definitely. Chapter 16. The Technique of the Senju Clan. Persuading little brother Itachi a few days later, in Konoha Village, at Teacher Chen's residence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Sign-in location. Teacher Chen's residence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. Mastery of wood release. Senju Clan Technique. Senju Clan Technique? ISNT that used for building houses? Forget it. Even though it's not a combat type skill, I've finally completed the sign-in task. Moreover, the biggest gain from this trip ISNT the wood release. Senju Clan Technique. Instead, it's that Teacher Chen is willing to come out of retirement. After Might Guy's passionate declaration that night, and these past few days at the grave, where he spoke to his deceased disciple while guiding Might Guy on physical techniques, Teacher Chen finally took him to his place to pack his things, preparing to come out of retirement to find children suitable for physical training in the village. Teacher Chen also promised him that he would go to the Uchiha clan's territory to see the child named Uchiha Itachi. So now, he needs to go back and persuade his little brother, Uchiha Itachi, to learn some physical techniques from Teacher Chen to strengthen his body. The fully developed Uchiha Itachi is indeed very strong and would definitely be a great help. However, Uchiha Itachi has a fatal flaw. His physical condition is too poor, which greatly affects his combat endurance and potential. So he was thinking, if he can improve Uchiha Itachi's physical condition, how powerful would he become? This made him somewhat excited. Since you were preparing to come out of retirement, I should be on my way to Old Chen. Seeing Uchiha Shisui preparing to leave, Teacher Chen put down what he was holding and asked, "Are you still planning to secretly protect Konoha and not step forward?" Well, the level of corruption within the village is indeed too significant right now. I need to observe in the shadows to see who is trustworthy and who inherits the will of fire from the teacher. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Teacher Chen nodded. In that case, let us meet again by fate. Yeah, I believe we will meet again soon. Please come out of retirement first. Of course. Whoosh. After bidding farewell to Teacher Chen, in the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's figure vanished without a trace. That afternoon, one of his ordinary shadow clones skillfully climbed over Uchiha Itachi's residence. Uchiha Itachi was just diligently training with shurikens. Whoosh! Just as Uchiha Shisui climbed over the wall, a shuriken appeared directly in front of him. Not bad, you've improved. Your reactions have gotten faster. Uchiha Shisui smiled brightly at Uchiha Itachi. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi quickly ran over, his eyes revealing admiration and reliance. For this, Uchiha Shisui reached out and rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head, smiling as he said, "Itachi, have you thought about a question during your recent training?" "What question, big brother Shisui?" Uchiha Itachi looked at him with wide eyes. "What do you think you need to improve the most right now? Your ocular power? Fire release? Or ouch, big brother Shisui, why did you hit my head again?" Uchiha Itachi rubbed his little head in pain, looking at Uchiha Shisui with a wronged expression. "Big brother Shisui, what I need to improve now? Your physical condition." "Physical condition?" Uchiha Itachi seemed to think of something, but after opening his mouth, he still didn't express his thoughts. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui reached out to rub his head and smiled. "It's exactly what you're thinking. I want you to learn some physical techniques to enhance your physical condition." "What?" "But, big brother Shisui, our Uchiha clan doesn't have ninjas who excel in physical techniques. They're known to teach me. How about you teach me, big brother Shisui? I still have missions to complete. I can't always be by your side to guide you. However, there is someone very suitable to be your teacher, and he will be coming soon. Get ready. We're about to set off." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi looked puzzled and rubbed his head. "Oh, big brother Shisui, wait for me. Don't run off first." "Got it. Hurry up and prepare." After Uchiha Itachi left, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face. "I wonder how Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others will react when they find out about this. It's really exciting to think about. Chapter 17. The Battle of Old Friends, Teacher Chen vs. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office. A member of the Umbu bowed his head to report to Namake's Minato. Hokage-sama, a target that Lord Third mentioned before has appeared near the Uchiha clan's territory. Oh, Namake's Minato, who was handling documents, put down the papers and reached for the scroll to read. The person illustrated on the scroll was none other than the Leaf's dragon god. Teacher Chen, it seems I need to go personally. Top. No, Minato, let me go. Just as Namake's Minato was about to stand up, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door to the Hokage office and spoke calmly. Since an old friend who has been in seclusion for so long has come out, I must go to greet him in person. All right, then it's up to you, Lord Third. Namake's Minato replied with a sunny smile. Whoosh. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage office with several Umbu members, his eyes flashing with a peculiar light. Old Chen, after being in seclusion for so long, why have you suddenly appeared near the Uchiha clan's territory? What do you want? At the same time that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others set off, Uchiha Shisui had already brought Uchiha Itachi to the prearranged location. Brother Shisui, why aren't we leaving? Because your teacher has arrived. Uchiha Shisui reached out and ruffled Uchiha Itachi's hair, smiling as he spoke. Arrived? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Teacher Chen, who was not far ahead, his eyes filled with disbelief. This old man is my Taijutsu teacher? What's wrong? Little guy, do you doubt my ability to teach you? Despite his old age, as a Taijutsu ninja, Teacher Chen's hearing was still sharp. Being so directly called out made Uchiha Itachi feel very embarrassed. If someone else had introduced this old man as his Taijutsu teacher, he would have definitely resisted to the end. But since the person introducing him was his brother Shisui, he felt he had to at least show some respect. Thinking this, Uchiha Itachi slightly bowed to Teacher Chen. Sorry. The little guy is quite polite. But little one, since you don't believe in my abilities, let your brother try my strength. Bang! The next moment, Teacher Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his body accelerated forward, launching a whirlwind kick directly at Uchiha Shisui. Konoha, great whirlwind. What a strong momentum. Seeing Teacher Chen, who had appeared slightly hunched, suddenly exuding such strong aura, Uchiha Itachi's face showed surprise. However, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, Brother Shisui, go for it. Whoosh. Instead of using wood release to clash with Teacher Chen head-on, Uchiha Shisui directly used the body flicker technique to dodge the attack, because his current identity was not Senji but Uchiha Shisui. In short, he had to defeat the opponent using the Uchiha clan's power. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Good one. Seeing the massive fireball spewed from Uchiha Shisui's mouth, Teacher Chen showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he became increasingly excited. Kid, such a fireball can't stop me. Konoha gust. Boom. In front of everyone, Teacher Chen directly kicked the fireball created by Uchiha Shisui to pieces. Moreover, his forward momentum did not stop. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to continue forming hand seals and Teacher Chen was about to kick, a wall of earth suddenly rose between him and Teacher Chen. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Boom. After kicking through the earthen wall, Teacher Chen landed steadily and turned to look in a certain direction by the street. What is this feeling? Hiruzen. The next moment, Teacher Chen looked up and laughed heartily, raising his foot to kick again. But this time, the entire ground began to tremble violently. Hiruzen, long time no see. Come, let us exchange a few moves. Konoha Dragon God. Seeing Teacher Chen going all out, Uchiha Itachi, who initially did not think Teacher Chen was strong, had his eyes light up. This attack is so powerful. You old guys still the same? Always causing a ruckus. Seeing that Teacher Chen was actually using a big move in the street, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head gently and raised his hand to throw out shuriken hidden in his sleeve. With both hands quickly forming seals, he brought his hands together. Shuriken Shadow, Clone Technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, the originally single shuriken instantly multiplied and rained down like a storm towards Teacher Chen's wind dragon. The sheer number was frightening. However, Teacher Chen showed no fear, controlling the wind dragon to smash down directly. Come on, Hiruzen, here it comes. Old Chen, boom boom boom. Chapter 18. Sarutobi Hiruzen's miscalculation. Danzo strikes again, the streets cracked, debris flew, and dust enveloped everyone's vision in an instant. However, the Umbu members accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen remained motionless, showing no intention of intervening. Their mission was to evacuate the crowd and remain alert for any potential threats. Hiruzen felt that Teacher Chen's appearance was too strange and that there could be other forces involved. Better to be mistaken than to overlook it. Cough, 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 Hiruzen said. Not bad. Your technique is still as powerful as ever. Both Teacher Chen and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out from the core of the explosion. Although their clothes were somewhat tattered, they both wore radiant smiles. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up. He could actually compete with the third Hokage? I told you he's very strong, Uchiha Shisui remarked as he patted Itachi's head with a smile. So, how do you feel about this Taijutsu teacher now? Taijutsu teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been preparing to throw shurikens from under his sleeve while assessing Teacher Chen's current strength, turned to Uchiha Shisui with surprise. In response, Shisui said frankly, I think Itachi's physical condition is poor, so I wanted to find him a Taijutsu teacher. I initially thought of having Guy teach him, but it seems there's a better choice now. Taijutsu teacher? The Uchiha clan learning Taijutsu. What's going on here? Hiruzen thought, right? Brother Shisui said, I need to learn Taijutsu, so I came. Itachi's innocent smile prompted Hiruzen to nod approvingly. Is that so? Very good. Keep it up, little guy. After all, the Uchiha clan's powers were hard to control because of their Sharingan. If Itachi, as the clan leader's child, were to be distracted by learning Taijutsu and his future achievements were diminished, it would be beneficial for the peace of Konoha. With this in mind, Hiruzen turned to Teacher Chen. Itachi is the current clan leader's child. His talent is unquestionable. What do you think about taking him as your disciple? Don't tell me those irrelevant things. Do you think I care about what clan my disciples come from? Teacher Chen waved his hand and smiled at Itachi. Little guy, you're quite polite. How about learning Taijutsu with me? Yes, Itachi exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. Ha ha, I didn't come out for nothing today. I quickly found a good disciple. Teacher Chen declared. All right, let's work hard from now on. I want to spread Taijutsu throughout all of Konoha. As Hiruzen observed the conversation between Teacher Chen and Itachi, he fell silent for a moment. Finally, he walked over to Uchiha Shisui and secretly handed him a scroll. Shisui, coordinate with the other Umbu members to handle the situation in this area, and remember the task I gave you. Yes, Lord Third, Shisui replied. After Hiruzen left, Shisui opened the scroll, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Hiruzen had actually instructed him to monitor Teacher Chen, reporting immediately if any suspicious individuals contacted him. This is an old friend for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A facade on the surface and a different game behind it. It's truly disgusting. However, thanks to that old guy's help, Itachi had successfully become Teacher Chen's disciple. Hiruzen, it won't be long before you realize how wrong this decision you made today is. For now, let's just let you feel proud for a bit. In a dark room deep within a black chamber, you say the Konoha Dragon God has emerged and even accepted Uchiha Fugaku's child, Uchiha Itachi, as a disciple. As a member of the Uchiha clan, instead of properly training his ocular powers, he's learning Taijutsu? What a waste. Shimura Danzo slowly wiped the blade in his hand, his eyes filled with cold laughter. By the way, did Teacher Chen come into contact with any other suspicious individuals this time? Nothing was discovered, replied a root member. Hearing this, Danzo paused suddenly. Nothing was discovered. By the way, you didn't complete the last mission either, did you? Why yes, Danzo-sama. Swish, with a flash of the blade. The root member suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, blood gushing from the wound. The next moment, his headless body collapsed, lying quietly in a pool of blood. In that case, you have no value left, and Root doesn't need waste. Danzo commanded, take him away, and then test that old man to see how much power he has left. As Danzo's voice fell, several Root ninjas silently emerged from the shadows and dragged the corpse away. Yes, Danzo-sama, Konoha Dragon God? Ha! Anyone who dares to obstruct the smooth progress of my plans will have to die, no matter who they are. Chapter 19 Practical Taijutsu Instruction, Konoha's Dragon God Versus. Root's assassin at night, outside the room arranged for Teacher Chen in the courtyard. Little guy, today's training ends here. From now on, just come here to find me every afternoon. By the way, you must remember that although you come from the Uchiha clan, and the Taijutsu I teach you is solely to enhance your physical abilities, it doesn't mean you can neglect your training. Do you understand my words? Teacher Chen spoke earnestly. Uchiha Itachi nodded seriously in response. Yes, teacher. Swish. As the training concluded, a blurred figure immediately appeared next to Uchiha Itachi. The newcomer was Uchiha Shisui. Itachi, brother Shisui, you're here. However, even as he verbally acknowledged Uchiha Itachi, his body instinctively positioned itself in front of him. Seeing this, Teacher Chen quickly accelerated and stood on the other side of Uchiha Itachi. Brother Shisui? Itachi, from now on, don't leave your spot. Uchiha Shisui simultaneously gripped 2 shuriken hidden in his sleeves. Teacher Chen, please take care of my brother. Leave these unknown assassins to me. No. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to act, Teacher Chen reached out to stop him. In the next moment, Teacher Chen slightly moved his muscles and bones, producing crackling sounds, and grinned. This opportunity to teach my student on the spot is very rare. Pat pat. Bang. Teacher Chen rushed forward and soon reached a large tree. Itachi, watch closely. This is true Taijutsu. Konoha, great whirlwind. Damn it. A root member hiding behind the tree reacted by throwing several shuriken while retreating and forming hand seals. Unfortunately, his hand seal speed seemed a bit slow in front of the Taijutsu master, Teacher Chen. Boom. With a loud crash, Teacher Chen stomped on the head of the root ninja, slightly moving his hands. Really, with this kind of strength, you still dare to be an assassin? Back in my day, when I was on the battlefield taking down enemies, you little guys were still playing in the mud at home. It's dark now. I'm going to sleep. So, bang. In front of everyone, Teacher Chen's right foot kicked out fiercely, creating a powerful whirlwind that continuously shattered the ground in the area. Then, as the head of the whirlwind transformed into a dragon shape, Teacher Chen directly swept towards the area where the root members were located. It's time to end this. Konoha Dragon God. Boom. Moments later, 10 hidden root assassins in the forest were all taken down by Teacher Chen. After finishing this, Teacher Chen gave a thumbs up to Itachi. Itachi, what do you think? That was amazing. After a brief exchange, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi left and returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. As for the bodies of the root assassins, Uchiha Shisui had nearby boon members come to collect them and send them to the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, shortly after the two disappeared into the Uchiha clan's residence, 2 shadows suddenly appeared on a tree. One was writing on a scroll, while the other was observing the movements within the Uchiha clan's residence, his face filled with irritation. We already tested the strength of the Konoha Dragon God. If it weren't for the orders from the Lord preventing us from acting, that old man would surely be dead. The fatal flaw of Taijutsu ninjas is Genjutsu. That's right, but since the Lord instructed us to do this, let's not do anything unnecessary. Let's hurry back to report. Sooner or later, we'll take the heads of Konoha Dragon God and Uchiha Itachi. The observing root ninja hadn't finished his sentence when his head exploded on the spot. What's that? Please continue. Uchiha Shisui, wearing a black cloak, wiped the blood from his hands and said to the remaining person coldly. The remaining root assassin showed no hesitation and immediately turned to flee. But as he retreated, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, an eerie feeling began to spread towards Uchiha Shisui. This is Genjutsu? Playing with Genjutsu in front of the Uchiha clan? This guy is truly laughable. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to take down the last root assassin, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the Uchiha clan's residence. Uchiha Shisui didn't see the other party make any unnecessary movements. They simply spoke lightly, and the last root assassin immediately lost his life. Anyone who tries to harm my child will die. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui turned to look at the newcomer, his expression serious. Because the one who used Genjutsu to kill the root assassin was none other than the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 20. Uchiha Fugaku takes action. Still the familiar coward, who are you? Why are you in the territory of the Uchiha clan? Also, why are you helping us? Uchiha Fugaku could see clearly that this unknown individual had just helped his son Itachi by taking out those who were observing him. However, although on the surface it appeared that the other party was aiding his son, the true intentions behind it made him uneasy. After all, no one knew whether this unknown individual was a trump card controlled by Sarutobi, Hiruzen, or Danzo that he was unaware of. Under the night sky, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui stood on 2 trees facing each other, the atmosphere gradually growing tense. However, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged, calmly speaking. You are the current head of the Uchiha clan? A coward like you isn't qualified to ask my name. Coward? You seek death. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku rapidly formed hand seals, his hands moving so fast that they created afterimages, as if he was using instant techniques. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Roar. The next moment, a ferocious fire dragon burst forth from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, lunging towards Uchiha Shisui. In response, Uchiha Shisui also formed hand seals. Facing Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, he did not dare to underestimate him. Wood release. Wood pillar wall. A wooden wall rose from the ground, forcefully blocking Uchiha Fugaku's summoned fire dragon. Wood release? You can use wood release. Who exactly are you? Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Ignoring Uchiha Fugaku's shout, Uchiha Shisui once again formed hand seals. The next moment, a wood dragon, no smaller than Uchiha Fugaku's fire dragon, but even larger than the one he had summoned during his battle with Teacher Chen, crashed directly into Uchiha Fugaku's fire dragon. Fire can indeed overcome wood, but if wood can continuously thrive, then this relationship of restraint cannot hold. Moreover, his wood dragon technique has the ability to absorb chakra, which perfectly counters Uchiha Fugaku's great fire dragon technique. You bastard. Whoosh. Just as Uchiha Shisui summoned the wood dragon, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly circled to his side and threw a handful of shurikens. At the same time, his hands rapidly formed seals again. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Do you have any other tricks? This is really boring. Boom. As Uchiha Fugaku completed his hand seals, Uchiha Shisui also finished his wood release. 4-pillar prison technique. The next moment, wooden spikes fell from the sky, instantly constructing a prison that ensnared the fire dragon summoned by Uchiha Fugaku. His right hand transformed into a massive wooden spike, smashing down towards the fire dragon. Rumble. Seeing his fire dragon being blocked once again, Uchiha Fugaku now understood. The person before him was definitely not weaker than him. In fact, he might even be stronger, unless he used the power of his Manjiki Sharingan and unleashed Susanoo and other abilities. Otherwise, he really wasn't sure if he could defeat the other party. However, if he truly used the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, then all his efforts to feign weakness for so long would be meaningless. After thinking this through, Uchiha Fugaku ultimately abandoned his intention to continue attacking, his tone slightly softening. Who exactly are you? Why do you have the wood release of the first Hokage? Who I am is not important. Just remember, I will not lay a hand on the Uchiha clan. At this point, Uchiha Shisui paused. But I'm truly puzzled. How did the Uchiha clan, once renowned throughout the ninja world under that great leader, end up being marginalized to this extent? Even the current clan head is a coward who hides his Manjiki Sharingan. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence. He was now contemplating the identity of the individual before him. Additionally, whether he should risk revealing his Manjiki Sharingan to eliminate the other party. However, just as Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, Uchiha Shisui gently shook his head. The overly peaceful life and past pride have blinded the current Uchiha clan. But this situation is only temporary. Before long, the Uchiha clan will be reborn. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui suddenly turned around, facing away from the now serious Uchiha Fugaku. When that time comes, if you still cannot make the right choice, then you should give up on the position of clan head. Whoosh. Seeing Uchiha Shisui finally leave, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, he turned to look at Itachi's room. No matter what, I will protect you, Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku did not know that as he returned to the base, Uchiha Shisui, hidden in the darkness, was watching him with a calm expression. Uchiha Fugaku, you're still as cowardly as ever. If that's the case, then soon, when the Ninetales disturbance arrives, you should just pass on the position of clan head. Chapter 21 New Sign-In Location. Rain Hidden Village a few days later, at Teacher Chen's residence. Burn, youth. Itachi, not like that. You have to drink like this. Drink. Drink. Teacher Chen, am I doing it right? Oh, Teacher Chen praised me. I feel like I'm on fire. Teacher Chen, he again. Uchiha Itachi pointed awkwardly at the energetic might guy and looked at Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen was also quite helpless about this. Itachi, you practice yours. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui, who was responsible for protecting Uchiha Itachi, was feeling quite relaxed. Chewing on a grass root, he lay quietly on a branch, enjoying this rare peace. Externally, before the impending Ninetales chaos arrived, there was temporarily nothing for him to do. Internally, Danzo, eager to gain the Uchiha clan's Sharingan powers, was fully supporting Orochimaru's experiments and had no time to act against him. As for the mysterious person assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor Teacher Chen, the other party would never guess that the mysterious person was actually him. Thus, this task naturally fell into oblivion with no results expected. In short, Uchiha Shisui was very relaxed. Whoosh. Just at the moment when Uchiha Shisui was resting with his eyes closed, his body suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, He was already holding a shuriken against the intruder's neck, and his cold voice echoed in the other's mind. What do you want? The visitor, although dressed in umbu clothing, was someone he had rarely seen before. Moreover, the surprise attack made it likely that this guy was one of Danzo's people. I am from the 4th Hokage. The Hokage wants you to go to the Hokage's office. Lord Danzo is waiting for you there. Minato's people? Hith hith. Who would believe that? Referring to Danzo as Lord and Sarutobi Hiruzen as third. You aren't too discreet. I understand. Whoosh. Ignoring the other party, Uchiha Shisui left a shadow clone behind to watch Uchiha Itachi, while his main body performed the body flicker technique to head to the Hokage's office. Before long, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the Hokage's office. Just as the Umbu member had said, there were indeed 3 people present: Namake's Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. Lord Hokage. Lord Third. Lord Danzo. Shisui, your speed is still as fast as ever. Shisui, you're here? Oomph. The 3 had different attitudes towards Uchiha Shisui. Namake's Minato wore a brilliant smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a friendly demeanor, while Shimura Danzo carried himself in a condescending manner. Shisui, according to the information sent back by comrades on border duty, there have been special chakra fluctuations at the location marked on the scroll, but the information is limited and cannot be classified. Other Umbu members are either injured or on missions. Therefore, we need you to make a trip. That location recorded on the scroll, how is it so close to Rain Hidden Village? This meant he could meet that so-called 6 paths pain. He was quite eager to see how his current wood-release skills could measure up against the opponent. Could he crush them? After all, although he had not mastered all the powerful jutsu of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Senjutsu, he possessed the Manjiki Sharingan and the strongest Jinjutsu that Hashirama did not have. After thinking of this, Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan was filled with intense battle intent. On the other side, as soon as Namake's Minato finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, Shisui, although the task information is limited, I believe you can complete it. It is my duty. In that case, let's inform you about the current situation at the border. Following that, Sarutobi Hiruzen relayed the information about the border to him. However, Uchiha Shisui was not interested in these details, because the system that had been quiet for over 10 days had finally refreshed the sign-in location. Ding! The new sign-in location has refreshed. Sign-in location: Rain Hidden Village. Akatsuki Organization's headquarters. Time limit: 1 month. Rain Hidden Village. Akatsuki Organization's headquarters. This system is preparing for him to directly confront the Akatsuki. Well, if they could talk things out and allow him to enter their headquarters directly, that would be great. If communication really fails, he could just force his way in. After all, he only needed to reach that place to complete the sign-in and take the rewards. As for the rest, as long as his identity was not exposed, he could do whatever he wanted. All right, that's about the situation at the border. Shisui, do you have any questions? No. 3 lords. Then I'll go back to prepare. Uchiha Shisui reached out to take the scroll. Just then, Shimura Danzo spoke up. Go ahead, but don't come back with nothing after completing the mission. Danzo, I'm just speaking the truth. I'll take my leave now. After casually responding to Minato and the other 2, Uchiha Shisui directly turned and left. As for Danzo's eyes watching him all along, no, they should be fixated on his Sharingan. He chose to ignore it. According to the timeline, Danzo should not act against him in the short term. However, from the other party's sarcastic words just now, it was clear that this mission was instigated by that old man, aimed at weakening Sarutobi Hiruzen's power to better support Orochimaru's experiments. But none of this had anything to do with him. The sign-in task given by the system only had a 1-month deadline, which was actually not sufficient. Traveling from Konoha to Rain Hidden Village, if he used the body flicker technique and took advantage of the remarkable recovery ability of wood release, he should be able to reach it in a short time. However, if he wanted to attempt a polite approach first, he might need to arrive a bit earlier. After considering this, Uchiha Shisui sent out a shadow clone to bid farewell to Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, he used the wood clone technique that night to secretly guard Uchiha Itachi. After making all the preparations, Uchiha Shisui then used the body flicker technique to arrive at the entrance of Konoha Village. Looking at the moon overhead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Rain Hidden Village, 6 paths pain, here I come. Chapter 22. First encounter with Conan, the unruly abandoner. At noon one day, Uchiha Shisui, cloaked in black, finally arrived at his destination outside Rain Village. After traveling for many days, he had finally reached here. Indeed, there was a lot of rain. Uchiha Shisui looked up at the sky above, shrugged indifferently, and stepped directly into the territory of Rain Village. However, As soon as he entered the village, a pair of eyes slowly lifted from somewhere within Rain Village. This feeling is the abandoner. Nagato spoke calmly, with no visible emotional fluctuations on his face. The abandoner was the bounty hunter alias that Uchiha Shisui had registered for himself. In fact, he had already arrived near Rain Village, but had not rushed to enter. Instead, he had sent out a shadow clone to patrol the borders of the Land of Fire, while his main body, wearing a mask, mingled in the chaotic areas nearby, taking on various bounty tasks. The abandoner was indeed the bounty hunter alias he had registered. During this time, he had crazily accepted tasks, earning a lot of bounty, giving the surrounding people the illusion that he was a reckless man who valued money over life. Now, he had taken on the task of investigating information about the leader of Rain Village. Conan, you go test his strength. If he meets the requirements, grant him a provisional member status to supplement the organization as combat power. To realize our ideals, we need more strength to join. Understood. Upon hearing Nagato's words, the woman beside him, dressed in a black cloak with red clouds embroidered with the Akatsuki symbol, having light orange eyes, light blue-purple hair, purple eyeshadow, and a lip piercing, nodded slightly. In the next moment, as the light purple paper flower on the right side of Conan's head swayed slightly when she turned, her body transformed into countless sheets of white paper, flying toward the gate of Rain Village. This was Conan's unique special ninjutsu, the dance of the Shikigami, which allowed her body to become paper, making her immune to all physical attacks during the process. However, just as Conan arrived at the gate of Rain Village, she saw Uchiha Shisui with a blood-stained Kusarigama on his shoulder. Abandono, what are you doing in Rain Village? As soon as Conan's voice fell, the sheets of paper stopped 5 meters away from him and reformed into Conan. At the same time, a pair of white wings appeared behind her. Conan's ninjutsu, the dance of the Shikigami, not only allowed her body to transform into paper, but also enabled her to form wings, giving her the ability to fly. Because of this appearance, she looked like an angel in the eyes of the villagers of Rain Village. Look, it's the messenger of God, an angel, the great angel. Let's go worship and seek peace this year. Great angel, please bless us to be safe this year as well. Great angel, great angel. As soon as Conan descended, she was worshipped by the villagers of Rain Village. Uchiha Shisui, however, shrugged indifferently. It's nothing. I just want to have tea with your leader. Or maybe you can chat with me. Although your information isn't as valuable as his, it's still decent. The abandoner that Uchiha Shisui was playing was arrogant, disregarding others, and living freely. In short, he no longer needed to be as discreet as he was in Konoha. Here, he could act as he pleased. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's arrogant words, Conan frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to drive him away. The villagers of Rain Village around them were also furious. How dare he be so rude to the messenger of God, the great angel? He's finished. That's right, the great angel will definitely punish him. Punish. Punish. However, just as the villagers were shouting excitedly, Conan, recalling Nagato's words, nodded slightly to Uchiha Shisui and descended from the sky, dispersing her wings. I can have tea with you and share some information to help you earn some money, but if you want to know about our leader, you must defeat me. The great angel is indeed kind-hearted. Shameless outsider, if you dare to be rude to the great angel, we will definitely drive you out. Sure, sure. Upon hearing Conan's words, Uchiha Shisui completely ignored the villagers' threats and boldly stepped forward to put his arm around Conan's shoulders, heading toward a tea house. Conan's brows furrowed tightly at his actions, clearly displeased. But thinking of Nagato's orders, their ideals, and Yahiko's last wishes, she ultimately chose to endure. Uchiha Shisui, seeing her reaction, was not surprised at all. After Conan sat down on a chair, he suddenly reached out to lift her chin, grinning. Come on, let's talk about your information and that of the Akatsuki leader. Private life and measurements are fine too, huh? Conan furrowed her brows at Uchiha Shisui's incredibly arrogant attitude. However, after coldly staring at him for a moment, she eventually took out a piece of paper and pushed a string of numbers toward him. After receiving the paper, Uchiha Shisui paused. 88, 58, 85? In the next moment, he looked Conan up and down and smiled. It seems to be true. Quite impressive. Now, can we talk about business? Conan coldly spoke. What business? Uchiha Shisui feigned ignorance. Sitting down across from her, shrugging. I won't leave without seeing your leader. Of course, you can choose to defeat me. If you defeat me, I will leave, and you can dispose of me as you wish. All right, abandoner, I hope you keep your word, and may the bets be honored. After leaving this remark, Conan's back sprouted paper wings, and she flew outside Rain Village. Let's fight outside the village. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui grinned and stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. Boom. I say, why are you in such a hurry, woman? How about this? If you lose, you will become my partner. I have never met such a dishonest woman, huh? Paper Rain. Just after flying out of Rain Village, Conan vigorously flapped her wings, and countless sheets of white paper instantly locked onto Uchiha Shisui. Swish, swish, swish. In response, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged, swung the Kuzurigama on his shoulder, and instantly sliced through the incoming sheets of paper. Very fast. I wonder how explosive her power is. Conan slowly raised her right hand, and the falling paper fragments flew back, condensing into 3 long spears that shot straight toward Uchiha Shisui's head. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui grinned, ignored the 3 spears, and directly used a relatively ordinary body flicker technique to appear behind Conan. Puff! With a flash of swordlight, Conan was split in half. However, although her body was split in 2, with the paper reassembling, Conan quickly restored to her original form. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui pretended not to know, then suddenly clapped his already prepared hands together. Since I can't solve you with sword techniques, let us try this move. Would release, would dragon technique. Roar. Chapter 23. Finally meeting pain, the inevitable battle. What? As Uchiha Shisui summoned the wooden dragon covered in spikes, not only was Conan, who was fighting him, shocked, but even Nagato, who initially considered him just an ordinary reserve member, had a look of astonishment on his face. Would release? This bounty hunter actually knows how to use would release. Could it be that someone from Konoha has arrived? Wait, no. It seems that no one in Konoha can use would release right now. Even the hidden forces of Konoha couldn't possibly master this level of would release. After all, this is the ninjutsu of that god of the ninja world, the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. If that's the case, who exactly is this guy in front of them? Hey, why are you all spacing out when you see me using would release? Why is everyone like this? It makes it feel so boring to fight. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that I don't kill women, you'd be dead already, you know that? Uchiha Shisui stood atop the wooden dragon, shouldering the Kusanagi sword, and said impatiently, hurry up and show me your moves. If you lose, you'll become my partner, and then let your leader come out to have tea with me, chat for a bit, and make a record so I can go back and claim my bounty. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's still defiant words, the two who were initially doubting whether this abandoned one was someone else in disguise reached a preliminary conclusion. The abandoned one already possessed strong swordsmanship and speed, but the reason he could complete bounty tasks and leave no living targets each time was likely because all those people were killed. As long as he killed everyone who knew, then what if he exposed his trump card? Hey, why aren't you talking anymore? If you're not going to talk, I'll just assume you agreed to be my partner. Whoosh. Seeing Conan not responding for a long time, Uchiha Shisui directly controlled the wooden dragon to come beside her. Taking advantage of her distraction, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Smells good, so we're partners now, you. Before Uchiha Shisui could finish his sentence, Conan immediately dispersed into paper and broke free from his grasp, reconstituting beside the wooden dragon. Her expression was extremely serious. Hey, what's wrong? Are you going back on your word? If that's the case, can I just destroy your rain village? While speaking, Uchiha Shisui's hands quickly formed seals again. Would release. Wait. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to make his move again, the animal path of pain suddenly entered this area. Immediately after, the animal path whispered a few words beside Conan. After a moment, Conan turned to Uchiha Shisui and said, you can meet our leader, let's go. We'll take you there. That's more like it. Our angel. By the way, what about your agreement to be my partner? We'll talk about that once you qualify to become an official member from our leader. Without further ado, with Uchiha Shisui, Conan directly turned around and left with the animal path of pain. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui shrugged and used the body flicker technique to chase after them. Tap, tap. After a short while, under the lead of Conan and the animal path, Uchiha Shisui finally arrived at the place where the Deva path of pain resided. As soon as Conan and the animal path landed, they retreated to the side of the Deva path without speaking. Abandoned one, you're here? Uchiha Shisui had no intention of acknowledging Pain's greeting at all, because just as he stepped into this area, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Sign-in location, Rain Village, Akatsuki's headquarters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. Mastery of would release ninjutsu. Would clone technique. Would release. Would clone technique. That technique can rival Susanoo in size, withstand a tailed beast bomb, and has both offensive and defensive capabilities. This sign-in reward is really good. It was worth his long journey from Konoha to Rain Village. On the other side, seeing Uchiha Shisui so indifferent, the eyes of the Deva Path and the other two narrowed slightly. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. But the next moment, Uchiha Shisui casually used the body flicker technique to appear beside the Deva Path. In front of everyone, he reached out and placed his hand on the other's shoulder, laughing heartily. I see you're about my age, so I'll just call you little brother. Ha, the architectural style here is really good. Who designed it? Great taste. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Nagato and Konan simultaneously came to a judgment. The abandoned one is very strong, but his emotional intelligence is nearly zero. Right now, they have 6 paths of pain plus Konan, 7 people in total. And although the abandoned one can use would release, he is just one person, 1 against 7, and he doesn't know their secrets or any intelligence. This battle, they have no chance of winning. Yet under these circumstances, this guy is approaching them so closely. However, the specifics still need to be observed further. Of course, absorbing him into the organization first, and then observing is also an option. Kid, who asked your little brother? Thinking of this, the Deva Path slapped Uchiha Shisui's hand away. I am the leader of the organization. If you want to join, you must obey my orders. But just as he made this move, Uchiha Shisui's aura suddenly changed dramatically. One hand drew the Kusanagi sword and placed it against the Deva Path's neck. The other hand pointed at Konan, shouting on the spot, "You slapped my hand in front of my future partner? Kid, you're disrespecting me." Once again rendered speechless by Uchiha Shisui's focus, Nagato controlled the Deva Path and shook his head. I said, I am the leader of this organization now, whether you want to join or become her partner. Both must go through my approval. Of course, you can also choose to defeat me. If you can defeat me, you can naturally become the leader of the organization. Replace me to bring peace to the ninja world, and then, whoosh. Before the Deva Path could finish speaking, Uchiha Shisui swung his sword directly. So much nonsense. However, just as he made his move, the Deva Path, who was about to be struck at the neck, suddenly raised both hands. A strong chakra surge forced Uchiha Shisui's Kusanagi sword back. Not only that, but the Deva Path's body began to float slowly. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui seemed to realize something and quickly formed hand seals. A bag of rice can carry how many floors? A bag of rice can carry how many floors? Shinra Tensei would release, would clone technique. Chapter 24. Why fight one-on-one when you can gang up? Nagato poisoned deeply, rumbling with a loud bang. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from Deva Path Pain, wreaking havoc in all directions. The ground crumbled and boulders flew. However, before the tremendous power of Deva Path Pain could continue to spread, it was forcefully stopped by a large figure. It was Uchiha Shisui using the wood release, wood golem technique. Oh dear, little brother, you really can't be a leader if you attack your own members. Ignoring the wooden figure that had been mostly destroyed by Deva Path Pain, Uchiha Shisui pointed at Konan behind him. At the same time, he drew the Kusanagi sword and planted it in the ground, pressing his hands on the hilt and declaring loudly, I said, this is my designated partner. No one can touch her. Seeing Uchiha Shisui protect Konan so fiercely, Nagato, controlling Deva Path Pain, furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat displeased. However, the twisted heart that only wanted the world to feel pain due to Yahiko's death quickly erased that emotion. The next moment, Deva Path Pain spoke again. All right, I can give you a chance to partner with her, but in return, you need to withstand the attacks from the 4 of us at the same time. As his voice fell, Deva Path Pain, Azura Path Pain, Animal Path Pain, and Hungry Ghost Path Pain stepped forward simultaneously. As for Human Path Pain and Hell Path Pain, since they were not combat types, Nagato did not let them join the fight. Moreover, this would also make the opponent wary. Upon hearing Deva Path Pain's words, the corner of Uchiha Shisui's mouth slightly lifted beneath his mask. Just for people want to take me down? Why not send 6 at once? If you want to gang up on me, I'll gladly oblige, just as long as you don't back out after the fight. Whoosh. Without giving the opponent a chance to hesitate, Uchiha Shisui directly used a regular body flicker technique to leave the area, arriving at the outer planes. Let's fight outside. I don't want my partner getting hurt. This guy. Seeing the arrogant Uchiha Shisui, Deva Path Pain and Konan exchanged glances. The next moment, Deva Path Pain charged out with the other 3. Hell Path Pain stood outside the cave, just in case, while Human Path Pain remained inside to relay messages to Nagato. What do you think of him? His strength is formidable, but he definitely can't win against you. Then I'll leave him to you to supervise. And during this time, assess whether he can truly understand our principles. It will be best if he can understand. If he can't, we won't force him, as long as he is willing to work for the organization. Hearing Human Path Pain's words, a hint of surprise appeared in Conan's eyes, not expecting him to so readily allow the other party to join. But the next moment, Human Path Pain's tone suddenly turned cold. However, if you notice anything off about him, kill him at all costs. Understood. Conan nodded slightly, then dispersed into pieces of white paper, appearing beside Hell Path Pain. She wanted to see just how far this arrogant, rude guy could go against Nagato. However, soon, Conan was shocked by the battle unfolding before her. Would release, would golem technique. Would release, would dragon technique. Rumbling, as Uchiha Shisui brought his hands together, immense chakra surged from his body, and one after another, gigantic wooden figures slowly rose, each entwined with a ferocious-looking wooden dragon. In the next moment, as the 4 wooden figures and 4 wooden dragons appeared, they immediately launched their attacks without any hesitation. Except for the wooden figure and dragon beneath Uchiha Shisui's feet, the other 3 directly targeted Azura Path Pain, Animal Path Pain, and Hungry Ghost Path Pain. The wooden figures swung their fists with great force, while the wooden dragons opened their mouths to strike. The momentum was astonishing. A gang fight, my favorite. Uchiha Shisui sat atop the wooden figure, looking down at Deva Path Pain and sneering. What's wrong? Little brother, don't be afraid. Big brother will go easy on you. I definitely 1T really hurt you. Ignoring Uchiha Shisui's boastful words, Deva Path Pain frowned at the scene before him. This guy can actually summon such a number of wooden figures and wooden dragons at once? It seems he possesses a pure Senju bloodline. This made him even more curious about the true purpose of the other party joining the Akatsuki. The next moment, Deva Path Pain's body floated up, his voice resonating across the plains. Afraid? I am pain, a god destined to bring suffering to this world, making people understand the importance of peace through pain. How could I be afraid? A sack of rice can carry several floors. A sack of rice. Bang! Before Deva Path Pain could finish his words, Uchiha Shisui directly commanded the wooden figure to punch him. The terrifying punch, filled with immense power, smashed the recently floating Pain into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. And this was not the end. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. In a matter of moments, Deva Path Pain was pounded into a bottomless pit, his life unknown. I say, little brother, are you out of your mind? Making the world feel pain before they understand the importance of peace, that's fine. But you have to choose the right moment to speak, right? The next moment, the wooden dragon beside Uchiha Shisui flew around to the back of Azura Path Pain, taking advantage of the opponent's moment of distraction. The dragon's tail swung down ferociously at his head. Hungry Ghost Path Pain and Animal Path Pain, one has the ability to absorb chakra, and the other has many summoning beasts to protect him. Without fully using his body flicker technique and Susanoo, it would definitely be impossible to take them down in a short time. Therefore, he chose to target Azura Path Pain, who, although strong, was relatively easier to deal with. When it comes to persimmons, you pick the soft ones. Talking nonsense during a fight? Does everyone really have to wait for you to finish talking before they can fight? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's decisive and ruthless fighting style, Conan couldn't help but frown slightly. She had never imagined such an outcome. The 4 pains controlled by Nagato were actually at a disadvantage in a 4-on-1 situation. However, for this, Human Path Pain in the cave nodded, his voice filled with approval. Although the abandoned one's personality is indeed a bit arrogant, and sometimes a bit foolish, his combat quality and strength cannot be questioned. From now on, I'll leave him to you to guide, trying to make him understand just how foolish the people of this world are. Only after fully experiencing pain will they understand the importance of peace. After leaving this statement, Human Path Pain retreated, hiding in the shadows. Seeing the scene, Conan understood that what she needed to do next was to be ready to intervene and rescue that guy any moment. Because Nagato was about to get serious. Chapter 25, Daily Life with Nagato, and Conan, what on earth is this? Shinra Tensei. Boom! As Uchiha Shisui was joking around on top of the wooden figure, the Deva Path Pain, which should have been smashed to pieces by now, suddenly shouted from the deep pit. At the same time, an incredibly terrifying repulsive force emerged. In an instant, the wooden figure beneath him was torn into countless wooden shards. This guy, is he finally taking it seriously? Feeling the completely different aura from Deva Path Pain and the astonishing chakra he unleashed, Uchiha Shisui quickly formed hand seals, instantly creating 4 copies. 3 wooden clones held the Kusanagi sword in front of him to block the massive rocks flying his way. Meanwhile, his main body formed a prayer seal again. Is this the true power of the Akatsuki leader? Ha ha. Exhilarating, exhilarating. Look at this. With style. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Shisui hadn't he successfully cast with style when a terrifying pulling force erupted from Deva Pathpain's hands, forcibly drawing him in and interrupting his ninjutsu. Of course, Uchiha Shisui could use his body flicker technique to escape this area. But that level of body flicker technique belonged to Uchiha Shisui himself, not to the Abandoner. Therefore, he could only pretend to be flustered as he flew toward Deva Pathpain. You are strong, but it's time to end this. Abandoner. Experience the organization's purpose in pain. Understand how correct it is to join the organization through suffering. Come on. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the debris, dust, wooden figures, and wooden dragons on the plain were all pulled into the sky by the terrifying attraction. This naturally included the exhausted and injured Uchiha Shisui. What is happening? Uchiha Shisui pretended to be puzzled as he looked around, suddenly shouting out loud. Exhilarating. So exhilarating. It's just pain, right? Come on. Fulfill your request, Abandoner. Nagato, hiding his true body, suddenly flashed a fierce look in his eyes, blood spilling from his mouth as chakra began to surge out of control. To recruit such a powerful person to be his companion, he had to pay a price. Shinra Tensei. As Deva Pathpain uttered those 4 words, everything being affected, including Uchiha Shisui, was instantly compressed into a massive meteorite. Then explosion. Boom. Looking at the raging winds above and the falling boulders and wooden pieces, Conan's body turned into paper. Sheets of white paper drifted past the obstacles and eventually reached Uchiha Shisui, who was covered in wounds, wrapping around him for protection. Just as she finished enveloping him, her emotions were immediately stirred. Because this reckless guy, who should have lost consciousness, was now actually giving her a thumbs up. This guy, even at a time like this, is still doing these useless things. Isn't he afraid I'll suddenly attack and kill him? Really, what a fool. A month later, outside the Akatsuki base on the battered plane. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A figure wielding the Kusanagi sword, standing on the wooden figure, was knocked down by Deva Pathpain time and again. However, the frequency of his falls was gradually lengthening over time. This was quite a headache for Nagato. Since the other party joined, the overall combat power of the organization has significantly increased, and Nagato himself has had fewer opportunities to step in. Everything seemed fine, because all the spies from the land of earth and the land of wind were dealt with by Uchiha Shisui. As for the spies from the land of fire, with Uchiha Shisui's shadow clones around, not a single one of those patrol tasks along the land of fire's border fell to other ninjas. Uchiha Shisui handled it all. However, with the benefits came drawbacks. Ever since joining the Akatsuki, Uchiha Shisui's main body would often seek out Deva Pathpain to fight and exchange blows. And Nagato, in order not to lose face and maintain the invincible image of the Akatsuki leader, had to take every battle seriously. This was taking a toll on Nagato's already poor health, and he was nearing his limit. After Nagato unleashed several powerful moves today, Uchiha Shisui suddenly waved his hand at him. Then he sat down on the ground, throwing his head back and laughing heartily. Exhilarating, so exhilarating. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui finally stopped, Conan skillfully brought out the prepared fruits, placing a grape in his mouth. For this, Uchiha Shisui unceremoniously leaned against Conan's shoulder, looking quite content. Indeed, joining this organization was the right choice. There were fights to be had, and a partner to feed him fruits, so satisfying. Seeing that his attention was finally drawn to Conan, Deva Pathpain quickly threw out an excuse and turned to leave. Rest well. By the way, I have something to take care of in the next few days, so increase your patrol time daily. Going out again? Got it. Just leave it to me and her. Uchiha Shisui waved his hand nonchalantly, feeling very comfortable. Now, in terms of combat, he had Nagato's 6 paths of pain as a sparring partner, allowing him to continually familiarize himself with his wood style and create various combat techniques. In terms of missions, his shadow clones were still patrolling the border of the land of fire, handling that indefinite patrol task. As for his younger brothers, his wooden clones left in Konoha were cooperating with Teacher Chen, ensuring that Uchiha Itachi's safety would not encounter any issues. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the upcoming Ninetales incident, and he could make that old man Danzo infamous. Everything was under control. While he was thinking this way, Conan suddenly spoke up. Abandoner, what do you think of this world? Conan was about to indoctrinate him again. Unfortunately, this was useless to him. It's great. Why? Because there are fights. In the words of the leader, it allows the people of the world to feel pain and understand the preciousness of peace. Initially feeling a bit uncomfortable hearing that the world was great, Conan suddenly relaxed and felt much better. It seems this guy, although foolish, is still listening to her. Then what do you think of the organization's purpose? Others may not know, but I think it's great for me. When people are confused, I beat them up. After they wake up, I enjoy peace with you. Conan's eyes lit up, as if she had found a kindred spirit, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Yeah, I think the organization's purpose is great too. And so, the days passed. Nagato spent more and more time avoiding Uchiha Shisui in the Akatsuki, while Uchiha Shisui's aura became increasingly relaxed. Until a strange Sharingan suddenly appeared in Konoha. Chapter 26 Contact with Uchiha Aihabido, Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts in Konoha Village, Hokage Rock. Buzzing. A strange vortex suddenly appeared on the Hokage rock of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Immediately after, a masked man emerged from the vortex, looking down at Konoha under the night sky. Konoha, I have returned. Once, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, named Aihabido. Konoha was his home, but that was because of Rin's existence. Since Rin died, everything in this world has lost any meaning, including his family, the Uchiha clan, and his home, Konoha. Because he knows that everything is false. This family, this home to him now, is just a place of sorrow. Aihabido silently surveyed Konoha village. His one exposed Sharingan eye filled with indifference. Aside from the returning teacher Chen, the other combatants of Konoha Haven changed, right? No. During this time, aside from Uchiha Shisui going to the land of fire's border, the actions and whereabouts of others are the same as before. As soon as his voice fell, Kurizetsu emerged from the ground and spoke. In that case, when the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales goes into labor, everything in front of us. At this point, Aihabido slowly raised his right hand, covering the entire Konoha village. Then, he suddenly clenched his fist. Everything can be destroyed. However, just as Aihabido stood silently watching Konoha village under the night sky, on the other side, the wooden clone of Uchiha Shisui, lying on a branch, suddenly opened his eyes. This chakra is Aihabido. Since Aihabido has appeared, the Ninetales chaos should follow soon. Before that, he needed to do one thing. After thinking this, Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a moment, then put on the Umbu member's uniform and disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was already behind Aihabido, swinging his Kusanagi sword. Swish! You filthy ants of this world don't know your place. Aihabido felt a bit surprised by Uchiha Shisui's appearance, that someone would notice his arrival. But that was all. Just a small Umbu member. What threat could he pose? With just one use of the Sharingan's ability, he could easily kill him. As Aihabido activated the Sharingan's ability, Kimui, the Kusanagi sword that should have beheaded him, passed right through his body. What is this? Uchiha Shisui feigned confusion, then quickly withdrew the Kusanagi sword and retreated. He only came to experience Aihabido's Meijiki Sharingan, Kimui, in advance, to facilitate suppressing him during the Ninetales chaos. The Sharingan, the exclusive bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, also known as the eye that reflects the mind, because the Sharingan evolves from 1 tomo to 3 tomo, and even to the Meijiki Sharingan, it is accompanied by suffering, experiencing pain, and awakening the power most urgently needed within. This is the Uchiha. This is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. For example, Aihabido's Kimui. Aihabido denies this world, defines it as false, and wants to create a real world where Rin exists. Thus, the ability Kamui came into being. After experiencing Aihabido's Kimui up close, he could now start to take care of business. He needed to alert that person in Konoha village. Good reaction, but unfortunately, it's meaningless. While Uchiha Shisui feigned confusion, Aihabido's body was already being absorbed by the strange vortex. When he reappeared, he was already behind Uchiha Shisui. The kunai was thrust directly towards Uchiha Shisui's head, his cold voice laced with mockery. He ain't. However, just as he was about to succeed, a flash of yellow suddenly appeared between the two. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed, as Uchiha Shisui's kunai was forcibly knocked away. As expected, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Seeing Minato arrive, Uchiha Shisui quickly retreated and feigned a deep voice, shouting, "Hokage-sama, be careful. This guy's ability is very strange. Leave it to me. You hurry back and inform the third Hokage." Understood. Uchiha Shisui nodded and left Hokage Rock, starting to observe from a distance. As for the message, he could just use Genjutsu to hypnotize an Umbu member. Swish! As soon as Uchiha Shisui left, Minato grabbed the kunai and instantly moved to the spot where Uchiha Shisui had just stood. The next moment, their kunai collided head-on. However, just as Minato prepared to continue attacking, Aihabido suddenly smiled coldly. Konoha will eventually be destroyed. Everything is an illusion. Foolish people cherish this last moment. Buzzing. Then, right in front of Minato, his body was absorbed by the strange vortex. With Minato's arrival, Aihabido knew he had to leave. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales had not yet gone into labor. It wasn't tea time for him to release the Ninetales. And there was no need to stay and fight Minato. Seeing this scene, Minato's brows furrowed tightly. Those eyes seemed to be the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The Mangeki Sharingan, a space-time ability. It seems there isn't anyone like that in Konoha's Uchiha clan. Moreover, if he were truly a member of Konoha's Uchiha clan, the moment he noticed him, the other party would definitely try to kill him to silence him. But that guy didn't. Instead, he ran away. Thinking of this, Minato's expression became more serious. Things seemed to be more complicated than he thought. Swish! Swish! While Minato was pondering, Sarutobi Hiruzen also received the news and rushed over. Minato, have you dealt with that guy? No, that guy possesses space-time ninjutsu, allowing him to escape. But don't worry, third Hokage. For the peace of the village, I will do my best to capture him. Hiruzen nodded upon hearing this, a look of relief on his face. Minato, thank you for your hard work. It's what I should do. Watching Minato's departing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very unhappy. Because according to his original plan, after supporting Minato to the Hokage position, he should be able to start operating behind the scenes and continue to hold power in Konoha, implementing his own will. But reality was not like that. With Minato's rise to the position of fourth Hokage, he seemed to have gained more support from the people, and his actions aligned more with the interests of the various families in the village. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel somewhat awkward. In this situation, unless a special circumstance arose, it would be impossible for him to regain the power that belonged to him. For example, if Minato Namikaze encountered an accident, but with the opponent's flying thunder god technique, is such an accident really possible? Chapter 27, I Am the Avenger, Uchiha Aihabido 1 month later. In the secret room of Root. Haven't you made any progress yet? So much time has passed, and this is all you have achieved. Bang! Shimura Danzo swept all the recorded data files on the table to the floor, yelling at Orochimaru, his face filled with madness. Orochimaru, tell me, are you messing with me or not? How much material have you sent me recently? Faced with the furious Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru spoke very calmly. With so little material, do you expect me to quickly produce results, my Lord Danzo? Of course, I've also spent some time helping my Lord Yuru with experiments, and I have achieved some results. The power of wood release can indeed greatly reduce the damage caused to the eye power from using the Sharingan. Moreover, the effect is very obvious. It is initially concluded that that ability, which had been stagnant for over a decade, might be directly reduced to just a few dozen days under the neutralization of wood release power. Even just a few days. Well, of course, I won't tell you this. After all, the materials provided by Lord Yuru are much better and more valuable than yours. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, his expression shifting between anger and calm. In the end, he slammed his palm on the table. Do you think I really don't want to give you more experimental materials? It's not that I can't, it's that I can't. Recently, a guy who can use space-time ninjutsu suddenly appeared in the village. If it weren't for him, Hisashi wouldn't have strengthened the village's patrol forces. Oh, did I hear someone talking about me? Just as Shimura Danzo's voice fell, a strange vortex appeared out of nowhere in the secret room. Immediately, Aihabido appeared in front of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. What? Seeing Aihabido appear in such a strange manner, Shimura Danzo's face darkened, and he waved his right hand forcefully. The next moment, the hidden members of Root rushed out. Protect Lord Danzo. You few come with me. 3 Root members charged at Aihabido with kunai in hand, stabbing without hesitation. The remaining members surrounded Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, warily watching Aihabido. I am not your enemy. Aihabido ignored the attacks from the 3 Root members and walked toward Danzo as he spoke. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, all 3 Root members' attacks missed. What's going on? Why can't I hit him? Me neither. Me too. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo subconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, his expression extremely serious. He recognized this guy is a member of the Uchiha clan. Don't be nervous. I told you, we are not enemies. We can even be said to be the best partners. Because my target is the Uchiha clan. Cooperate? The Uchiha clan? Hearing Aihabido's words, Shimura Danzo frowned slightly. Continue. It's best if you take off the mask. It's better for both parties to know each other's identities in a cooperation like this. My identity? Hee. Each of you knows. Aihabido suddenly let out a cold laugh, then slowly spread his hands as if making some kind of declaration. The scarlet Mangeki Sharingan flickered in the secret room. Extremely eerie. Madara. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Impossible. Uchiha Madara has long been dead. Dead? Who said that? Have you seen his corpse? Facing Shimura Danzo's rebuttal, Aihabido glanced at him disdainfully. I am Madara, the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Even if Hashirama defeated me once, I survived after paying a certain price to perform a secret technique while he died. So, in the battle at the Valley of the End, the one who truly won was me. And today, I have returned to take revenge on the Uchiha who betrayed me back then. At this point, Aihabido suddenly swung his hand. Danzo, right now, I cannot use too much chakra at once, but as you can see, I have also acquired another invincible eye technique. How about it? Let us cooperate and destroy the Uchiha. Hearing Aihabido's words, Shimura Danzo hesitated for a moment, but thinking of Orochimaru's unfinished experiment, he ultimately clenched his fists and said solemnly, Madara, I can cooperate with you, but our target is only the Uchiha. Konoha is mine, you cannot touch it. Regarding Shimura Danzo's emphasis, Aihabido indifferently withdrew his hands and turned his back to them, while Shimura Danzo and the others still wore vigilant expressions. The strange vortex appeared again. Soon, I will bring disaster upon the Uchiha, exacerbating their conflict with the major clans of Konoha. At that time, how to intensify the conflict and make the Uchiha the target of everyone's blame will depend on your performance. Intensify the conflict? Hey, how are you going to do that? Be clearer. Seeing that Aihabido was about to leave without finishing his sentence, Shimura Danzo hurriedly called out after him. Unfortunately, Aihabido had no intention of answering him. Destroy the Uchiha. Destroy those treacherous people. I am Madara, Uchiha Madara, and I have returned for revenge. Looking at the empty space before him, Shimura Danzo fell into deep thought. Could this really be my chance to strike at the Uchiha clan? And that familiar eye? Could it be that Uchiha Madara is really not dead? Meanwhile, while Shimura Danzo was contemplating, Orochimaru remained silent throughout. However, a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. I seem to have heard some very interesting information. Should I tell Lord Yuru? And the opportunity that Lord Yuru mentioned before. Could it be this? Forget it. I should first find a way to get the experimental data that Lord Yuru wants. Everything seems to be getting more and more interesting. As Aihabido and Shimura Danzo reached a cooperation agreement, on the other side in the Rain Village, a masked man carrying a Kusanagi sword on his shoulder, with Conan's help, arrived near the border of the Land of Fire. Have you really decided to go to Konoha? Because there's a lot of bounty there. I could just kill a few Umbu root ninjas and turn them in for bounty, and then I can use the bounty to buy you things you like. I want explosive tags. Uchiha Shisui smiled and nodded at her words. Sure. As expected of my partner, your preferences are so unique. Then I'll set a small goal first, to buy you 6 trillion explosive tags. Why 6 trillion? Conan tilted her head slightly, looking at him in confusion. Regarding this, Uchiha Shisui did not explain, but unexpectedly kissed her lightly on the face. Taking advantage of her momentary daze, he broke free from her embrace and descended from the sky. Because I like it. Let us go. Konoha Village. Aihabido, Ninetales. Uchiha Shisui, have returned. Chapter 28. The Ninetales chaos officially begins a few days later outside the Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha Village. Uchiha Shisui's wood clone slowly opened its eyes and looked in a certain direction of Konoha. What was that aura that just appeared? The fluctuation of the Ninetales chakra. It seems that Kushina will give birth tonight. Then Aihabido must also break the seal of the Ninetales and release it to destroy Konoha tonight. This day has finally arrived. At that time, I can take action under the identity of Senjioru while everyone's attention is focused on the Ninetales. Let Uchiha Fugaku lead the Uchiha clan to fight against the Ninetales and protect Konoha, initially gaining the recognition of the villagers. Then, when Minato sacrifices his life to seal the Ninetales, at that moment when the village is in ruins, I will stand up as a disciple of Hashirama Senjioru, join forces with Orochimaru, and expose Danzo's heinous acts of experimenting with Hashirama cells. By the way, I will also place all the blame for the Ninetales chaos on Danzo. At that time, Danzo will absolutely be disgraced, becoming the target of everyone's resentment. As for the Uchiha clan, after this incident, their conflict with the villagers of Konoha will not escalate further. Instead, they will gradually integrate into the village. As for the night of the massacre, my little brother Itachi has already been tricked by me. How could the night of the massacre still happen? Just as he was thinking this, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location. On the head of a Ninetales. Time limit. 1 day. Hearing the system's voice, Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up immediately. Although 1 day is very short, his main body is already on the way back. It shouldn't take long for him to return, so this time limit is not a problem for him at all. What truly excites Uchiha Shisui is what the reward for this sign-in will be. I hope the powerful would release Jutsu. That way, I can better execute my plan. As Uchiha Shisui sensed the Ninetales chakra overflowing from within Kushina, a strange vortex suddenly appeared in the shadow of a tree outside Konoha. Tonight is the time for the Ninetales Jinchuriki to give birth. I have finally waited for this day, Uchiha Aihabido said faintly. Baiju beside him slightly nodded. The target's position hasn't changed. It seems Minato hasn't discovered us. Since it started, let's follow the plan. As Uchiha Aihabido's last words fell, his body was once again engulfed by the strange vortex. Not long after, a huge explosion suddenly erupted in Konoha without warning. Boom! Followed by beast roars and screams. Instantly, the entire Konoha was filled with chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn it, what is going on? Who dares to act so boldly against the village? Hurry to the location of the explosion and investigate everything. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed everyone in Konoha, including the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and members of the Umbu and Root. Even the members of the security team were all startled, each dispatching ninjas to investigate the truth behind the explosion. After all, Konoha is the #1 village in the ninja world. They really couldn't understand who was so tired of living to act so brazenly against Konoha. However, when the ninjas they dispatched saw the enormous creature with 9 massive tails swaying under the moonlight, madly destroying buildings, everyone's faces froze. The Ninetales? It's supposed to be inside the Jinchuriki? How to get out? While everyone was stunned by the Ninetales' massive body and terrifying chakra fluctuations, the Ninetales was recklessly swinging its tails, crazily smashing into surrounding buildings and civilians, blood everywhere and corpses lying in heaps. The screams mixed with the sounds of explosions were incredibly chilling. It was at this moment that all the ninjas who rushed over finally reacted and started to act in an orderly manner. This must be reported to the Hokage immediately. You guys, quickly move the villagers to a safe area. As for us, we will fight this beast. We absolutely cannot let it continue to wreak havoc. As the ninjas of Konoha fought desperately against the Ninetales attacks while trying to evacuate the civilians, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, was currently turning his back to the hurried Umbu members, remaining silent. The Ninetales went berserk. He had already noticed it the moment the explosion occurred. But so what? It's just some villagers dying. It doesn't cause him any substantial loss. Before he had fully analyzed what he should do to benefit himself the most, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not act rashly. However, the only ones capable of breaking the Ninetales seal and controlling its rampage in Konoha seemed to be the Uchiha clan Sharingan. But it seems that only Uchiha Shisui from the Uchiha clan has the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, he was assigned to patrol the border of the Land of Fire, and probably doesn't even know what's happening in the village right now. So, this rules out the possibility of infighting among his own people. The one who helped the Ninetales break the seal and rampage must be someone else. Perhaps it's that guy who can use space-time ninjutsu. Wait, as if recalling something, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look out the window at the Ninetales that was rampaging and killing. His mood suddenly improved a lot. Ever since Namikaze's Minato became the 4th Hokage, he had gradually lost control over him. Since that's the case, let us take advantage of this Ninetales chaos to directly end his tenure as Hokage. It would be best if he could become a glorious war hero. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became serious. With the Hokage absent, I will take command. Issue the orders to immediately organize Umbu members to evacuate the civilians, and let Danzo take charge of the security team. I will leave the command entirely to him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Although this incident shouldn't have been caused by the Uchiha clan, someone has to take the blame for such a big event, right? And the Uchiha is the best choice. As Sarutobi Hiruzen issued his orders, on the other side at the root headquarters, Danzo slammed the table and sneered. Leave it all to me? It seems that guy Hiruzen has finally come to his senses. Relay my orders. The security team and the Uchiha must remain on standby. They cannot act without my command. Uchiha clan, this time I will see how you can maintain your status in Konoha after this incident. Chapter 29. The light of the Ketsuryugen shines, the Uchiha strike back. While the Ninetales wreaked havoc in Konoha, on the other side, within the Uchiha clan's residence, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the scroll in his hand, delivered by members of the Umbu and Root, and his expression turned very grim. Originally, due to Shisui being out on patrol, the Ninetales breaking the seal and causing destruction in the village would definitely have nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. At the same time, this was also an excellent opportunity for the Uchiha clan to step in and protect the village, easing tensions with the villagers. But in such a situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually ordered their Uchiha-controlled security team and all clan members to follow Danzo's commands. Even more outrageous was that Danzo's command was to stay put. Staying put would seemingly make the Uchiha clan the family with the least losses in this Ninetales incident. But it would also make them a target after the Ninetales rampage. I say, our leader Fugaku, the outside is already in chaos. Just as Uchiha Fugaku sat in the room with a grim expression, a voice suddenly rang out in front of him. It's you. Upon seeing the visitor, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan suddenly contracted, instantly transforming into his Mangeki Sharingan, showing no concern for exposure. Because the person who suddenly appeared before him was the mysterious ninja who could use would release. You released the Ninetales? The other party possessed strength not inferior to his own. If he wanted to forcibly release the Ninetales, it was certainly possible. But what was his purpose in doing so? He really couldn't figure it out. Not at all. Uchiha Shisui slightly shook his head and tossed a scroll to Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku used his Mangeki Sharingan to observe it, confirming there was no danger before unfolding it to read. Moments later, Uchiha Fugaku directly set on fire. Why should I trust you? Why should I believe that Danzo is conducting that experiment? Because you have no choice. Uchiha Shisui looked out the window at the Ninetales fighting with the Konoha ninjas, his brows slightly furrowed. He didn't waste any more words and released his powerful chakra all at once. There was only one chance. Uchiha Fugaku needed to act quickly and lead the Uchiha clan to intervene. Otherwise, they would miss the opportunity. If you lead the Uchiha clan to act now, although you would face the charge of disobeying orders, you would gain the villagers' recognition. Conversely, if you follow orders and remain inactive after the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha will surely become a target. They might even be ostracized. Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence upon hearing this. He knew that what the other party said was not wrong, but this choice was related to the survival of the Uchiha clan. He had to be cautious. Which choice was truly beneficial for the Uchiha clan? Make your decision, Uchiha Fugaku. After saying this, Uchiha Shisui stared intently at Uchiha Fugaku. The Mangeki Sharingan was ready to activate at any moment, taking advantage of the Ninetales, diverting everyone's attention. Orochimaru had already informed his wood clone about the powerful effects of wood release on eye power restoration. With a capability stagnation period of over 10 years, it could be reused in just a few days or even just over 10 days. Since that was the case, why should he be courteous to Uchiha Fugaku? If the other party complied and obediently led the Uchiha clan to fight against the Ninetales, then his Ketsuryugen would be reserved for others. If not, he would have no choice but to make Uchiha Fugaku his complete puppet. While Uchiha Shisui was thinking this, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No, I cannot let the Uchiha clan take such a great risk. What a pity. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Shisui slightly shook his head and turned away from him. His voice was filled with regret. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Fugaku merely lowered his head in silence. However, just when he thought Uchiha Shisui would leave, the latter suddenly looked back at him. Uchiha Fugaku, are you curious about who I am? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku instinctively looked up. But just after he made this move, he saw the most unbelievable scene of his life. And the final scene. Ketsuryugen, activate. Without saying a word to Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui directly activated the Ketsuryugen to control him. The reason he used his true identity to attract the other party was to force a flaw to strike a heavy blow. After all, Uchiha Fugaku also possessed a Mangeki Sharingan. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. In the end, he succeeded. You immediately take all the Uchiha clan ninjas and rush to the scene to engage the Ninetales in battle. Yes, my lord. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's command, Uchiha Fugaku, now under control, respectfully bowed and then went out to execute the order. The Uchiha clan, heed the command, gather at the main gate immediately, rush to support the battlefield and protect our village. The clan leader has finally given the order, huh? Now we can finally show those guys in the village who the true #1 family in Konoha is. That's right, our Sharingan is the strongest. As Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan ninjas to the battlefield, in the next moment, a wave of fatigue immediately flooded Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. But at the same time, a power within his blood was continuously diminishing that feeling. It was clear that this was the power of would release, restoring his depleted eye power. This temporary loss of ability felt quite uncomfortable, but now. Speaking of which, Uchiha Shisui turned his gaze toward the root headquarters, a playful smile appearing on his face. Some people were probably going to have headaches. Let me make the situation a little messy, eh? Whoosh. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the usually relaxed Shimura Danzo, stationed at the root headquarters, could no longer sit still upon hearing the information from his subordinates. What did you say? Uchiha Fugaku personally led all the ninjas of the security team to support the battlefield. And all the Uchiha clan ninjas have gone too. The entire strength of the security team and the entire clan's power? What is going on here? If one didn't know better, they would think the fourth great ninja war had started. Also, how did the usually timid Uchiha Fugaku suddenly become so aggressive? There's something wrong. There must be an issue. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, and the others have already crossed our surveillance range and are about to head to the battlefield. Should we intervene to stop them? Bang! Hearing his subordinate's words, Shimura Danzo directly grabbed him and threw him out, roaring in anger. Stop them. What should we use to stop them? Tell me, what should we use to stop them? Those are the Uchiha clan, born for battle. Are you trying to send me to my death? No, I must do something. That's it. Hiruzen. I can go find Sarutobi Hiruzen and have him help me stop Uchiha Fugaku. Otherwise, if the other side really lets him go, we'll take the blame for this later. However, just as Shimura Danzo was about to take people to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, a figure suddenly appeared beside the gate without any warning. Danzo, where are you going? Why not stay and chat with me? Who are you? Would release. Would dragon jutsu. Chapter 30. This path is blocked. History is always strikingly similar. You are. No, you are not him. I thought the person in front of me was my reinforcements, the masked man who mastered space-time ninjutsu. Danzo. Now I'm completely stunned. This guy can use would release? Could it be that the sudden actions of the Uchiha clan are related to him? Great. Now we have someone to take the blame. Moreover, hasn't he, Orochimaru, always wanted the raw materials for wood release? This guy in front of me is basically the material itself. He has enough for Orochimaru to study until he produces a finished product. With this thought in mind, Shimura Danzo's eyes filled with greed. Ignoring the fierce wood dragon charging at him, he shouted loudly, "What are you all waiting for? Everyone, attack together and capture this guy." Yes, Lord Danzo. Swish, swish. In the next moment, several root ninjas charged out one after another. Various ninjutsu and tools danced in the air, directly overwhelming Uchiha Shisui's wood dragon. Seeing the scene, Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity. With his hands already forming seals, he suddenly clasped them together. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. In the next moment, Shimura Danzo took a deep breath, and the wind chakra within him surged rapidly. When it reached a certain critical point, he locked onto Uchiha Shisui's body and shot out a massive air bullet. Boom! Haha. So what if you can use would release? Do you think you're Senju Hashirama? Ridiculous. As an explosion occurred, Shimura Danzo threw his head back and laughed loudly. He then waved his hand to the nearby root members, signaling them to move forward. Now we have someone to take the blame. Let us go, since the plan has changed and the Uchiha clan has gone to support. We from root cannot be absent either. However, just as Shimura Danzo was preparing to lead the root members to the battlefield, a massive fist suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Due to the suddenness of the attack, 7 root members were smashed into pieces without any chance to react. Blood splattered everywhere, gruesomely horrifying. What? You're not dead yet? Seeing the wooden figure emerging from the explosion, along with Uchiha Shisui lazily leaning against a tree, Shimura Danzo's face turned extremely ugly. Why should I die? You. What do you mean by you? If you can't speak properly, then shut up. No one from your root can pass this way today. As he said this, Uchiha Shisui casually threw a kunai, pinning it in front of Shimura Danzo. Then, he tilted his head slightly and a chilling, killing intent instantly enveloped the area. The wood-release chakra erupted completely at this moment. Do you understand what I mean? Gulp. After feeling the powerful chakra fluctuations from Uchiha Shisui, Shimura Danzo immediately abandoned the idea of forcing his way through. However, this did not mean he would compromise. Fine, we won't leave. Boom. Just as Shimura Danzo finished speaking, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in his vicinity. This guy wants to use the smoke to obscure vision and sneak away? Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with sarcasm. A clumsy method. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui quickly formed seals with his hands. Wood release, 4-pillar prison technique. Before long, clusters of wooden spikes fell from the sky, shaking the entire root headquarters. Just as Shimura Danzo had found the secret passage. He froze at this scene. Wood release can be used like this? In front of him, the wooden spikes coming down from the sky quickly formed a prison, trapping the entire root headquarters. Unable to fight back or escape. Since Shimura Danzo became the head of Root, he had never been this embarrassed. As his expression changed from grim to pale, a scream suddenly echoed outside the prison. Uchiha Shisui, holding a bloody head, approached the prison and took out a scroll meant for sending a message. Is this your person? Quite fast, going to deliver a message, but unfortunately, crack, crack, crack. In front of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shisui directly crushed the scroll into powder and blew it towards Shimura Danzo. Useless. You bastard. Being humiliated like this made Shimura Danzo furious. If it weren't for the nearby Root members holding him back, he would have rushed to fight Uchiha Shisui. Of course, one cannot rule out the element of acting. So, after thinking this through, Uchiha Shisui turned his back on Shimura Danzo and the others and began to write a letter. Since you want to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen to come help you, I'll be a good person and notify him for you. Seeing Uchiha Shisui actually writing a letter to help them, Shimura Danzo exchanged glances with the surrounding subordinates. In the next moment, his hands quickly formed seals together. Wind release. Wind blows jewel. Swish. Swish. Oh, finally coming? For Shimura Danzo's attack, Uchiha Shisui merely ordered the nearby wooden figure to slap it away. As for the other Root members' ninjutsu, let the wood dragon handle it. It was just right to absorb their chakra to maintain the wood release for pillar prison technique. I knew you, Shimura Danzo, would never concede so easily. However, just as Uchiha Shisui finished all this and was ready to see what Shimura Danzo's final trump card was, he paused for a moment. A kunai stabbing the wooden figure? That's right. It was a kunai stabbing the wooden figure. Behind him, Shimura Danzo had a sinister and confident expression as he held the kunai he had thrown earlier and plunged it into the back of the wooden figure. His demeanor was as if he had already secured victory. Ha ha ha, it's over. Uchiha Shisui couldn't understand what Shimura Danzo was thinking. In a situation where so many ninjutsu couldn't do anything to him, he actually thought he could kill him with a kunai? Must be out his mind. Slap. In front of everyone, Shimura Danzo was directly slapped back into the 4-pillar prison by the wooden figure, fainting on the spot. After doing this, Uchiha Shisui controlled the wooden figure to lift a giant rock and slammed it down toward Shimura Danzo and the others. Boom! With a loud crash, Shimura Danzo and all the Root members were buried under the massive rock. Of course, they were not dead. After all, the blame for the Ninetales incident and other events still awaited this guy to bear. Enjoy these high and mighty days while you can, Shimura Danzo. Your time is running out. As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, he split off a wooden clone to supervise the area. As for his main body, it instantly disappeared and appeared on a tree not far from where Shimura Danzo and the others were buried. Orochimaru, the time has come. Now, you can tell me what your choice is. Chapter 31. Master and apprentice face off, the strongest reinforcements from the Uchiha clan arrive. As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, the area fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. It was terrifyingly quiet. Soon, Orochimaru, who had just taken the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, walked out from the shadows of the trees with a smile on his face. Hiss, truly worthy of being the Night King. You discovered this. Tell me, what is your choice? Uchiha Shisui spoke expressionlessly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword already filled with chakra. His meaning was clear. Either surrender or be beheaded. Seeing this, Orochimaru took out a piece of wood shavings that Uchiha Shisui had just dropped after using wood release, his face showing a sickly madness. Night King, tell me, in the face of such wonderful materials, what choice will I make? Orochimaru, you are indeed a smart man. Hearing Orochimaru's final choice, Uchiha Shisui slightly nodded. However, not long after, hurried footsteps were continuously approaching. Among them, one chakra fluctuation seemed quite strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy has finally arrived. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shisui directly turned and rushed towards the Ninetales, a faint voice ringing out in the area. These 2 wooden dragons and 1 wooden man will temporarily obey your commands and help you hold off Sarutobi Hiruzen. I hope you 1T let me down. Over at Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, all that was needed was to hold him off for a moment. The most important thing now was to ensure that the Uchiha clan could smoothly reach the battlefield and sign in on the head of the Ninetales. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. Looking at the 2 wooden dragons and the wooden man before him, he gently stroked them with his palm. His eyes filled with intense excitement. My dear treasures, if it weren't for needing your help to hold off the teacher and the Umbu, I really wouldn't want to use you in battle. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Orochimaru finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared before him with Umbu members. Before he even arrived, orders were given. Everyone split up according to the original plan and searched for the wood-release ninja mentioned in the letter. As for Danzo's life or death, don't worry about it. Yes, Lord Third, roar. However, just as the few Umbu members split up, 2 massive tails and fists simultaneously smashed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Protect Lord Third. Protect Lord Third. You deal with the attacks from both sides. The middle wooden man is mine. Seeing that the surrounding Umbu members were unable to react in time, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and began to form hand seals desperately. Boom! Earth release, earth flow wall. The next moment, a stone wall rose directly from the ground, blocking the path of the wooden man's fist. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to take the opportunity to escape, the stone wall instantly became covered with dense cracks. What? Boom! After breaking through Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth release, earth flow wall, the wooden man's fist continued to smash toward him. Damn it! How can it be so fast? Seeing himself forced into a corner with no way to dodge, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and formed hand seals again. Fire overcomes wood. Even wood release cannot escape the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint. Let's try this technique. Fire release. Fire dragon fireball. Boom! With Sarutobi Hiruzen's shout, a blazing fireball shot directly from his mouth, swirling like a violent dragon, colliding head-on with the wooden man's fist. However, although he successfully blocked the wooden man's attack, the power seemed still a bit lacking. It worked. Since that's the case, let's try this again. The attack was blocked, and the wooden man's fist showed damage, forcing it to retract its fist and raise its foot, preparing to stomp Sarutobi Hiruzen into the ground. However, just as that foot was about to come down, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands quickly formed seals and came together. The speed was even faster than before. In the face of life and death, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to take it seriously. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. This is seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen actually using 2 completely different attribute ninjutsu simultaneously. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, frowned. His teacher's combined ninjutsu, Fire Flow, Earth Flame Bullet. In front of Orochimaru, the soil beside Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into a dragon-shaped head, opening its mouth to spit out multiple earth bullets toward the wooden man's feet, restricting its movement. At the same time, a burst of flames shot from his mouth, continuously scorching the wooden man's feet. Everyone, fight with all your might. For the will of fire. For the peace of the village. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Umbu members were battling the wooden dragons at that moment were invigorated, their eyes showing determination as they unleashed various ninjutsu and attacks recklessly. Just attack, don't dodge. Lord Third is right. For the will of fire. For the peace of the village. Go. Let us fight these 2 beasts. For the will of fire. Ah. Seeing the suddenly invigorated Umbu members, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before slowly beginning to retreat into the distance. As long as the wooden man and wooden dragons were defeated, he would escape at the first opportunity. After all, his task was merely to hold off Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, not to kill them. So there was no need to take the risk of exposing his identity by personally engaging with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Boom! Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield where Orochimaru was fighting, the Ninetales rampaged through Konoha village without any shadow-level presence to stop it. Wherever it passed, there were terrifying, dismembered corpses. Damn it, haven't we found Lord Hokage yet? And what happened to Lord Third? I don't know, but given the current situation, If the major clans in the village don't send reinforcements soon, we probably one T hold on. Bang, bang, bang. Those Konoha civilian ninjas who were fighting desperately and thought there was no hope were now frozen in shock. Because in front of them, fireballs that came from who knows where rushed out from behind them, forcefully blocking the Ninetales attacks. Not only that, but a middle-aged man filled with powerful chakra fluctuations also jumped directly to the front of all the fighting ninjas, quickly forming hand seals. His powerful voice echoed across the battlefield. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Roar. The next moment, a ferocious fire dragon opened its massive mouth and lunged directly at the Ninetales. Boom. With a loud explosion, waves of flames surged and impacted all around, causing Uchiha Fugaku's coat, embroidered with the Uchiha clan's emblem, to flutter wildly in the aftermath. Under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Fugaku slowly turned around, the scarlet Sharingan in the blaze of the fire appearing incredibly distinct. Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku leading the entire clan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, one by one, Uchiha clan ninjas swiftly crossed over the civilian ninjas and landed beside Uchiha Fugaku. A dense mass of Uchiha clan ninjas, the next moment, all drew their katana, their fighting spirit soaring. Here we come. Chapter 32. The time has come. Ninetales sign and oh my god. That's actually Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has arrived. Our reinforcements are here. Who would have thought that during the village's most perilous time, the only ones to come to our aid and protect the village would be the so-called evil Uchiha? Smack. Why are you hitting me? Evil? I think someone has been deliberately slandering the Uchiha clan. Once we get through this, I'm going to apologize to the Uchiha. You're right, count me in. And me too. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku leading the entire Uchiha clan to support them, the faces of the ordinary ninjas were filled with excitement. If it weren't for some Uchiha clan members blocking them, they would have rushed over to fight side by side with them, sharing life and death together. After all, this isn't just a few people coming to help. It's the entire clan coming to our aid. With such great kindness, how could they not be grateful? Roar. As the ordinary ninjas trembled with excitement, the Ninetales, being attacked by a sudden barrage of fireballs, finally regained its composure. However, when its massive head suddenly turned to look at the Uchiha clan members in front of the ordinary ninjas, especially Uchiha, Fugaku, and others with their crimson Sharingan eyes, it became enraged. Roar. Those eyes reminded it of some very unpleasant memories. In the next moment, the Ninetales swung its enormous claws and tail simultaneously, targeting the Uchiha clan members in front of it. The battle began again. Facing the furious roar of the Ninetales, Uchiha Fugaku, who was hiding the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, did not hesitate and follow the orders previously given by Uchiha Shisui, charging forward with the Uchiha clan. After all, if Uchiha Fugaku directly used his Manjiki Sharingan to suppress the Ninetales, allowing others to escape easily, people would only remember the Uchiha clan's righteous assistance after the Ninetales incident. If they succeeded, they might even gain a slightly better attitude from others in the future. But if the Uchiha clan came with their full strength to assist and suffered heavy losses, the outcome would be completely different. At that time, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who died in battle would all be sent to the Konoha Cemetery, a place reserved for heroes who sacrificed their lives for the village. From then on, the label of the evil Uchiha clan will be changed to the heroic Uchiha clan. If anyone tried to stop them, then Uchiha Shisui would only need to stir the crowd a little. The voices supporting the Uchiha would surely resonate throughout Konoha. By that time, it would just be a matter of time before the Uchiha clan stood tall again, and he could take advantage of the night when the Uchiha heroes were sent to the cemetery to ruin Danzo's reputation. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other prominent clans, the Elder Council, if they were sensible, he could let them retire peacefully and enjoy their old age. But if someone insisted on courting death, touching things beyond their capacity, then he wouldn't need to be polite anymore. After all, he was already prepared to take down Shimura Danzo, adding a few more wouldn't matter. While Uchiha Shisui was thinking this, the Uchiha clan, under Uchiha Fugaku's leadership, began a bloody battle with the Ninetales. Uchiha Fugaku commanded, "Don't panic. Follow my orders and split into 3 teams immediately. The first team will escort the injured villagers away from here. That's our top priority. The second team will provide long-range support with ninjutsu from the rear. The third team." As he said this, Uchiha Fugaku's left hand slammed onto his katana. Then he pulled out sharply. Blood stained his clothes and palm. We will fight this beast with our blood. The first team has completed their mission. We swear we will not retreat. The clan leader has charged in. What are we afraid of? Brothers, charge with me. That's right. We are the Uchiha, a clan born for battle. The first clan of Konoha. It's just a beast. What are we afraid of? Kill. In an instant, the battle cries filled the air. Meanwhile, the escorted villagers were in tears. Deeply moved, everyone remembered how the Uchiha clan stood against the Ninetales, earning them a chance to survive. Moments later, Uchiha Shisui looked at the Uchiha clan in front of him, who had already sustained significant losses. He finally took a step forward. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui appeared above the Ninetales' head, visible to everyone. Ninetales, it's time for you to calm down. This scene stunned everyone present. Who's that guy? How'd he get there? That's the Ninetales. Can't you see that even the entire Uchiha clan can barely hold it back? He going over there alone. He looking for death. Even the Ninetales was confused at that moment, angrily raising its claws to strike. However, just as it lifted its claws, its movements froze. Its eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. Those eyes, those damned eyes. Why are they those eyes again? And at the moment the Ninetales was stunned by Uchiha Shisui as Mangeki Sharingan. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in. Sign-in location on the Ninetales' head. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the sign-in reward. Would release. Advent of the trees. Hearing the system's voice, a gleam flashed in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Advent of the trees. Not bad, but it's a shame it's not would release. Advent of the flowering trees. Wood release. Advent of the flowering trees is an enhanced version of wood release. Advent of the trees, increasing the scale and adding flowers that can take down enemies. However, at this point, Uchiha Shisui's mouth curved slightly, revealing a very kind smile. Rather than taking you down, I prefer to directly beat you into submission. Don't you think so, Ninetales? Immediately after, Uchiha Shisui formed hand seals with both hands. Boom! The next moment, the ground of the entire Konoha village shook violently again, as vines and giant trees sprang up from the ground, instantly engulfing and binding the massive Ninetales. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Uchiha Shisui's powerful method of restraining the Ninetales shocked all the Konoha ninjas present, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. Look, that's the wood release of the first Hokage. Oh my god, could it be that the first Hokage has been resurrected? This is amazing. We are saved. First Hokage. First Hokage. Amid the excited shouts of the ninjas, Uchiha Shisui, while stepping on the Ninetales' head, shouted loudly and swung his fist toward the Ninetales' face. I am Senjutsu, disciple of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Beast. Get down on the ground now. Bam, bam, bam. Chapter 33. The humble Ninetales, Aihabido, is confused roar. Roar. In the ruins, the Ninetales raised its head and roared furiously, its expression anxious. Because the guy in front of it not only possessed those terrifying scarlet eyes, but also had a ninjutsu that could slam it to the ground with a single clap of his hands. This guy must not be provoked. Even now, the opponent was insulting it with punches that caused no real harm. With this in mind, the Ninetales no longer hesitated, unleashing its massive chakra in an attempt to break free from the restraints of wood release. Advent of the tree world. At this moment, a terrifying chakra-filled tailed beast ball appeared in its mouth. Seeing this scene, the Leaf Village civilian ninjas who had managed to escape from the area were all filled with worry. Is this really the legendary strongest tailed beast, the Ninetales? What terrifying chakra fluctuations can that esteemed person, the disciple of the first Hokage, stop it? That tailed beast ball. Fall back. First team, second team, third team, all remaining Uchiha. Quickly lead the villagers away from here. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. In a moment, under Uchiha Fugaku's command, the villagers of Leaf continuously retreated. At this time, the chakra gathering in the tailed beast ball in the Ninetales' mouth became even more astonishing, deepening the worry on the villagers' faces. It's over, it's over. Look at that esteemed person. He seems to be immobilized by that terrifying tailed beast ball. We're all going to be left behind today. Wait, look, the Ninetales is aiming at Hokage Rock. That's the Hokage Rock, symbolizing all past Hokages. Beast, Uchiha brothers, hurry and get the villagers out. Our lives aren't worth much. We might as well charge back to attract the Ninetales' attention. In contrast to the tension of those Leaf civilian ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku was calmly arranging for everyone to retreat. He only needed to obey Uchiha Shisui's orders. As for Uchiha Shisui, he had already seen the Ninetales movements but paid no attention to it. Instead, he looked into the distance. After all, can a Ninetales really kill someone? But the next moment, his brows slightly furrowed. Since that guy Minato hasn't arrived yet, I might as well play with you a little longer. Would release, would man technique. Would release, would dragon technique. Roar, roar. The next moment, a gigantic wooden man and a wooden dragon suddenly burst into the Ninetales line of sight, roaring deafeningly at it. Seeing this, the Ninetales panicked. It clearly remembered that it had been knocked out by the wooden man with a slap to the head back then. With this thought, the Ninetales immediately changed its attack direction, swinging its head to spit the tail beast ball at Uchiha Shisui. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted, and that tailed beast ball filled with a sense of destruction surged forward, wreaking havoc on the surrounding buildings and trees. Even the massive vines binding it began to tear apart. That scene was like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. However, before the Ninetales could let out a victorious roar, a gigantic hand suddenly reached out. Before everyone's eyes, it barehandedly grabbed the tailed beast ball, radiating a sense of destruction, and forcefully stuffed it back into the Ninetales' mouth. The Ninetales' eyes widened in shock, looking as if it had seen a ghost. It can be done this way? Boom. The next moment, a massive explosion erupted inside the Ninetales' mouth, causing its body to swell up and then revert to its original state. Its body was covered in countless cracks. Just when the Ninetales thought the nightmare was over and wanted to turn and flee, it was unaware that this was just the beginning. Roar! Roar! The next moment, two wooden dragons shot out from either side, wrapping around its body and further restricting its movement. Ninetales, you are quite naughty. It seems that the teacher's admonitions back then haven't changed your bad temper. In that case, as Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, he clapped his hands vigorously. Boom! One after another, wooden men emerged from the core area of the explosion, surrounding the Ninetales completely. Seeing the scene, the Ninetales was left dumbfounded. However, before it could react, the other four wooden men approached and landed a punch on its head, one after another. Uppercut, lower cut, left hook, right hook. Let me help you remember your teacher's kind teachings. Roar. In an instant, the chilling beast roars echoed throughout the Leaf Village, lingering for a long time. While the ninjas of the Leaf watched in disbelief as Uchiha Shisui bullied the Ninetales, on the other side, Aihabido, who was being pursued by Minato Namikaze, felt his scarlet Sharingan flicker momentarily. Hee, our fourth Hokage, listen to how excited the Ninetales is roaring. You should hurry back to protect your village. If you keep chasing, there won't be a leaf left. Upon hearing Aihabido's words, Minato Namikaze's expression turned grim. The culprit was right in front of him, yet he couldn't capture him. I can't drag this out any longer. I have to take a risk. The next moment, Minato suddenly accelerated, and as he was about to close in on Aihabido, he thrust his kunai towards his Sharingan eye, giving up defense to forcefully accelerate? Ridiculous. Aihabido sneered coldly, then tilted his chin slightly upwards, activating Kimui, allowing Minato's kunai to pass harmlessly through his head. However, just as Aihabido's kunai was about to pierce Minato's heart, Minato suddenly vanished. What? Flying Thunder God, second stage. Boom. Minato's sudden appearance behind him for a sneak attack caused Aihabido to stumble. However, using the power of Kimui, he quickly pulled away from Minato again. But the face behind the mask now looked incredibly grim. Damn Yellow Flash, you still have a trick up your sleeve. But do you think this means you've won? Next, I'll let you see how the leaf you protect turns to nothing before the Ninetales. The next moment, Aihabido's body was absorbed by his Mangeki Sharingan. When he reappeared, he was already atop the Ninetales' head. Bang! Aihabido slowly stood up on the Ninetales' head, then shook his clothes and spread his arms wide. Ha ha ha, Leaf. Be destroyed. Be destroyed before the absolute power of the Ninetales. However, before Aihabido could activate the power of his Mangeki Sharingan to control the Ninetales to continue destroying the leaf, the next moment, his expression froze, filled with confusion. Were those wooden men and wooden dragons surrounding the Ninetales? And what else with that group of Uchihas standing by, watching the show? Did he run to the wrong place? Chapter 34. Who was the real actor? Aihabido's lucky break. As Aihabido shouted, everyone's gaze turned to him. Even the Ninetales beneath him looked at him with disdain, making Abido feel extremely embarrassed. In his intelligence reports, there were no ninjas in Konoha capable of using this level of wood release. Damn you, White Zetsu. How did you gather this intel? However, if this guy was not originally a ninja from Konoha, after considering this possibility, Uchiha Aihabido forced himself to calm down and spoke. Who exactly are you? You shouldn't be from Konoha, but I'm curious. Why are you using Hashirama's wood release? Who are you to dare call the name of the first Hokage? Uchiha Shisui pretended not to know the other's identity and asked. Upon hearing Shisui's inquiry about his identity, Uchiha Aihabido raised his chin slightly and said seriously, Me? I am Madara, Uchiha Madara. I would release 4 pillars prison technique. Boom! Before Uchiha Shisui could finish his words, a flurry of wooden spikes descended from above, trapping both Uchiha Aihabido and the Ninetales within. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui, standing atop the wooden figure, transformed his right arm into a massive wooden spike and ruthlessly smashed it down towards the trapped Uchiha Aihabido and Ninetales. My master is Senju Hashirama. You dare claim to be Uchiha Madara? Imposter die. Uchiha Aihabido's eyes widened in shock. He didn't even realize that the Ninetales beneath him was about to push him away to block the attack. Hashirama's disciple? Hashirama actually has a disciple still alive. Damn it. White Zetsu. How did you gather this intel? Boom. With a loud explosion, the massive prison cage detonated, sending dust flying. And all that could be seen was the Ninetales clutching its head. As for that guy just now, he was nowhere to be seen, as if he had been instantly killed. No wonder he is the first Hokage's disciple. His strength is formidable. Lord Senjioru. Lord Senjioru. However, compared to the excited expressions of the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Shisui turned to look in the direction of Hokage Rock. His hands are already forming seals again. I ask you, are you sure you want to stay there? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Aihabido, who had just used Kimui to escape, slowly walked out. His expression was extremely ugly. This guy discovered him so quickly. Next, I still need to suppress the Ninetales. If you are wise, leave now, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, at this point, Uchiha Shisui released all the wood release chakra from his body, and his aura dramatically changed. Deadly move. Senjioru, we shall meet again. Although he was very reluctant, Uchiha Aihabido used Kimui again and left. There were too many unforeseen factors in Konoha today. He had to leave first. The moment Uchiha Aihabido left, Namake's Minato finally arrived on the battlefield. Seeing that Minato had finally come, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly at him and then turned to leave. His task was to delay until Minato arrived. As for sealing the Ninetales afterward, that would be left to him. However, just as Uchiha Shisui turned around, Namake's Minato anxiously called out, Senpai, are you really the first Hokage's disciple? What else would I be? Uchiha Shisui replied nonchalantly. In that case, I would like to ask you to help me with something. Moments later, the previously furious Ninetales was now suppressed in a deep pit by Uchiha Shisui's wood release. Meanwhile, in the center of a nearby altar, the newly born Naruto lay quietly. Naruto! Kushina gently called out to Naruto from the edge of the altar, her pale face filled with sorrow and tenderness. Seeing the scene, Minato silently closed his eyes. After a moment, he turned to look at the Ninetales suppressed by Uchiha Shisui. His hands began to form seals. That was the sequence for the dead demon consuming seal. Kid, why are you doing this? You clearly have a better way to seal the Ninetales. Uchiha Shisui calmly looked at Minato. In response to his inquiry, Minato smiled slightly. Using other seals could indeed resolve this crisis, but as you can see, that culprit will definitely not let the village off easily and will surely come back. Therefore, to ensure that Naruto can withstand him when that time comes, he must be able to face the impending major change in the ninja world and the accompanying disasters, as Jiraiya-sensei mentioned. I have to do something. For Minato right now, with Kushina's seal broken, she would surely not survive. If that was the case, he would accompany Kushina on her journey, which also aligned with certain people's wishes. As for their child, Naruto, Minato believed that even without himself and Kushina by Naruto's side, as Naruto grew up, he would surely become a strong man. At the very least, he would have the identity of the hero's descendant, so life wouldn't be too bad. Hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, and then turned to leave. The other party had asked him to perform the dead demon consuming seal for protection, and now the seal was already at the last few hand signs. There was no need for him to stay any longer. As Uchiha Shisui silently walked away, Minato smiled and shook his head gently, then turned to Uchiha Fugaku and others. This time, the Uchiha sacrificed many clansmen to fend off the Ninetales. I, as Hokage, thank you all. I hope you can continue to carry on the will of fire, and protect the village well. As he spoke, Minato's presence completely vanished. And so did Kushina at the edge of the altar. And as if sensing something, Naruto, who had been in deep sleep, suddenly began to cry. Hearing Naruto's cries, Uchiha Shisui, who had merged into the darkness, suddenly stopped and spoke softly. Bring the child back to the village. He is the hero's descendant and should not be abandoned here to cry. I understand, sir. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and stepped forward to pick up Naruto. Uchiha clan, listen to my orders. Clean up the battlefield and return to the village. Yes. Clan leader. Yes. Fugaku-sama. With Uchiha Fugaku's voice, the Uchiha clan and the Konoha civilian ninjas began to clean up the battlefield. While the Uchiha and others were cleaning up the battlefield, a strange vortex suddenly appeared in a certain area outside Konoha village. Aihabido walked out from it. Senjiro, next time we meet, I will definitely not lose again. Chapter 35. Mutual suspicion, teaming up to head to Uchiha clan outside Konoha village. White Zetsu emerged from the ground, appearing next to Uchiha Obito. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was dead. He had used the dead demon consuming seal. As for that Senjiro, he must have just returned recently, as we had no prior information about him. I understand. Uchiha Obito nodded slightly. However, just as he was about to leave and proceed with his next plan. Wait, it seemed he thought of something, and Uchiha Obito suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku and the others. His expression turned extremely ugly. Damn it, Shimura Danzo. Not only did you fail to stop the Uchiha clan, but you even directly let them come here. You got guts to scheme against me. Just wait, soon I will make you pay for what you've done today. Meanwhile, while Uchiha Obito was resentful towards Shimura Danzo, next to the ruins sealing the Ninetales, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were looking at the ruins in front of them, their faces filled with confusion. What exactly happened here before they arrived? Where's the Ninetales? Such a large Ninetales. How could it just disappear? Hiruzen, being blocked at the entrance of his own base for so long and now unable to gain any advantage, was making Shimura Danzo furious. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and shouted angrily, "Where is the Ninetales? Where did you take the Ninetales? And who is that guy using wood release? Today, if you don't clarify the situation, don't even think about leaving here." Clang, clang, clang. As Shimura Danzo's voice fell, the root members behind him all drew their swords in unison. Seeing this scene, the Umbu members behind Sarutobi Hiruzen also unsheathed their weapons, unwilling to back down. However, just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shouted, "Everyone, stop. Danzo, can't you see that I don't know what is happening either? I've been set up too." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, his expression serious. He had just seen from a distance that Minato Namikaze was about to use the dead demon consuming seal to seal the Ninetales, and his mood had instantly improved. Not wanting to look further into what happened behind him, he brought his Umbu team over, wanting to get to Danzo before he could. But when he excitedly rushed over, he saw that Uchiha had arrived even earlier than him and Danzo. What in the world is going on? Why did Uchiha come too? According to Danzo's usual character of always speaking ill of the Uchiha clan, he should have blocked them firmly. But what was the outcome? At a critical moment, Danzo actually sent the Ninetales Jinchuriki to Uchiha. This is very suspicious. If it wasn't he for Danzo standing right in front of him, he would suspect that Danzo might be secretly collaborating with the Uchiha clan. Then, they both staged a grand performance. Shimura Danzo fell silent for a moment. Then he waved his hand to the root members behind him, signaling them to sheathe their swords. The Umbu members on the other side also put away their weapons upon seeing this. The scene fell silent once again. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were now both waiting for the truth to be brought back by the people they sent out. Until they knew the truth, they would not let the person in front of them leave. After a moment, an Umbu member ran to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side and respectfully reported, "Third Hokage, we have investigated the matter clearly. Before the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, arrived, there was a ninja who claimed to be a disciple of the first Hokage, named Senjiro. He single-handedly used powerful wood release techniques to subdue the Ninetales. After that, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Ninetales with the dead demon consuming seal. And the Ninetales Jinchuriki is now in Uchiha Fugaku's hands. A disciple of the first Hokage? Senjiro? What is this nonsense? My teacher is the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. But how come I don't know that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had another disciple? It's fake. It must be an imposter. Bang. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo punched a nearby tree, his face filled with anger. Hiruzen, I think now we must put aside our prejudices against each other. While Uchiha Shisui has returned from the border, we should strike against the Uchiha clan together. The custody of the Ninetales Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of the evil Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, who already possesses the Sharingan, are terrifying enough. If they fully grasp the custody of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, then from now on, 1T Konoha become the Uchiha clan S, and what will happen to me? Shimura Danzo? Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. Indeed, the custody of the Ninetales Jinchuriki must not remain in the hands of the Uchiha clan, as it is detrimental to the peace of the village. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, however, Danzo, we are only going to the Uchiha clan to retrieve the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Minato's child, Naruto. We still cannot act against the Uchiha clan. Hehe. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo merely sneered coldly, and then said nothing more. Because he had already heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not saying they couldn't act against the Uchiha clan. Instead, he was saying they couldn't yet. In short, after being plotted against by the Uchiha clan and that so-called Senji Yoru this time, the stubborn Hiruzen finally saw the light. This way, his subsequent actions against the Uchiha clan should be much easier. After thinking of this, Shimura Danzo's expression grew increasingly gloomy. He seemed to have already seen a scene in the Uchiha clan's residence, where blood flowed like rivers and not a single person survived. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo reached a consensus and headed toward the Uchiha clan's residence to retrieve Naruto's custody from Uchiha Fugaku, the conversations of the villagers along the way, as well as their gazes, made their faces grow increasingly ugly as they advanced, as if a million people were poking them in the back. This time, it's really thanks to the Uchiha clan that my son and I can return safely. My son too, we previously misunderstood the Uchiha clan. They're the true inheritors of the will of fire, the protectors of the village. You're right, this time, the Uchiha clan sacrificed more than 1/5 of their clan to save us, with countless casualties, just to barely protect us. Indeed, this is much better than those so-called great clans. Chapter 36. The two face obstacles. The Shadow Emperor Sarutobi Hiruzen goes online outside the Uchiha clan's residence. Members of the Umbu and Root slowly approached. However, as soon as they arrived at the entrance, they were met with disdain from Uchiha clan members and civilian ninjas. What were the Umbu and Root doing here, the Uchiha? Surely, they weren't here to cause trouble. Cause trouble? Impossible. That absolutely cannot be. Don't you know that before the 4th Hokage sacrificed himself, he personally recognized our Uchiha clan? That's right. Moreover, the Uchiha's brave performance this time even earned praise from the 1st Hokage's disciple, Lord Senji Agura, and the clan leader raised our little hero Naruto. What an honor. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is still the foremost family in the village, no matter how many years have passed. Hearing the discussions around them, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's expressions turned very grim. Especially Shimura Danzo, who shot a fierce glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered fiercely, Hiruzen, I've told you before. The evil Uchiha clan is absolutely an uncontrollable force, ambitious and deserving of eradication. It should have been firmly grasped in our hands long ago. You still didn't believe it? Look at the level of support for the Uchiha clan now. Ignoring Danzo's complaints, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the gate, took a deep drag from a cigarette, and spoke in a deep voice. At this point, words are meaningless. The most important thing now is to regain custody of Naruto. I know that without you saying. Danzo waved his hand and quickly moved forward with the Root members. However, just as they were about to enter the gate, they were stopped by 2 Uchiha guards who were being bandaged by civilians. Everyone, please stop. The Uchiha residence is off limits without the orders of the clan leader or the Hokage. The 2 guards stood firm despite their injuries. You two, seeing that you're merely 2 wounded Uchiha ninjas, how dare you block our way? Danzo was furious, his hand clenching tightly on the hilt of his sword, making cracking sounds. Hokage? The 4th Hokage has already sacrificed himself. The most powerful now in Konoha are the Umbu and Root. Are you sure you want to block our way? However, despite Danzo's threats, the 2 Uchiha guards, though heavily injured, stood their ground defiantly. Where were you when we Uchiha were fighting the Ninetales? One of them retorted. That's right. Now that the Ninetales has been resealed, you come out to act tough? If you want to fight, then let us fight. We're not afraid of death. Why will we fear you cowards? Their unreserved shouts drew the attention of the surrounding civilians who had chosen to stay, their eyes filled with questioning and doubt. Yeah, when danger comes, there's no one around. But when the danger is gone, you start acting like you're in charge. Is this the Umbu en route now? Sho, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you speak like that in front of the third? Say what you want. Can he kill me? My parents died on the battlefield. If the Umbu en route had come to support them, they would definitely not have died. Originally ready to force their way in, Danzo's face turned extremely ugly as he saw the emotions of the crowd being stirred. He glared at the Uchiha and retreated to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Hiruzen, what now? These Uchiha guys are no longer following the old ways. You finally realize that the Uchiha are not the same as before? Where were you earlier? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on from Danzo, stirring up the Uchiha's emotions and then asking him what to do. However, since it concerned the control over the Ninetales Jinchuriki, he had no choice but to step forward. Excuse me, could you please inform your clan leader that I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have important matters to discuss with him? After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a worried expression, deliberately raising his left hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and sighed. This time, the Ninetales breaking free from its seal is definitely not as simple as it seems. I must see him as soon as possible. The culprit is still lurking in the shadows. I have fought with him before and have experience. I can share intelligence with your clan leader unconditionally to help him avoid disaster. All right. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's worried expression, the two Uchiha guards exchanged glances and finally decided to send someone to relay the message. After all, it concerned the safety of their clan leader, and they had to be cautious. Lord Third, please wait here for a moment. It is our duty, and we cannot provide you with too much convenience. I understand. You all are doing great work. With you in Konoha, the future will surely become more peaceful and strong. Thank you, Lord Third. After using his acting skills to deceive the two Uchiha guards, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a glance at Shimura Danzo. Danzo merely huffed and turned his head away, not speaking. Old fox, so pretentious. After a moment, Uchiha Fugaku, whose hands and neck were wrapped in bandages, arrived at the gate accompanied by two elders with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Clan leader, Lord Fugaku. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku come over, all the Uchiha clan members present bowed their heads in respect. Even those Konoha civilians looked at him with gratitude. Look, Lord Fugaku, although he is the leader of the clan, he leads from the front. This time, he nearly didn't return to save us, which is much better than some who only know how to intimidate us. Yes. Hearing their words, Danzo's face turned exceptionally pale, but he still held back and did not explode. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly retracted his bandaged arm at this moment. He never expected that Uchiha Fugaku not only personally went to the battlefield but also stood at the forefront. Looking at the wounds from which blood had seeped through the bandages, compared to Fugaku, his own bandages seemed insignificant. Cough. Fugaku, are you alright? Sarutobi Hiruzen approached while speaking, his face filled with emotion. Thanks to you guys, I barely saved my life. That is good. Uchiha Fugaku's response made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel very awkward. Thanks to my blessing? It seems I didn't do anything. If anything, it was to let the Uchiha fight alone. It was clear that although Uchiha Fugaku didn't say it, he was definitely not pleased with Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions this time. He didn't even refer to him as Lord Third anymore, but simply as Third. Cough. By the way, Fugaku, how is Naruto doing now? I want to see that child. You. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his sentence, the two elders beside Uchiha Fugaku stopped him. Fugaku? Sorry, Naruto has already fallen asleep with my son Sasuke. It's okay, I'm just going to take a look. They really are asleep? Third Hokage. If you really want to see Naruto, come back tomorrow. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku added seriously, if you really don't believe it. Call out to him now and see if he responds. Chapter 37. Hot Potato, a Dark Night for Murder. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen shout here? He is the dignified third Hokage, even if he has retired and is no longer Hokage. But in Konoha village, he is still a respected figure. Moreover, the distance from the entrance of the Uchiha clan to the residence of the clan leader is such that unless he shouts like a shrew cursing in the street, Naruto would absolutely not be able to hear him. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned very ugly, and even the smile on his face was hard to maintain. Seeing that no amount of persuasion worked on Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo stepped forward again, ready to bolster his confidence. After all, he could not accept the Uchiha clan obtaining the rights to raise the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. However, before Shimura Danzo could finish his sentence, He was firmly pulled back by Sarutobi Hiruzen's left hand. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath to calm himself and then nodded slightly to Uchiha Fugaku. In that case, we will come back another day. Take care, no need to see us off. Uchiha Fugaku looked expressionlessly at their departing figures. After watching Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo leave completely, Uchiha Fugaku returned his residence. As soon as he entered the house, he respectfully saluted the man in front of him who was brewing tea. Sir, they have left, and I confirm there are no spies. I understand. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly in response. He then turned his gaze to the room, where Naruto was sleeping alongside Uchiha Sasuke, Fugaku's youngest son. Now that Naruto has become the new Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, he is undoubtedly the focus of attention from various clans and the Umbu in Konoha. This is no different from a hot potato. However, if the Uchiha clan can justly keep him in their hands for a long time, then Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would have to think twice before trying to act against them. After all, Naruto is no longer just a fox demon, but the hero's successor, and this matter is no longer a secret in Konoha. He even ordered Uchiha Fugaku to let the willing civilians in the area of Konoha that suffered little damage to spread the news about Naruto's identity. As long as they survive tonight, by tomorrow, everything will be in his control. By then, Uchiha Fugaku could claim that Uchiha Shisui and the others, who were out on missions, were all on their way back to attend the funeral of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This way, the Umbu root and various clans in Konoha would be wary of the Uchiha's power and would not dare to act openly. Then, at the funeral of the fourth Hokage, he could start shifting the blame for the Ninetales onto Danzo. Let him be completely disgraced. Shortly after Uchiha Shisui thought this, his crimson Sharingan suddenly glowed with a chilling light. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were indeed quick. It hadn't been long before they had organized a team to come back. Among these people, there might even be members of other prominent clans in Konoha. Fugaku, stay here to guard Naruto and Sasuke. If anyone approaches, just kill them. Of course, no living person should be able to cross my eyes and come here. As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, his figure also disappeared from sight. Body flicker technique. When Uchiha Shisui reappeared, he was already behind two ninjas carrying large swords. Do you think what the clan leader is doing is meaningful? Even Uchiha Fugaku was severely injured. How could the others in the Uchiha clan be in good shape? You're right, this is definitely the weakest time for the Uchiha clan. As long as our several clans unite with the Umbu and Root, we can completely eradicate the evil Uchiha clan. Several clans? Umbu Root. Sure enough, seeing so many Uchiha clansmen fall on the battlefield, those old folks couldn't hold back their desire to take a share. I say, are you all so eager to test how much power the current Uchiha still has? What? Just as Uchiha Shisui's voice echoed, the faces of the two ninjas from Konoha's major clans changed dramatically. Without hesitation, they quickly retreated to the sides, forming hand seals simultaneously. However, before they could successfully execute their ninjutsu, two sword lights flashed past their necks. Hey, you people! Puffed. The sword light flashed by, and blood blossomed in the air like a flower, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing Uchiha Shisui's cold eyes. Still too anxious. I wasn't wrong, right? There's still 34 friends here who can fight. Whoosh! As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, all the ninjas who had come to test the Uchiha clan's current strength turned their gazes towards Uchiha Shisui. All ninjutsu were drawn, exuding a cold, killing intent. Since they had been discovered, they would kill this Uchiha brat. That's right, as long as we stop him from going back to report, we can continue our mission. Continue? Uchiha Shisui let out a cold laugh. The next moment, he slowly drew the Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru had given him. The Kusanagi sword was held in front of him, reflecting his crimson Sharingan. The quality and quantity of the terrifying chakra fluctuations emanating from him were enough to crush everyone present, surging wildly from his body at this moment. You all should leave your lives here. Feeling the terrifying chakra fluctuations from Uchiha Shisui, the remaining ninjas panicked. Such a terrifying chakra. Could this guy be Uchiha Shisui? Impossible. Uchiha Shisui has long been dispatched to the border and could not possibly appear here. Don't lose your composure. Let's go together. That's right. He is just one person he could never. Puffed. Before the remaining 34 ninjas could react, their bodies were instantly split in two. The one who struck had transformed from 1 into 10. That was the shadow clone technique. Impossible? Uchiha Shisui, while wiping the Kusanagi sword in his hand, spoke. In front of him, the 9 shadow clones were taking out bags, placing the heads of those ninjas inside. It is understandable for the Umbu and Root to take action. After all, it has not been a day or two since they targeted the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he had long since prepared a plan to deal with them. However, it was truly surprising to him that the several major clans in Konoha would unite with the Umbu and Root so quickly to test the strength of the Uchiha. Since several clan leaders are so enthusiastic, then the Uchiha naturally should understand the courtesy and return some gifts to you. Chapter 38, Relationship Kidnapping. Backstabbing partners in the depths of Konoha at night, outside the rooms of the heads of various clans, a blood-soaked bag containing a severed head lay quietly, emitting a strong stench. This is, damn Uchiha, you actually dare to kill my people. What in Uta? You even delivered the head right to my doorstep. I must tell Lord Third Hokage about this. Sigh, indeed, the strength of the Uchiha clan cannot be underestimated. However, I was somewhat surprised that he could recognize the death warriors sent by my clan. The Uchiha clan used ruthless methods to eliminate all the ninjas who had previously tested their strength and sent their heads back. This act of slaughter greatly exceeded the expectations of the heads of the clans in Konoha, directly intimidating the vast majority of people. Therefore, after this incident, apart from a few prominent clans that stood up to inform the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, most clans chose to remain silent. After all, the Uchiha clan's momentum was truly overwhelming. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, publicly acknowledged them before his death. The Uchiha clan, in order to resist the Ninetales and protect Konoha, suffered casualties and injuries, with even the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, sustaining severe wounds. This won them a significant amount of public support. Moreover, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto, is a powerful individual capable of using wood-release techniques, entrusted to the Uchiha by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Regardless of the authenticity of the other party's identity, one thing is clear. Such a powerful individual, strong enough to suppress the Ninetales alone, is not an enemy they can provoke. With these factors in play, the Uchiha clan cannot be touched. After Uchiha Shisui executed this maneuver, Sarutobi Hiruzen, head of the Umbu and Root leader, and Shimura Danzo, naturally sensed it immediately. Therefore, for the sake of their mutual interests, the two ultimately summoned their trusted subordinates for a meeting. Also present were two other elders of Konoha, Tsunade and Mido Gateyen. After all, the Uchiha clan's current reputation is too great, making the two elders, who had frequently suppressed them in the past, somewhat uneasy now. Bang! As the meeting was just beginning, Shimura Danzo slammed the table and his entire demeanor was filled with malice. Outrageous. It is simply too outrageous. That wicked Uchiha actually dared to openly demonstrate against the various clans. If we continue to let them run rampant, Konoha will definitely fall into chaos. Indeed, the Uchiha have gone too far this time. Seeing Tsunade and Mido Gateyen agree with his words, Danzo turned to the side where Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, was sitting and coldly spoke. Hiruzen, this is the result of your adherence to a balancing approach. Look at the current Uchiha clan. What else is there to say? Now is not the time for infighting. In response to Danzo's questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring and then solemnly added, right now. The most crucial thing for us is how to regain the nurturing rights of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. If we force it, no one knows whether that guy, Senju will strike again. He is in the dark, and we are in the light. Fighting would not be beneficial. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this. So, we can only look for other legitimate reasons? Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table with a furrowed brow, seemingly deep in thought. The three of them, including Danzo, kept silent, waiting for the outcome, because compared to scheming, Sarutobi Hiruzen is definitely the most calculating among them. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Danzo. Danzo, in the next 2 days, have your people behave themselves and stop doing those meaningless things. Save all your strength for the funeral in 3 days, the funeral of Watergate. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo seemed to realize something and frowned. That's right, it's that day. For a relationship standpoint, Naruto's father is Watergate. Watergate's teacher is Jiraiya. And Jiraiya's teacher is me. It is reasonable for me to take over Naruto's nurturing rights in front of everyone. This is the power of relationships. Even that Senju cannot do anything to us. Although doing this will ultimately result in Sarutobi Hiruzen taking the nurturing rights of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, which made Danzo somewhat displeased. He would rather hand the nurturing rights over to Sarutobi Hiruzen than to that Senju who had pressed him down. However, are you not afraid he will force the issue? Mido Gateyen suddenly spoke up, his face filled with concern. If it were not for the intelligence that indicated Senju Yato's strength was enough to suppress the Ninetales, he would never have come here to ally with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly had already considered his worries. You don't need to worry about that. According to the information, even if that Senju Yato is not a disciple of the first Hokage, he has some connection with the first Hokage and is a hidden guardian force of our Konoha. After all, if he were truly a member of the Uchiha clan, there would be no need to wait until the Uchiha clan suffered such massive casualties before making a move. The cost of this act is simply too great. Even Uchiha Fugaku almost didn't make it back. Moreover, that Senju Yato watched Watergate, who treated the Uchiha well, sacrifice himself without any intention of stopping him. The reason should be that he is only proficient in wood release and doesn't know any sealing techniques. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the eyes of Danzo and the other two brightened. That's right. If that guy is truly a member of the Uchiha clan, then he has no reason to let Minato die. After all, with Minato's death, the position of Hokage will be vacant. How can he be certain that the next Hokage will treat the Uchiha well? After thinking of this, the three of them, who were originally heavy-hearted, now breathed a sigh of relief, especially Tsunade and Mito Gate-yen, who even revealed faint smiles on their faces and began to talk about their own children and grandchildren. They looked as if they had already envisioned 2 days later when they would publicly obtain the nurturing rights of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto, in the cemetery. However, just as Tsunade and Mito Gate-yen were thinking this way, a strange glint flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Although he just said that, no one knew for certain that those theoretically impossible possibilities would not occur. Therefore, to be safe, he must take the opportunity in these 2 days to do something in secret without the other three knowing. To meet Uchiha Fugaku and show him his goodwill towards the Uchiha. Alright, since that's the case, let's conclude today's meeting. See you in 2 days. Soon, the four left with their personal guards. However, just as they disappeared into the darkness, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's departing figure, his eyes filled with coldness. You want us all to cooperate with you, and then you easily obtain the nurturing rights of the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Impossible. Hiruzen, just you wait. The one who ultimately wins that day will only be me, Shimura Danzo. Chapter 39. Undercurrents, Shimura Danzo strikes 2 days later at the Root headquarters. Dozens of fully armed Root members kneel on one knee before Shimura Danzo, their eyes cold. Seeing the people before him, Danzo slightly nods, gripping the hilt of his sword and looking towards the direction of the Konoha cemetery. Uchiha, your good days are over. By the way, has Uchiha Shisui returned? Not yet. That's even better. This increases my odds. In the next moment, Danzo suddenly draws his katana and commands, act according to plan, move out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As his voice falls, the dozens of Root members disappear without a trace. Shortly after, they appear on various streets of Konoha, blending in with the flow of pedestrians. Their task is to coordinate with their comrades who have been lurking in the Umbu for years before Sarutobi Hiruzen gains custody of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto. They will strike against all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinates near the cemetery. Once all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinates are dead, the custody of the Ninetales Jinchuriki will belong to Shimura Danzo. With this thought, Danzo stands tall and leads a few trusted subordinates towards the Konoha cemetery. Hiruzen, I'm coming. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looks out at the streets, taking a deep drag from his pipe and exhaling a smoke ring. After days of comforting and rebuilding their home, and with the Uchiha clan patrolling day and night in charge of security, the hospital has been in constant demand for doctors and nurses. However, despite the busy workload, Konoha's situation has become relatively stable. This is the power of the will of fire, supporting us in rebuilding our home and helping Konoha rise again amidst the war. With this power, with you all, Konoha's future will only get brighter. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the nearby Kakashi and other Umbu members lower their heads in agreement. Kakashi, hasn't Shisui returned yet? According to the news from the border, he should be back within a day. Just 1 day, huh? It seems we won't be waiting for him. Hiruzen puts down his pipe and looks towards the cemetery. Although Shisui's absence deviates slightly from the plan, as long as Kakashi and the others are still here, it shouldn't be a problem. As for Shisui, with his body flicker technique, he should have arrived at the village by now. It's obvious that Danzo is behind this. However, to delay Shisui, it would require a significant portion of Root's forces. This is definitely more beneficial than detrimental for him to obtain custody of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto, tonight. Then let's proceed according to the original plan. If the root members make any unusual moves, you can make a decision on the spot. Yes, Lord Third. Kakashi responds respectfully, and then turns with a few boon members to leave. Watching the remaining boon members, Hiruzen calmly opens the door of the Hokage office. Danzo, I hope you don't make a foolish decision. Otherwise, all the blame will fall on you. As Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen set out, the heads of the various clans in Konoha also begin to move out. Now, apart from the ninjas on duty in the village, all the ninjas in Konoha, Jonin Chunin, and Jinin, including voluntarily departing civilians, are gathering at the cemetery. With the news spreading over the past 2 days, everyone in Konoha now knows that their fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has sacrificed himself. Along with him, his wife has also passed away. The only survivor is their child, who has just returned. The hero's legacy, Naruto. Grief permeates throughout Konoha. Everyone harbors deep hatred for the Ninetales, and this emotion reaches its peak that night. At the cemetery, after everyone has arrived, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the Elder Council, including Tsunade and Midogate, stands before Minato Namikaze's grave. With a sorrowful expression, he solemnly declares, Minato, Kushina, may you rest in peace. Your child will be raised healthy and happy by Konoha. Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to thrive. Everyone, it is because of heroes like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the inheritor of the will of fire, that we Konoha can endure to this day. Now, everyone, mourn for our heroes. As Hiruzen finishes his speech, everyone at the cemetery bows their heads in silence. Moments later, when the crowd raises their heads again, Danzo, who has been fixated on the child in Uchiha Fugaku's arms, finally seizes the moment. As you all know, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife sacrificed their lives to seal the Ninetales and protect the village. Without a doubt, they are great. As soon as Danzo finishes speaking, many ninjas and villagers around are stirred. That's right, the fourth Hokage is our hero. Hero, what's going on? Seeing the suddenly agitated crowd, Tsunade and Midogate look at Hiruzen in confusion. According to the plan they discussed on the way, wasn't Hiruzen supposed to suggest something to Uchiha Fugaku first? Why is Danzo starting now? Hiruzen shakes his head slightly at Tsunade and Midogate, indicating he doesn't know anything. However, a strange glint flashes in his eyes. Tsunade and Midogate are left bewildered. What is happening now? Danzo, what do you want to do? That's right. They are heroes, but perhaps you still don't know that after the Ninetales was sealed, it wasn't immediately destroyed. It still exists. With that, a smirk appears on Danzo's lips. Hee, let chaos ensue. Sure enough, after he finishes speaking, the Konoha ninjas and villagers in front of him panic. Some ninjas even draw their weapons, filled with rage. What? The Ninetales still poses a threat? Where is it? I want to kill it to avenge my parents. Calm down. Since Lord Danzo said so, he must know the Ninetales' whereabouts. Lord Danzo, please tell us where that beast is. We want to avenge the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina. Vengeance. Vengeance. Seeing that the atmosphere he desired has finally arrived, Danzo ignores the increasingly grim expression on Hiruzen's face. In front of everyone, he points directly at Uchiha Fugaku. It is currently inside that child in Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku's arms. Chapter 40 Unexpected Situations. Base camp of the roots. What? The Ninetales is sealed within that child? Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. To avenge Lord 4th Hokage and Lady Kushina. Kill. 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 In front of the enraged Konoha ninjas and civilians, the sacrifices and contributions of the Uchiha clan had become incredibly fragile. In the cemetery at this moment, the cries of killing were incessant, as if they were going to tear Uchiha Fugaku to shreds. As for the Uchiha clan that came this time, apart from their leader Uchiha Fugaku, there were only a few guards. Such strength was so weak compared to the countless Konoha ninjas wielding weapons around them. Seeing the scene, Shimura Danzo's expression of satisfaction grew even more intense. Hurry up and become the target of everyone. Then get chopped to death here, Uchiha Fugaku. As long as Uchiha Fugaku falls here, there will be no clan leader for the Uchiha clan, and coupled with the existing trust crisis, Uchiha Shisui will definitely come to negotiate with him in the end. By then, his eyes, the strongest Genjutsu Kodoeme Tsukumi, will belong to me. Once Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui fall, Konoha will never have the name Uchiha again. As for whether these angry ninjas and civilians can stand against Uchiha Fugaku, there's no need to worry about that at all, because he had already arranged everything. Once the scene became chaotic, his men would seize the opportunity to ambush and assassinate Uchiha Fugaku. After the deed was done, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen and other prominent families in Konoha discovered something, he could push it all onto the ninjas and villagers in front of him. However, the smile on Shimura Danzo's face did not last long before it froze directly. Strange, despite the shouts and cries for so long, why has there been no casualties? There are so many people present, yet not a single one has attacked Uchiha Fugaku and his group. Where are they? Where did those people I prepared in advance go? Could it be that Hiruzen has made his move? As if realizing something, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. It's you again, Hiruzen. Note to stop him. It would require the full strength of the Umbu and the Sarutobi clan, along with the cooperation of several major families in the village, to achieve such a perfect interception. And strangely, what benefits did Hiruzen promise those major families that made them help him so much? Hiruzen, what exactly have you done? While Shimura Danzo was pondering over the issue, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though calm in appearance, was filled with confusion. What is going on? Why have only Kakashi and the others come? Where are the others? Did Danzo capture them all? Impossible. The Umbu members who infiltrated the crowd this time were all carefully selected, the most trusted of the trusted, and their strength goes without saying. Yet now, he hasn't seen a single one. For a moment, the scene became awkward. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others at the grave of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki were all unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, at a place not far from the base camp of the Roots, Uchiha Shisui looked at the few ninjas in front of him and nodded slightly. Go back and tell your clan leader that I have felt their sincerity and I won't hold them accountable for the previous misdeeds. In the future, contribute to the future of Konoha. 2 days ago, when Uchiha Shisui dealt with the ninjas from several major families within Konoha and sent their heads back, he left a wooden clone beside each family to supervise those guys. He met again with all the families that did not seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The purpose of the meeting was simple: to have those people help him take down Shimura Danzo's roots. Afterwards, the streets and external trade controlled by the Roots could be shared with them, considering a time frame of 1 day. In the end, those people all agreed. Because, first, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually met with Uchiha Fugaku the day after the incident with Senjutsu. Even though the clan leaders personally went over to hint at the relationship with the Uchiha clan during their conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen still kept silent, which made people suspicious. Secondly, that guy named Senjutsu was simply too terrifying. Not only could he suppress the Ninetales alone, but he could also appear before them without them noticing. It was unwise to make an enemy of such a person. Finally, the other side only asked them to cooperate. They just needed to send people to maintain order at the cemetery and send a few ninjas to the vicinity of the base camp to show their attitude and cooperate with the action. Such a cost was negligible for their major families, and they only needed to send out a few death warriors. Even if the action ultimately failed, they could easily extricate themselves from the matter. Yes, Lord Senjutsu. After hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, the few ninjas bowed respectfully and then turned to conceal themselves in the forest to report the situation. After they left, Uchiha Shisui then turned to look at the dense shadows on the other side. As he turned his head, pairs of crimson Sharingan slowly rose. This was the entire combat strength that the Uchiha clan could muster at present. Even the task of protecting Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke was entrusted to Teacher Chen. The goal was to eliminate all of Shimura Danzo's minions in Konoha in one fell swoop. Under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Shisui quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Would release. Advent of the world of trees. Would release. Would golem technique. Would release. Would dragon technique. Boom. As Uchiha Shisui unleashed one would release after another, the entire base camp of the Roots immediately shook the earth and mountains. Huge vines and trees rose from the ground, directly trapping the ninjas inside the base camp, as well as the ninjas that Shimura Danzo had previously arranged to ambush them outside. Giant wooden figures swung their fists, ruthlessly striking the base camp. Explosions sounded one after another. After doing all this, Uchiha Shisui suddenly shouted, "Shimura Danzo, you broke the seal without permission, released the Ninetales, slaughtered your comrades, and caused the deaths of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife. Such a beast, along with its minions, is guilty of heinous crimes and cannot be forgiven." Clang, clang, clang. After Uchiha Shisui's words fell, the next moment, one after another, swords were drawn by the Uchiha clan's ninjas. The crimson Sharingan flickered at this moment. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui also drew his own Kusanagi sword and roared, Brave Uchiha, now is the time for you to show your strength and loyalty to Konoha. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, all Uchiha ninjas surged out, forcing those root ninjas who tried to take advantage of the chaos to flee back. And after the Uchiha clan made their move, the ninjas from other major families exchanged glances and then also took out their own specialties to join the battlefield. For the peace of Konoha, kill. Looking at the rush of ninjas from various clans in front of him, Uchiha Shisui turned to face the direction of the cemetery. His body began to blur. The show is about to begin. Chapter 41, Absolute Control. Uchiha Fugaku opens the Manjiki Sharingan at the Konoha cemetery. Looking at the crowd in front of him that continued to shout and curse, Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo both realized something was off. The two acted simultaneously, and the hand that was behind their backs suddenly made a gesture towards the nearby guards. Naturally, they had made preparations for such unexpected situations in advance. After all, both of them were old foxes. How could they possibly have only one plan? What is it? After receiving Sarutobi Hisashi's signal, Kakashi directly took action with several members of the Umbu beside him, starting to investigate the surrounding situation. Not only that, but one of them also rushed toward the Sarutobi clan's residence when Kakashi wasn't paying attention. To be safe, in addition to Kakashi and the others making contingency plans, Sarutobi Hisashi also prepared to mobilize the power of the Sarutobi clan. Moreover, he did not inform anyone of this decision, including his so-called trusted subordinates. As for the guards of Shimura Danzo, after he sent out the signal, not a single root member truly took action. To be precise, those people were unable to act, because they were all quietly taken down by the ninjas from several major clans present, without alarming anyone. No matter how many trusted subordinates you have, can they outnumber the combined forces of the major clans in Konoha? As for Tsuki Koharu and Midogate-un, they quietly withdrew under the protection of their guards. For them, as long as they could maintain their positions as elders and keep their interests, that was enough. Any additional gains, if there was no danger, they would naturally want to get involved, but if it involved their lives, then they would rather not. These two useless old fools. Tsuki Koharu and Midogate-un's departure was naturally noticed by Shimura Danzo, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Because even if all the people he brought this time were eliminated, the trusted subordinates who had previously infiltrated among the civilians were still enough to create chaos here. The final victory still belonged to him. However, after a while with such thoughts, Shimura Danzo became anxious again, because those trusted subordinates who had pretended to be villagers also did not act as planned. In the next moment, although he was very unwilling, he turned to Sarutobi Hisashi beside him and whispered angrily, "Hisashi, how did you find out?" Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly realized something and turned sharply to look at the calm-faced Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, what are you doing?" Seeing the expression on his face, Danzo, who had been his rival for many years, also seemed to realize something and turned to look at Sarutobi Hisashi. Could it be that everything happening now was orchestrated solely by Uchiha Fugaku? No way, that can't be possible. Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo couldn't understand how Uchiha Fugaku had achieved this. Even with the assistance of that so-called first Hokage's disciple, Senju Yagura, it was impossible for one clan's power to confront both of them simultaneously, unless he could persuade the other clans within Konoha. But on what basis? Sarutobi Hisashi couldn't figure out, and neither could Shimura Danzo, and they would never understand. Because the reason Uchiha Fugaku could accomplish all this was entirely due to Uchiha Shisui's influence. No, to be precise, it was Uchiha Shisui's absolute advantage of knowing all the storylines of this world. Step. At the moment when Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo's expressions became increasingly grim, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been standing still, finally began to take his steps. As he moved forward, the civilians blocking his path consciously stepped aside, creating a clear route for him. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo's faces changed dramatically, and they could no longer stand their ground. So it turns out that even the previous chaos was all planned by you, Uchiha Fugaku. The last 5 words were almost spoken by Danzo one at a time. However, although he felt extremely unwilling, he still began to step back while speaking. Given the current situation, he definitely could not stay here any longer. Even Sarutobi Hisashi, despite putting on a facade of calmness, had not diminished the seriousness in his eyes, remaining vigilant of Uchiha Fugaku at this moment. Tonight, Uchiha Fugaku was indeed too unusual, completely changing his previous way of doing things. Not only was he no longer easily compromising, but he had also outmaneuvered all of them. Or was it That this guy had been holding back, and the Ninetales incident gave him the opportunity to act? If that were the case, then the depth of Uchiha Fugaku's schemes before them was terrifying. Step, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Uchiha Fugaku walked smoothly to the side of Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo. The two tacitly stepped back at the same time. After all, the red three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes was not. Step. Just as Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo were staring at him intently, the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly stopped, and his three-tomo Sharingan directly transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. What? Your eyes are not. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing that the coward he had always looked down upon actually possessed the same Manjiki Sharingan as Uchiha Shisui. Shimura Danzo now felt that all his strategies regarding Uchiha Fugaku were laughable. As for Sarutobi Hisashi, at this moment, while his expression was serious, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter whether Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan evolved that night of the Ninetales incident or had already evolved, it had little to do with him because he had already sought to communicate with him in advance. As long as he could survive tonight, once Uchiha Shisui returned, he could have him negotiate in detail with Uchiha Fugaku. At worst, he would give some unimportant assets of the root to the Uchiha clan. However, all of this depended on surviving tonight. After thinking of this, Sarutobi Hisashi immediately chose to align himself, slightly moving closer to Uchiha Fugaku, trying to keep his expression calm, and spoke, "Fugaku, silence." Bang, bang, bang. Just as Sarutobi Hisashi was about to speak to Uchiha Fugaku, he was intimidated by the overwhelming chakra fluctuations and ocular power emanating from him, and all the words he had prepared were swallowed back down. After suppressing Sarutobi Hisashi, Uchiha Fugaku, with his back to the Konoha civilians and ninjas, returned his Manjiki Sharingan to the three-tomo Sharingan. Under the gaze of both, Uchiha Fugaku slowly turned around, raising Naruto high in his arms. In front of everyone, he shouted, "This child indeed has the Ninetales sealed within him. But he is also the child entrusted to me by Lord 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki before their sacrifice. I, Uchiha Fugaku, may not be very capable, but since I promised Lord 4th Hokage to protect his child, my clan, and I will ensure this child's safety for life." Step. Uchiha Fugaku had just finished speaking when the closest group of civilians and ninjas slightly raised their heads, revealing their pairs of scarlet Sharingan. Not only that, but one by one, ninja tools were drawn, glinting coldly. Now, anyone who wants to lay a hand on the hero's descendant, step forward. The Uchiha clan will take them all on. Chapter 42. The hero's descendants. Senju Yuru appears, looking at the Uchiha clan ninja in front of him, who exuded a chilling aura and whose blood on the katana had not yet dried. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grim, especially since each of them possessed a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. Clearly, they were one of the Uchiha clan's powerful trump cards. However, although these Uchiha ninjas were strong, what truly made Sarutobi Hiruzen wary was Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Before he was clear about the powers of that Manjiki Sharingan, he dared not act recklessly. If Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan had the same ability as Shisui's, capable of altering his thoughts, then any rash action he took would only lead to his own demise. As Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to remain silent, Shimura Danzo slowly retreated under the protection of his guards. Meanwhile, the villagers and civilian ninjas below were in an uproar. What did Lord Fugaku just say? That child is actually the child of the 4th Hokage and Kushina-sama. Impossible. How could any parent be willing to make their newborn child a Jinchuriki? This is simply. However, it was indeed true that the child of the 4th Hokage and Kushina had just been born that day, and upon closer inspection, the child looked quite similar to the one Lord Yuru entrusted to Lord Fugaku. Could it be that he really is the child of the 4th Hokage and Kushina? Did we just? After realizing a certain possibility, the civilians and ninjas began to feel conflicted, unsure of whom to believe. With the Uchiha clan and the representatives of various major clans maneuvering, the scene remained somewhat noisy but was kept in a balanced state. However, upon seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo, who initially thought the Uchiha clan would finally rise with Uchiha Fugaku's help, suddenly brightened his eyes. Given the current situation, it seemed he had not lost yet. There was still a chance for a comeback. Although Uchiha Fugaku had hidden himself well and made a good move, he did not understand how to skillfully manipulate people's hearts and fan the flames. Such a good situation could only be maintained in this state. It was truly laughable. Without any hesitation, the next moment, Shimura Danzo directly turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in a low voice, Hiruzen, the Ninetales Jinchuriki must be protected under the umbu and root. Only then can we maintain the peace of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, silently puffing on his pipe. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating about? Do you want the identity of the Ninetales Jinchuriki to be publicly revealed, plunging the village into crisis again? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to remain silent. He knew very well that with the power he currently held, it was nearly impossible to contend against the Uchiha clan alone, unless he could ally with the majority of the major clans in Konoha. As for Shimura Danzo, this guy's thirst for power was too strong, and there were too many uncontrollable factors. After this incident, he was somewhat disappointed in him and would gradually start to retract the powers he had previously delegated. However, there was one point in what Danzo had just said that was correct. The identity of the Ninetales Jinchuriki absolutely could not be exposed. Once exposed, those with ulterior motives in the other major ninja villages would definitely seize the opportunity. After all, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato had sacrificed himself. Uzumaki Kushina had perished, and the Uchiha clan had suffered heavy losses, among other unfavorable circumstances. For those who had long been eyeing Konoha, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly and turned to Uchiha Fugaku, advising, Fugaku, I can help stabilize the current situation. The Ninetales Jinchuriki can also be raised by your Uchiha clan, with the umbu only responsible for providing protection from the side. Moreover, whenever we have any actions involving the Jinchuriki, we will notify the Uchiha in advance. Raise him in the Uchiha clan? The umbu will only be responsible for protection? What about Root? That bastard Hiruzen has actually excluded himself from the competition for the Ninetales Jinchuriki's custody. Hiruzen you. Ignoring the increasingly grim expression of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. My condition is very simple. Naruto's true identity cannot be exposed. Of course, you can rest assured, I will issue a gag order afterward, so that the people of the village no longer refer to the Ninetales Jinchuriki with derogatory terms like beast or fox demon. As he said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a serious demeanor, raising his pipe slightly, taking a deep puff, and exhaling a smoke ring. Fugaku, what do you think of my proposal? In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Fugaku continued to calmly observe the noisy crowd before him, remaining unmoved. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as these two guys did not join forces, he and Root still had a chance to turn the tables. But Hiruzen, I will remember this incident. You better not give me the opportunity. Once the time is right, I will definitely make you completely lose your ability to compete for the Hokage position. And seeing that Uchiha Fugaku still did not agree to his proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed tightly. This was already the greatest concession he could make. He would have to explain to the clans he allied with later. But the other party was still not satisfied. Could it be that this guy still wanted the position of Hokage? Uchiha. Oh, Uchiha, do not be too greedy. If you are smart enough after some time, I will give Shisui a chance to become Hokage. Otherwise, be careful. One misstep could lead to utter destruction. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to speak, a faint voice suddenly rang out from the crowd below. Not good. Hearing this voice, all the ninjas and civilians present, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku, all turned to look in the direction of the sound, their expressions varying. Some even began to curse loudly. Who dares to speak disrespectfully here? That's right, who is it? Step forward. This is the resting place of the fourth Hokage and Kushina. How dare you be so rude? Aren't you afraid that we? However, when those who had spoken harshly saw the appearance of the newcomer, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The newcomer was actually that person, the disciple of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Senju Yoru, and for this, Uchiha Shisui suddenly vanished from sight in front of everyone. Reappearing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, speaking, I just said, your proposal is not good. Come, whether you have objections or not. I will give you a chance to speak. Chapter 43. Villagers acknowledge their mistakes. Shimura Danzo's secret is exposed. Oh my, that person seems to have single-handedly suppressed the Ninetales. The disciple of the first Hokage, Lord Senju Yoru. It's him. If it weren't for Lord Senju Yoru arriving in time, I would have probably died at the hands of that beast, the Ninetales. Lord Senju Yoru. Lord Senju Yoru. Seeing that the so-called Senju Yoru was so well received, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit displeased. However, after a brief, awkward cough, he quickly forced a smile and began to make small talk with Uchiha Shisui. Cough, cough, Senjuro. So it's you. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally thought that Senjuro should belong to the hidden protective force left behind by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. But now, judging from the timing of his sudden appearance, it was clear that this guy was more inclined towards the Uchiha clan. This was not good news for him. Therefore, he needed to speak first, seize the initiative in the conversation, and probe the other party's true stance. As expected of the first Hokage's disciple, truly a hero in his youth, by age and generation, you should be calling me. I said, I think your proposal is not very good. Can't you understand? Boom. Uchiha Shisui had no intention of entertaining Sarutobi Hiruzen's small talk at all. A terrifying would release chakra surged wildly from his body, causing both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to grunt in shock under everyone's gaze. Your nonsense is plenty. Understood from now on. I and the Umbu will no longer intervene in the matter of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. After experiencing the wood-release chakra within Uchiha Shisui up close, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally chose to temporarily compromise. What a terrifying fluctuation of chakra. This guy's strength seems to be above mine. With Uchiha Fugaku, who had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and this Senjuro in front of me, the Uchiha clan is really about to rise completely. Sigh. It seems it's time for him to pick a side to protect the power and interests he holds. Thinking of this, without needing Uchiha Shisui's reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to step forward and said, Senjuro is right. The child in Lord Fugaku's arms is indeed the child of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina, the true hero's successor, Naruto. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the civilians and ninjas below all became restless. However, before they could speak, Senjuro suddenly shouted coldly, his voice accompanied by a strong chakra. Silence. Do you know how painful it was for the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina when they decided to seal the Ninetales into their child? But they also knew their identities and responsibilities. For the will of fire, to protect Konoha, they ultimately chose to sacrifice themselves and their child to seal the Ninetales. Continuing, Uchiha Shisui pointed directly at Uchiha Fugaku, who was holding Naruto, and said, but what about you? Each of you shouting to kill, wanting to harm the hero's successor. Do you even consider yourselves human? Do you have the right to be here to pay respects to the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina? A bunch of ungrateful wolves. You have no right to stay here, no right to set foot in this place where the hero sleeps. Get out. With Uchiha Shisui's roar, the Konoha civilians and ninjas below trembled slightly, their guilt rapidly expanding. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the line of Uchiha clan ninjas knelt on one knee before Naruto, bowing their heads in silence. The members of various families behind them, along with the civilians and ninjas who had just shouted, also knelt down in unison, crying out loudly. What? He really is the child of Lord 4th Hokage and Lady Kushina. Our little hero. But we just treated him like this? What are we doing? We were wrong. So wrong. Lord 4th Hokage, Lady Kushina, we owe you. We owe the hero's successor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In an instant, various voices of confession and self-blame echoed throughout the cemetery. Watching this scene, both Shimura Danzo, who had retreated to the edge and was about to leave, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had chosen to side with the Uchiha, looked very grim. They knew that after tonight, the villagers would officially acknowledge the Uchiha clan. The contradictions and conflicts between the two sides were about to undergo a significant turn. However, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo thought this matter would come to a close, Uchiha Shisui, who had just stirred up the villagers' emotions, suddenly turned sharply and looked at the fleeing Shimura Danzo. At the same time, several Uchiha clan ninjas drew their swords, blocking Danzo's path to leave. Danzo, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I sense a familiar aura from your arm. Saying this, Uchiha Shisui extended his right hand, and would release chakra surged out. That feeling reminds me of my late teacher. Not good. Originally planning to admit defeat and no longer contest the rights to the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that this guy is really a disciple of Senju Hashirama? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying perception to detect the issue on his arm? After Uchiha Shisui spoke, Uchiha Fugaku, who was holding Naruto, also stepped forward, speaking coldly. Lord Senjuro, I sense the aura of our clan member Uchiha Kagami, who had an incident long ago from him. Uchiha Kagami? Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Shisui feigned ignorance and asked, Fugaku, are you sure? I'm sure. Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo was completely flustered. One Senjutsu was already enough to give him a headache, making it hard to find a reason to escape. Now, with Uchiha Fugaku, who had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, these two bastards weren't just trying to contend for the rights to the Ninetales Jinchuriki. They were after his life. I see, Uchiha Shisui said, slowly turning to look at Shimura Danzo. An extremely terrifying fluctuation of chakra surged wildly from his body at that moment. Danzo, come. Explain this to us. In contrast to Shimura Danzo's constantly changing expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly took a step back. He had known about the experiments done by Danzo and Orochimaru long ago. He just hadn't brought it up. However, he would never admit to such things, no matter what. If someone had to die, let it be Danzo. He would never turn against Senjutsu and Uchiha Fugaku for him. Danzo, for the peace of Konoha, you could just bear this blame. Chapter 44. Hinata Hizashi's stand. Shimura Danzo finally takes action nonsense. You are all talking nonsense. You just want to take the root management rights from me. Let me tell you, that is absolutely impossible. I am a member of the Konoha Elder Council, and I have made great contributions to Konoha. You have no right to touch me. Facing the questioning from Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, Shimura Danzo suddenly raised his voice. While taking care of the root members surrounding him, he shouted loudly. He would never admit to the experiments involving the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, nor the transplantation of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Moreover, as a council elder, he believed that the others would not dare to act against him in public. As long as he could survive this time, he could return to the root and destroy all the materials. If he was ultimately exposed, he would shift all the blame onto Orochimaru. After all, to him, the other party was merely a pawn. When necessary, sacrificing that pawn for self-preservation would be an honor for them. As for whether Senjutsu and Uchiha Fugaku would take action against him, Shimura Danzo was not afraid at all, as long as he could successfully return to the root tonight. Unless those two were prepared to exhaust their entire clan's strength to fight him to the death. Otherwise, they would absolutely not be able to break through his root. The reason he was easily suppressed last time was entirely because the root's strongest combat power was not present. However, after that incident, he had summoned back most of his forces, except for his secret agents. In short, his root was as solid as a fortress. No one could break it. While Shimura Danzo was thinking this, the civilians and ninjas below began to discuss again. Indeed, Lord Danzo is a member of the Elder Council. Even Lord Senjutsu would not have the right to act against him, right? But do you think what Lord Senjutsu and Lord Fugaku said is true? Would Lord Danzo really go so far as to act against the body of the first Hokage and the members of the Uchiha clan? I don't think it's entirely false. After all, it was said by Lord Senjutsu. As Shimura Danzo's roar and the discussions of the crowd continued, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. It was then that the current clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hizashi, walked over to Uchiha Shisui's side and slightly nodded. Lord Senjutsu, Hinata Hizashi, seeing the usually neutral Hyuga clan now stepping forward at this moment caused both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to stiffen, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their gazes then shifted back to Uchiha Shisui. This guy named Senjutsu could even persuade someone like Hinata Hizashi? How'd he do it? As long-term controllers of power and interests in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were very clear about how adept Hinata Hizashi was at navigating relationships. Hinata Hizashi never took the initiative to stand on either side. He would only act when the situation became clear. Whatever the trend in Konoha was, that was what he would follow. Because of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and even the other members of the Elder Council paid little attention to Hinata Hizashi. In his eyes, as long as the Hyuga clan could continue to exist, he would not interfere in any matters of Konoha or compete for any power and interests. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were in disbelief, Uchiha Shisui suddenly turned to the Konoha civilians and ninjas below and shouted, since everyone doesn't believe it. Let the current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hizashi, use their clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, to uncover the truth. As soon as Uchiha Shisui spoke, he immediately garnered a lot of support. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Indeed, if Lord Hinata Hizashi personally takes action, the truth should come to light quickly. Of course, our Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, is on par with the Uchiha clan Sharingan. That's right, with Lord Hinata Hizashi taking action, we can rest assured. Damn it. Seeing that the crowd began to accept Hinata Hizashi's involvement, Shimura Danzo looked at him with a sinister expression filled with threats. Hinata Hisashi, what benefits did that Senju Yagura promise you to make you stand up for him? Benefits? Not necessary. Even if this guy named Senju Yagura didn't come to find me personally, I would still stand up at this moment. Because not long ago, our Hyuga clan's death warriors brought me a piece of information. The root, which Shimura Danzo has managed for many years, has been completely uprooted. In simple terms, Shimura Danzo was completely finished, and it was time for him to act. That was the trend of the times, in line with Konoha's interests. With that thought, Hinata Hisashi gave a slight nod to Shimura Danzo. What benefits did he promise me? Lord Danzo, you misunderstand. I just came out to uncover the truth that everyone wants to know. I did not receive any promises from Lord Senju Yagura. The next moment, Hinata Hisashi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Byakugan, activate. Seeing that Hinata Hisashi was really going to use the Byakugan against him, Shimura Danzo quickly pulled a root member to block in front of him and shouted, attack. Yes, Lord Danzo. As one root member after another took action, Shimura Danzo's hands, which had long since formed seals in his sleeves, suddenly clapped together. Wind release, vacuum sphere. In the next moment, Shimura Danzo directly expelled a series of chakra blasts like bullets at the Uchiha ninjas blocking his way behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom. With the sound of explosions, Shimura Danzo immediately accelerated and fled without looking back. Uchiha Fugaku, in league with the suspect in the Ninetales incident, Senju Yagura has incited the Hyuga clan leader, Hinata Hisashi, to act against the elder council members. Their actions are suspicious. Root members quickly apprehend him. If there is resistance, kill without mercy. Seeing root ninjas rushing towards him and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui calmly watched the panicking Shimura Danzo flee, his face filled with deep meaning. Not only did he want to ruin Shimura Danzo's reputation, but he also wanted to bring him to complete despair. And the method to bring someone to complete despair is simple. Give them hope when they are in despair. Then, just when they think they are about to be saved, give them despair again. At the same time that Uchiha Shisui was thinking this, Shimura Danzo, who had successfully escaped, had an increasingly dark expression. Senju Yagura, right? Wait until I return to the root. You will see how terrifying my true power is. Who will laugh last? We shall see. Chapter 45. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a stand. The whole village condemns Hei. Why did Danzo run away? So did Hayashi see the truth or not? Who's right? I don't know. Let's retreat behind Lord Fugaku for now. He is much more reliable than the Umbu and root members. That's right. My life was saved by them. I trust the Uchiha clan. After all, Lord Senjioru is also there. Hearing the words of the civilians and ninjas, Uchiha Shisui's eyes flashed with a cold smile. The truth? Hayashi, just tell them. Yes, Lord Senjioru. Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly, then turned around and spoke loudly. Just now, I used my clan's unique Byakugan to examine Shimura Danzo. Indeed, I found something under the bandages covering his arm and eye. There are cells from the first Hokage on his arm. That eye of his is an Uchiha Sharingan, likely belonging to Uchiha Kagami. Boom. As soon as Hyuga Hayashi said this, the civilians and ninjas below erupted in an uproar, each face filled with anger. Even the Uchiha ninjas arranged by Uchiha Shisui and ninjas from various clans felt the same way, because the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is the faith of all Konoha, the pride of the Konoha people. He is called the god of shinobi, bringing immense honor to Konoha. Because of his existence, Konoha became the #1 ninja village in the world. As for Uchiha Kagami, he is one of their own. Even though the Uchiha clan have been severely ostracized by the villagers of Konoha and various clans in the past, they could still endure under Uchiha Fugaku's orders, because their proud Sharingan still existed, and no one in Konoha had crossed their bottom line. But now, someone has harmed their clansmen, even going so far as to transplant their proud Sharingan. This is something they absolutely cannot tolerate. That beast, Shimura Danzo, actually dared to show disrespect to the body of the first Hokage. Such a disgrace must be killed. That's right. Anyone who dares to touch our Uchiha Sharingan, no matter where they run, they're doomed to die. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. In an instant, the cries for blood shook the heavens. Seeing this scene, Senjioru and Uchiha Fugaku beside him furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with confusion. If this scene was indeed part of Senjioru's plan, then there was no need for him to let Danzo go at all. That's right. He let him go. Just now, when Shimura Danzo broke through with his root guards, the ones who tried to stop him were merely Uchiha clan ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku and Senjioru did not make a move. Does he want to keep Danzo alive to gain some benefit for himself? Realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's back broke out in a cold sweat. That Danzo, who he had been fighting for nearly a lifetime, had been schemed against to the point of being condemned by the whole village in such a short time. If the next target of the opponent is himself, even with the backing of the Sarutobi clan, holding the Umbu, along with the elders and several major clans, it seems he still wouldn't be able to hold on. After realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Uchiha Shisui did not stop him, as he knew what the other party would do next, given their character. Silence. Silence. After shouting twice, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became extremely serious, and he spoke again. As everyone can see, Shimura Danzo, the head of the village's root, holds great power yet does not know his responsibilities and obligations, secretly conducting inhumane experiments and ruthlessly attacking comrades. Today, in the cemetery, he even insulted heroes and spoke ill of the Uchiha clan, who were instrumental in the Ninetales incident. Such an existence is absolutely a tumor for the village. For the peace of Konoha and the will of fire, we must publicly eradicate him. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned to Senju and whispered, "Hey, Senju, could you release my people? I'll have them cooperate with you to take down Shimura Danzo." "Sure." Uchiha Shisui smiled meaningfully. The next moment, at Uchiha Fugaku's signal, one Umbu member after another was released from suppression. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to him, then turned back to face the civilians and ninjas below, his expression complicated. As expected, this Senju must have some trump card that I don't know about. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so foolish as to let Uchiha Fugaku release his people so easily. Since that's the case, Danzo, you can't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for provoking a monster you shouldn't have. Where are the Umbu members? Lord Third, one by one. The Umbu members rushed out from the crowd, kneeling on one knee in front of him. Shimura Danzo has committed heinous crimes that cannot be forgiven. I want you to cooperate with Senju's actions and root him and his minions out completely. Yes, Lord Third. After receiving the order, the Umbu members all turned to look at Uchiha Shisui, their expressions solemn, waiting for his command. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, then walked forward. As he passed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he spoke. "You made a very rational choice. As long as you continue to be a smart person, perhaps I can still give you a chance to enjoy your old age." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stiffened, his face turning extremely ugly. Because from what the other party just said, it seemed that this guy intended to take action even after purging Danzo and Root. Is he planning to completely redistribute the current cake of Konoha? He wants to reorganize all of Konoha, but if he really does this, it will inevitably disturb the fundamental interests of several other major clans. Senju cannot be unaware of this. He must have already made other defensive measures. But what puzzles people is, will he find enough interest to satisfy all the major clans? Such a huge demand seems impossible to fulfill, even if he takes away all the Umbu management rights held by him and Danzo. At the same time, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking this, Uchiha Shisui loudly shouted in front of everyone, "All Umbu members affiliated with the Uchiha clan, respond to the order." Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Hyuga Hayashi and several other clan leaders who had already come over also spoke up. Hyuga Hayashi clan, respond to the order. Yamanaka clan, respond to the order. Akimichi clan, respond to the order. At once, a dense crowd of ninjas responded in unison. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands. Would release, would golem technique. Shimura Danzo has committed grave sins. Everyone, follow me to eradicate him and his minions from Root. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 46. Shimura Danzo in desperation. Uchiha Shisui returns in the dense forest near the Root headquarters. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Protect, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Shisui's two wooden clones, one on the left and one on the right, unleash their ninjutsu, ruthlessly annihilating Danzo's subordinates. After glancing at the corpses on the ground, Uchiha Shisui spoke indifferently, maintain the current speed, and continue the pursuit. Remember, don't go too fast. Yes, Lord Senjuya. Uchiha Shisui had spared Shimura Danzo to slowly force him into a corner. Only in this way would the other party bring out all the hidden powers in his hands to save his life. And it turned out that his approach was correct. To survive, Danzo had dispatched many uniquely dressed ninjas along the way, all at the level of elite jonin. Some were in civilian clothes, some were in umbu attire, and there were even others from different ninja villages, amounting to dozens of people. Watching Danzo, fleeing in a panic ahead, Uchiha Shisui's blood-stained face broke into a slight smile. Danzo, let's take our time. Hood. Danzo clutched his shoulder wound, rushing forward under the protection of several of his secretly trained bodyguards. Behind him lay countless cold corpses, the ground soaked in blood, forming shallow puddles. This time, to successfully break free, Danzo had nearly mobilized all his hidden pawns accumulated over the years, resulting in immense losses. However, as long as he could escape, he would find a way to rise again. Damn Senjuya. Damn Uchiha Fugaku. Remember this grudge from tonight? I will settle it with you sooner or later. Especially you, Senjuya. After the Ninetales incident, you should have been unable to unleash powerful ninjutsu. Yet you still dared to attack me. It's truly laughable. In Danzo's view, the only reason Senjuya let him go was that he had not fully recovered. Otherwise, if the other party had the same strength as when suppressing the Ninetales, there would have been no need to spare him and give him a chance to return to the root headquarters. Senjuya, let you be smug for a while longer. Soon, you and the Uchiha clan will face true destruction. After all, based on his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, once Hiruzen realized that Senjuya's strength was not as strong as before, he would definitely start taking action in secret. At that time, he only needed to coordinate with Hiruzen to completely wipe out Senjuya without expending much effort. And that Uchiha Fugaku, with those Manjiki Sharingan, he was determined to have it. However, just as Danzo continued down this path with such thoughts, he was about to reach the root headquarters when a dense crowd of Uchiha clan ninjas suddenly appeared on his path, fireballs shooting at him continuously. Fire style, great fireball technique. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Just as Danzo was about to retreat with his remaining trusted subordinates, the Uchiha clan ninjas, who had long been waiting for him, emerged from the dense forest, especially with the ninja tools in their hands still stained with fresh blood. Combined with their pairs of crimson Sharingan, they appeared extremely eerie under the night. Seeing this scene, Danzo's face turned extremely ugly, just as he instinctively tried to retreat. Uchiha Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the heads of various clans in Konoha had all arrived. In an instant, all of Danzo's escape routes were sealed off. Uchiha Shisui stood on the shoulder of a wooden figure, looking down at the disheveled Danzo, and said calmly, "Danzo, you have lost." Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Danzo gritted his teeth, holding a shuriken, and roared at him with a fierce expression, "I have not lost. I am an elder of the Konoha Council, the head of Root. You have no substantive evidence. You cannot move against me." Since there was no way to break through to the Root headquarters, he would first take down Senjuya and wait for reinforcements from headquarters. "Yes, Lord Danzo." As Danzo's voice fell, the last few loyal subordinates around him gripped their ninja tools and followed him into action. However, Uchiha Shisui merely shook his head lightly. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Before Danzo and the others could get close, a ferocious fire dragon lunged at them, directly shattering their formation. Two unlucky individuals were even engulfed by the fire dragon, their screams ear-piercing. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku take action, Danzo's expression turned extremely grim. If he faced the weakened Senjuya, he could still cooperate with his subordinates to take him down. But facing Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed Manjiki Sharingan along with the heads of the various clans around, this was truly a serious problem. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Puff puff puff. Although outnumbered, with the assistance of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku was able to perfectly dodge the attacks from Danzo's subordinates each time and retaliate. Watching his men continually die at Uchiha Fugaku's hands, while every ambush he attempted failed, Danzo gritted his teeth, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Hut hut hut. In the next moment, his body suddenly accelerated towards Uchiha Shisui atop the wooden figure, simultaneously tearing the bandages off his body in front of everyone. "Senjuya, you are already at the end of your rope, yet you still dare to be so arrogant before me. Since that's the case, let me take you down first. When reinforcements from headquarters arrive, none of you will be able to do anything to me." Regarding Danzo's roar and actions at this moment, the heads of the various clans in Konoha, who were already aware of the situation at the Root headquarters, were filled with sarcasm and disdain. Reinforcements from headquarters? Truly laughable. As everyone thought this, Danzo finally charged in front of Uchiha Shisui. "Ha ha ha, I've got you." However, just as he was about to use the Sharingan's ability on Uchiha Shisui, A shadow suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? The shadow did not answer his question, drawing a sword and striking like lightning. In the next moment, the sound of blood spraying echoed in the area. Pucci, watching his arm, which had been severed by a single strike, spinning in the air, Danzo's face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, that person's hand plunged into his eye socket, directly extracting the Sharingan from him. It was only at this moment that Danzo recognized the true identity of the person before him. This guy was Uchiha Shisui, who should have been at the border of the Land of Fire. Chapter 47. Sarutobi Hiruzen begins to drift. Aihabido appears in front of everyone. Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone kicked the blood-soaked Shimura Danzo away, causing him to kneel among the corpses of his loyal subordinates. After doing this, he ignored the now pitiful Shimura Danzo and, in the next moment, used body flicker technique to appear in front of his main body and slightly bow. Uchiha Shisui arrived late to provide support. I hope Lord Senjioru does not hold it against me. It's alright, you came back just in time. Top. Just as Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone symbolically finished reporting, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with Konoha's ninjas and civilians. Is that Shisui? Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very troubled. With so many civilians, protecting them would definitely consume a lot of his manpower. Yet he also had to remain vigilant against Senjioru to avoid being ambushed. There simply weren't enough people. But now, with Uchiha Shisui, one of his trusted subordinates, back to bolster their combat power, along with Kakashi and others, his safety level instantly increased several notches. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood improved significantly. Without any hesitation, as Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone retreated beside Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly ascended the hill, putting on a concerned expression. Shisui, you just returned? You've worked hard on this journey. Are you alright? I'm fine. Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone slightly bowed and nodded. Seeing that he was still so respectful towards him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even better. However, he also realized something. By the way, Shisui, how do you know Senjioru? Have you met before? Indeed, I have met. On my way back, I was ambushed several times by unknown ninjas and sustained some injuries. It was Lord Senjioru who saved me. Otherwise, I might have needed a few more days to return. Ambushed by unknown ninjas? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed tightly. In the next moment, he turned to look at Shimura Danzo, then took a deep breath, his expression serious. Could it be Danzo? Yes, it must be. After all, that guy has been coveting Uchiha Shisui's eyes for quite some time. This must have been his doing. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially felt some sorrow for the death of a rabbit, but now he chuckled. You have harmed my people, so why should I care about your life or death? As long as this matter is resolved, I can let Uchiha Shisui negotiate with Uchiha Fugaku. As for me, I will approach that Senjioru. By that time, after both sides have negotiated, all problems will naturally be resolved. After all, in his eyes, all conflicts are tied to interests. As long as his side is willing to concede enough benefits, even the currently strong Senjioru would not make things difficult for him. However, right now, there was an excellent opportunity to show goodwill towards Senjioru that he needed to take advantage of. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward in front of everyone, taking advantage of the fact that the civilians and ninjas behind him were still praising Uchiha Shisui for his recent return and the killing of Shimura Danzo. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed directly at the blood-soaked Shimura Danzo and shouted loudly, Shimura Danzo, you secretly used the body of the first Hokage for experiments. Slaughtered Uchiha clan ninjas, colluded with outside ninjas to break the seal of the Ninetales, caused the death of the fourth Hokage, and insulted heroes, thereby disrupting the peace of the village. For all these crimes, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Colluding with outside ninjas to break the seal of the Ninetales, causing the death of the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo, who had been looking for a way to send information out to have the root organization's base come to rescue him, now widened his eyes in shock and cursed out loud. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you dare to frame me. He had never imagined that the person he regarded as his biggest rival in this lifetime, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would ultimately stand on the side of an outsider whose identity had not yet been verified. This made him extremely angry. However, before Shimura Danzo could continue speaking, the Konoha civilians and ninjas behind Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately reacted. Without any pleasantries, they cursed and moved closer, wanting to execute Shimura Danzo on the spot. Beast, after doing such inhumane things, you still want to frame the third Hokage? Spit. He only has one breath left. Without one hand, he can't seal and use ninjutsu. Everyone, let us go together and avenge the deceased fourth Hokage and Kushina. Let us give our hero a breath of relief. That's right, let us all go. In an instant, the Konoha civilians surged forward, pummeling Shimura Danzo with punches and kicks. As for the ninjas, they were stopped by members of various clans and Yumbu, because that was their Lord's will, Senju Yuru's instructions. Shimura Danzo cannot die yet. Uchiha Shisui calmly watched Shimura Danzo, who looked like a lost dog, with no intention of speaking, because he was waiting for someone to make a move. And just as Uchiha Shisui remained silent on the other side, above the ruins of the Root organization's base, a strange vortex suddenly appeared. I say, why did you come back to Konoha so quickly? It seems we don't have much information about that unknown Senju Yuru, right? Aren't you afraid of being reckless? As Aihabido landed, White Zetsu crawled out from the ground and asked. To this, Aihabido merely smiled coldly. He, who said I want to be enemies with Senju Yuru. I'm here to recruit talent for Nagato's Akatsuki organization. Talent? White Zetsu looked puzzled. Orochimaru. Aihabido casually uttered these 3 words. Danzo is basically finished now. The cause of the Ninetales incident, the death of the 4th Hokage, and the crime of experimenting with the 1st Hokage SLs are all placed on his head. However, if he is willing to throw all the blame on Orochimaru, then he can survive and find an opportunity to make a comeback. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu immediately understood. I get it, at that time, with Orochimaru's personality, facing the accusations of the Konoha people, he definitely won't just sit back and wait. He will surely escape. At that time, we just need to help him escape and inform Nagato about Orochimaru's situation, so that Orochimaru will be absorbed by the Akatsuki organization. Exactly. Aihabido nodded, the crimson Mangeki Sharingan flickering in the night. The strange vortex appeared again. The time for idle chatter is almost over. If we don't make a move soon, that useless Danzo will be trampled to death by those civilians. Things are getting more and more interesting. I have a feeling that with this Senju Yuru around, Konoha will become increasingly chaotic. Chapter 48. Abido makes his move again. Shadow Clone unleashes Susanoo. Step on him. Step on this beast. Spit. As the civilians continued to kick the bloodied Shimura Danzo, a strange vortex suddenly appeared next to him. How has our once incredibly arrogant Lord Danzo fallen to this state? Hearing this voice, the blurry-eyed Shimura Danzo could only rely on his ears and reached out to grab Aihabido's clothes tightly. Help me, the conditions are yours to set. Conditions are mine to set? Truly worthy of our Lord Danzo. Even in this situation, his decisiveness is still so bold. Aihabido sneered coldly. The next moment, he threw several shurikens with one hand, targeting the heads of the surrounding civilians. Deal. Seeing the shurikens so close, the previously furious civilians panicked and began to flee for their lives. Who is this guy? He's coming to kill us. Run quickly. Lord Senju Yagura, save us. Save us. However, Uchiha Shisui remained calmly sitting on the shoulder of the wooden figure, showing no intention of saving anyone. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of confusion, not understanding why he was acting this way. After all, it was hard to establish such authority and reputation, and to just throw it away like this? Given the distance, unless Senju Yagura acted immediately, there would be no time for support. Or perhaps he would let his capable subordinate and confidant, Uchiha Shisui, take action. Otherwise, those villagers would undoubtedly die. But Uchiha Shisui was his confidant, and Senju Yagura had just returned the favor of saving him. In short, Uchiha Shisui would still only listen to him. However, this was also good. The more mistakes Senju Yagura made, the more beneficial it was for him, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was considering this. The shurikens thrown by Aihabido were about to hit the civilians when a calm voice suddenly sounded beside him. Shisui, you go. Yes, Lord Senju Yagura. Whoosh. As Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone agreed, a blurred figure suddenly appeared in front of Aihabido. You have orders from the Lord, so get lost. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in that area. All the shurikens thrown by Aihabido were knocked to the ground. Even the shuriken he was holding was intercepted by Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone. Seeing this scene, the rescued civilians immediately became excited and shouted with gratitude. Look, it's Uchiha Shisui who saved us. Truly worthy of being compared to the 4th Hokage's yellow flash. Such speed. I just heard, it was Lord Senju Yagura who ordered Uchiha Shisui to save us. As expected, Lord Senjigura won't abandon us like the Umbu and Root. Lord Senjigura! Lord Senjigura! Hearing the civilians' cheers, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned very ugly. He never expected that Uchiha Shisui would listen to Senju Yagura's orders so much. This greatly exceeded his expectations. Shisui, you fool. Although he felt extremely displeased, the situation had developed to this point, and now he could only take it one step at a time. Clang, clang, clang. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking this, on the other side, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed again in that area. Sparks flew, and afterimages were everywhere. However, although Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone attacked quickly each time, his attacks passed through Aihabido's body without causing any real damage just as they were about to hit him. On the other hand, Aihabido's attacks landed on him, tearing his clothes and making him look somewhat disheveled. Yet, even so, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone continued to attack, swinging shurikens and casting ninjutsu, because the guy in front of him had been deliberately avoiding his gaze from the beginning. It was clear that Aihabido was afraid. Afraid of his Manjiki Sharingan. Afraid of that strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amidst Tsukimi. Space-time ability? Very strong, but the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone and the body sitting on the wooden figure both activated their Sharingan at high speed. The three Tomo transformed directly into the Manjiki Sharingan. The scarlet gaze appeared incredibly captivating in the darkness. Seemingly sensing something, Aihabido hurriedly used Kamui to pull Shimura Danzo away. But it was clearly too late to react. Not enough. Whoosh. Just as Aihabido was about to leave, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone instantly reached in front of him. Immediately after, a massive skeletal structure formed, and a terrifying impact shattered Aihabido's palm. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo fell helplessly downwards. Before he could hit the ground, Aihabido, who had activated Susanoo, stomped him down. Boom! The terrifying force instantly knocked him unconscious, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui, sitting on the wooden figure's shoulder, spoke lightly. Medical team, bring that beast back. He still has use. Uchiha is responsible for protection. Yes, Lord Senjigura. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, the Konoha medical team, escorted by a team of Uchiha ninjas, dragged Shimura Danzo back. This was the order of their lord Senjigura, and no one would question it. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of various clans kept their heads down and remained silent, not daring to make sound. As the medical team and Uchiha guards dragged Shimura Danzo back, on the other side, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone. The massive Susanoo skeletal structure had already covered in dense veins and flesh, and the Tengu armor was now donned. Susanoo? Looking at the Susanoo holding a green weapon before him, Aihabido glanced at the Uchiha guard team next to Shimura Danzo and the figure named Senju Yagura guarding nearby. Aihabido, ultimately unwilling, let out a cold snort. The strange vortex appeared again, seemingly preparing to leave. However, just as half of Aihabido's body disappeared, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone controlled the green Susanoo, drew out the green weapon, and charged out at high speed. At the same time, a massive amount of chakra erupted from the green weapon. Spiral sword. Fast, precise, and ruthless. One sword slashed out. Kill. Puffed. Boom. A tremendous explosion followed. Dust flying, trees exploding in succession, and the entire earth trembled slightly. Before long, a narrow and jagged chasm appeared before everyone, shocking them to the core. Chapter 49. Proud Abido and Senji Yagami's thunderous methods. Cough, cough, cough. Hyuga Hizashi, what is the result now? Need I say? It's definitely over. After all, that was Uchiha Clan's strongest genius of this generation. Uchiha Shisui's full-powered strike. That's right. I feel that among us here, very few could withstand that blow. Let alone the guy who only hides in the shadows and can't be seen. Faced with the praise from various clans, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan's ninjas felt very pleased and in good spirits. However, Hyuga Hizashi frowned slightly, his Byakugan narrowing, and his expression was not very good. Seemingly realizing something, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice, Hizashi, have you noticed something? The battle seems to not be over yet. With Hizashi's voice falling, Aihabido calmly walked out from the explosion area in front of everyone. Aside from a new blood mark on his face, the rest of him was completely unharmed. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the clan heads of Konoha looked very grim. Uchiha Shisui, the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan this generation, after activating Susanoo, actually failed to eliminate his opponent. He only left a blood mark on Abido's face. Impossible. However, as the clan heads of Konoha revealed expressions of disbelief, there was also a flicker of strange light in Aihabido's eyes. The next moment, he clapped his hands and walked towards Uchiha Shisui, his face filled with appreciation. As expected of someone comparable to the fourth Hokage, the yellow flash Minato Namikaze, his speed is indeed very fast. It's just a pity. At this point, Aihabido gave a thumbs up to Shisui's shadow clone in front of him. Then, he rotated 180 degrees downwards. Still a bit lacking. Aihabido was confident that as long as he didn't look into his opponent's eyes and avoid that strongest Jinjutsu, Kodo Amitsukami, then in the coming battle, he wouldn't give the Uchiha Shisui in front of him any chance to succeed. He, the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze couldn't keep me, and neither can you. The Shisui of instantaneous movement. Boom, boom, boom. Aihabido's actions at this moment shocked most of the Konoha ninjas and civilians present, because they never expected that there would be someone in the ninja world daring to openly look down on Konoha's ninjas. Is this guy seeking death? Before long, ninjas from various clans came forth, angrily scolding Aihabido while requesting Uchiha Shisui to fight. Just a ninja from another village. Don't think that by relying on tricks to obtain a Sharingan, you're truly invincible. Lord Senju Yagami, let me go. I can definitely make this ignorant guy understand the might of Konoha. And us. We want to join too. However, compared to the anger on those people's faces, the clan heads of Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen were lost in thought at this moment. This guy who suddenly appeared from nowhere. That Sharingan's ability is quite extraordinary. Therefore, while looking for a way to counter that ability, they didn't dare to act recklessly. However, just as those from Konoha were being stopped from acting by their clan heads, and those who didn't want to act hadn't thought of a solution yet, a voice suddenly rang out from the middle of the crowd. Since the young people are so hot-headed, let me try the ability of your Sharingan. Upon hearing Shisui's words, all the Konoha ninjas present turned to look at him, with most of their eyes filled with excitement. Ha ha! Lord Senju Yagami is going to fight personally. That ignorant guy is doomed. But even Uchiha Shisui could only leave a blood mark on that guy's face. What about Senju Yagami? Clan head. You must believe in Lord Senju Yagami. He will definitely win and uphold the glory of Konoha, the #1 ninja village. Let's hope so, Sai. Boom, boom, boom. As Uchiha Shisui jumped off the wooden man and walked step by step towards Aihabido's brows slightly furrowed, his attention and muscles instinctively tensed. Knowing the power granted by his Sharingan, he still dared to engage in battle. Was he forcing himself into the fight? Or had he truly found a way to counter it? No, since this guy could defeat Danzo in just a few days, he definitely wasn't someone who acted on impulse. For the sake of his subsequent plans, he absolutely could not be careless. He should test his opponent's strength a bit and then find an opportunity to leave. However, just as Aihabido was thinking this, the figure in front of him suddenly appeared momentarily blurry without warning. Not good. Almost at the instant this thought crossed his mind, he activated the power of his Sharingan. Unfortunately, this action did allow him to dodge Uchiha Shisui's full-force instantaneous technique as he swung the Kusanagi sword in a horizontal sweep. However, he did not dodge the two subsequent slaps and shurikens. Smack! Uffed. As Aihabido received a slap from Shisui's shadow clone, a splash of blood burst forth from his back. Blood splattered, the wound deep enough to see bone. Your ability is strong? It's just a pity, still a bit lacking. Hearing Uchiha Shisui echo back his earlier words, Aihabido felt extremely angry, but chose to endure. Too fast, really too fast. He never imagined that the Senju Yagami, who should only excel and would release like the first Hokage, would be so terrifyingly fast. In fact, even faster than Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, the two shadow clone speeds were not inferior to Shisui's. Could this guy really be the direct disciple of the first Hokage? If he hadn't adjusted his state to the best condition, he would have never been able to narrowly dodge the attack from the opponent's main body. And that shadow clone strike, which should have split his heart in two. The next moment, his body was once again consumed by that strange vortex, not giving Uchiha Shisui a chance to continue attacking. Immediately after, a slightly weak roar rang out between Uchiha Shisui and his two shadow clones. You remember this. Senju Yagami, I will be back soon. By then, Konoha will be turned to ruins under my power, and everyone will die. To this, Uchiha Shisui merely glanced indifferently at the place where Aihabido had left. Then, he turned to Shimura Danzo. With Aihabido's disturbance, his next plan should be able to begin. Chapter 50. Uchiha Aihabido's calculated plans. Danzo shifts blame thud. As Uchiha Shisui walked step by step towards Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Aihabido suddenly dropped from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Ah! Uchiha Aihabido gasped, painfully sitting up from the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Such speed. No wonder he was able to deal with that old man Danzo in just a few days. He must have hidden cards we don't know about. How tragic. I said we shouldn't have returned so quickly. Look, my body is almost split in half. White Zetsu emerged from the ground and said with a smile. Hearing this, Uchiha Aihabido turned to look at the injured half of his body that lacked white Zetsu, his expression turning grim. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that half of his body was white Zetsu, which has a strong recovery ability, he would have likely died from excessive blood loss by now. However, even so, he wouldn't be able to move around freely in the ninja world for a while. Cough. Cough, cough. Although I suffered some unexpected injuries, it's still within an acceptable range. Moreover, our gains from this trip are considerable. At this point, Uchiha Aihabido's eyes were filled with confidence. After this encounter, next time we meet, I won't give Senjutsu that guy a chance to get close to me. And Orochimaru from Konoha, if nothing goes wrong, he should be on the verge of being exposed by that old man Danzo right now. That's right. Although the unexpected appearance of Uchiha Shisui and Senjutsu disrupted my original plan, I took the opportunity to avoid Shisui's spiral blade and got close to Danzo, telling him how to escape. In short, Danzo is probably already publicly selling out Orochimaru amidst everyone's curses. The disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru will ultimately defect from Konoha and become one of their powerful combat forces. Hehe, Senjutsu, I hope you can create more chaos in Konoha. While Uchiha Aihabido was thinking this, Uchiha Shisui had already walked up to Shimura Danzo. At this moment, the surrounding Konoha ninjas and civilians, who finally reacted, all wore expressions of disbelief. God, did you just see that? Even our strongest genius from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, couldn't handle the enemy, and Lord Senjutsu managed to take him down in an instant. He almost killed him right away. As expected, as long as we follow Lord Senjutsu, any enemy will crumble. He is the strongest. That's right. But did you guys notice that the speed Lord Senjutsu just displayed seems to be even faster than Uchiha Shisui's body flicker technique? It seems so. Hearing the conversations around them, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders all nodded in agreement with their views. Indeed, Senjutsu's speed was astonishingly fast. The speed he just exhibited was undoubtedly above Uchiha Shisui's. There's no doubt about it. But upon further thought, if Senjutsu's teacher is truly the first Hokage, then it shouldn't be a problem for him to learn some advanced speed-related ninjutsu from the second Hokage. After thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders glanced at the cheers of the crowd and sighed lightly. They knew that from the moment Senjutsu repelled the enemy that everyone else couldn't handle, his prestige in Konoha would rise to a new level. If this continues, the name Senjutsu will echo throughout Konoha. Even if he becomes the fifth Hokage of Konoha, it's not impossible. While those around him were thinking this, the next moment, two Uchiha ninjas, at Uchiha Shisui's gesture, directly dragged Shimura Danzo up and forced him to kneel before him. As if realizing his current situation and sensing the disappearance of Uchiha Aihabido's aura, Danzo hurriedly bowed his head and begged for mercy. You can't kill me. I am a member of the Elder Council of Konoha. If you spare me, I am willing to give up all power in the Foundation. Just spare my life. The guy who just claimed to be Uchiha Madara already told me that as long as I publicly sell out Orochimaru, I still have a chance to survive. And as long as I can survive with the Foundation I control and the help of that guy claiming to be Uchiha Madara, we can work together for a chance to rise again. There's a chance to make that Senjutsu meet the same fate as the fourth Hokage, being accidentally sacrificed in some event. As Danzo's desperate appearance unfolded, the clan leaders of Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to watch coldly. With no one stepping up to speak for him, Danzo was now the target of everyone's scorn, practically finished. Whether he could survive the night was in question. It wasn't worth offending the terrifying Senjutsu to save this guy. However, just as Senjutsu was about to draw his sword from his waist in front of everyone, Danzo suddenly bowed his head, his forehead hitting the ground. Bang! Don't kill me. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a secret that no one knows. A secret that no one knows? Originally uninterested in whether Danzo lived or died, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others now had a glimmer of interest in their eyes. Who wouldn't want such a free benefit? Thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead and spoke up. After all, he had been Hokage for many years and understood the thoughts of those present very well. Cough, cough. Lord Senjioru, since this criminal is going to be dealt with sooner or later, why not hear what he has to say next? Sure enough, after Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, one clan leader after another chimed in. The third Hokage is right. I feel the same way. Indeed, it's better to hear what secret this criminal has to say before making a move. Uchiha Shisui had already anticipated the reactions of those behind him. In fact, he intentionally gave Danzo the chance to speak, because both he and Orochimaru needed this opportunity. Come on, speak. Seeing that he really had a chance, Danzo began to bow his head and speak, his voice sounding extremely miserable. Actually, the mastermind behind the experiments with the first Hokage cells is not me. It's Orochimaru. Don't be nervous. Don't take action. I have evidence. I really have evidence. The evidence is in the Foundation's main base. If you don't believe me, you can take me there to find it. Really? Hee. The show has begun. Chapter 51. Heading to the root. Danzo is ready to turn the tables. Orochimaru. Hearing Shimura Danzo's words, the heads of the Konoha clans present exchanged glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen after a moment of silence, wanting to see his reaction to the matter. Because, regardless of whether Orochimaru had collaborated with Shimura Danzo to conduct those experiments, or if he was the real mastermind behind it all, the actual truth held no significance for them. What they cared about were only interests and relationships. In short, the right or wrong of this matter largely depended on whether Orochimaru's teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, believed in him and was willing to protect him. If he believed and was willing, then Orochimaru would be innocent, and all the blame would fall on Shimura Danzo. Conversely, Orochimaru would end up, just like Danzo, directly eliminated. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a serious expression. If the true instigator is indeed Orochimaru, then even if he is my disciple, I will not spare him. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I cannot protect anyone who poses a danger to the village for any reason. Done. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo felt overjoyed inside, but he still maintained a fearful expression. As long as these people chose to temporarily believe him, once they returned to the root, he could use the power of root to forcefully shift the blame onto Orochimaru. The truth? Hee. Whoever has the stronger fist, their words will be the truth. However, what Danzo did not know was that the reason why the heads of the various Konoha clans stood up to speak for him and were not afraid of him turning the tables was simply because the root had already been thoroughly taken down. In short, Shimura Danzo posed no threat to them at all. Even if he lied, it was just a matter of prolonging his life for a while. Unfortunately, Danzo was unaware of this. You say the true mastermind is Orochimaru? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Is the evidence at the root? Yes. Then let's go. As cold sweat dripped down Danzo's back and he answered nervously, the next moment, Uchiha Shisui waved his hand at the Uchiha ninjas beside him. You guys watch him. Yes, Lord Senjioru. Seeing this scene, Danzo instantly felt delighted, while a hint of concealed killing intent flashed in his eyes. Senjioru, huh? Once I return to the root, everything you do in Konoha from now on, I will secretly sabotage. Want to smoothly take over all of Konoha? Impossible. Next, under Senjioru's lead, the people of Konoha finally reached the outermost circle of the root's location, a towering wooden wall piercing into the clouds. What is this? Looking at the massive wooden wall made up of countless trees, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of the Konoha clans showed expressions of surprise. Can a wall made of chakra reach such a height? This is the power of the Senju clans would release bloodline limit. How terrifying. At this moment, Shimura Danzo finally understood why the people inside the root headquarters had not responded to the signals he sent earlier. It wasn't that they were unwilling to act, but that they simply could not see. Just a wall created casually could be broken through immediately. Compared to everyone's astonishment, Uchiha Shisui spoke calmly. The next moment, he directly formed hand seals with his hands together. Would release, would golem technique. Boom! With a loud noise, wooden figures rose from the ground one after another. Under Uchiha Shisui's control, they swung their fists and smashed directly into the wooden wall, causing explosions to ring out. However, it only created numerous cracks without breaking through entirely. Seeing that Senjioru could not break the wooden wall in one strike, the heads of the various Konoha clans exchanged glances and then simultaneously led their people to take action. The opportunity to share credit and showcase themselves to Senjioru had arrived. Lord Senjioru, you just fought a great enemy for Konoha, and your chakra hasn't fully recovered yet. Leave this small matter of breaking the wall to us. That's right, let's handle it. And us. In an instant, various ninjutsu flew towards the wooden wall, causing the cracks on the wall to become denser and denser, but still failing to break through. This made the faces of the heads of the Konoha clans turn extremely ugly, and they exchanged glances with their trusted subordinates, signaling them to go down and relay the message. So many people can't break a wall? Isn't this telling Senju that all of us from these major clans are useless? They had to show some real skills. However, before those people could continue to act, the next moment, Uchiha Shisui turned to look at his shadow clone and said calmly, "Shisui, the final blow is up to you." "Yes, Lord Senju." Uchiha Shisui. It seems that this Senju is preparing to cultivate Uchiha Shisui, giving him so many opportunities to showcase himself. But Uchiha Shisui isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen's person. What is he doing now? In an instant, the heads of the Konoha clans all turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for this, while Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared calm on the surface, he felt extremely displeased inside. He knew very well that after tonight, although many of the underground industries beneath Konoha might be distributed to the clans present, the power of the root would definitely be firmly grasped by Senju. As for the positions of Hokage and Aihabido, it all depended on how ambitious this guy was. If using a Shisui could preserve his current interests, he was willing. But if the other party wanted to take away all the positions in the Aihabido and Hokage, that appetite would be too large. By then, he might not even need to act. The various clans within Konoha would start to feel uneasy, fearing they would become the next target. And Senju would end up like Uchiha Madara back then. Although his combat power was strong enough, he would ultimately be abandoned by everyone in Konoha. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking this, under everyone's watchful eyes, Uchiha Shisui directly activated Susanoo. With the Tengu armor donned and the spiral sword in hand, the powerful green chakras surged, all being infused into the weapon at Susanoo's waist. In the next moment, the massive Susanoo drew its sword and thrust it forward. Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out, and the wooden wall, already filled with cracks, was instantly blown to pieces, scattering wooden debris everywhere. No wonder the Uchiha clan claimed to be the #1 clan in Konoha. The power of this was truly enviable no matter how many times one saw it. Indeed, it was no surprise that they called themselves the first family of Konoha, as the crowd marveled at the power of Uchiha Shisui's strike behind them. Shimura Danzo secretly sent out a signal exclusive to the root. His expression turned exceptionally sinister. After enduring humiliation for so long, he had finally waited for this moment. His reinforcements were finally on their way. But in the next moment, as the dust blocking his line of sight cleared away, Shimura Danzo stood there, completely stunned. Chapter 52, Orochimaru's Revelation. I am the undercover agent. What exactly is going on? What happened to the headquarters of the root and the ninjas? How did it end up like this? Could it be that this place was also attacked by that outsider? Damn outsider. How dare they repeatedly strike at us from Konoha? Wait, if that's the case, then the evidence that Danzo mentioned is impossible to find. Looking at the shattered stones and the nearly dried pools of blood in front of them, the Konoha civilians present and the Konoha ninjas who did not participate in the attack on the root all wore serious expressions. However, when they turned to look at Shimura Danzo, wanting to see what he had to say next, what they saw was Danzo sitting on the ground, dazed and muttering to himself. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of various Konoha clans felt a wave of disbelief. Who would have thought that the person who once held great power over Konoha's root, managing a large number of ninjas and resources, and could stand toe-to-toe with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to the extent of being able to largely ignore the influence of the various clans within Konoha, would now be driven mad by a guy who had only appeared before everyone a few days ago? Truly, the world is unpredictable. However, regarding Danzo's final outcome, everyone had already considered him dead in their hearts. The key now was how Senju wanted him to die. Bang! At a certain moment, under everyone's gaze, Shimura Danzo suddenly lunged forward, trying to grab hold of the root that had completely turned to ruins. But he fell directly to the ground. Yet even so, Danzo still opened his mouth to roar, his face filled with unwillingness. My root had so many ninjas. How could it just vanish like that? Jinjutsu, that's right. This is all a Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu. In the next moment, Danzo suddenly turned his head to look at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui's shadow clones, along with the numerous Uchiha ninjas behind them, his expression turning extremely ferocious. Step, step, step. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Danzo suddenly started to run faster, his face becoming increasingly twisted. It's you who have blinded my eyes. Get it back to me. Give back my root, my power. This action from Danzo caused the wounds on his battered body to crack open again. Blood flowed continuously from the wounds, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Yet even so, Danzo still ran towards the Uchiha clan. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan quietly rotated. Jinjutsu. Ugh. As Danzo charged forward. The Jinjutsu cast by Uchiha Shisui caused his path to gradually tilt. Eventually, he charged within 10 meters of Uchiha Shisui. Damn sinner. You even want to counterattack in your dying moments and harm Lord Senjieya. Where's the Uchiha clan? Protect Lord Senjieya. Hyuga clan, obey orders. Protect Lord Senjieya and us. In an instant, one Konoha ninja after another rushed to stand in front of Uchiha Shisui, shielding him. However, just as Danzo was about to continue forward and confront the numerous Konoha ninjas, a light chuckle suddenly came from behind him. Oh dear, Lord Senjieya, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have been worried that I might be mistakenly killed by my own people. By the way, let us have this rude fellow lie down for a bit. Puff! With the sound of blood spraying, a blood flower blossomed directly behind Shimura Danzo. As for this, Orochimaru had no intention of admiring it at all. He kicked Danzo's body towards the Uchiha clan's guards. Tie him up, really. Not even a single waist can be kept in check. Seeing Orochimaru suddenly appear and take down Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of the various Konoha clans all looked at him with vigilance. As soon as Senjieya spoke, they would immediately take action to apprehend him. As for Orochimaru's actions and words that publicly incapacitated Danzo, the vast majority present did not take it seriously. After all, Danzo had already become like that, and the root had been blown to ruins. Any evidence proving Orochimaru's identity was gone. In this situation, no one knew whether this Orochimaru was friend or foe. While these thoughts ran through their minds, Orochimaru continued to walk forward, completely ignoring the ninjas who were holding weapons and watching him warily. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. Orochimaru, after a moment, when Orochimaru was 5 meters away from Uchiha Shisui, almost touching a Konoha ninja's weapon, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke in a deep voice. You are currently suspected of colluding with the sinner Shimura Danzo, researching the body of the first Hokage, and engaging in treasonous acts. Surrender immediately and do not resist meaninglessly. Resist? Why would I resist? Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a playful expression, still smiling. I say, Sensei, are you worried about me? I'm really touched, just like during the selection of the fourth Hokage. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed slightly. It was unknown whether Orochimaru had obtained any leverage from Danzo, who had supported him before. Therefore, this guy had to be captured by his people. Only then would he have the chance to erase all those levers and prevent Senjieya from getting them and coming to extort him. In the next moment, he directly signaled the Umbu members beside him to take action. Orochimaru, the peace of Konoha cannot be threatened. The will of fire needs us to inherit. How can someone like you, who does not understand the will of fire and assists in evil, become Hokage? Do not resist any further. Surrender quickly. Facing Kakashi, who was rushing forward with several Umbu members, Orochimaru merely responded with a cold smile. Before long, Kakashi finally reached Orochimaru's front, swinging his weapon, intending to cooperate with the Umbu members to take him down. However, just as he was about to succeed, several blurry shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. Clang! 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 What is this? Uchiha clan ninjas? Why are you protecting Orochimaru? He is a partner of Danzo. In response to Kakashi's question, the Uchiha ninjas blocking him and the Umbu members expressionlessly swung their blood-drenched swords, forcing them back. The scarlet three-tomo Sharingan flickered in the darkness as they explained. Lord Senjieya has ordered that Orochimaru has been an undercover agent in the root for many years, with great contributions, and has specially dispatched us to protect him in secret and escort him back to the village. What? Orochimaru is actually Lord Senjieya's undercover agent. Chapter 53, I Trust Myself. Everyone's confused appointment. Orochimaru is an undercover agent. Orochimaru is an undercover agent. After that Uchiha clan ninja spoke up, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt his brain capacity was somewhat insufficient, repeatedly echoing those 6 words in his mind. His disciple, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, was actually this guy named Senju Yoru behind him, an undercover agent? Moreover, one who has been an undercover agent for many years. If that's the case, then all these years of weakening the power of various clans and allowing Danzo to act against the Uchiha clan. That Senjioru must know everything. After thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt panic inside, but he still forced a calm expression on his face and said to Kakashi and the others, "Since we're all on the same side, Kakashi, bring everyone back." "Yes, Lord Third." Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately led the few Umbu members back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, continuing to act as guards. After they returned, in the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly changed from his previous serious demeanor to a face full of relief and smiled as he spoke. "Orochimaru, you are indeed one of the legendary three of Konoha, the most prized disciple of the teacher. I never believed you would betray the village. I was just thinking of taking you back to find evidence to clear your name." In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's quick change of attitude, Orochimaru merely responded with a cold smile. In the next moment, he took out a large stack of documents from his robe and respectfully handed them to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui glanced at a shadow clone and gestured for it to take them. "Orochimaru, you've worked hard over the years. You've done very well. By the way, you should hand over all the intelligence and information you've gathered over the years to Shisui. This child has a deep understanding of the will of fire, and I trust him to manage the intelligence. After all, who could be more reliable to give important intelligence to than oneself? Moreover, I have given the power of root to my shadow clone, and Uchiha Shisui is Sarutobi Hiruzen's trusted aide. In the eyes of the various clans in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has become someone who holds the two great powers of Umbu and root, which is bound to attract some unnecessary trouble. Thus, it will be much easier for me to take over Umbu later. After all, the current root is not a piece of cake, but a hot potato. Yes, Lord Senjioru." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru, though showing some surprise on his face, still complied and handed all the documents over to his shadow clone. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone made a move that left most people feeling utterly incredulous. He refused the intelligence that Orochimaru had handed over. Immediately after, in front of everyone, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone suddenly knelt on one knee. "My lord, I'm just an ordinary member of Umbu. You give me such important intelligence. I'm afraid Afraid of what? Afraid you can't handle it?" Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. "Since Lord Senjioru is willing to hand root over to you, then just accept it. Lord Senjioru has always been very accurate in judging people. Look, Lord Senjioru previously sent me to that old man Danzo's side. I stayed there for a few years, and in the end, I still completed the mission successfully." As Orochimaru spoke, trying to persuade Uchiha Shisui, who was pretending to be troubled, Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha ninjas behind him also spoke up at this moment. "Shisui, this is the Lord's kind intention. Just accept it." "Yes, Shisui, the Lord trusts you, which means he trusts our Uchiha clan. You shouldn't refuse anymore." Yes. Seeing that the situation was settled, the various clans within Konoha all began to persuade Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone. Although handing over both Umbu and root to Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat advantageous for him, they all believed that it wouldn't be long before Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely spit it back out. Even the power of Umbu would be the same. After all, this suddenly emerged disciple of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Susanoo, was no pushover. Didn't you see that Danzo lying on the ground? If Sarutobi Hiruzen became too arrogant, it wouldn't be long before he would follow in Danzo's footsteps. Amidst the crowd's fervent persuasion, he ultimately accepted all the intelligence and took on the position of head of root. "All right, I will temporarily manage root on behalf of the Lord. If the Lord finds a more suitable candidate later, I will return it to the Lord." MHM. Seeing that his shadow clone agreed, Uchiha Shisui slightly nodded and then turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders of Konoha behind him. Since the head of root had been dealt with, the next step should be to push another person into position. However, before that, he still needed to make some preparations for the other party. As you all know, our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to seal the Ninetales, leaving behind only his child with Kushina Uzumaki, who is a hero of our village and cannot be forgotten. However, no matter what, the village cannot be without a Hokage to manage the situation, so, at this point, Senjioru deliberately paused, sweeping his gaze over everyone present. As for this action of his, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders all pretended to listen seriously. But in reality, they didn't care at all, because they all knew that this position of Hokage definitely had nothing to do with them. However, in the next moment, what Uchiha Shisui said left everyone present with confusion on their faces. "I have decided to appoint Orochimaru as the acting fifth Hokage, managing the affairs of the village and contributing to the peace of the village. What? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders of Konoha were all dumbfounded. Isn't Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple? How could he hand the position of Hokage back to him? This way, wouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen be in control of Umbu, his trusted aide Uchiha Shisui in charge of Root, and his disciple Orochimaru serving as the fifth Hokage? This kind of thing is simply more outrageous than a pie falling from the sky. It's unreasonable, far too unreasonable. Could it be that he has gained some other benefits that we haven't thought of? No. In that case, what could his true purpose be? In regarding Uchiha Shisui's decision, not only were Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others shocked, but even Orochimaru himself was filled with confusion. Wasn't he here just to go through the motions and then go back to continue his research with Senjutsu cells and blood? How did this process turn into him becoming the acting fifth Hokage? However, Uchiha Shisui had already anticipated the confusion of everyone present, so he didn't remind them. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, send a few Uchiha ninjas to help Shisui escort Danzo back to Root for interrogation. As for the new Root, whoosh. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Coming right up, would release, multiple pillar technique. Chapter 54, starting to fish, Uchiha generously hands overpower would release. Pillar house technique. Boom! With a loud noise erupting in the ruins of the roots, the ground immediately began to shake violently. One after another, brand new houses rose from the ground, and even protective walls and roadblocks appeared. This scene caused all the ninjas and civilians present to gasp in amazement. Truly worthy of the wood release inherited from the first Hokage. What a powerful ninjutsu. I didn't expect that such a strong wood release technique could be used in this way. Indeed, if it weren't for Lord Senjutsu having just experienced a battle, his current state definitely wouldn't be at its peak. Otherwise, I would have wanted him to help me rebuild our family's shop that hasn't been restored yet. I'm the same, I feel the same way. However, just as everyone was marveling at Uchiha Shisui's powerful wood release, Shisui's voice suddenly rang out amidst the dust in the roots. The follow-up work here will be handled by everyone cooperating with Orochimaru, Shisui, and Hisashi. I'll first take the Uchiha ninjas to lead the villagers back to the village, and at the same time repair the shops in various family residences that haven't been rebuilt yet. Whoosh! As Shisui's voice fell, the dust around the roots had completely dissipated. His figure also disappeared without a trace. Behind him, Uchiha ninjas were leading civilians back to the village. Wait! Hearing Shisui's words, Sarutobi Hisashi seemed to suddenly realize something and became anxious. His gaze shifted as he began to search for any traces he might have left behind. Hisashi wanted to ask why he handed over the roots to Uchiha Shisui. Was he not afraid of him commanding the Umbu and the roots? He is so confident, and he accepted Orochimaru as the fifth Hokage. Doesn't he fear that the latter might suddenly turn against him? After all, this disciple of his is quite difficult to control. What interests and stakes has he not considered? Hisashi still hasn't figured it out. Unfortunately, how could Uchiha Shisui's main body give him the chance to ask? Taking advantage of the commotion caused by the wood release, pillar house technique, he had already made his escape. Next, he just needs to use his injury as an excuse to secretly stir things up, using Uchiha Shisui's identity to observe the movements of several major families through Orochimaru's eyes. He is very willing to cooperate with those he can ally with. As for those who want to prevent him from taking control of all the power in Konoha, Shimura Danzo will be their ultimate fate. Seeing Uchiha Shisui leave just like that, Orochimaru, who had just suddenly appointed him as the fifth Hokage, felt speechless. Yuru actually just walked away like that. Is he serious? Although he had indeed participated in the Hokage election before, that was because Danzo had sent him to see what his teacher thought of him. However, now that he already knew what he wanted to know, continuing to be Hokage seemed less meaningful than research. Just as Orochimaru was about to turn and leave, Shisui's shadow clone handed a scroll to Orochimaru. Lord asked me to give this to you. Orochimaru instinctively reached out to take it. However, when he opened the scroll and saw the 7 biggest words on it, a faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's face as he turned his back to everyone. Give and take. The will of fire. Give and take. Is this your will of fire, Yuru? You really don't resemble the first Hokage's disciple at all. Instead, you seem like some old fox. However, it doesn't matter what your true identity is. As long as you are willing to give me what I want, that's enough. The scroll recorded the tasks Uchiha Shisui needed to complete and the corresponding rewards he could receive upon completion. Task: temporarily halt experiments. Serve as Hokage for a period, and act as an overt spy to provide maximum convenience to Sarutobi Hisashi. For any important intelligence, go directly to the previous laboratory in the roots to find me. Reward: material supply double. Double materials. It was precisely because of this task reward that Orochimaru halted. Haha. If this is your will of fire, then what's wrong with me trying out this Hokage position? However, as if thinking of something, Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone beside him, a hint of envy in his eyes. I really don't know why he trusts you so much, but it's fine. I'll do as he says. In response to Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone remained silent, quietly watching his next move. In the next moment, in front of everyone, Orochimaru turned to Sarutobi Hisashi and the clan leaders of various families, smiling faintly. In the days to come, I hope my dear teacher and all clan leaders will guide me well. Hearing Orochimaru's words, those clan leaders who were still marveling at Uchiha Shisui's recent would-release power suddenly realized the difference in his current identity. Indeed, the current Orochimaru is no longer just the Orochimaru who failed in the Hokage election. He is now the designated 5th Hokage of Konoha. After realizing this, the clan leaders, led by Hyuga Hisashi of the Hyuga clan, began to flatter Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, you're too polite. Ha ha ha. With the support of Lord Senjutsu, you will surely become the 5th Hokage of the village. Hisashi, shouldn't you change your title to 5th Hokage-sama now? That's right, in the future, we will rely on 5th Hokage-sama to take care of our families. Compared to the flattery of the clan leaders, Sarutobi Hisashi merely nodded symbolically, offering a slight smile before falling silent again. Clearly, he was still pondering the reason behind Uchiha Shisui distributing power. However, while Orochimaru was exchanging pleasantries with the clan leaders, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone handed a scroll to Uchiha Fugaku, who had been silent the entire time. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku pretended to be puzzled as he opened and read it. The next moment, he intentionally paused for a moment before calmly speaking. Since the 5th Hokage has taken office, our Uchiha clan, to show our sincerity, will present a congratulatory gift for the peace of the village. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, everyone turned to look at him in unison. The Uchiha clan is willing to relinquish half of the authority of the security department and all non-Uchiha personnel on the day the 5th Hokage takes office, to assist the now understaffed roots in cooperating with the Hokage to govern the village, which is in dire need of reconstruction after the Ninetales incident. What? Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Sarutobi Hisashi and the clan leaders were instantly stunned, their bodies freezing in shock as they looked at him in disbelief. Is Uchiha Fugaku out his mind? Chapter 55, Fugaku's Decision, Power Exchange for Residents. Hearing Fugaku Uchiha's words, the heads of various clans in Konoha, who had just been congratulating Orochimaru, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had not yet figured out the implications of Uchiha Shisui's previous decision, were all left speechless. What on earth was happening today? Why were so many abnormal events occurring one after another? Just moments ago, the positions of Hokage and the leader of the root were all assigned to people related to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, was directly relinquishing the long-held power of the security department. Neither of these events was normal. As for their current reaction, Fugaku Uchiha calmly explained, since the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan has sacrificed over 30% of its members, with 50 to 60% suffering varying degrees of injuries. Given the current situation, we can no longer maintain the existing security operations. Even if we forcefully hold onto the power of the security department, it will have no effect and only exhaust our clan members, worsening the situation. Upon hearing this, everyone finally reacted from their confusion. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had already sacrificed about 20% of their members in the Ninetales incident, and with the losses from tonight's battle involving Shimura Danzo's confidants, it could be said that nearly all Uchiha ninjas were now injured. They would truly find it difficult to maintain the defense of the surrounding areas of Konoha by themselves. If they continue to hold out, the Uchiha clan would likely face a rapid decline. Compromising and relinquishing some power was indeed the wisest choice. Wait, if the Uchiha clan relinquished half of their power and the non-Uchiha ninjas in the security department, they would likely no longer qualify to be called Konoha's top clan. The title of the top clan would be taken by the Hyuga clan. This massive threat that had always weighed heavily on everyone was now finally reduced to a level that everyone could accept. Moreover, if the Uchiha clan gave up half of the power of the security department, the now depleted root would surely begin to recruit more personnel. In this way, wouldn't all the clans be able to send their members into it, increasing their influence in Konoha's decision-making? In short, Fugaku Uchiha's choice was good news for all the clans. After a moment, the heads of the various clans turned to Fugaku Uchiha, starting to comfort him as if afraid he would change his mind. Fugaku, don't be too sad. The Uchiha members who died are all heroes of Konoha. Though they sacrificed their lives, they will forever live on in our hearts. That's right, Fugaku. I know your clan still has many injured, and medical supplies may be scarce. When I return today, I will immediately send someone to deliver some to you. We also have the responsibility to care for the wounded, as the Uchiha heroes bled for the village. However, regarding the reactions of the clan heads, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared completely unconcerned. His attention was now focused on the third scroll that Uchiha Shisui was pulling out. Every astonishing decision made thus far seemed to be related to the scrolls in Shisui's hands. It seemed that after today's events, he must find an opportunity to approach Shisui. If possible, he had to obtain the contents of those scrolls. Lord Senjigura left a decree with the scrolls. If the Uchiha clan voluntarily relinquished the power of the security department, regardless of how much power was given up, they would be eligible for the following rewards. Just as expected, hearing Shisui's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a subtle brilliance. It appeared that the contents recorded on those scrolls were all about the decisions and actions made after Senjigura. As long as he could grasp them, he would know the opponent's next moves in advance. In short, he had to obtain the remaining scrolls. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's current reaction, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone saw it, but continued to calmly read the contents recorded on the scroll in hand. In light of the Uchiha clan's brave fighting against the Ninetales and their spirit of not fearing sacrifice while upholding the will of fire of Konoha, we have specially designated the area closest to the hospital in the newly rebuilt residential area to be granted to the Uchiha clan for the best treatment of the injured. Initially, the heads of the various clans were somewhat resistant to this decision made by Senjigura. After all, the Uchiha clan had always tried various means to re-enter the core area of Konoha, vying for various high-level powers in the village. Their ambitions made it necessary to guard against them. However, now the Uchiha clan was not entering the core area of Konoha to compete for power, but rather to provide better treatment for the injured. This matter, both emotionally and rationally, they could not stop. Moreover, the other side had indirectly given them half of the security department's quotas before entering the core area of Konoha. Yet, compared to the indifference of other clan heads, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that something was amiss. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was in a short time. Oh well. Anyway, the vast majority of Uchiha ninjas were injured, so the threat was not great. The key was still Senjigura's attitude and Fugaku Uchiha, who possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. As long as he kept a close eye on these two, Konoha would still be in his grasp. Next, Orochimaru had a conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others as they walked back to Konoha. Only Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone remained at the root, handling so-called paperwork. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You probably can never imagine that the half of the security department's power relinquished by the Uchiha clan ultimately returned to my hands. Now, Uchiha Shisui holds all the power of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, the entire power of the root, and controls the Hokage of Konoha. So no matter how much power he gives away from the security department to the root, those powers still remain in his hands. In fact, his actions also allowed the Uchiha clan to obtain the right to reside back in the core area of Konoha for free. In short, as long as he slowly takes control of the Umbu's power, all the power of Konoha will be in his hands. As for the heads of the various clans, just a bunch of fence-sitters, as long as he can ensure the continuation of their clans and maintain their interests. Occasionally giving away a bit of power will naturally not be a problem. The power of the Umbu will soon enter his hands as well. Let's wait and see. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 56. Orochimaru becomes the 5th Hokage, Senjiezin's venue, a few days later. Thanks to the efforts of all the personnel in Konoha, the village finally restored its former appearance. The shops quickly reopened due to Uchiha Shisui's wood release, pillar technique, along with temporary business conveniences offered by various clans. The village's economy swiftly returned to normal. The streets were bustling with people, showing no signs of the recent battle. However, in the meeting room on the top floor of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was extremely serious. The high-ranking officials of Konoha had gathered here to select the next Hokage. The clan leaders of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, and Akimichi clans were present to vote, and there were two candidates for the fifth Hokage. One was Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas and a disciple of the third Hokage. The other was Uchiha Shisui, a member of the former first clan of Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Although Orochimaru was already the de facto fifth Hokage due to Senju Yejin's influence, the process still needed to be completed. After a moment, the voting concluded, and Orochimaru successfully became the fifth Hokage with nearly 2/3 of the votes. However, even though Uchiha Shisui lost, anyone with discernment could see that. Following the Ninetales incident and the power-sharing practices, the gap between the Uchiha clan and the other clans and the commoners in Konoha was gradually disappearing. This time, Uchiha Shisui indeed failed in the Hokage election, but no one knew whether the Uchiha clan would succeed directly in the next Hokage election. Now I announce that the person who has finally become the fifth Hokage of the village is Lord Orochimaru. Fifth Hokage. Fifth Hokage. Looking at the excited and cheering members of the various clans in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't feel any joy at all, because if Uchiha Shisui had successfully been elected, he could use his brainwashing abilities and the Umbu forces to regain control of Konoha. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui was still young and could be controlled until his complete retirement. Thus, before the election began, he tried his best to rally votes for Uchiha Shisui. Unfortunately, in the end, he still failed. Although the gap between the Uchiha clan and the other clans was narrowing, everyone still harbored some wariness towards them, so it was impossible for a member of their clan to become the fifth Hokage of Konoha. As for Orochimaru, although he was his disciple and his strength, achievements and contributions to Konoha were indeed commendable, he was still too difficult to control. For instance, if it weren't for Danzo's reckless actions this time, he might have remained in the dark about Orochimaru's true allegiance. Who would have thought that Orochimaru had been an undercover agent planted by Senju Yejin by Danzo's side for several years? Orochimaru, you're quite the master of concealment. However, even so, in the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the stage to hand over the Hokage duties. Just as everyone expected him to deliver a congratulatory speech, his expression suddenly turned serious. First of all, I would like to congratulate my most proud disciple, Orochimaru, on becoming the fifth Hokage of Konoha today. This is a recognition of his contributions to Konoha over the years and his strength. Upon hearing this, the people below nodded slightly, some even smiling. These were all members of the Konoha clans who supported Orochimaru. However, soon, the smiles on their faces froze. But, as you all should know, the position of Hokage is extremely important for Konoha. Every word spoken and every decision made will have a tremendous impact on a village. Unlike the battlefield, where personal combat errors only risk one's own life, the Hokage's decisions will affect the fate of everyone in Konoha. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the increasingly odd expressions of the clan leaders below and continued, therefore, as Orochimaru's teacher and someone who has served as the third Hokage, I will personally assist him and continue to fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher until he truly matures, at which point I will retire. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen's words detonated like thunder in this area, especially among the clans present. Several looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with ugly expressions, their eyes filled with malice. They had invested a lot of resources to support Orochimaru and ingratiate themselves with him. Not only that, but they had also provided many benefits to him. Now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's comments, didn't that mean all their efforts were in vain? However, despite their dissatisfaction, they refrained from showing it directly due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's status as the third Hokage. As for the other prominent clans in Konoha, especially the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, they chose to watch the show. Didn't they see that the newly appointed fifth Hokage hadn't spoken yet? Since that was the case, why rush? As the atmosphere in the meeting hall grew increasingly strange, many thought Orochimaru was about to tacitly accept Sarutobi Hiruzen's assistance, just like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, did. Just then, Uchiha Shisui, who was originally preparing to check on his little brother, Uchiha Itachi, and his recent training results, suddenly stopped. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location. The podium of the meeting room on the top floor of the Hokage building. Time limit, 1 minute. After several days, the new sign-in opportunity finally arrived. 1 minute? That's a bit rushed. It seems I must use the body flicker technique. As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, in the next moment, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the meeting room on the top floor of the Hokage building. Upon his sudden arrival, the Uchiha clan ninjas and root members who had just come out to find him quickly spoke up, informing him of what was happening inside. I understand. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui kicked open the meeting room's door, and a terrifying would-release chakra erupted at that instant. With a loud bang, the door to the meeting room exploded. He had already learned about what was happening from the information sent by a shadow clone. So now, he had no intention of being polite with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Shisui entered with the Uchiha ninjas and root members, taking on the identity of Senju Yejin. His cold voice echoed throughout the room. Assist? Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you questioning my ability to judge people? At this moment, a terrifying chakra pressure enveloped the entire venue. Chapter 57. The Confidence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, signing in for Forbidden Techniques. As Uchiha Shisui spoke those words, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze towards him in unison. However, despite this, no one dared to say a word to Uchiha Shisui at that moment. The entire conference room fell into a dead silence, with the sound of a pin drop audible. After all, the person before them was the disciple of the first Hokage, the mighty Senju Hashirama, who could suppress the Ninetales by himself. Speaking at this moment would only bring trouble to themselves and their clans. Nobody wanted to become the second Shimura Danzo, who had been directly eliminated. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Uchiha Shisui stepped up to the podium. Clack, clack, clack. Every Konoha ninja he encountered on his way, whether they were clan leaders or Nin, all smiled awkwardly and made way for him. Especially those clan leaders who thought their interest from the gifts they had given to Orochimaru were about to go down the drain because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention. Their faces were filled with friendly smiles as they retreated, signaling their subordinates to clear the way for Uchiha Shisui and his companions. The prominent clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha were perhaps indifferent to whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would intervene in the power of the fifth Hokage, Orochimaru. But the smaller clans were concerned. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you want to cut off our financial resources. Now you've finally kicked the steel plate, haven't you? It would be best if you ended up like Shimura Danzo, then we could have more opportunities to share in the power. As these thoughts crossed their minds, Uchiha Shisui finally reached the podium. However, just as he was about to step onto the podium, Tika Kinomoto and Mito Gate and spoke up simultaneously from the front row below. Senjioru, we respect you for your role in sealing the Ninetales alongside the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, but don't forget, you are still just an ordinary ninja. In fact, you have no credentials to prove that you're a ninja of Konoha. Hiss. Hearing the words of Tika Kinomoto and Mito Gate all the Konoha clans present couldn't help but gasp. These two old guys were indeed bold to speak to Lord Senjioru like that. But soon, they realized aspects they had not considered before. Wait, something seems off. It appears that the places where Lord Senjioru acted previously were all in unofficial situations or against extremely guilty parties. The route was quietly eliminated by Lord Senjioru and his men. Shimura Danzo was targeted because of his heinous crimes, with irrefutable evidence. In short, Lord Senjioru's terrifying methods were not something to be used casually. After realizing this, all the clan leaders of Konoha turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remained unfazed on the podium. Indeed, the old saying holds true. Sarutobi Hiruzen had determined that Lord Senjioru would not dare to act against him in public. As the expressions of those people changed, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly interjected from the podium. Elders, what you said is somewhat incorrect. Although Senjioru is not a ninja of Konoha, he has indeed played a certain role in helping us through this crisis. Therefore, I believe we should give him a chance to become a citizen of Konoha after some time. Of course, the review still needs to go through the proper procedures. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly nodded at Uchiha Shisui, feigning an apology. Senjioru, I sincerely apologize. This is a rule that has been in place since the village was founded, and I am just following the rules. He continued, the review is indeed according to the rules, but how long this process takes is up to the Elder Council. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to use the Elder Council to suppress the recently rising Senjioru in Konoha. He claimed that Senjioru assisted in sealing the Ninetales with Namake's Minato, rather than suppressing the Ninetales by himself. He stated that Senjioru had no evidence to prove he was one of Konoha's own, and that he had only played a limited role in this crisis, all to diminish Senjioru's contributions during the Ninetales incident and restrict his mobility. As for why he suddenly became so tough, it was naturally because he had secretly sought out his trusted aide, Uchiha Shisui, while everyone was busy restoring order in Konoha. After experiencing the baptism of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally learned all the contents of the scroll. Hihi, Senjiro. Others may not know what you plan to do next, but I am very clear. Your next focus will be to rebuild Konoha, and then in a few days, you will head to the borders to guard the Fire Country. You are not concerned about the power of Konoha. You only want to fulfill your promise to your teacher and protect the peace of the Fire Country. After thinking this through, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more pleased. But he still maintained the appearance of a good-natured person. As for whether Senjiro would suddenly act against him, he was not worried at all, because from the scroll left by Senjiro to his trusted aide Uchiha Shisui, it was clear that the other party did not possess any evidence against him. All there were the misdeeds of Shimura Danzo and the other members of the Elder Council. In short, if things really took an unexpected turn, he could easily shift the blame to T-Ka Kinomoto and Mito Gate on, allowing him to maneuver freely. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking this on the other side, Uchiha Shisui, who had been silent due to his words, suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already on the podium of the conference room. Hiruzen, you make a very valid point with the elders. He had just released his line, and this old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't wait to act quickly. But upon reflection, it made sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed very obsessed with the position of Hokage. He had been the third Hokage and had assisted the fourth Hokage for a long time. Had he not died later, he would likely have continued to assist the fifth Hokage, sixth Hokage, seventh Hokage. In short, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were actually of the same kind, both obsessed with power. For such people, Uchiha Shisui did not dislike them, because the more obsessed they were with power, the easier they were to deal with. However, you might as well listen to my perspective. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. The sign-in location is on the podium of the highest-level conference room in the Hokage building. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward, Forbidden Technique, Edo Tensei. Chapter 58. The public use of the impure world reincarnation technique left everyone in a panic. Uchiha Shisui's sudden appearance on stage caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard, leaving him somewhat flustered. The hand seals he had prepared in advance under his sleeve almost came out directly. What terrifying speed! Is this the strength of the first Hokage's disciple, who can single-handedly suppress the Ninetales? No matter how many times he has acted, he remains that powerful. However, it is a pity that the current Konoha is not the same as when it was just established. Strength alone is not everything. Gaining the people's hearts and adhering to the rules is the right path. Didn't you see that after I finished speaking, this powerful Senjiro ultimately chose to compromise? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Senjiro was preparing to compromise after hearing his words, Uchiha Shisui slowly began to form hand seals and spoke calmly. Hiruzen, what you and the elders just said makes a lot of sense. I indeed contributed only a tiny bit during the Ninetales incident. Moreover, I am not an official Konoha ninja, so I shouldn't be staying in Konoha for long. The previously intimidating Senjiro, who had pressed them so hard they could hardly breathe, suddenly became so agreeable, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a bit out of place. He even began to sweat, sensing that something was very wrong. No, Senjiro, it's not that everyone is trying to rush you. You really don't have to. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even the recently reprimanding Tsukihime Komatsu and Mito Gate and were confused. According to their plan, both sides should at least have a back-and-forth confrontation, and they might even need to fight. However, the current reality was that the other side directly compromised. This meant that all the preparations they had discussed for several days were in vain. The various families of Konoha present were equally puzzled, because Senjiro's temperament today was vastly different from before. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were awkwardly confused, the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi, and Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, quickly discerned the truth using their ocular techniques. They realized what Jutsu Uchiha Shisui was preparing hand seals for. The Forbidden Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Just as everyone was surprised and Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something to smooth things over, Uchiha Shisui interrupted him directly. Hiruzen, I know you are dedicated to Konoha, so I truly have no intention of blaming you, and neither do the elders. However, to leave the village and retreat into seclusion when Konoha is in such dire straits, I feel a bit guilty about the promise I made to my teacher back then. So regarding this, as he spoke, several members of the Root organization dragged out the imprisoned Shimura Danzo in front of everyone. He had a towel stuffed in his mouth to prevent him from shouting and disrupting the plan. At the same time, an open document was placed on the podium. Clearly, These were all prepared in advance by Uchiha Shisui. I think I can be an unfilial disciple and use the impure world reincarnation technique to bring my teacher back from the Pure Land for a few days to let him take charge. After Uchiha Shisui said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who quickly read through the document, finally reacted. Without any hesitation, he reached out to grab Shisui's arm, leaning in to speak softly with a forced smile, trying to interrupt him from continuing to form hand seals. Because on that document were detailed accounts of the various mistakes he had made over the years, enough to make his scalp tingle. Perhaps a single mistake wouldn't mean much, but if they were all piled together. Even he, facing the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would find it hard to defend himself. At that point, he might even lose control over the Umbu and be left with a bad reputation. Such an outcome was something he could never accept. Cough, cough. Senjiro, you should know that I didn't mean it that way. I was just putting on an act. Your contributions to the village are evident to everyone. You are a hero of Konoha. You fulfilled your promise to the first Hokage and protected Konoha. Therefore, I believe in this situation, you really don't need to bring the first Hokage back from the Pure Land. To this, Uchiha Shisui continued forming hand seals without any intention of stopping. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only turn to look at Shimura Danzo, who still didn't understand the situation. Moreover, how could this sinner, Shimura Danzo, qualify to be the sacrifice for the first Hokage's return, right? And as for the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, it's better not to use it. What you said makes a lot of sense. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Shisui suddenly paused his hand seals. However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel relieved, his next words sent chills down the spines of those who had just thought he was reasonable. In that case, let's not have that sinner, Shimura Danzo, be the sacrifice. Why not have a clan leader present here instead? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, most of the clan leaders present broke out in cold sweat. Let them be the sacrifices? What a joke. Soon, some clan leaders immediately turned their accusations toward Tsukihime Komatsu and Mito Gaiden. After all, they hadn't provoked the other side. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Senjiro, we are merely the leaders of small clans. How could we let the first Hokage lower himself to our level? That's right. How could we deserve it? The only ones qualified to be sacrifices here are the two elders from the Elder Council and the third Hokage. I think that makes sense. Makes sense. Hearing what the Konoha clan leaders were saying, Tsukihime Komatsu and Mito Gaiden became anxious and opened their mouths to reprimand them. You people. However, before the two could continue, Uchiha Shisui's gaze had already shifted to them. Elders, why are you so agitated? I think what the clan leaders present said makes a lot of sense. The most respected people in Konoha right now are you two and Hiruzen. Therefore, you're the only choices for the sacrifice. You. Seeing Uchiha Shisui finally turn the focus onto them, Tsukihime Komatsu and Mito Gaiden's expressions changed drastically, and they turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen for help. As for their pleading looks, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply turned his head away. It was clear that he would never speak up while the other side was in such a furious state. Indeed, they were furious. Although Senjuro was speaking to them in a calm tone, anyone with eyes could see how furious Senjuro truly was. How could he not be angry when he was about to make them sacrifices right there? Chapter 59, Counterattack Elder Identity. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had confidently assured him before the meeting that this operation would definitely succeed, now directly abandoning them. Both Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan were filled with anger but did not dare to act out, because the guy in front of them, whose hands had just stopped, was now beginning to form hand seals again. It was clear that he had not given up on using the Edo Tensei technique. The most important thing now was to find a way to stop him. However, regarding the strength of Senjuro, not to mention the root members and Uchiha ninjas who had come along, they had no way to subdue them in a short time. This situation was becoming quite troublesome. Looking at Hiruzen's current demeanor, he seemed reluctant to quickly go to the Pure Land to chat with the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and his wife. If that was the case, then the two of them should come up with a plan. After hearing this, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan exchanged a glance and then sighed helplessly. There was no choice but to compromise for now. After witnessing Senjiuru's thunderous methods in dealing with Shimura Danzo, both of them were somewhat intimidated by the prospect of provoking him again. They did not dare to gamble with their lives against him. Senjuro, we admit that we may have gone a bit too far earlier, but it was for the stability of Konoha. Now we are here to apologize to you. As for your identity, after this is over, we will immediately arrange for you to have the status of a Konoha Jonin, without any review or mandatory assignment of tasks. How's that sound? After Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Uchiha Shisui fall silent for a moment, thinking he was considering it. So he quickly seized the opportunity to coordinate. Ahem, Senju, you really don't need to go to such lengths. Let's just let this matter pass today. Everyone is watching, and continuing this won't be good for anyone. After all, one Shimura Danzo had already fallen on his side. If Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan fell as well, he would no longer have enough power to contend with Senjioru and would be unable to suppress the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan and other prominent families. In this way, it wouldn't take long before his interests would be greatly threatened. In short, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan could offend Senjioru and could be weakened in power or interests, but they absolutely could not die. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he would agree, Uchiha Shisui suddenly said something faintly. That voice was only heard by the two of them. Let me become an elder of the Elder Council, without any power. I just need an identity. An elder of the Elder Council? That's unacceptable. Hearing the condition proposed by Uchiha Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly shook his head in rejection. What a joke, allowing the other party to become an elder of the council. And with no power at all? The elder of the council is a symbol of power. If he agreed to this today and allowed Senjioru to become an elder of the council, then many things their faction wanted to do would become constrained. Moreover, Senjioru could shift from secretly commanding the Konoha ninjas who trusted him to openly gathering supporters. In short, this condition cannot be agreed to. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen refused, Uchiha Shisui's eyes moved slightly. The next moment, his shadow clone immediately ordered several root members and Uchiha ninjas to approach Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan, since they did not want to negotiate. Then let the teacher handle this mess. As soon as Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, the speed of his hand seals accelerated rapidly at that moment. In the blink of an eye, he had completed 1/3 of the hand seals. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked, because it seemed that the other party was not joking. Not only had they surrounded Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan, but the speed of the hand seals was also accelerating. Most importantly, none of the clan heads of Konoha present moved to stop the actions of the root members and Uchiha ninjas, and they even used their gazes to suppress those who subconsciously wanted to intervene. What are you guys doing? I tell you, we are the elders of the Konoha Elder Council. You have no authority to act against us. Guards, quickly stop them. However, although Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan immediately called for action, how could the ninjas around them block the root and Uchiha clan members? Ridiculous, according to anonymous informants. Konoha Elder Council elders Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan are suspected of colluding with Shimura Danzo to undermine Konoha from within. Now, we are here to arrest them. Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone announced the contents of the scroll in a deep voice and then waved his hand forcefully at the ninjas in front of him. Seeing this scene, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan panicked. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also anxious. He never expected that his trusted subordinate Uchiha Shisui would take action. However, upon careful thought, he had only arranged for him to maintain order in the meeting room and protect his safety. He had not prevented him from carrying out other tasks. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui was deeply influenced by the will of fire, which made him very controllable. However, in many matters, he was too straightforward, not comparable to Kakashi on the other side. If he had known, he would have let Kakashi maintain order and protect his safety. This time was really careless. But while Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were panicking, the clan heads present remained very calm. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui had completed the last 3 hand seals for the Edo Tensei technique. Now, with every movement of his fingers, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart would jump violently, and cold sweat would break out on his back. Third to last, bang bang. Second to last, bang bang. Last, I agree to let you become an elder of the council. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly, and his expression became somewhat dejected. He never expected that after all the hard work over these days, the final result would be like this. Not only did they fail to regain some power while the 5th Hokage Orochimaru was still unsteady, but they had even allowed Senjioru to gain an identity equal to that of Shimura Danzo back then. This made his mood incredibly heavy. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shisui had no sympathy for Sarutobi Hiruzen's current reaction. Whoosh! The next moment, right before everyone's eyes, he directly threw a scroll to his shadow clone. Shisui, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan are our esteemed elders of Konoha. How can you be so rude? This is evidence. In the future, don't be so impulsive. You are the heir of the will of fire. You should learn to be steady. Yes, sir. Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone replied seriously to his earnest words. Now he should be addressed as Elder. Yes, Elder. Seeing the scene before them, Mikoto, Mito, and Sarutobi all wanted to curse on the spot, their faces turning unusually grim. As expected, the report came from Senjutsu. They had all been schemed against by the other party. Chapter 60. The prince consort who gifts speed like light truly deserves it outside the hospital building in the village of Konoha. Come, be careful. Where are we sending the casualties? That's the exclusive passage for the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, leave it to us. They're the heroes of the village, and we will definitely take responsibility for them. After Orochimaru successfully became the 5th Hokage of Konoha, it wasn't long before the injured members of the Uchiha clan began to be gradually arranged to stay in the hospital and receive the best treatment. Orochimaru is not foolish. He can see that his Night Lord's attitude towards the Uchiha clan is the same as that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, one of trust. So he knows better than anyone what to do, especially under the stimulation of double research materials. Orochimaru is very motivated in handling Konoha's documents and affairs. At Konoha Hospital, although the medical level is not at its best due to Tsunade's absence, it is still better than being confined to the Uchiha residence and treating wounds with the simplest bandaging methods. As one Uchiha ninja after another is sent into the hospital, Uchiha Shisui, assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to maintain order, leisurely leans against a big tree and watches. Ever since he made a blunder last time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has assigned all personal tasks, aside from missions and patrols, to Kakashi. Uchiha Shisui is not anxious about this. On the contrary, it gives him more free time to quietly observe everyone. In the short term, there shouldn't be any reckless individuals causing trouble in Konoha. After all, the fate of Danzo and the events that occurred in the conference room have not passed for long. With the arrival of these injured Uchiha clan members, the number of ninja that the Uchiha can mobilize for combat is pitifully small, and their defensive power is full of loopholes. This is not only clear to him, but also to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Mito Minju, and the various clans of Konoha. Unfortunately, even though they understand this, none of them dare to take action at this time, because they know that behind the Uchiha clan, there are those two people, the disciple of the first Hokage, the Elder Council leader, Senjutsu, the Uchiha clan leader, the wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku. Now, all I need to do is wait slowly for Sarutobi Hiruzen's next move. If I guess correctly, he should be bringing that person back soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you think you've finally found a strong ally, but little do you know, it's just another free gift. The reinforcements of Sarutobi Hiruzen are none other than one of his 3 disciples. One of the legendary 3, Jiraiya. Time flies, and before long, it's the end of the year. Inside the Hyuga clan residence in Konoha, with the sound of a baby crying, the entire Hyuga clan is filled with joy. Wow, clan leader. It's a daughter. My wife has given birth to a daughter. Daughter. Quickly tell all the clansmen. The clan leader has a daughter. Daughter. I have a daughter. Hearing the midwife's words, Hyuga Hayashi first furrowed his brows. The next moment, he seemed to think of something and stepped forward to kiss his wife and newborn daughter, his expression showing some excited restraint. Daughter, I actually have a daughter. That's great. That's great. At first, everyone thought that Hayashi was genuinely happy to have a daughter, until not long after, when Uchiha Fugaku's family was having dinner. With Naruto and Sasuke in the cradle, beside them looking at each other, Hyuga Hayashi directly brought his daughter, Hyuga Hinata, and several elders from the Hyuga clan to pay a visit. Each of them was carrying large red bags, quietly waiting. The clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, has come to deliver gifts. Gifts? Hearing the report from his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku turned to look at Uchiha Shisui, who was dining with them, with a puzzled expression. Elder Senjutsu, shall we meet? Hayashi is a clever man, and I'm also curious about why he has come this time. To be honest, Uchiha Shisui did not fully understand the purpose of Hyuga Hayashi's visit. However, since the other party was here, it was only right to meet. Yes, before long, Hayashi and the others, under the guidance of an Uchiha elder, arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's room. Just as they appeared, Uchiha Shisui, who initially had no idea why they were here, understood everything upon seeing the festive characters on their gifts. You really are something, Hyuga Hayashi, swiftly sending a daughter. Indeed, it was a gift of a daughter. If he was not mistaken, Hayashi had come to arrange a betrothal for his daughter, Hinata, with Naruto, the 4th Hokage's child. Clan leader Hayashi? What brings you here? Fugaku clan leader Elder Senjutsu is here too. What a coincidence. Seeing Uchiha Shisui present, Hyuga Hayashi slightly bowed to him and smiled. Haha, it's like this. I just had a daughter not long ago, and I'm so happy. Then we consulted a specialist. And that master said my daughter Hinata and the fourth Hokage's child Naruto are a match made in heaven. So today I specifically came to visit, hoping that clan leader Fugaku can help us arrange a betrothal for these two children. Hyuga Hayashi explained without a hint of embarrassment. An elder from the Hyuga clan even placed Hinata in a cradle and pushed it to the center between Naruto and Sasuke. Yay, yay, yay. The three children, who couldn't speak yet, looked at each other, filled with curiosity. Seeing this scene, as Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence, Hyuga Hayashi turned to Uchiha Shisui beside him and smiled. Elder Senjuro, look how well these three kids get along. Their relationship will surely be great in the future. If Hinata and Naruto are betrothed, and Sasuke is recognized as an older brother, if they have the aptitude later, they can also come to you as a teacher. What do you think? Hyuga Hayashi has already arranged the relationships on my side. However, Naruto and Hinata are already a pair, so it doesn't really matter if this betrothal happens or not. After thinking this through, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. I have no objections, but the teacher matter can be discussed later. No problem, no problem. Hyuga Hayashi nodded repeatedly, and then turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku clan leader, what do you think? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment and finally nodded. All right, these two children do seem to have a good connection. Ha ha ha. That's right, I think so too, Fugaku old brother. Come, I'll toast you a drink. From now on, we are family. Chapter 61. Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to suffer setbacks. Itachi versus Might Guy. Umbu office. A few days ago, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, brought several elders to the Uchiha clan to arrange a betrothal between his daughter Hinata and Naruto, which Uchiha Fugaku agreed to. What did you say? With the betrothal between Hinata and Naruto settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who just received the news, widened his eyes in shock. If it weren't for maintaining his image, he would have spat out the tea in his mouth. His daughter was just born and already went to the Uchiha clan to arrange a betrothal with Naruto. Truly, Hayashi, who prioritizes family interests, is incredibly quick. A betrothal? Too bad I don't have a granddaughter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, Naruto is not some fox demon, but the child of the heroic fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His influence is tremendous. If a betrothal can be arranged, it would definitely keep the Hyuga clan thriving for decades, or even longer. Forget it. Since this matter has already been settled, there is no need to pursue it further. Yes, Lord Third. Moreover, it's just a betrothal. It doesn't mean anything. As long as a girl is born in our camp during this time, we can compete with the Hyuga clan. In short, we must not let the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan get too close. Otherwise, the plans I made to weaken the power of the major clans in Konoha would all be in vain. After thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to another person in front of him and said kindly, Shisui. Yes, Lord Third. Uchiha Shisui responded respectfully. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very pleased. Initially, he was worried that when he called Uchiha Shisui over, he might behave like that kid Minato, who after sitting in a high position for too long, began to think about breaking free from his control. Now, his mood instantly brightened. Your younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, is said to have shown exceptional physical skills during his time studying with old Chen, not inferior to his ninjutsu talent. Truly a child of the Uchiha clan. Just like you, a genius. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of smoke and displayed an expectant expression. With kids like you around, the village will definitely get better and better. By the way, Shisui, when you have time, bring that kid over to me. I want to personally teach him and help him understand the true meaning of our village's will of fire. That's right, it's Uchiha Itachi. With Shimura Danzo's downfall and Senjuro becoming the elder group leader, strengthening our side's power is now urgent. Although Itachi comes from the Uchiha clan and is Fugaku's child, as long as I can brainwash him with the will of fire, I believe it won't be long before I have another capable confidant. After all, Uchiha Shisui in front of me is also a genius of the Uchiha clan, yet what happened? He was directly brainwashed by me with the will of fire. However, Itachi is currently always accompanied by Elder Senjuro and clan head Fugaku, so I may need to consult them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was feeling quite smug, had his smile freeze on his face upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words. Good job, Uchiha Fugaku, and good job, Senjuro, for protecting Uchiha Itachi so well that even Shisui cannot get close. Cough, cough, cough. Since that's the case, you should try your best to test it out. Go ahead. Yes, Lord Third. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to leave the Umbu office, the system's cold voice suddenly rang out. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location. Uchiha Itachi's training courtyard. Time limit. Half a day. The sign-in location is with Itachi? It seems I need to find time to go back and check on my little brother today. With this thought, Uchiha Shisui immediately used the body flicker technique to leave. Whoosh. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Kakashi about recent events in Konoha before sending him away as well. Moments later, when only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the Umbu office, he slowly took out a letter from his hands and let out a gentle sigh. Jiraiya, the power of the Uchiha clan has grown stronger, and even Orochimaru has been pulled over. Teacher, I really need your strength now. Please come back soon, my disciple. Uchiha clan residence. Drink. Drink. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi moved quickly in the courtyard while accurately throwing shuriken at the target. During this time, he also used fire release. Great fireball technique to burn all the wooden stumps thrown by old Chen. If it were before, facing such multitasking training, Uchiha Itachi probably wouldn't last long before exhausting his stamina. But now, Uchiha Itachi not only could accelerate frequently, but also perform various precise attacks along the way. Truly impressive. Just as Lord Yuru introduced him, his talent is astonishing. Watching Uchiha Itachi in front of him, old Chen couldn't help but sigh softly. The next moment, old Chen turned his head to the other side and suddenly shouted, "Guy Itachi, today's basic training is over. Next, we will start practical training." "Yes, old Chen. Yes, old Chen." Whoosh. The moment their responses fell, Uchiha Itachi charged forward and threw several shuriken at Might Guy. Seeing this, Might Guy refused to be outdone and kicked out his right foot to meet them head-on. "Burn, youth. Itachi, receive my move, Konoha Whirlwind." Clang, clang, clang. Seeing Might Guy's powerful kick, which sent all the shuriken he threw flying, Uchiha Itachi showed no disappointment. He quickly retreated to dodge Might Guy's attack, while concentrating on looking for openings. At a certain moment, he threw a shuriken at the large tree behind him, and as the shuriken hit the tree, his foot landed right on it, using the force to jump to the top of Might Guy's head. "Watch out, Guy-senpai." Fire release. Great fireball technique. "Good kid, that was a nice move." Seeing his back head about to be hit, Might Guy showed no worry. Instead, he grinned widely, praising Uchiha Itachi's attack method. His expression became increasingly excited, full of fighting spirit. The next moment, Might Guy began with a lower kick, and his whole body started to spin at an incredible speed. When he turned to face the incoming fireball, he suddenly kicked out a high kick. "Burn, youth. Konoha Great Whirlwind." Boom. Chapter 62. The Technique of Darkness. Itachi Uchiha opens his eyes. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Itachi Uchiha was pushed back by the shockwave, dust swirling around him, making him appear somewhat disheveled. However, his gaze remained incredibly calm as he looked at Might Guy. Seeing this, Might Guy charged forward at full speed, launching a front kick. "Itachi, this is the end." But bang! Just when Might Guy thought he had secured victory, the Itachi in front of him, struck in the abdomen, suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke. A clone? No, this was a shadow clone. Not good. Realizing something, Might Guy's right hand suddenly swung out to the side, delivering a powerful elbow strike. "I see you, Itachi. Leaf Rising Rock." Although he was mid-air, Might Guy's powerful elbow strike still packed a punch, slamming down towards Itachi. Unfortunately, just as he was about to land the kick, a shuriken suddenly shot from the tree below, aimed at his back. The one in front of him was still not the real Itachi. Itachi had not left that tree since he first approached it, and clearly, Might Guy had not noticed that. This kid has limitless potential for the future. Teacher Chen sighed softly, filled with emotion and pride. The next moment, he turned to look at Might Guy, who was now in midair, unable to dodge. Another shadow clone? After another attack failed, Might Guy was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of everyone, his body suddenly spun in the air and accelerated. Soon, he transformed into a whirlwind that sent Itachi's thrown shuriken flying. However, although he landed without injury, Might Guy shook his head lightly. He had just used power beyond their agreement. In short, he had lost this match. But so what? Youth is all about overcoming setbacks and failures. The next moment, Might Guy gave Itachi a thumbs up and grinned. "Impressive. With your current strength, Itachi, you could easily defeat most upperclassmen and even challenge for early graduation without any problem." Indeed, Teacher Chen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Shisui had finally reached his destination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Check-in location: Itachi Uchiha's training courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward. Forbidden technique. The technique of darkness. Another forbidden technique? This reward is quite good. Thinking this, Uchiha Shisui turned to look at Itachi's real body, who was bringing 4 cups of tea from the living room. That's right. The Itachi in the courtyard was not the real Itachi. Itachi? Sigh, I really am getting old. I couldn't even tell that was a shadow clone. Teacher Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional when he realized he hadn't noticed when Itachi had used the shadow clone. Not at all, Teacher Chen. You are still very young. Itachi politely bowed and brought the tea tray to Might Guy and Teacher Chen. Teacher, senior guy, enjoy your tea. Itachi is so well behaved. Ha ha ha. This is youth. Compared to Teacher Chen's satisfaction, Might Guy was doing a handstand while drinking tea, filled with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Itachi sat on a stone chair in the courtyard, gently sipping his tea while swinging his little feet in the air. His gaze was fixed on the last cup of tea on the stone table, lost in thought. Hasn't Shisui come today? It seems like Shisui has been very busy lately. I hope to see him soon. Seeing Itachi's current state, Uchiha Shisui smiled slightly. TSK, TSK, TSK. My little brother's strength is really improving quickly. In that case, as your older brother, let me help you a bit and let you open your eyes early. Swish. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui's body suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Itachi, and his hands, having formed the necessary hand seals, came together. Forbidden technique. The technique of darkness. As Uchiha Shisui cast the Genjutsu, the view in front of Itachi instantly turned pitch black. He quickly performed a backflip to the ground, holding a shuriken, alert to his surroundings. The technique of darkness is a Genjutsu that creates a dark environment to blind the opponent and snuff out all light. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had actually made a move against Itachi, Might Guy became anxious. Itachi, but before he could rush over, Teacher Chen intercepted him with a powerful leaf great whirlwind. Bang! Teacher Chen, didn't you see? The one who came as Shisui. They should be undergoing some special training with Genjutsu. Special training? Alright, although he still couldn't make sense of it. Might Guy ultimately chose to trust Teacher Chen and continued with his training. At the same time, in the Genjutsu, Itachi was cautiously surveying his surroundings while holding a shuriken. Bang bang, bang bang. His heart was racing, but despite that, he showed no intention of making a reckless move. Just then his expression suddenly changed dramatically, and his entire body trembled slightly, because at that moment, the man who should have been locked in the root prison, Danzo Shimura, was dragging a blood-soaked Uchiha Shisui towards him. Step step. Blood-stained Uchiha Shisui's clothes, his breath faint, as if he could pass out at any moment. His eyes had also been ruthlessly gouged out. Drip, drip, drip. Ha ha. Those fools, Hiruzen and Senji Agura, thought a mere prison could hold me. Little did they know I still had a backup plan. But I really have to thank them for putting Uchiha Shisui by my side, allowing me to obtain such a perfect pair of eyes. Danzo Shimura roared with a twisted expression, throwing Uchiha Shisui in front of Itachi. The katana slowly drew out. You actually harmed Brother Shisui. Don't be nervous. Soon it will be your turn. Not just you, but your entire Uchiha clan is surrounded by my people. Today is the end of the Uchiha clan. Facing the trembling Itachi, Danzo Shimura approached him with a cold smile while gripping the katana. Even as he neared Uchiha Shisui, he deliberately stomped down hard with his right foot. Blood splattered, staining Itachi's small face red. At that moment, Itachi's eyes widened, his heart aching tremendously, as if something important had been taken away. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed into the blood-red Sharingan. You bastard! I'm going to avenge Brother Shisui. Chapter 63. Itachi joins Root. Kakashi tests him. Itachi. Has he awakened his Sharingan? Awakening it at nearly 7 years old. That's probably the strongest in Uchiha history. Right? This is youth. Seeing Uchiha Itachi awaken his eyes right after being caught in a Genjutsu, both Teacher Chen and Might Guy were filled with disbelief. At the same time, they were very curious about what Itachi saw in that Genjutsu. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui directly released the forbidden technique, dark walking technique. I'm going to kill you. Huh? Brother Shisui, you're okay. Originally filled with killing intent, Uchiha Itachi instantly transformed into the harmless little brother he used to be upon seeing that Uchiha Shisui was unharmed. He tugged at Shisui's clothes, looking around, and after his crimson Sharingan spun for a moment, he excitedly rushed over. It really is Brother Shisui. I'm sorry, Brother Shisui. I didn't mean it just now. I thought you. I know it's okay. I've been busy with things en route and the village, so I couldn't come see you. That was a gift for you. Do you like it? Seeing Uchiha Itachi's aggrieved look, Uchiha Shisui reached out to ruffle Itachi's little head. His face still adorned with a warm, sunny smile. I like it. As long as it's from Brother Shisui, I like it. While Uchiha Itachi enjoyed Shisui's head patting. On the other side, Might Guy strode over to the two and gave him a thumbs up. You used a Jinjutsu to make Itachi awaken his Sharingan. Impressive. Senior guy, you're joking. It's just a small trick. By the way, Shisui, although the village has stabilized now, there are still many complicated matters. You must have something to discuss this time, right? Compared to Might Guy's boldness, Teacher Chen, who had lived for decades, clearly saw through things more thoroughly. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly at his words. Teacher Chen is right. I came back this time to invite Itachi to join Root and go out on missions with me. I see. Teacher Chen paused slightly but quickly nodded and smiled. Indeed, unless this little guy plans to pursue the path of Taijutsu to the end, he can indeed participate in real combat now. And with you by his side, we can rest assured. After all, in front of them is someone whose reputation is on par with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who sacrificed himself during the Ninetales incident. A genius ninja known as Shisui the Teleporter during the Third Shinobi World War. Recently, he even participated in the election for the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Although he failed, it shows his significance in Konoha, because the Hokage election is not something just anyone can participate in. Yes, rest assured. Haha, Root. Compared to the smiles on Teacher Chen and Might Guy's faces, Uchiha Itachi blinked his crimson Sharingan and looked at him with anticipation. Does that mean I can go on missions with Brother Shisui? For now, you will temporarily go on missions with my shadow clone. Once you awaken both Sharingan to 3 Tomo and can use them proficiently, I will personally take you on missions. MHM. After receiving Uchiha Shisui's promise, Uchiha Itachi blinked his eyes and then excitedly beamed with stars in his eyes, happily leaning against his arm. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui's mouth also slightly curved up. Although Uchiha Itachi has awakened his Sharingan and is a genius with formidable combat power, he is still only nearly 7 years old, and his physical condition has not yet reached its peak. Moreover, he has only awakened 1 3 Tomo and 1 2 Tomo Sharingan, and he hasn't yet mastered them. In this situation, it would clearly not be a wise choice to let him run around the ninja world with him. That's right, 1 3 Tomo and 1 2 Tomo. The reason Teacher Chen and Might Guy saw Uchiha Itachi with 2 single Tomo is entirely because I used a Jinjutsu on them. After all, if Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other old-timers found out that Uchiha Itachi awakened with 1 3 Tomo and 1 2 Tomo, they would probably not be able to sit still. Until Uchiha Itachi opens the Manjiki Sharingan and can use it proficiently, I can't let others know the truth. Just wait a bit longer. In the short term, 1 year. In the long term, 3 years. When Itachi turns 10, Konoha will be completely under my control. In the Umbu office, Itachi actually awakened his Sharingan before 7, and he's joined Shisui's route. As expected of the little guy I value. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report sent by Kakashi in his hand, his face filled with a gratified smile. Clearly, he had already received the news sent back by Uchiha Shisui. Although Uchiha Itachi joined Root instead of Umbu, and he couldn't manage him directly, the head of Root, Uchiha Shisui is his man. As long as he wants to, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet Uchiha Itachi and brainwash him with the will of fire. Of course, he definitely wouldn't take action personally for now. After all, the Uchiha clan and that Senju clan's momentum is too strong right now. After some time, when everyone has nearly forgotten the Uchiha clan's contributions during the Ninetales incident, he will take action against Uchiha Itachi. A genius who awakens his Sharingan at nearly 7 years old must not be left in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi must be used for his own purposes. However, perhaps having suffered for being plotted against several times, after a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Kakashi, run an errand to Root for me. Go and congratulate Uchiha Itachi on successfully awakening his eyes, and, at the same time, test his current strength. Tell Shisui it's my order. Understood, Lord Third. Kakashi nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a gray hue. Clearly, he had previously lost his 2 closest friends, Aihabido and Rin, and now he had also lost his mentor, Minato Namikaze. This made Kakashi feel very depressed. Now he just wanted to be an emotionless shell, numbing himself by constantly taking on missions. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen would comfort him a bit about this. But later, he found that Kakashi's current state was actually quite good for him. With enough combat power, obedient, efficient in handling tasks, and not raising any objections to the missions given, isn't it convenient for him to control and use such a subordinate? After watching Kakashi leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen then opened a scroll on his desk his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Will arrive tomorrow? Jiraiya. With Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and now Jiraiya. Such a lineup, even that Senju clan can't casually touch him. Chapter 64. Itachi Uchiha passes the test, challenges Kakashi after a moment. On a large tree outside the Konoha root base. Whoosh. Is this the place? Kakashi looked at the newly rebuilt root base in front of him, eager to move forward. However, just as he was about to make a move, a pair of cold, crimson eyes suddenly appear behind him. Who is it? Without any hesitation, Kakashi swiftly threw several shuriken from his sleeve. The shadow did not take the hit directly. Instead, it jumped into the shadows from the branch and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Seeing this, Kakashi wasted no time and quickly followed suit, forming seals at high speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! With a loud explosion, two fireballs collided and fierce flames began to spread wildly. The terrifying explosion sent both of them flying. The target has appeared. Although his body had not yet landed, Kakashi's mind was racing. Here comes. Just as Kakashi's voice fell, Itachi Uchiha charged toward him using the trunk for acceleration. At first, Kakashi thought it was a ninjutsu and was prepared to counter it. But then he recognized Itachi's familiar movement in midair. What technique is this? Leaf whirlwind. Earth style, earth flow wall. Boom! The ground in front of Kakashi trembled violently as a dirt wall featuring 4 dog heads rose from the ground. Against Itachi's leaf whirlwind, Kakashi could indeed match him in Taijutsu. However, his task was to see if Itachi had truly awakened his Sharingan and to gauge his true strength, not to defeat him. Bang! In front of everyone, Itachi executed the leaf whirlwind and kicked the dirt wall. Yet, it only caused the wall to sway slightly and form some cracks, failing to break a hole through it. So weak? Itachi's performance left a hint of confusion on Kakashi's face. But soon, he realized something was off. This isn't the real body. Without hesitation, Kakashi decisively formed hand seals with both hands. At that moment, Itachi, who had been waiting in the shadows for a long time, pierced through Kakashi's body. Bang! However, although Kakashi's body was pierced, no blood flowed out. Instead, it turned into a wooden block. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. It's over. As Itachi's attack missed, Kakashi's figure appeared behind him in the next moment, with a shuriken pointed directly at Itachi's head. However, Itachi remained calm, standing still in the face of this situation. It really is over. Hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi was initially puzzled until he saw the shuriken in front of his heart. What was going on? Although he found it hard to believe, Kakashi ultimately retrieved his shuriken and glanced at Itachi, nodding slightly. Indeed, he has awakened Sharingan, and his strength is much greater than that of many ordinary genin. Sorry about that. I was ordered by the 3rd Hokage to come congratulate you on successfully awakening your eyes and to assess your strength. Oh, hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi nonchalantly nodded and then looked toward the entrance of the root base. In the next moment, his small face suddenly became excited. Brother Shisui. Seeing Uchiha Shisui approach, Kakashi slightly nodded to him and prepared to leave. After all, his task was complete and there was no need to stay here any longer. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, because in an instant, Shisui had already brought Itachi to his side. What incredible speed! It hasn't been long since we last met Shisui, and he seems to have gotten stronger. Shisui you. Kakashi, thank you for coming all this way. It's nothing, although filled with astonishment. Kakashi nodded and silently turned to leave. However, before he could depart, Uchiha Shisui's body moved at high speed again. The moment he reached Kakashi's side, he placed a hand on his shoulder, still wearing a sunny smile. Kakashi, since it's rare for you to come, would you mind having a match with me? It would help my brother gain some experience. This. Don't worry, I won't tell the 3rd Hokage. After all, it's just our private exchange, and there's no need to disturb him. Hearing Shisui's words and seeing his crimson Mangeki Sharingan, Kakashi ultimately nodded. All right. After all, he didn't believe in the nonsense about gaining experience. The reason Shisui wanted to fight him was definitely to give his brother a chance to vent. Shisui is still the same, very protective of his younger brother. If Rin and Aihabido hadn't encountered problems, our relationship should have been good as well, right? While Kakashi was lost in thought about fighting with Shisui, Itachi cheered excitedly from his side. Go, brother Shisui. You can do it. Look, Itachi is very interested in our battle. I'm moving. Whoosh. With Shisui's voice falling, his body disappeared without a trace. For this, Kakashi, who had coordinated with him on several missions, did not hesitate to form hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. Crack, crack, crack. Almost the moment that dirt wall with dog heads emerged, it was filled with numerous cracks. Bang! The next moment, Uchiha Shisui broke through the wall. His right hand pressed against the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, infusing it with fire chakra. At a certain moment, he suddenly drew it out. Uchiha style, Sword of the Sun. In an instant, a blade of flames radiating intense heat rushed directly toward Kakashi. In response, Kakashi's expression turned extremely serious. Because after unleashing the strike, Shisui's two shadow clones had already appeared at his sides. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Using the inside of the Sharingan to find all his escape routes, he used two fire techniques at once to seal them off. Was this to force him to take the hit from the sword head-on? However, his strike was not without a way to counter it. In the next moment, Kakashi pulled down his eye mask and quickly formed hand seals. Water style, Water Wall. Splash, splash. In an instant, a water wall rose from the ground, blocking the flames that were rushing toward him. As for the fiery blade in front, there was indeed a way to counter it. Kamui, an invisible, strange vortex appeared out of nowhere, instantly swallowing the fiery blade. Seeing that Kakashi had finally used the ability of that Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui no longer held back. In the next moment, his body vanished again. Uchiha style, Solar Eclipse Sword. Chapter 65. The Return of Kakashi's Swish. As Kakashi used Kamui to consume the flame blade, Uchiha Shisui charged at his water barrier with two shadow clones using Taijutsu. Then, the three of them pressed their hands on the sword hilt and simultaneously swung out the blazing flame blades from three different directions. The speed was so fast that it almost reached Kakashi's side in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it! Seeing the scene before him, Kakashi knew that his opponent was serious about fighting him. Realizing this, he dared not relax for a moment. He formed hand seals and also created two shadow clones, each performing a completely different ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water barrier. Fire release, great fireball, Shisui. Boom! With a loud explosion, white steam and dust instantly filled the area. The commotion attracted all the root members nearby. If it weren't for Shisui's prior command to keep them from moving, they would have all rushed out. Who do you think will win, Lord Shisui or Kakashi? Of course, Lord Shisui. After all, he not only leads the root, but also has the ability to compete for Hokage. Can someone weak have the right to lead the root and compete for Hokage? That's true. Moreover, Kakashi only has one Sharingan, while our Lord Shisui has a pair. Lord Shisui will definitely win. Definitely. In contrast to the cheering of the Umbu members, Uchiha Itachi was nervously clenching his small hands, using his Sharingan to search for the flickering figures of the two men in the dust and thick mist. Although the environment was nearly impassable for ordinary ninjas, unfortunately, both Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi possessed Manjiki Sharingan. Fighting in such an environment posed no difficulty for them. Clang, clang, clang. Bang! At one moment, the two men collided again and stepped back, staring at each other. However, compared to Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi was clearly in a much more disheveled state. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his clothes had several tears, and there was a bloody mark on his face. It was evident that Shisui had the upper hand in their recent clash. Cough, cough, cough. Shisui, it seems you have become stronger since returning from this patrol. Kakashi touched the blood mark on his face and sighed. He and Uchiha Shisui used to belong to the Umbu and had fought each other before. However, battles of this intensity were rare, and today was the most disheveled he had ever been. It's not that I've gotten stronger, it's that you've been stagnant, Kakashi. With that, Uchiha Shisui lightly rubbed the sword hilt and silently turned his back to Kakashi. As for the reason, even if I don't say it, you know very well. Senior White Fang sword techniques were clearly very strong, yet in your generation, they have been wasted. Do you think? Enough! Kakashi suddenly shouted, stopping Shisui from continuing. His eyes shifted from dull surprise to complex pain, because he was reminded of his sacrificed father. Okay, I won't say more. Uchiha Shisui gently shook his head. Let me leave you with one last thought. Kakashi looked up slightly at those words. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is a waste. But someone who abandons their comrades to complete a mission is not worthy of being called ninja. All I can do is this. As for whether you want to practice senior White Fang sword techniques in the future, you should think it over carefully. Talp, talp, talp. Uchiha Shisui silently left the area with poor visibility. After all, Kakashi was one of the important combat forces of Konoha, and he did not want him to abandon White Fang's techniques which was why he had tried to persuade him. Just imagine. The copy ninja Kakashi combined with White Fang's techniques. How strong would that be? As for the fact that the other party was not yet under his command, there was actually no need to worry too much. Because not listening now does not mean he won't in the future. Not long after Uchiha Shisui left, Kakashi, who was still in the fight, began to tremble slightly, and tears couldn't help but flow down his face. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is a waste. But someone who abandons their comrades to complete a mission is not worthy of being called ninja. This sentence had once been told to him by Aihabido. Thinking of this, Kakashi silently looked towards a certain direction outside Konoha village, the place where the tragedy occurred. Aihabido, are you trying to make me pull myself together? Boom! Just as the battle between Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi was coming to an end on the other side. Beside a mountain on the road from the land of fire to Konoha, a man leaned against a large tree, leisurely drinking. He was tall, wearing a forehead protector with the word oil written on it, with long white hair down to his waist and a special red mark under his eyes. Dressed in a red outer robe and wooden clogs, his appearance was quite unique. However, this drunken man was currently holding down several ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors. To be precise, they were undercover agents from other ninja villages. Although this world is filled with hatred, I still believe there will be a day when people will come to mutual understanding. Don't you think? Regarding Jiraiya's drunken words, the undercover agents wanted to refute, but ultimately could only grit their teeth and endure. They had to find the other party's flaw quickly and look for an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when the Konoha Umbu ninjas arrived, they would be in big trouble. As for the route, it had already been wiped out along with Shimura Danzo, which was one of the pieces of information they needed to report upon returning. Just as they were thinking this, several root ninjas suddenly rushed over from distance. Swish swish. Upon seeing Jiraiya, those ninjas immediately bowed their heads in greeting. Lord Jiraiya! Lord Jiraiya! Hey, these sneaky guys are ones I ran into halfway. You can take them back for interrogation. Understood. It seemed that Jiraiya recognized their attire and put down his sake jar to ask. Yeah, you guys are from Root. ISNT Root already gone? Root has been reorganized, and the person in charge is Lord Shisui. Hearing what the ninjas said, Jiraiya nodded slightly. Shisui, I didn't expect that Uchiha's kid has grown to this extent now. I should go back and take a look. In the next moment, Jiraiya unleashed his powerful chakra and accelerated his journey. Laughter echoed through the forest. Of course, the main thing was to send my best wishes to my friend Orochimaru. Haha. Chapter 66. Orochimaru, who doesn't want to be Hokage, reunites with a close friend inside the Hokage office. It's strange. Why have my eyelids been twitching non-stop these past few days? Could it be that something is about to happen? Orochimaru looked at the stack of documents in front of him, covering his forehead with his hand, looking exhausted. Sigh. I didn't realize being Hokage required handling so many things. I really don't understand what so many people are fighting for this position. Is power really useful? Science is better. Ever since becoming Hokage, every day when he opens his eyes, there are several Umbu members and Uchiha clan ninjas lurking at the entrance, claiming to protect him. Then he arrives at the Hokage office, and unless they're a special meeting, he spends the entire day buried in paperwork. After finishing the documents from the Leaf Village, there are still documents from the borders of the Land of Fire. Once those are done, there are documents concerning the relationships with various ninja villages. By the time he was called by the Umbu members and Uchiha ninjas at the door, it was already dark outside. Go home to sleep and continue tomorrow. The cycle is endless. Bang! At one moment, Orochimaru slammed the table and stood up, gritting his teeth. I can't take it anymore. For the sake of Lore Knight, I'll stick it out for a year, just a year, and after that, I'll take the double materials and run away. This Hokage position is not meant for humans. As for Orochimaru's outburst, the Umbu members and Uchiha ninjas at the door merely turned to glance at him. Then, with expressionless faces, they continued their watch, showing no surprise. Because this kind of violent outburst from their fifth Hokage happens every few days, it's quite normal. At first, they would rush in to check, but now, everyone is used to it. Sure enough, moments later, Orochimaru looked at the stack of documents he had just finished processing, shook his head in headache. Although he didn't continue to explode, his hands started to quickly form hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. In the next moment, he left a shadow clone in the office to handle the work while he quietly climbed over the wall and escaped. After all, he is one of the legendary three of Konoha, renowned throughout the ninja world. With his strength, unless it's the other two legendary three or a few exceptionally strong ninjas from Konoha, How could the Umbu members and Uchiha ninjas possibly notice he has already run away? After leaving the Hokage building, Orochimaru skillfully took out a cloak and draped it over himself, sprinting towards the edge of Konoha. He even used chakra and basic body flicker technique, moving incredibly smoothly. It was clear this wasn't the first time he had done this. Top. As long as I'm away from the Hokage building, I can find a quiet place to do my favorite research. Where to go? That's right, to that place. Within Konoha, there are hardly any places that can be considered safe for him. After all, not to mention that he is now Hokage. Even before, he had accumulated many fans due to being one of the legendary three. He is definitely a celebrity in Konoha. However, there is still a secret base that belongs only to him, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. An abandoned grassy area at the edge of the village. Unless someone invades and the entire village is on patrol. Otherwise, that place wouldn't have anyone visiting on ordinary days. And what Orochimaru didn't know was that as he was heading towards that place, at the direction of the Konoha gate, bang bang bang, a man with waist-length white hair, wearing a red coat and wooden sandals, swaggered into Konoha village. As soon as he entered the village, his gaze immediately focused on the direction of the Hokage building, his face filled with excitement. Ha! Konoha, Jiraiya, am back. But soon his eyes began to drift sideways. Wow, that young lady is dressed so lightly, and that one is nice too, and that one is also good. Young ladies, look here. Seeing Jiraiya, who revealed his true nature upon encountering young women, all attention was focused on him. After all, he was too eye-catching now. Isn't that Lord Jiraiya? He actually came back. Don't you remember? Lord Jiraiya is an old friend of our 5th Hokage. Just like Lady Tsunade, they were all students of the 3rd Hokage. That's right, Lord Jiraiya must have come back to give his blessings to the 5th Hokage. Compared to the excitement of the villagers, the Umbu members, root members, and the spies from various major clans in Konoha, after leaving some people behind, others immediately turned to report the situation. After all, this is one of the legendary three. One of the disciples of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, and Jiraiya has returned. His return could very likely cause subtle changes in the power dynamics of the various factions in the village. As for the hurriedly leaving ninjas, Jiraiya merely glanced at them and then swaggered toward a different location from the Hokage building. A bunch of annoying guys, whatever, if they want to follow, let them. Just right, before going to the Hokage building, let us check on how our secret base is doing. Jiraiya didn't care about those secretly following him at all. As long as he wanted, he could easily shake off those behind him. Hey, that guy looks so familiar. Just as Jiraiya was looking for beautiful shadows along the way and heading towards the secret base, a cloaked man appeared in front of him. I say you, is that voice? Jiraiya. Orochimaru, who originally wanted to go to the secret base, was stunned when he saw Jiraiya returning at this time, his face directly stiffening, his forehead covered in dark lines. Without any hesitation, he turned and released his chakra to escape. But the moment Orochimaru started to run, Jiraiya immediately reacted. Excitedly releasing his chakra, he chased after him, shouting happily, Orochimaru, I didn't expect you would personally come to welcome me. I'm truly so touched. No, wait. Now I should call you Lord 5th Hokage, ha ha ha. Don't be shy, it's been a long time. Let us sit down and chat. That bastard. Hearing Jiraiya call his name out loud in front of everyone, Orochimaru muttered under his breath and then quickened his pace again. As for this, Jiraiya also refused to back down and sped up, his excited laughter growing louder. Orochimaru, want a race? Come on, to determine who Tsunade really belongs to. Let us have a reunion duel. Ha ha. Chapter 67. You idiot, don't come over here. What did Lord Jiraiya just say? The person he was chasing in front of him is not an undercover agent from another village, but the 5th Hokage. What the hell are those guys protecting the Hokage doing? Hurry up and send a message back to the organization members. We absolutely cannot let the 5th Hokage get into trouble. And you guys? No matter which clan you belong to, hurry back and call for help. The most important thing right now is to ensure the safety of the Hokage. Protect the Hokage. Protect the Hokage. In an instant, those ninjas who were originally just following Jiraiya to record his movements transformed into a rescue team. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was still chasing after Orochimaru, was completely unaware and was still excitedly speeding up. However, upon seeing the increasing number of ninjas behind him, even Orochimaru, no matter how calm he tried to remain, was somewhat taken aback. This bastard has directly ruined his leisurely plan. Jiraiya, you idiot. Ha ha. This familiar phrase, it must be you, Orochimaru. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the two sped along, a number of ninjas suddenly appeared on their path. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's face darkened. After a moment of changing expressions, he glanced around the plains and came to a halt. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a Kusanagi sword, gripping it in his hand. Idiot! Bastard! I told you to chase. Orochimaru knew that his leisurely plan for today was definitely not going to succeed. However, he absolutely could not just leave like this. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru. You finally made a move. Then I will too. Seeing that Orochimaru was finally attacking, Jiraiya's face was filled with an excited smile as he quickly rushed forward, spraying toad oil from his mouth. Then, combining fire release chakra with the toad oil, it transformed into a fierce flame that surged towards Orochimaru. Fire release, fireball. But for this, Orochimaru calmly split into two. His shadow clone, holding the Kusanagi sword, quickly circled around to Jiraiya's side, while he himself rapidly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, a strong gust of wind erupted from his mouth, forcibly blocking the fierce flames that were rushing in. Following this, while Jiraiya was entangled by a shadow clone, Orochimaru formed hand seals again. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A shuriken shot through the air, descending from above toward Jiraiya. At first, there was 1, then 10, then 100. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Watching the densely packed shurikens in front of him, Jiraiya, who had just dealt with Orochimaru's shadow clone, revealed an excited smile. Ha! It seems, Orochimaru, you're starting to take this seriously. Since that's the case, I'll join in too. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, countless shurikens flickered between the two, the sounds of metal clashing ringing out continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Gulp, gulp. Watching this scene, the Konoha ninjas who had just rushed from afar swallowed their saliva and sighed. Is this the power of the 5th Hokage and Lord Jiraiya? So strong. But who do you think will win between the two lords? Without a doubt, it's the 5th Hokage. Seeing the shurikens clashing wildly in front of him, Jiraiya gripped the Kusanagi sword held by Orochimaru's shadow clone and laughed heartily. Here, I'll return your weapon to you. Let us continue. As the Kusanagi sword flew out, spinning in midair, the two formed hand seals again. Boom! The Kusanagi sword fell to the ground. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Ninja art. Hidden shadow. Snake hands. Ninja art. Wild lion's main technique. In full view of everyone. A large number of snakes suddenly burst forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, opening their massive mouths to bite at Jiraiya. At the same time, Jiraiya's hair began to grow wildly, eventually forming a lion's mane. As he swung his head vigorously, all the attacking snakes were entangled and soon cut in half. At this moment, Jiraiya's hair, like a serrated rope, was incredibly powerful. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, it seems I'm still better than you. Oh really? For the now proud Jiraiya. Orochimaru only looked at him with a cold smile, as a large number of snakes burst forth again from his sleeves. Seeing this, Jiraiya thought he was being defiant. So he unleashed the wild lion's main technique again. But the next moment, his expression changed directly. The attacking snakes, just as they were about to get close to his hair, suddenly spit out Kusanagi swords. With so many Kusanagi swords locking on him at once, Jiraiya shouted out loud. Cursing. What the hell? How did you change tactics? You're cheating, but that didn't stump me, since I can't block it head-on with my hair. I'll just defend for now. After all, I came to celebrate your becoming the 5th Hokage. I can't steal all the limelight, can I? Ninja art. Needle Jizo. The next moment, Jiraiya's hair transformed into needles, wrapping around his body to protect him from the incoming Kusanagi swords. However, while Orochimaru had the upper hand in the fight, Jiraiya's mouth showed no signs of stopping. Ha ha, Orochimaru. Looking at our appearances now, don't you think of the time when we were in school together? Orochimaru's face showed some confusion, not knowing what Jiraiya was trying to do now. But his eyelids were suddenly twitching. Something's not right. I must make this bastard shut up quickly. Ninja art. Orochimaru. Do you remember that time we went to watch the village girls bathing? It was that time. Very big and round. Doesn't it bring back memories? I think so too, haha. Hiss. As Jiraiya's words fell, all the ninjas present turned their gazes toward Orochimaru, their eyes filled with various emotions. I didn't just hear that, did I? The 5th Hokage actually watched the village girls bathing with Lord Jiraiya. Cough. Cough, cough. Stop talking nonsense. How could the 5th Hokage be that kind of person? This must be a joke from Lord Jiraiya. Yes, it must be that way. The 5th Hokage can't possibly be that kind of person. However, no matter how much the Umbu members tried to explain, they couldn't keep up with Jiraiya's speed of talking. In that time, we agreed that you would disguise yourself to ensnare Tsunade, and then I would heroically rescue her. Who would have thought you'd be taken out by Tsunade with one kick? Ha ha ha. And those days were truly astonishingly nostalgic. Jiraiya kept saying what he thought was funny in public, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became, laughing so hard that his mouth couldn't close. This also made Orochimaru completely enraged now. Right, ja, you bastard, what are you coming back for? I'm going to kill you. Boom. Chapter 68. The Headache of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya's duel with Senjutsu at the entrance of the Umbu office. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely walked out, casually taking a puff from his pipe and blowing out a smoke ring. What's the matter? It's just that Jiraiya ran into Orochimaru upon his return. This is a good thing for comrades reuniting, so why are you all so flustered? But Lord Third, it seems that Lord Jiraiya is overly excited. Right now. Overly excited? Upon hearing his trusted subordinate's words, Hiruzen initially looked indifferent. But after recalling his disciple's personality, he soon put down his pipe and forced a calm expression, stating, "Send someone to stop those two. They're grown men, yet they're fighting like children. It's really embarrassing." As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, the passing civilians of Konoha looked at his face with expressions of doubt. Hey, did you hear? When Lord Third was in office as Hokage, there was that kind of book hidden in the first drawer of his desk. That kind of book? No way. It must be true. This was personally said by Lord Jiraiya, and let me tell you, it said that Lord Third likes big and round women, preferably. Hearing the topics of discussion from the villagers below, Hiruzen turned to Kakashi beside him, firmly patting his shoulder with a serious expression. Kakashi, I trust you to handle this. Go call Shisui and take a few people over there. You must stop them from making a scene. Yes, Lord Third. Kakashi nodded and was about to leave, but was suddenly held back by Hiruzen's hand on his shoulder. Wait, Lord Third. First, make sure they stop talking about me. For everything else, act according to the situation. Understood. A moment later, in the Umbu office, Jiraiya, who had been summoned, comfortably sat down on the sofa, revealing a long-lost sense of relaxation on his face. Teacher, you're still the same, full of energy. I'm old and can't handle the antics of you little ones anymore. Hiruzen shook his head while opening his cabinet to rearrange a certain book. After finishing that, he turned to Jiraiya. Are you going to leave again after coming back this time? Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya's smile suddenly faded, and he looked up at the ceiling of the Umbu office. Look, if I can't find a suitable disciple to bring peace to the ninja world, I will continue my travels. Perhaps I might meet another disciple who can change this world somewhere. After all, he didn't want the tragedies of the Rain Village or his disciple, Minato Namikaze, to happen again in the future. Seeing Jiraiya's current state, Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he finally spoke softly. Stay in the village for a few years. Don't you want to see Minato's child, the new Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? Let us see. Jiraiya ultimately shook his head, declining Hiruzen's suggestion. He then took out a scroll with his recent records and placed it on the table. This is what I encountered and some intelligence I gathered at the border of the Land of Fire recently. Since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, the borders of the major countries have been relatively stable, but after the Ninetales incident, things seem to have changed a bit. I must uncover the truth behind this, and perhaps later, I will come back to see Minato's child. At this point, Jiraiya stopped speaking, his eyes flickering with guilt and complexity. Hiruzen, seeing this, felt it inappropriate to say more. Although Jiraiya ultimately decided to leave, it wasn't that he couldn't play any role. Seemingly recalling something, Hiruzen spoke again. If you want to see Minato's child, it must be the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? A hint of surprise appeared in Jiraiya's eyes. After all, the Uchiha clan had been oppressed for quite some time. Even if they made outstanding contributions this time, it wouldn't necessarily grant them custody of Naruto. Since that's the case, what exactly happened that I don't know about? You've been away from the village for too long, so you might not know the recent situation. Let me start from what you should have heard. The Uchiha clan sacrificed many members during the Ninetales incident and the battle against the traitor Danzo Shimura. You should know this, right? Jiraiya nodded slightly. As for that person, the village has gradually stabilized recently, which is why you haven't heard any news about him. Who? The first Hokage's disciple, Senjutsu. Hiruzen then shared all the information about Senjutsu with Jiraiya. He knew that his disciple would definitely go to the Uchiha clan's residence to meet Senjutsu. He didn't expect Jiraiya to win. He only hoped that Jiraiya could exhaust Senjutsu's power as much as possible to slow down his recovery speed. Upon hearing the information about Senjutsu, Jiraiya's expression gradually shifted from calm to one filled with intense interest. Interesting, he can actually use the first Hokage's would release, and like the first Hokage, he seems to take good care of the Uchiha. Saying this, Jiraiya gathered his belongings and pushed open the door of the Umbu office. In that case, teacher, let me go meet Minato's child, and by the way, meet this disciple of the first Hokage, Senju Yoru. Whoosh! In the next moment, Jiraiya disappeared without a trace, leaving only the distant sound of his voice echoing through the streets. Yo, Naruto, I'm coming. Watching Jiraiya's departing figure, Hiruzen let out a gentle sigh and then suddenly waved his right hand. Immediately, Kakashi, who had been on the roof of the Umbu office, jumped in through the window, kneeling on one knee before the third Hokage. Lord Third, Kakashi, you have the Manjiki Sharingan, and Shisui is a member of the Uchiha clan, so I can only let you take action. Use your Manjiki Sharingan to observe their battle and bring the results back to me. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi nodded seriously and then disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty Umbu office, Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe. Jiraiya, I hope you can help weaken Senju's strength as much as possible before you leave. This way, the subsequent plan to balance the power of the major clans can proceed more smoothly. Chapter 69. Jiraiya hits a wall. Uchiha Fugaku takes action outside the Uchiha clan's residence. Jiraiya jumped out from a tree and landed heavily on the ground, a big smile on his face. Ha ha, little Naruto, I'm here. Stop, stop. Just as Jiraiya was about to step into the Uchiha clan's entrance, he was blocked by two guards at the door. Seeing this, Jiraiya helplessly shrugged. Hey, we're all from the village. Can't you two friends let me through? No way. The clan leader has already issued a strict order. To protect the hero left by the fourth Hokage, no one can enter without his command. One of the guards replied, We're just following orders. So please don't make it difficult for us, Lord Jiraiya. When will your clan leader be coming? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. Ever since he was injured during the Ninetales incident, he has been recuperating in the clan and hasn't been out for dozens of days. This is troublesome. Hearing the guard's words, Jiraiya scratched his head. He knew he couldn't blame them for this, but he was really in a hurry. At one moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He politely bid farewell to the two Uchiha guards, then went around to a wall of the Uchiha clan, a proud smile on his face. After all, he was Jiraiya, a legendary figure who had climbed over dozens of walls and seen girls bathing in the village. Climbing over this mere Uchiha wall would be a piece of cake. If the front door won't let me in, can't I just climb over the wall? I'm really too clever. Ha ha, right? But I need to focus on the important matter. Find little Naruto. Jiraiya had come back to Konoha mainly to do two things. One was to congratulate Orochimaru on becoming the fifth Hokage. As for the other, it was to take Naruto to pay respects at the graves of his parents, Minato and Kushina. After completing these two tasks, he planned to leave directly. So he didn't have the extra time to wait around for Uchiha Fugaku to come out and persuade him. After a moment, having successfully climbed over the wall, Jiraiya looked around the courtyard and scratched his head. Is the Uchiha clan this big? Well, since I'm already in, how could I not find anyone? Ha ha, little Naruto. I'm here. After a while, Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face filled with exasperation. This Uchiha clan is like a maze? Whoosh! Just as Jiraiya was about to continue searching, a powerful voice erupted from the direction he was heading. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. At the same time, scorching flames attached to the shurikens flew toward him, instantly covering all paths forward. Jiraiya, without my permission, no one can step foot into the Uchiha clan's residence. Considering you are a disciple of the third Hokage, I won't hold this against you this time, but you should leave quickly. However, Jiraiya had no intention of heeding Uchiha Fugaku's warning. With a flick of his white hair, he transformed it into spikes blocking his path. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo, I want to take Naruto to pay respects at Minato's grave. Clan leader Fugaku, please make an exception. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent for a moment before shaking his head again. Without Uchiha Shisui's order, I cannot allow anyone to approach Naruto. No way. Naruto is already asleep, and only a few people in the Uchiha clan know where he is. This is for his safety. If you really want to see him, you can come back in 7 or 8 days. By then, some of our injured ninjas will have returned, and we can deal with any unexpected situations. 7 or 8 days. That's too long. Jiraiya shook his head lightly. Clan leader Fugaku, Minato is my disciple, and Naruto is Minato's child. How could I possibly harm him? How about this? You hold him, and bring a few Uchiha guards with me to pay respects to Minato. Afterward, I'll ensure your safe return. No. Uchiha Fugaku directly refused Jiraiya's proposal. If they couldn't even meet, how could he allow Jiraiya to take Naruto away? In that case, clan leader Fugaku, I'm afraid I'll have to offend you. All losses the Uchiha clan suffers today will be on me. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, his expression suddenly turning serious. Immediately, he formed hand seals rapidly, his hands coming together, and spat out toad oil. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Facing a clan leader-level Uchiha Fugaku, Jiraiya could not afford to be careless. The next moment, a terrifyingly high temperature of fire surged toward Uchiha Fugaku with great momentum. A fireball more powerful than the usual one. Watching the fireball rushing toward him, Uchiha Fugaku did not retreat, but instead formed hand seals and clapped his hands together. For the Uchiha clan, besides the power of a Sharingan, the ninjutsu they were most familiar with and excelled in was fire style. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Roar. With a roar, a ferocious fire dragon formed from compressed high-temperature flames surged toward Jiraiya's great fireball under Uchiha Fugaku's control. Seeing the scene, while Jiraiya was somewhat surprised by the power of Uchiha Fugaku's great fire dragon technique, he still unleashed the ninjutsu he had prepared. Earth style, Hell Swamp. Gurgle, gurgle. As Jiraiya shouted, the ground in the area where Uchiha Fugaku stood turned into a swamp. Fire style, don't even think about escaping. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku trying to use the impact of the fire to break free, Jiraiya's right hand suddenly gathered a large amount of chakra, and he charged forward. The massive chakra in his hand flowed rapidly, compressing. At a certain moment, when the chakra reached its critical point, Rasengan, whoosh! Jiraiya hurled the Rasengan toward the top of Uchiha Fugaku's head while rapidly retreating. Clan leader Fugaku, I apologize this time. After I pay respects to Minato with little Naruto, I'll come back immediately to apologize to you. He had just noticed that Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have been deliberately blocking his passage, particularly the small path behind him. In simple terms, little Naruto was very likely over there. Since the other party was unwilling to tell him, he could only take a gamble. However, just as Jiraiya was about to rush over, a strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. Without any hesitation, Jiraiya quickly retreated to the side. Just as he left his original spot, a giant red bony hand smashed down from above, landing where he had just been. A massive explosion followed, sending dust flying. And from within, a gigantic red skeletal giant stepped out. This is the Uchiha clan Susanoo. Jiraiya, I've told you, no matter what, you cannot take Naruto away. If you really don't want to listen, then I can only blast you out. Chapter 70. The Appearance of Senjutsu. Fight with me. Susanoo? Mangeki Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku, are you crazy? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku actually activate the Mangeki Sharingan and Susanoo, Jiraiya became anxious. Even calling Uchiha Fugaku by name without adding the title of clan leader. Although the Susanoo that Uchiha Fugaku was currently using was not in its complete form, it did not mean that its power was insignificant. The key point was that from now on, he not only had to face Uchiha Fugaku, who had enhanced attack and defense capabilities with Susanoo, but also had to be wary of that pair of Mangeki Sharingan. In such a situation, the quickest way to resolve the battle was to enter Sage mode, or to give up and come back in 7 or 8 days. Sage art, 7 or 8 days. Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. In front of him, Uchiha Fugaku, using the bony hand of Susanoo to pull his body out of the yellow spring marsh, had his crimson Mangeki Sharingan flickering slightly. The next moment, he manipulated the red Susanoo to strike out with a massive bony hand, smashing directly toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya, please leave, Uchiha. There was no other choice. Since it had come to this, he could only, watching the ferocious red bony hand coming at him. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and prepared to use summoning jutsu to have the toads of Mount Myaboku help him block the attack for a moment. Only in this way could he have time to enter Sage mode. However, Uchiha Fugaku, protected by Susanoo, seemed to sense his intentions. With both hands forming seals, raging flames were ready to erupt from his mouth at any moment. However, just as both of them were about to unleash their techniques, a powerful shout rang out from outside the Uchiha clan. Would release, would golem technique. Would release, would dragon technique. Boom! In an instant, the ground of the Uchiha clan trembled violently, and enormous wooden figures and wooden dragons appeared, domineeringly forcing the two confronting each other back. This chakra fluctuation is Senjutsu. As Jiraiya thought this, Uchiha Shisui, draped in a cloak, suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the wooden figure, looking down at Jiraiya and Uchiha Fugaku from a high vantage point. What is happening here? Although he knew what was going on, Uchiha Shisui pretended to be unaware and spoke lightly. Elder, here's the thing. Next, under Uchiha Fugaku's narration, Uchiha Shisui nodded, then turned to Jiraiya. Perverted sage. Why are you back suddenly without training on Mount Mayaboku and causing such a big ruckus? What perverted sage? I am, cough cough. The next moment, Jiraiya's expression slightly changed, and while stepping on his wooden clogs, he struck a strange pose for self-introduction. I am the sage of toads from Mount Mayaboku, commonly known as the Toad Sage. At your service. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku silently watched Jiraiya's self-introduction, not saying a word. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed. So, after clearing his throat, he jumped up again. Of course, the Toad Sage is a name hidden from the world, nothing to hide. I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas, unmatched in the world. The white-haired boy Toad Messenger, a handsome man who can silence even crying children. Lord Jiraiya, that's right, it's me. The entire place remained silent. Unable to stand such awkwardness any longer, Jiraiya suddenly shouted out. I say, you too, give me some reaction. After all, I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Perverted sage. Uchiha Shisui slightly nodded. Jiraiya opened his mouth. After a moment, he covered his forehead with his hand and sighed helplessly. You two are really too boring. All right, let's get to the point. I want to take Naruto to pay respects to his father, Minato. Please accommodate this, clan leader Fugaku, elder Senjutsu. If it were just Uchiha Fugaku alone, Jiraiya could still be forceful. However, now, with the addition of Senjutsu, who cared deeply for the Uchiha clan and claimed to be a disciple of the first Hokage, it would be impossible for him to gain any advantage by being forceful. It's just a 7 or 8 day wait. What's the rush? Uchiha Shisui spoke lightly. There is. My mission is to continue the journey and find disciples who can bring peace to the world. So after paying respects to Minato with Naruto, I will leave Konoha. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Shisui fell into silence. From a lineup perspective, Jiraiya leaving Konoha would definitely be better than staying. After all, Jiraiya was also aligned with Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, if Jiraiya stayed, then naturally he would have a teacher for Naruto, and there would be no need for Fugaku to act as Naruto's caretaker. He could have him help with other matters. Moreover, if Jiraiya did not leave Konoha, he naturally would not encounter Nagato and Konan in the Rain Village. This way, he could easily act as an undercover agent within the Akatsuki organization and ultimately grasp the entire organization. In short, the benefits Jiraiya staying could bring him were greater than leaving. However, he couldn't directly say that he wanted the other party to stay. He needed to find some reasons for himself. After thinking this through, Uchiha Shisui spoke. I need you to do one thing first, and after completing it, you can naturally meet Naruto and take him to pay respects to Minato. What is it? You tell me. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Jiraiya's face immediately showed excitement as he stepped forward. However, just as Jiraiya was about to continue moving forward, the wooden figure beneath Uchiha Shisui suddenly swung its massive fist to block his path. Elder Senjutsu, what do you mean by this? First do what I say. You say. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Very simple. Use all your strength to attack me, defeat me, including the sage art you mastered. Why? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Jiraiya frowned slightly, not understanding the reason behind this. As for this, Uchiha Shisui had long thought of his reasoning. You want to see Naruto and take him to pay respects to Minato. This is human nature, and I should not stop you. However, Fugaku and I also have our responsibilities. Since we have taken Naruto from Minato, we need to be responsible for him and cannot let him come to any harm. Saying this, Uchiha Shisui directly released all the wood-released chakra from his body and coldly spoke. How about this reason? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before finally gritting his teeth, and the chakra within him began to subtly change. All right, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Chapter 71. Entering Sage Mode, Jiraiya versus Uchiha Shisui. Come on. Today, I, the great Jiraiya, will show you my Sage Mode. Look at me. Hey, what are you doing? Sneaking an attack. Bang. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, the wooden figure under Uchiha Shisui's feet directly smashed its fist down. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have probably been turned to dust by now. I know your Sage Mode takes time to activate. I'll give you time, so hurry up. Hearing Shisui's words, Jiraiya really wanted to ask how he knew that, but at this point, the question was meaningless. What he needed to do now was defeat his opponent. With that thought, Jiraiya focused on entering Sage Mode. You keep an eye on the surroundings and make sure no one gets close. This battle will be completely fair for Jiraiya. Yes, Elder. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and then turned to leave. Moments later, Jiraiya, who had his eyes tightly shut while entering sage mode, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and two toads appeared on his shoulders. "Hey, kid, you always summon us in chaotic situations. No wonder Bunta gets angry." "Don't say that. It's for a reason." "You know, kid's dad, shut up already." As soon as Jiraiya summoned Fugaku and Shima from Mount Mayaboku, the two began to bicker on his shoulders. Seeing this, Jiraiya could only smile awkwardly in the middle and pointed to his opponent. "I'm sorry to meet you in such a state, but I have my reasons. To allow Minato's son, Naruto, to pay respects to his parents, I need your help to enter Sage mode and defeat his current guardian." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Fugaku and Shima fell silent, stopping their argument. "Minato? What a good kid, such a pity. But you said that, kid." In the next moment, Fugaku and Shima both looked at Uchiha Shisui. However, when they saw the enormous wooden figure, surprise appeared on their faces. "This level of wood release? This kid is related to Senju Hashirama?" He said the first Hokage was his teacher. It should be pretty close to the truth. "He won't let me take Naruto because he promised Minato to protect him, so we must defeat him first." No wonder. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Fugaku and Shima both nodded slightly. "In that case, kid, let's get started. Let us begin, little Jiraiya." "All right." Hearing Fugaku and Shima's words, Jiraiya activated Sage mode with their help. Before long, Uchiha Shisui narrowed his eyes slightly. This power, although he hadn't officially clashed with the current Jiraiya yet, he could still clearly feel the level of danger from his opponent increasing. But so what? "All right, Jiraiya." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Uchiha Shisui spoke calmly, and the wood release chakra within him began to surge violently. Jiraiya, now in Sage mode, flipped his white hair and put his hands together in front of him, his expression serious. Of course, to be able to take Naruto to pay respects to Minato, he must win this match. In the next moment, Jiraiya jumped up wearing wooden clogs. "Elder Senju, if I accidentally hurt you next, please forgive me. Don't worry, with your incomplete Sage mode, you won't be able to hurt me." Although he was called out directly, Jiraiya felt no displeasure. Instead, while suspended in mid-air, his right hand frantically gathered rich Sage chakra. The Sage chakra accelerated and compressed violently, soon transforming into a Rasengan. "Elder Senju, take this." Supersized Rasengan. As Jiraiya's voice rang out, the originally head-sized Rasengan began to rapidly expand the moment it was launched, reaching a size dozens of times larger than a regular Rasengan in an instant. Moreover, with the enhancement of Sage chakra, this move was qualitatively stronger than before. However, facing Jiraiya's attack, Uchiha Shisui showed no fear on his face. Instead, he clapped his hands together. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. What? Seeing Uchiha Shisui launching a powerful move right away, even Jiraiya, who was in Sage mode, showed a look of surprise. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the entire ground began to tremble violently. Countless large trees and vines burst forth from the earth, overshadowing the area completely. Even Jiraiya's supersized Rasengan appeared tiny in this forest of giant trees. Boom! With a loud crash, the supersized Rasengan exploded against a large tree and vanished into thin air. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui stood calmly behind countless trees, watching him. "Jiraiya, if this is all you can do, then Naruto, you won't be able to take him today. Come back in 8 or 9 days." Hearing Shisui's words, Jiraiya gritted his teeth, using Shadow Clone Jutsu to create 3 clones and began moving through the trees, trying to locate his real body. After all, after activating Wood Release, Advent of the Tree World, this area had essentially become Uchiha Shisui's home turf. If Jiraiya wanted to win, he either had to destroy the entire forest or find a way to get close to his real body for a precise strike. Meanwhile, as Jiraiya and his shadow clones moved quickly, searching for Uchiha Shisui's whereabouts, Uchiha Fugaku was on the other side, working with the clan members to set up a barrier, keeping their battle contained within half of the Uchiha compound. This way, no matter how they fought, it wouldn't affect the Uchiha clan members or Naruto. "I found you." After a moment, Jiraiya finally located Uchiha Shisui's real body. Without any hesitation, Jiraiya leaned forward, his white hair becoming exceptionally sharp at that moment. Sage art. Hair needle 1,000 strings. In the next moment, countless strands of hair locked onto the direction where Uchiha Shisui was located and began to fire off rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white hair needles covered Uchiha Shisui's escape routes at an astonishing speed like a storm. Fast, accurate, fierce. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands together. Would release, wooden shield. Immediately, walls of wood appeared in front of him one after another. Although the wooden walls exploded continuously, they ultimately succeeded in blocking all the hair needles. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui pressed his hand against the hilt of his grass-cutting sword and spoke coldly. Jiraiya, if you don't show your true skill soon, then what? In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui suddenly appeared behind Jiraiya, and his cold voice made all of Jiraiya's muscles tense up. Please lie down. Whoosh. Chapter 72. The True Strength of Jiraiya. The Clash of Illusions. Boom. With a sharp flash of sword light, a deafening explosion echoed through the area. At this moment, Jiraiya's body stiffened, and he turned his serious gaze toward the spot behind him, remaining silent for a long time. There, a fierce sword mark spread across the ground, leaving behind deep, jagged grooves, and a few strands of white hair floated down from the air. It was clear that the powerful strike just now had been intentionally aimed off target. Otherwise, he would not have only lost a few strands of hair while remaining unharmed. Thinking of this, Jiraiya stood up again and looked at Uchiha Shisui in front of him, saying solemnly, Boss, big sister, we might need to go all out next. Otherwise, we won't be able to take little Naruto to pay respects to Minato today. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the current situation was just that. Without the help of these two sages, he really wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent here and successfully take little Naruto to pay respects to Minato. This disciple of Senju Hashirama is indeed very strong, old woman. Got it. Enough chatter. Kid, since that's the case, let's use that technique. With the agreement of Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima, Jiraiya clasped his hands together and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Shisui. Elder Senju, I will go all out next. Please be careful. Sage art. Upon seeing the hand signs made by Jiraiya and the two sages on his shoulders, a flicker of unusual color flashed in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and he began to retreat quickly. Because the technique that Jiraiya and the others were about to unleash was something he had no intention of taking head-on. It was just right for testing how much his would release. Advent of the Trees could withstand against a sage art that had an opposing attribute. At the same time that Uchiha Shisui was thinking this, Jiraiya and the two sages finally made their move. Sage art, Gomen. As Jiraiya's voice fell, he spat out a large amount of toad oil, while Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima used wind release and fire release respectively. The three forces were released in an instant and mixed together, instantly filling the ground in front of them with boiling oil at temperatures reaching thousands of degrees. Sizzle. Facing such terrifying high temperatures, even the large trees summoned by Uchiha Shisui through wood release, Advent of the Trees began to wither and shrivel at a visible rate. Not bad. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the power of Jiraiya's combined attack with Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima. As he had expected, the Sage Art, Gomen unleashed by Jiraiya, Sage Fugaku, and Sage Shima was indeed very powerful. Although it couldn't completely break through his wood release, Advent of the Trees, it could erode and dissolve it. It was just a matter of time before it was completely defeated. Whoosh. Not only that, just as Uchiha Shisui spoke, Jiraiya accelerated and charged right in front of him. In Sage mode, his speed had also received a tremendous boost. Elder Senju, you have lost your advantage. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. The moment Jiraiya arrived in front of Uchiha Shisui, he opened his mouth and spat out an enormous, blazing fireball. Fire release, great fireball. However, facing Jiraiya's attack, Uchiha Shisui remained calm, retreating while forming hand signs. Just as Jiraiya's fireball was about to touch him, a faint voice echoed in the area. Forbidden technique, dark travel technique. In the next moment, Jiraiya's vision immediately turned pitch black, and he lost sight of his target. In this situation, Jiraiya was forced to stop and cautiously scanned his surroundings. This is the forbidden technique of the second Hokage, as expected of a disciple of the first Hokage. He even learned this technique. Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima nodded slightly at this. Kid, don't be careless. Old woman, let's help little Jiraiya out. This kid is having a tough time. Got it. So troublesome. Just as the opinions of Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima reached a consensus, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Jiraiya, moving silently. Even Jiraiya had yet to notice. After all, Uchiha Shisui had not drawn the Kusanagi sword and did not exude any killing intent. In such a situation, Jiraiya naturally couldn't rely on instinct for a reflexive reaction. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to get close to Jiraiya, the two sages on his shoulders exchanged knowing glances. In the next moment, before Uchiha Shisui could reach him. The two sages simultaneously emitted a loud croak that resonated with a strong auditory impact. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui was dragged into the illusion barrier created by Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima, unable to move at all. Even the forbidden technique, dark travel technique he had cast, was broken due to the caster being controlled. Once his vision was restored, Jiraiya formed hand signs and explained, "Elder Senji, this is the sage art, toad song of the two sages. You are now trapped in an illusion barrier and unable to act. In other words, you lost this duel." As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, he clapped his hands together with force. Sage art. But before he could spit out the fireball, Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima turned simultaneously and kicked him in the face. "This is called Toad Duet. What kind of memory do you have, kid? Little Jiraiya, don't mess it up again, or I won't help you next time." "Got it." Jiraiya wanted to retort Sage Fugaku, asking how he had helped him when he had just kicked him like Sage Shima. However, now was clearly not the time for such remarks. He should end this battle as soon as possible. But just as Jiraiya was about to cast Fire Release, Great Fireball again to finish the battle, he was unexpectedly shocked to find that the opponent had vanished from under the noses of him and the two sages. What? As Jiraiya was puzzled, the expressions of Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima began to grow serious. "Little Jiraiya, old woman, this disciple of Senju Hashirama is quite remarkable. Indeed, he must have mastered a more powerful illusion, or perhaps he possessed a special ability akin to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan." Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression turned somewhat grim. Was it really possible for them to win this duel today? Chapter 73, Another Condition. Jiraiya compromises. Jiraiya turned to look at Uchiha Shisui, who was standing on a tree in the nearly dissolved wood release. Advent of the tree world, his expression becoming very complex. He originally thought that after summoning Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima, the three of them working together seriously would lead to a quick victory in this duel. However now, not only did he not win, but he had also brought the situation back to square one. The current situation seemed evenly matched, with neither side able to overcome the other. But Jiraiya knew very well that based on his current mastery of Sage Mode, even with the help of Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima, he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. In contrast, the opponent, possessing the Senju clan's bloodline, could continue to fight them in a prolonged battle. In short, although the final outcome was not yet determined, they had already lost this time. Glop, glop, glop. While Jiraiya and the two sages wore serious expressions, Uchiha Shisui rubbed his ears and finally stopped 5 meters in front of them. As expected of the illusion technique executed by two sages, I almost fell for it. Impressive. But Jiraiya, I think you already know how this duel will end. Hearing Shisui's words, Jiraiya felt very unwilling in his heart, but could only nod silently. "Elder Senju, you don't need to say anything more. I know my situation. I lost this duel. Since I lost, I'll wait a few more days in Konoha and one act recklessly like today." After saying this, Jiraiya sincerely apologized to Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima. "I'm very sorry, boss and big sister, although I really don't want to admit it, I lost this duel. Sorry, I embarrassed myself again." Jiraiya lowered his head and sighed. Seeing this scene, Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima shook their heads but comforted him. "Little Jiraiya, although you lost this time, it was due to your endurance. It doesn't mean you can't win back next time. That's right. Kid, go back and practice Sage Mode well. Once you fully master it, I'll come back with you to reclaim your honor." "Boss, big sister, thank you." Looking at the move Jiraiya and the encouraging Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima, Uchiha Shisui's lips slightly curled up. He knew his opportunity had come. "Ahem, Jiraiya. According to our previous agreement, you indeed have to leave here now, but actually..." At this point, Uchiha Shisui deliberately paused. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiraiya suddenly turned around, staring at him intently. He could tell that despite losing today's duel, there seemed to be some other turning point. "Elder Senju, what do you mean by that?" Slap. Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, Sage Fugaku and Sage Shima kicked him in the face again. "Kid, no matter how excited you are, you should wait for someone to finish speaking. Why are you so anxious?" "The old woman is right. Little Jiraiya, why are you in such a hurry?" "My meaning is very simple." Facing the re-educated Jiraiya, Uchiha Shisui no longer kept him in suspense and explained. "You are to be Naruto's teacher and his guardian from now until he can stand on his own." "Guardian? Let me take care of child." Hearing Uchiha Shisui's condition, Jiraiya was directly stunned, unsure if he should agree. Because he had indeed taken on disciples, but he had never taken care of a child. But Elder Senju, I still have the mission to travel through the ninja world, seeking disciples who can bring peace to the ninja world. So I'm afraid I can't fulfill this condition. Uchiha Shisui had clearly anticipated Jiraiya's current refusal. So the next moment, he calmly continued to persuade him. Jiraiya, you said you have been looking for a disciple who can bring peace to the ninja world. So let me ask you, why can't that disciple be Naruto? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Jiraiya fell into a moment of silence. Indeed, since he had been traveling around the ninja world, looking for a disciple who could bring peace, why couldn't it be Naruto, possessing the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, with a father who was his disciple, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and now he had even become the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Naruto might really be that disciple who could bring peace to the ninja world. However, it's fine to teach Naruto, but if it means becoming a caretaker. He doesn't seem to have much experience. Jiraiya, perhaps Naruto is the disciple you have been looking for who can bring peace to the ninja world. Give it a try, and if you encounter any problems during this period, you can come and ask me. If I'm not around, you can find Fugaku. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had reached this point, it was false to say that Jiraiya was not tempted. Yet, his heart was still in its final struggle. Elder Senju, but I also have the task of investigating the unknown hidden dangers at the borders of various countries, you see. This is simple. Just leave it to me. How about it? Any other problems? All of his reasons were resolved by Uchiha Shisui, which made Jiraiya finally let out a sigh and helplessly say, no, none. After seeing Jiraiya agree, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima exchange glances and then bid farewell to Jiraiya. Now that the matter is settled, we will head back first. Kid, the old man and I will wait for you at Mayaboka Mountain. They had to relay this information about the self-proclaimed Senju elder back to their boss, the Toad Sage. Seeing this, Jiraiya said goodbye to them. This time, I appreciate your hard work. Moments later, as Jiraiya began to rebuild the other half of the outpost with the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing at the entrance of the Umbu office, wore a serious expression as he listened to his subordinate's report. So you're saying that after Jiraiya entered Sage mode, even using the concept of the 5 elements mutual restraint, he only managed to tie with Elder Senju? Yes, Lord Third. Upon hearing the response from the Umbu member, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. So, if Jiraiya continues to fight while adding Kakashi and Shisui, their side-S strength has already subtly surpassed that of Senju Elder and Uchiha Fugaku. This news is truly excellent for him right now. However, there is still one problem. That is, how to make Jiraiya willingly stay to assist him. Chapter 74. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused. How did I win again? At the Uchiha clan's residence, in the reception room, Jiraiya was holding little Naruto in one arm while covering his mouth with the other, constantly seeking help from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto beside him. What happened again? Did I hold the wrong one again? Hey, don't pee, and don't spray in my face. Stop laughing and help me quick. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded to Uchiha Mikoto beside him, then continued to play chess with Uchiha Shisui. Lord Jiraiya, I'll help you. When Jiraiya saw Uchiha Mikoto finally taking over, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he glanced at Uchiha Shisui beside him, his brows furrowed slightly. Why do I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship? As if sensing Jiraiya's gaze, Uchiha Shisui calmly explained while continuing to play chess. Now you understand the difficulties of taking care of a child? With you like this, if an undercover ninja from the village ambushes us on the way to the cemetery, how confident are you that you can take care of Naruto and still have enough energy to escape? Jiraiya, who had some doubts initially, was now speechless. Not looking at Uchiha Shisui anymore, he turned to little Naruto in Uchiha Mikoto's arms, making eye contact and began jumping around in his wooden clogs. You little brat, I'm one of the legendary Sannin, invincible in all directions. The white-haired Toad Sage, a handsome man who can silence even crying children. Lord Jiraiya, that's right. It's me, Just as Jiraiya proudly announced his name, the next moment, his hair took a hit. Upon hearing Jiraiya's scream, little Naruto clapped his hands and laughed joyfully. Wah. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently and said, Lord Jiraiya, look, this child really seems to like you. Like me? He likes being mischievous. Facing Uchiha Mikoto's praise and little Naruto's big eyes observing him, Jiraiya turned his head away, putting on a look of not wanting to see him. Observing this, little Naruto's big eyes turned pitiful. Jiraiya ignored his expression. Jiraiya still ignored him. Jiraiya continued to ignore him. After a moment, Jiraiya sighed softly and turned to little Naruto. You little brat, this is the last time. If you dare to pee on me again, be careful. I'll spank you. You're really behaving now. He, truly worthy of being my person? Just as Jiraiya proudly lifted his chin, his expression quickly turned sour as he slowly turned to another cradle beside him. In front of him, Uchiha Sasuke was viciously biting his butt. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mikoto smiled awkwardly yet politely. Lord Jiraiya, it seems you are really popular with children. Look how much Sasuke likes you. Jiraiya stood still, glancing at Uchiha Mikoto, then at Uchiha Sasuke, biting his butt, and remained silent for a moment. At a certain moment, Jiraiya erupted, his roar deafening. Oh, you little brat, let go. Naruto, why did you pee on my face again? But at this moment, Naruto was still spraying, his face filled with a smile. As for Sasuke, he did not release his bite from start to finish. Regarding the situation on Jiraiya's side, Uchiha Shisui watched, but had no intention of intervening. After all, their master-disciple relationship was so harmonious that there was no need for him to interfere. He just needed to wait a while. Once Jiraiya was fully accustomed to the image of a dad, he could leave Konoha and go find Konin and Nagato from the Akatsuki organization. As for Konoha, there shouldn't be any major incidents in the short term. Leaving a shadow clone behind was enough to handle various matters. After an unknown amount of time, once Jiraiya changed into clean clothes, he finally left the Uchiha with the worn-out little Naruto in his arms. When he entered the Konoha cemetery and saw the two tombstones in front of him, his eyes unconsciously closed, silently mourning for Minato and Kushina. After a moment, when Jiraiya opened his eyes again, his face was filled with melancholy. Minato, Elder Senjigura, told me everything that happened that day. You used the Reaper Death Seal to protect Naruto, so he could survive the upcoming great upheaval in the ninja world and safeguard the village, right? You're still the same as before, listening to your teacher, reliable, steady, and Haven T changed it all. At this point, Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with tears, but he quickly wiped them away, his gaze becoming exceptionally firm. Minato, Kushina, you too can rest assured. I will make sure Naruto grows up healthy and becomes an excellent ninja like you. If he truly is, as Elder Senjigura said, a disciple who can bring peace to the ninja world at this moment. Jiraiya suddenly raised his head towards the direction of Amigakure, where he once took Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko as his disciples, his expression becoming incredibly resolute. Then I will risk my life to clear all obstacles for him, because he didn't want to experience the pain of losing a disciple again. After an unknown amount of time, when night fell, Jiraiya finally left the cemetery with little Naruto. Shortly thereafter, under the proof of Senjigura and Uchiha Fugaku as guardians, Jiraiya announced to the entire Konoha that he would suspend his journey. He also took little Naruto as his disciple until he became a capable ninja. When this news broke, the entire Konoha fell into joy once again. After all, although Jiraiya had some lecherous tendencies, he was still one of the legendary Sannin. His presence would certainly increase Konoha's defensive strength, and everyone was naturally very happy about that. Just when Jiraiya was taking little Naruto to pay respects to the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina, and promised to take him as his disciple, the news reached the Umbu. In the Umbu office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the contents recorded on the scroll in his hand, his face filled with disbelief and deep concern. Strange, Jiraiya actually agreed to take Naruto as his disciple and won't he travel anymore? In this case, the problem I was previously entangled with is directly resolved. However, he couldn't understand why Senjigura and Uchiha Fugaku would help him like this. Didn't they know how disadvantageous it would be for them if Jiraiya stayed? After thinking for a long time without any conclusions, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stopped dwelling on the matter, took a deep puff of smoke. Forget it, just to be safe. I want to make a move during this time, because he was truly scared of being tricked by Senjigura and Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 75, Check-in Location Update. Return to the Akatsuki organization. With Jiraiya completely gone, those undercover agents from the various ninja villages who initially planned to take advantage of the reduced strength of Konoha had to abandon their plans. After all, that was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. If they were to confront him directly, they wouldn't even be able to put a dent in him. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had also been more subdued recently, no longer daring to act recklessly. One lesson learned leads to wisdom. Until he figured out the mysterious figure known as Senjiguru, he wouldn't act impulsively. If he were to make a move, it would have to wait another 3 years. Because in 3 years, the genius Uchiha Itachi would definitely become a believer in the will of fire under the influence and training of Uchiha Shisui, one of his most trusted subordinates. By then, he would have Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, Uchiha Shisui, and Itachi from the Uchiha clan, Kakashi, the son of White Fang. Such a luxurious lineup would definitely help him reclaim the position of Hokage. Under these circumstances, Uchiha Shisui, after leaving a wood clone of himself, quietly left Konoha under the cover of night. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was using the body flicker technique to swiftly traverse through the darkness, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! A new check-in location has been refreshed. Check-in location: the largest black market near the Hidden Rain Village. Time limit: 5 days. 5 days, huh? Hearing the system's words, Uchiha Shisui's mouth curled into a slight smile. The distance from here to the Akatsuki, or the largest black market near the Hidden Rain Village, was still quite far. For others, 5 days might seem like a long time, but for him, it was more than enough. In fact, he wouldn't even need 5 days. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Hidden Rain Village, Uchiha Shisui was casually sitting on the shoulder of a wooden figure, carrying the Kusanagi sword, as he leisurely entered the village. The villagers of the Hidden Rain Village all instinctively made way, and no one dared to obstruct him. It was clear that his identity had already been communicated to everyone in the village by Nagato and Konan. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Konan, with angelic wings on her back, flew in from afar. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui was fine, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. You took so long to come back. I was worried that you... Worried about what? Uchiha Shisui could naturally see the concern in Konan's eyes. Ignoring the gazes of the villagers around him, he directly pulled Konan into his embrace. Hey, how could someone as strong as me get into trouble? At this point, Uchiha Shisui took out 2 sealing scrolls from his clothes and forcefully stuffed them into Konan's arms. One of these scrolls was filled with explosive tags, while the other contained the heads of Umbu and Root ninjas, which could be taken to the black market for bounty in exchange for more explosive tags. After taking down Shimura Danzo, he found quite a few explosive tags and ninja tools. Since Konan liked them, he decided to give them all to her. As for the heads of the Umbu and Root ninjas, they naturally came from Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's people. How could he pass up such a great opportunity to weaken both of them and make some money? Of course, before we go, we still need to report to my little brother. Little brother? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Konan's face revealed a hint of helplessness. It seemed that only he dared to call Nagato that within the Hidden Rain Village. By the way, why are we converting all the bounties into explosive tags? Konan asked, puzzled. Although she was indeed accumulating explosive tags, many of their organization's actions also required considerable funding. She couldn't be so selfish. Hearing Konan's words, Uchiha Shisui reached out and playfully rubbed her nose, laughing heartily. Of course, it's to achieve our little goal, 6 trillion explosive tags. Upon hearing this, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Konan's previously cold face. He wasn't lying to her. He truly remembered what she wanted. Thank you, Konan silently said in her heart. As the two of them were having a heart-to-heart conversation, with Konan serving Uchiha Shisui fruits, the villagers of the Hidden Rain Village below looked at Uchiha Shisui with eyes full of envy. Did you hear? That person has also received the recognition of the god and has become a messenger of God. Yeah, I really envy that esteemed messenger. He can have such a good relationship with our angel. My angel. How could he just? Uchiha Shisui didn't pay any attention to the villagers' discussions. Soon, the two of them arrived at the cave where Pain of the 6 Paths was located. As soon as they entered, the Deva Path Pain spoke. Abandoned one, why did you take so long to come back? We thought you had been taken care of by the people of Konoha. This abandoned one had been in Konoha for too long, and he needed to interrogate him properly to see if there were any issues. Would release, would man technique. However, before Deva Path Pain could finish his words, Uchiha Shisui controlled the wooden figure to punch him. As someone with the identity of an abandoned one, he couldn't just report the situation honestly. Go cool off. First, let him take a few punches and then we can talk. Ha, little brother. This time I killed quite a few Konoha ninjas, including Umbu and Root members. Impressive, right? Cool, mate. Let me see if you made any progress lately. If not, then I'll gladly take the position of the boss. Bastard. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Nagato, hiding in a certain place, now had a very ugly expression. How could he forget that although this guy he recruited had good strength, he was also a stubborn one? Why did he have to provoke him? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? However, despite feeling very displeased, Nagato still controlled Deva Path Pain to take action in the next moment. As the leader of the organization, he absolutely cannot back down. A bag of rice can bear several floors. Universal pool. Boom. Moments later, after exchanging blows with Deva Path Pain, Uchiha Shisui sat down on the ground, laughing heartily. Awesome. As expected of my little brother, your strength is quite impressive. Looking at Uchiha Shisui in front of him, Nagato shook his head in frustration. If it weren't for Konan intervening in the organization, this stubborn guy would probably continue causing trouble. But in the next moment, Nagato seemed to suddenly think of something and controlled Deva Path Pain to turn and look at Uchiha Shisui. By the way, since you just returned from Konoha, have you heard of Senjutsu? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's eyes flashed with a hint of subtle emotion, and then he immediately replied, I know him. In fact, very well. He had already prepared his response on the way here. Trying to probe him? Get ready to be misled, little brother. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Shisui pondered, Nagato, hearing his answer, had a very serious expression. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became incredibly oppressive. Chapter 76, The Big Swindler Goes Online, Heading to the Black Market. Nagato, using the vision shared by Pain, continuously assessed Uchiha Shisui at that moment, and his chakra began to flow rapidly. As long as the other party showed any signs of being off during his responses, he would strike decisively and deal a heavy blow. I heard that the strength of that Senjutsu is quite impressive, and like you, he can use with release. I'm quite interested. You say you know him, why not tell me about him? Who are you to me? Just a little brother. Why should I answer you? Uchiha Shisui waved his hand dismissively at Pain and then lay down on Konan's lap. He even closed his eyes, looking quite comfortable. It seemed he had no thought that Pain would take this opportunity to attack him. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's demeanor, Nagato was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he hadn't expected such a response. Cough, cough, cough. This information is useful for Akatsuki's upcoming plans. Has nothing to do with me. I'm on holiday today. Uchiha Shisui remained lying on Konan's lap. As long as you tell me, the reward won't be lacking for you. You think I'm short on that little bit of money? Uchiha Shisui casually took out a sealing scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Konan. She instinctively unsealed the scroll, and in the next moment, countless bills surged out, fluttering everywhere. Nagato was taken aback, unsure of what to say. Talking in terms of ideology was futile. The other party was stubborn. Trying to impress with money seemed to be futile as well. The other party appeared to be wealthier than him. The key was that the information about Senjutsu was something he really wanted to know. Just when Nagato was feeling a headache, Konan beside Uchiha Shisui suddenly spoke up. Abandon her. The identity information of that Senjutsu is really important for our upcoming actions. Can you tell us? You want to know? Konan nodded. Why didn't you say so earlier? You are my partner. Sharing information is a normal thing. Uchiha Shisui shifted his head to rub against her. Konan showed no resistance, as if everything was quite natural. Didn't I just say it's the same for both of us? Hearing this, Pain asked with confusion, You're my little brother, not my partner. What's the use of your question? Seeing Nagato at a loss again, for some reason, Konan's mood suddenly improved a lot. Ever since Yahiko's incident, Nagato had been sullen and silent, showing indifference to everything. Even when he occasionally spoke, it was usually for the organization's actions. He hadn't said a word about personal matters. But now, after interacting with the man in front of her for a while, Nagato had shown a sense of helplessness and awkwardness, which had never happened before. Indeed, he was really special. As Nagato fell silent, Konan quietly mused to herself. Uchiha Shisui no longer continued to confront Nagato and directly sat up, saying, The Senjutsu you mentioned, I know him. He is a disciple of Senju Hashirama, and his strength is quite good. I fought him a few times before leaving there. Our strengths were about even. There, it seemed he had caught some key information. And Pain quickly asked, I said you, it's delicious. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to be confronted again, Konan quickly popped a grape into his mouth. Forget it. For Konan's sake, I'll answer your question. By the way, Konan, have you grown again? Are your measurements still 88, 58, 85? My measurements do seem to have grown a bit. Konan looked down at her body for a moment and nodded. Uchiha Shisui continued, That's good. Little brother, were you just about to ask where Senjutsu and I came from? Yes. Seeing Uchiha Shisui finally about to get to the point, Nagato's eyes lit up. Actually, this isn't much of a secret. If you inquire a bit, you could find out that under the care of the third Hokage, in Konoha, the treatment of the Senju clan in the village became increasingly poor. Eventually, to avoid meaningless struggles for power, some members of the Senju clan chose to retreat. At this point, Uchiha Shisui shrugged indifferently. And that includes Senjutsu. By the way, last time when he fought with me, that guy seemed to have gotten injured. Injured? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Nagato frowned. Then he recalled someone. Aihabido. No, Nagato didn't he know that the Uchiha Madara he thought was actually Aihabido in disguise. Strange. Why would Uchiha Madara deceive me? Nagato murmured softly. Aihabido had previously told him that he encountered a very powerful enemy in Konoha who could also use wood release. As a result, the opponent was actually injured? If he couldn't even deal with an injured person, did that guy not even try to execute the mission? Or was he doing something else that he didn't know about? Thinking too seriously, Pain also quietly spoke. Although Uchiha Shisui heard him, he pretended not to know and impatiently said, "Little brother, do you have anything else you want to know? If not, don't disturb me and my partner from chatting." Nothing. Pain gently shook his head and then waved goodbye to him and Conan. Conan, since the Abandoner is back, you should go with him to recruit new members. The organization is currently short on manpower. I understand. Conan nodded slightly. In the next moment, Pain turned and left. He needed to figure out what that guy had done in Konoha the night the Ninetales broke free from its seal. After he left, Conan looked down at Uchiha Shisui and softly said, "Are we going to recruit new members now? What's the rush? I said I'm on holiday today. It's just that I Haven T left the organization for quite a while. You tell me, how have you been lately?" Me? Hearing this, Conan was slightly taken aback. Then a faint smile appeared on her face. Good. For the entire day that followed, Uchiha Shisui learned from Conan about the Akatsuki organization's plans and situation during this time. As for going to the largest black market near Amidst, he didn't need to worry about anything. He could just go tomorrow. However, Uchiha Shisui didn't know that while he was chatting about life with Conan, a cold-eyed man was slowly approaching the largest black market near Amidst, carrying a bag filled with several bloody heads. If Uchiha Shisui were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person's identity. This guy is the immortal man who mastered the secret technique of the grudge. Kakuzu. Chapter 77. First encounter with Kakuzu, winning people over with money. The next morning, Uchiha Shisui brought Conan to the largest black market near the Hidden Rain village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Sign-in location. The largest black market near the Hidden Rain village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. Mastery of wood release and the technique of ranking. Wood release. Technique of ranking? ISNT that the ninjutsu that Senju Hashirama used to block Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's attacks. Not bad. It's worth noting that back then, Uchiha Madara had used Susanoo on the Ninetales, ultimately becoming the complete body Susanoo. In that form, the Ninetales had terrifying destructive power. However, even so, Senju Hashirama was able to successfully block its attacks with the wood release, technique of ranking. This shows just how powerful this ninjutsu is. While Uchiha Shisui was thinking about this, he walked to the reception area of the black market, bringing out the heads of those Umbu and Root ninjas from Konoha, waiting for the receptionist to settle the payment. At that moment, a cold gaze suddenly turned towards them. Regarding this, Uchiha Shisui didn't hold back and immediately swung out the Kusanagi sword. "Sneaky rat, come out." Clang. The Kusanagi sword clashed with a shuriken, creating intense sparks in midair, even forcing the opponent back 2 steps. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. "You're not bad." The person who was pushed back slowly walked up to the two and said coldly. Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect his luck today to be so good, encountering a newcomer suitable for joining the Akatsuki organization right away. The person in front of him was none other than Kakuzu, the immortal man who mastered forbidden techniques. "Do you want to join our organization?" Uchiha Shisui directly asked after thinking of this. "Your organization." Kakuzu frowned slightly upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words. Initially, he wanted to kill the two for some money, but now he began to assess the attire of Uchiha Shisui and Conan. "Your mask is cheap, your clothes are ordinary, and your coat is barely acceptable." Her clothes are ordinary, and her coat is barely acceptable. The two of you combined aren't worth much. It seems your organization is also broke, so I'll pass. Uchiha Shisui was speechless upon hearing this. Truly, Kakuzu was all about the money. The next moment, Kakuzu brushed past the two and tossed a bloody head to the receptionist. Upon seeing this, the receptionist immediately handed him a pouch of money. After receiving the pouch, Kakuzu deliberately showed it off to Uchiha Shisui and Conan. "Look at this. I only need to complete 1 assassination to get this much bounty. Can your Akatsuki organization afford that?" In response to his flaunting, both Uchiha Shisui and Conan remained silent. Because there was no need for them to prove anything themselves, Soon someone else would do it for them. Sure enough, moments later, the receptionist cautiously took out a few sealing scrolls and presented them to Uchiha Shisui, his face full of respect as he bowed and said, "My lords, here is your bounty." Just now, the identities corresponding to those heads had been completely verified by their side. Konoha. All those heads came from Konoha. He truly couldn't understand how these two young-looking individuals in front of him had such status. Otherwise, how could ordinary ninjas dare to attack the #1 ninja village? Konoha? And not just any ninjas from Konoha, but members of the Umbu and Root. At the same time, upon seeing the sealing scrolls in Uchiha Shisui's hands, Kakuzu was also thoroughly moved. Sealing scrolls. Their bounty was actually packed in sealing scrolls. In the black market, ordinary bounty payments are given in bags. However, if it's for high-level bounty tasks, or for assassins who have completed a large number of bounty tasks at once, the black market's receptionist would pack the bounty into sealing scrolls as the assassin's reward. The bounty from one sealing scroll is already quite astonishing. Even I can't get a few in a year. How come you can get so many at once? At this point, Kakuzu seemed to suddenly realize something, and his eyes lit up. Wait, what task did you complete? And what is your organization? Kakuzu was anxious, truly anxious. He was very curious about all the information regarding these two individuals in front of him. In response, Uchiha Shisui casually toyed with the sealing scrolls and said calmly, "Want to know how to earn so much money? Want to know about our organization? I do. As long as you join our organization, I will tell you." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, then directly agreed. "All right, I'll join." For him, joining any organization wasn't important. What mattered was how to earn more money. However, seeing Uchiha Shisui so easily allow Kakuzu to join the Akatsuki organization, Konan couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Are you so sure that this guy's strength meets the organization's standards? Before Uchiha Shisui could respond, Kakuzu grew anxious. What do you mean by that? Don't believe in my strength? Fine, let us go outside and fight. After saying this, Kakuzu added, after we fight, you have to let me join your organization and tell me how you earned so many sealing scrolls at once. That's a given. Moments later, Uchiha Shisui and Konan led Kakuzu to a flat area. Seeing this, Kakuzu impatiently waved his hand at the two. You can come at me together. I can handle it alone, boom. Before Kakuzu could finish his sentence, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. One tree after another shot up from the ground, covering the entire area. Would release. Birth of the World Tree. Seeing this sudden scene before him, Kakuzu's body stiffened on the spot. His face turned extremely ugly, looking as if he had seen a ghost. This is not. He never expected that after so many years, he would see that persons would release again. No, that's not the point. The most crucial question now is, who exactly are these two in front of me? Chapter 78. Strive to survive from my hands. Kakuzu, you wanted to prove your strength, didn't you? Then go ahead and make your move. Once acquainted with the Senju Hashirama of Konoha, the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu, you, seeing his identity exposed so suddenly, Kakuzu's expression turned grim. Could it be that these two guys in front of him were from the Senju clan? The reason they were here today was to take his life. The more he thought about it, the more panic set in for Kakuzu, and as he remained wary of Uchiha Shisui, he slowly began to retreat. He could no longer stay in this place. If he wanted to survive, he had to leave immediately. However, just as Kakuzu was about to make a run for it, wooden walls appeared out of nowhere with a loud crash, sealing off all his escape routes. You bastard. Don't be nervous. Just chat with me for a while. Uchiha Shisui, holding Konan in his arms, looked at Kakuzu with a kind expression, hands clasped together. Back then, you were sent by the higher-ups of Takigakure to assassinate Senju Hashirama, but ultimately failed and returned to face cruel treatment from the higher-ups. Abandon like that led you to escape from prison and take away Takigakure's secret technique. The Earth Grudge Fear, and with this technique, you killed all the higher-ups at that time. Am I right, Kakuzu? So what if you are? Kakuzu remained vigilant, staring at him. But in the next moment, Uchiha Shisui suddenly clapped for him. That's right. I admire people who are clear about gratitude and resentment. You risked your life to assassinate the then mighty Senju Hashirama for your village. That's loyalty. You killed those disgusting people because you were abandoned, cleansing the atmosphere of Takigakure. That's righteousness. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's vigilance turned into some confusion. What exactly was this guy up to? Since he admired him, why start with a big move? This was would release. Advent of the tree world. If he hadn't been careful just now, he would have been taken out in an instant. You've met all the criteria for me to admire you. Theoretically, I could spare your life. Let you join the organization and teach you how to make big money. Not kill me, and even teach me to make big money? In that moment, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. But what? Just as Kakuzu shouted out, Uchiha Shisui had already clasped his hands together again. Would release. Ranking technique. In the next moment, a wooden shield shaped like a fanged demon face was grabbed by another wooden figure beside Uchiha Shisui. If you want to obtain everything I promised, then prove your strength and strive to survive from my hands. Because the subordinates I accept cannot be weaklings. As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, the wooden figure holding the menacing shield stepped forward, arriving right in front of Kakuzu. The next moment, that menacing shield came crashing down. Boom! Is it over just like that? Conan, sitting in Uchiha Shisui's arms, asked in confusion. Don't rush. The game has just begun. Just as Uchiha Shisui finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared in Conan's eyes. In front of her, in the giant pit created by the wooden figure's shield, Kakuzu had both hands turned black, withstanding the wooden figure's attack. Though his internal organs trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly being crushed outright, he ultimately managed to block the attack. Would release. Earth Spear? Earth Release. Earth Spear can harden the body, providing both offense and defense. Not bad. Since that's the case, let us continue. Boom. As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, the wooden figure attacked again. After taking a hit, Kakuzu chose to flee instead of confronting the wooden figure head-on. After all, the opponent had said that as long as he could survive, it was enough. Since that was the case, why choose to confront directly? Did he see the lack of agility in the wooden figure? If so, then let us try this move again. Would release. Would clone technique. With a clap of Uchiha Shisui's hands, two wooden clones charged at Kakuzu from different directions, coordinating with the wooden figure to attack. Damn it! Facing the two approaching wooden clones, Kakuzu gritted his teeth, forming hand seals with both hands. The movement speed of these wooden clones was no slower than his own, so if he continued to dodge, he would surely be hit, rather than sit and wait for death. It was better to grit his teeth and eliminate the two wooden clones. Only then could he fight for a slim chance of survival. Secret technique, tentacle fist. Whoosh. Strange black lines surged out from Kakuzu's body, wrapping around the two wooden clones in front of him. Now that the opponent hadn't closed the distance, as long as he could deal a heavy blow while dodging the wooden figure's fists, he would be able to withstand this round. Fire release, head hardening. The next moment, the Earth Grudge Fear, fire release mask on Kakuzu suddenly unleashed a sea of fire that spread like ocean waves. The moment the sea of fire appeared, it quickly expanded towards the direction of the wooden figure and the two clones, slowing their advance. Fire counters would. It was indeed effective. However, this could only hold them off for a moment. He had to use more powerful ninjutsu. With that in mind, the Earth Grudge Fear, wind release mask on Kakuzu suddenly spewed out high-pressure wind balls. The resulting vortex caused the massive vines beneath him to explode one after another. Wind release, pressure damage. Using this big explosion, Kakuzu narrowly dodged the wooden figure's attack that followed the two wooden clone strikes. However, at that moment, the wooden clone, which had been singed by the flames and looked somewhat disheveled, charged back towards him. But for this, Kakuzu took a deep breath. The next moment, the Earth Grudge Fear, fire release mask, and the Earth Grudge Fear, wind release mask on him both unleashed fire release, head hardening and wind release, pressure damage simultaneously. In an instant, a terrifying sea of fire even more fierce than before erupted wildly. Composite ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence, demonic explosive flame. This time, not only the two wooden clones, even a massive wooden figure was engulfed by the terrifying sea of fire that stretched endlessly. Yet it was not completely destroyed. It continued to charge towards him at a swift pace. Though its speed was not as fast as before, it wouldn't take long before it could reach him. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu gritted his teeth, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Since he had already used this move, he would eliminate both wooden clones and the wooden figure in one go, proving his strength to that guy. With that thought, Kakuzu gathered the chakra from the Earth Grudge Fear masks of wind, fire, and lightning into his right arm. Then, before everyone's eyes, a chakra cannon filled with a destructive aura began to charge wildly. Earth Grudge Fear, final shot. Boom! Chapter 79. Jiaodu is convinced. This little brother is somewhat stubborn. In the blazing sea of fire, Uchiha Shisui's two wooden clones and the wooden man are now helplessly lying within it. The wooden clones are already at their limit and will disappear at any moment. As for the wooden man, due to Jiao Du's deliberate targeting, both of its feet have exploded. Now it can only throw punches, and it is impossible for it to pose any threat to Jiao Du. Uchiha Shisui, seeing this, looks down at Conan in his arms. Now, how do you feel about his strength? Qualified. Conan nodded in acknowledgement. Uchiha Shisui, seeing this, reaches out and playfully holds her small hand, looking meaningfully downwards. There, Jiao Du, whose clothes are already tattered, is now staggering towards the two of them. Finally, I managed to hold on. However, just as Jiao Du utters this sentence, a shadow suddenly appears in front of him. Little brother, don't let your guard down easily before the battle is over. Not good. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Jiao Du instinctively tries to retreat. But unfortunately, at the moment his body is about to take defensive measures, a sweeping kick sends him flying. When he regains his footing, his face turns exceptionally ugly. This is... In front of him, 5 wooden clones are standing on the wood release. Wooden shield, expressionless as they stare at him. As for the shadow that just kicked him out, it is also a wooden clone. 6. This time, he has to face 6 wooden clones at once. Uffed. It seems Jiao Du was angered by Uchiha Shisui's words, and he directly spits out a mouthful of blood. You bastard. Whoosh. Before Jiao Du could finish cursing Uchiha Shisui, the 6 wooden men simultaneously strike. The 6 wooden clones do not use any wood release techniques, instead opting for close-range taijutsu against the now exhausted Jiao Du. Even though these wooden clones are only using pure taijutsu, it is more than enough for Jiao Du, whose chakra is almost depleted. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! In an instant, screams and dull thuds echoed in the area, with punches landing heavily. Soon, Jiao Du is beaten into a bloody mess, lying on the ground, slightly trembling. After a moment, Uchiha Shisui snaps his fingers. Snap! That's enough. As his voice sounds, the 6 wooden clones simultaneously disappear. Seeing this scene, Jiao Du, who is curled up on the ground holding his head, can't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. He finally passed. Step by step, Uchiha Shisui walks towards Jiao Du, with Conan beside him, smiling faintly. Little brother, how do you feel now? I admit defeat. Jiao Du speak bitterly. Throughout the battle, he never saw the opponent move their real body, while he had already fallen. With such a huge gap in strength, how could he not be convinced? Congratulations on passing. Next, I will take you back to the organization for a formality, and then you will truly join us. And how to earn some bounty scrolls. After hearing Uchiha Shisui's next words, Jiao Du immediately flips over and stands up, staring eagerly at Uchiha Shisui. How to earn some bounty scrolls. To his reaction, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged, then turned to Conan and walked towards the wooden man's palm. In the next moment, the wooden man lifts both of them up, returning to its shoulder. If you want to know, then keep up, I will tell you on the way. All right, after Jiao Du agrees, the 3 of them set off to return to the Akatsuki's headquarters. Uchiha Shisui and Conan ride on the wooden man's shoulder, while Jiao Du excitedly runs behind them. After this battle, Uchiha Shisui has a basic understanding of Jiao Du's current strength. Next, he just needs to use the Kodo Amitsukami during a mission to fully grasp the opponent. Then, he will take him to continue searching for other members of the Akatsuki organization. Except for Nagato. He wants all the members of the Akatsuki organization. Rain Village, Akatsuki's headquarters. You are the rogue ninja, Jiao Du from Takigakure? Pain of the 6 Paths, after listening to Conan's report, turns to Jiao Du and speaks lightly. It's me. Although he has already been defeated by Uchiha Shisui and taken as a little brother, this does not mean that his attitude towards everyone will be as good as it is towards Uchiha Shisui. You are the leader of the Akatsuki? I think you're not that impressive, about the same as my leader. Saying this, Jiao Du glances at the Akatsuki cloaks worn by Uchiha Shisui and Conan, as well as the hands they are holding, a proud expression on his face. He understands that his leader only kept this Akatsuki organization purely for his sister-in-law. Otherwise, why wouldn't he mention any news about the opponent on the way, and then directly ignore him upon returning? In short, since his leader is not paying attention to the opponent, why should he give the opponent a good face? So, are you not convinced? Pain of the 6 Paths stares directly at Jiao Du, chakra slowly leaking from his body, showing signs of taking action. It's normal for a newcomer to be unconvinced. Just beat him until he is convinced. As for Jiao Du recognizing Uchiha Shisui as the leader, Nagato has no intention of intervening, because as long as the members within the organization can complete all the tasks he assigns, then privately, what kind of relationship they have with each other, what they do, He will not interfere. You are unconvinced. What can you do about it? Jiao du snot kodli. After recovering while running just now, the chakra he consumed has almost returned. There's no problem at all to fight again. And regarding Jiao Du's response, Pain of the Six Paths directly points to the plain not far away. Let's go out and fight. If you win, you become the leader of the organization. If you lose, you have to obediently execute the tasks assigned by the organization. Bring it on. Who is afraid of who? Jiao Du, upon hearing this, shows no fear and directly follows Pain of the Six Paths out. On the way, he doesn't forget to wave at Uchiha Shisui. Boss, wait for my good news. Seeing Jiao Du rush out eagerly behind Pain of the Six Paths, Uchiha Shisui wears a playful smile. Soon, in the nearby plain, Pain of the Six Paths' voice suddenly rings out. I am Pain, the god of this world. What? In front of Jiao Du, Pain of the Six Paths slowly floats up, looking down at him from above. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Following that, a terrifying chakra fluctuation directly explodes in that area, instantly engulfing Jiao Du's body. Shinra Tensei. At this moment, a huge mushroom cloud accompanied by Jiao Du's screams reverberates throughout the entire area. Chapter 80. Kakuzu. Am I really the weakest in the organization? It hurts, it hurts. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kakuzu supported his waist and followed Pain of the Six Paths step by step, softly gasping. His clothes were already in tatters, and his face looked very unpleasant. If it weren't for the worry of embarrassing himself in front of the leader, he would have already sat down on the ground. I'm sorry, boss. I've embarrassed you. It's fine. You can't beat him, but he can't beat me either. Next time when I beat him, I will allow you to come and watch, just this once. As expected of the boss, Kakuzu shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Nagato, who shared information through Pain of the Six Paths, nearly spat out blood. How'd he end up recruiting such a troublesome guy? At the same time that Nagato controlled Pain of the Six Paths to turn away, unwilling to see Uchiha Shisui again, Kakuzu also realized something. That is, in this organization called Akatsuki, he seemed to be the weakest one when he was just defeated by Pain of the Six Paths. The latter told him that the strength of the other five was only slightly less than his. It should be no problem to defeat him. If he wasn't being lied to, then the title of the weakest in the organization would really fall on him. Wait, suddenly thinking of something, Kakuzu turned to look at Konan beside Uchiha Shisui. Can I beat her? I should be able to, but she is my boss's woman, and I obviously can't lay a hand on her. If that's the case, then I would still be the weakest. Just as Kakuzu began to struggle with this issue, a strange vortex suddenly appeared among the crowd. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Is this guy also a member of the organization? If so, then as long as he defeats him, the title of the weakest will fall on him. However, Aihabido was clearly unaware of the strange light in Kakuzu's eyes and spoke to himself. The next moment, his cold voice echoed in the area. How is the recruitment plan for new members progressing? As Aihabido appeared, he looked down at Pain of the Six Paths, who had just entered the cave. In his eyes, he was Uchiha Madara, the man who could stand toe-to-toe with Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It's going well. Besides the previous outcast, Kakuzu from Takigakure has also joined. Kakuzu from Takigakure? His strength is indeed impressive. Aihabido nodded slightly at this. By the way, where's that outcast? I heard he can use wood release like Senjiyuru. They are both behind you. Behind me? Upon hearing this, Aihabido instinctively turned to look at Uchiha Shisui and the others. Then, Senjiyuru. Almost in an instant, Aihabido instinctively wanted to activate Kimui to leave. After all, he still vividly remembered how that person had dominated the Ninetales and defeated him. However, before he could activate Kimui, Pain of the Six Paths coldly interjected. He is not Senjiyuru. Following that, Pain of the Six Paths directly revealed the truth about what Uchiha Shisui had told him to Aihabido. After a moment, Aihabido scrutinized Uchiha Shisui again, then nodded, half convinced. So that's how it is. Although he didn't know if it was true or not, at least for now, the other party seemed to have no intention of attacking him. Moreover, even if the other party really was Senjiyuru with the lesson learned last time, he would definitely be able to retreat unharmed this time. With such confidence, Aihabido then turned to Kakuzu. You are Kakuzu from Takigakure? As Aihabido just looked over, Kakuzu unexpectedly asked, Are you also a member of Akatsuki? Yes, you. Before Aihabido could finish speaking, Kakuzu unleashed countless black threads at him. This unexpected attack, not even from the person he had been most wary of, but just a rogue ninja from Takigakure, greatly displeased Aihabido. But in order to maintain his image as Uchiha Madara, he could only stand there, coldly speaking without dodging. "What are you doing? Let's see who is stronger." In response to Aihabido's inquiry, Kakuzu had no intention of hiding and directly answered. Now, he had already recognized a boss willing to help him make big money. So the money problem was naturally resolved. In short, he just wanted to prove to his boss that he was not the weakest in the organization. As for that Mangeki Sharingan, the Mangeki Sharingan is not a measure of strength. Why should he be afraid? In this battle, he might not necessarily lose. The next moment, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear. Lightning Release Mask shot a sharp lightning spear towards Aihabido. Lightning Release, False Darkness. The speed was so fast that it hit Aihabido at the same time as the black threads were released. Seeing Kakuzu's actions, Uchiha Shisui revealed a faint smile. Lightning Release, False Darkness, huh? A technique that fires a highly destructive lightning spear at the target, aimed at piercing and killing the enemy. This move was indeed impressive. Unfortunately, today he had encountered Aihabido, whose Mangeki Sharingan ability was Kamui. Just as Uchiha Shisui thought this, the black threads and lightning spear suddenly passed through Aihabido's body, crashing into the stone wall behind him. Seeing this bizarre scene appear before him, Kakuzu couldn't help but frown. Lightning Release immunity? Then let us try something else. Wind Release, Pressure Damage. The next moment, the Earth Grudge Fear, Wind Release Mask shot a high-pressure wind ball at Aihabido. The violent storm formed by the resulting vortex caused a terrible explosion the moment it touched the ground, instantly sending debris flying. However, even after the dust settled, Aihabido still stood there unscathed. In fact, the Mangeki Sharingan now displayed a strong sense of mockery. "Are you done? Do you want to throw a few more ninjutsu? The power of your techniques is good, but your brain isn't very bright. Don't you know who you should provoke and who you can't?" Damn! Hearing Aihabido's words, Kakuzu's face darkened, his eyes fixed on him. In response, Uchiha Shisui patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Kakuzu, you really aren't his opponent right now. Boss, Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Kakuzu, who was still pondering how to defeat the opponent, suddenly froze. His boss had no need to deceive him. In short, this guy in front of him was not lying. He really couldn't beat him. So it seems he was still the weakest in the organization. Chapter 81. One must look at the owner when beating a dog, Abido's confusion. Again and again, getting beaten up in the Akatsuki made Kakuzu's mood extremely unpleasant. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly become so weak? Just as Kakuzu was about to back down, the mouth under Abido's mask suddenly revealed a cold smile. Immediately after, an eerie vortex appeared once more in front of everyone. "Pain, let me teach this newbie a lesson. Otherwise, this situation might hinder our future plans." His voice was incredibly indifferent, filled with deep sarcasm, as if the moment he made a move, Kakuzu's fate would be sealed. Damn! Seeing this mysterious guy preparing to attack him, Kakuzu's expression turned extremely serious. He still had no way to figure out how to counter the mysterious abilities of the Sharingan. If he fought back head-on, it would only waste his chakra. However, since the opponent had already made a move, he could only grit his teeth and fight back. In the next moment, Kakuzu's hands turned black. Earth Style, Earth Spear. A good reaction, but unfortunately, the eerie vortex unexpectedly appeared behind Kakuzu. The shuriken in Abido's hand mercilessly stabbed towards Kakuzu's head in front of everyone. Useless in front of me. It is said that even if your heart is pierced, you won't die, but I wonder if you can still live if your head explodes? Just as Aihabido thought his attack was certain to hit and began to mock Kakuzu, his expression under the mask changed drastically in an instant. This feeling would release chakra. The abandoner finally made a move. Following that, the eerie vortex appeared again. Soon after, it retreated to the side of the Deva Path Pain, who had just walked out of the cave, looking solemnly at Aihabido. As expected, it would release. The reason Aihabido was attacked by Kakuzu was not because Kakuzu had collided with him, nor was it to teach the new member a lesson. He was trying to force Aihabido to reveal himself. However, judging by the current situation, the guy in front of him didn't seem to be Senji from Konoha. Otherwise, with such a good opportunity to attack just now, why would he only release a wooden wall? If he were Senji, he would have struck with thunderous force and killed the enemy in that perfect moment. Of course, this was only based on the current situation. No one knew whether the guy in front of him had some unknown purpose driving him to stay in the Akatsuki as an undercover agent. At the same time that Aihabido was thinking this, Aihabido Uchiha waved his hand to disperse the wooden wall and glanced at Kakuzu. Seeing this, Kakuzu did not hesitate and retreated to the back. Meanwhile, a cold voice echoed in the area at that moment. One must look at the owner when beating a dog. Especially since Kakuzu is still my little brother. Boss. Hearing Aihabido Uchiha's words, Kakuzu felt a bit complicated. It seemed he found a good boss this time. While Kakuzu thought so, Aihabido, who had retreated to the side of Deva Path Pain, showed no signs of backing down and continued speaking. I am a collaborator of your organization as leader. My status is equal to that of your leader, and I am your senior. Seniors teaching newbies. Is there any problem with that? The sarcasm in Aihabido's voice grew stronger. As for you, I now suspect that you are related to Senjuyato, who suddenly appeared in Konoha not long ago. To cooperate with the organization's investigation and to prove your innocence, take off your mask. At this point, Aihabido's scarlet Sharingan was flickering with bloodlight. As long as the other party couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he had many ways to make them take off their mask. If the other party dared to attack now, that would be even better. This is the Akatsuki's stronghold, and he, Nagato, controlling the 6 paths of pain, Konin, are all here. Such power could definitely take down this undercover agent. However, just as Aihabido was thinking this, Nagato, who should have been on his side, was now controlling Deva Path Pain and placed a hand on his shoulder. I need you to give me a reason. Reason? What reason? Although he didn't know what the situation was, Aihabido still pretended to remain calm and spoke lightly. What reason? Why, under your control, did the Ninetales get defeated in the absence of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and with Senjuyato seriously injured? Aihabido fell silent upon hearing this. Are you really that weak, or are you hiding something from me? Bang! Just as Deva Path Pain finished speaking, Konin, standing beside Aihabido, quietly began to divide a stack of white papers from under her sleeves. If the situation went awry, she would immediately support Deva Path Pain. Ever since she teamed up with that guy who called himself Aihabido Uchiha, she had felt something was off about him. Her instincts told her that the guy was problematic. But since she couldn't find any evidence, and Nagato accepted his ideology, she could only choose to remain silent. She was slowly accumulating explosive tags in secret, so that if that day really came when he betrayed them, she could contribute to Nagato's victory over him. After all, if that guy was really Aihabido Uchiha, relying solely on Nagato's strength would still seem a bit insufficient. Earth Style, Earth Spear. While Konin was secretly on guard, Kakuzu beside her also made a move. Although his ninjutsu had no effect on that mysterious guy, he could still take the front. Upon seeing the situation before him that exceeded his expectations, Aihabido's expression turned extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why Nagato would know the specific situation of Senjuyato right now. And that guy called the Abandoner had just joined the Akatsuki for a short time, yet he had already gained the support of Konin and the new member Kakuzu. Even Nagato seemed to trust him quite a bit now. Who exactly is this Abandoner? However, it was clear that now was not the time to think about this. The most important thing for him to do right now was to escape from the current situation. What do you mean by this? Suspecting me? Hehe, a ninja who can use would release. How strong could they be? I think you, who can also use would release, should know very well. As he spoke, Aihabido turned to look at Aihabido Uchiha. His scarlet Sharingan flickered slightly, seemingly trying to find some flaw in Aihabido Uchiha's eyes. After all, that was the powerful force that Senju Hashirama used to pacify the chaotic world. Wouldn't you agree, Abandoner? Unfortunately, in response to Aihabido's words, Aihabido Uchiha merely shrugged slightly. Then he reached out to pull Konin into his embrace, simultaneously suppressing her hand that was about to attack quietly. That statement does make some sense. At this point, Uchiha Shisui's mouth slightly curled up. However, you said you lost to Senjuyuru, so are you not even as good as my defeated subordinates? Such a weakling? Why do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? You're worthless. Chapter 82. The Stubborn Abandoner, Fighting Without Reason. Weakling? This guy actually calls himself a weakling. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Aihabido's expression darkened significantly. After all, he really didn't want to engage in a real fight before confirming the other's identity. Just now, he was merely probing the opponent from the side, testing him through the angle of attack. But now, the opponent has publicly called himself a weakling, while in Nagato and Konin's eyes, he is the Uchiha Madara who can compete with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. So at this moment, if he truly backs down, Konin, who already has doubts about his identity, would likely escape his control. Konin's suspicion that he may not be the real Uchiha Madara is something Aihabido has been aware of for a long time. However, because she holds a significant position in Nagato's heart as an important partner, he hasn't dealt with her. While Aihabido was silent, contemplating a countermeasure, Uchiha Shisui continued to speak. His voice was filled with sarcasm and amusement. By the way, little brother, when did the Akatsuki need to collaborate with such weaklings? If such a weakling could share the same status as the leader of the organization, then, wait, let me explain my statuses because, however, Uchiha Shisui did not give Aihabido the chance to continue his explanation, slapping his hands together on the spot. Boom! In the next moment, the entire ground began to shake violently, cracks spreading rapidly and exploding. Soon, huge wooden figures and menacing wooden dragons slowly stood up. Kakuzu, Pain of the Six Paths, along with him and Konan, were all standing on the shoulders of the wooden figures. The four of them looked down at Aihabido from high vantage point, further distancing the situation from Aihabido's control. Weakling, are you going to face this all alone, or are we all going to face you together? Seeing the scene, Aihabido's face instantly turned extremely ugly. That guy even arranged for Pain of the Six Paths to summon a wooden figure under his feet. This essentially forced Nagato into an opposing position against him. He absolutely could not allow this situation to occur. Pain, what is this guy's situation? Aren't you the leader of the organization? How can you allow someone who just joined the organization not long ago to act so arrogantly? Pain of the Six Paths remained silent, calmly observing the scene before him, asking him to stop the abandoner, not to mention that it would be difficult for him to do so. Even if he could, it would come at an exceptionally high cost. Moreover, this guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara is merely a temporary partner of his and the organization, forcing himself to suffer serious injuries for the sake of someone who could stab him in the back at any moment? Impossible. His life can only end at the point of flames on the path to realizing Yahiko's ideal world. Furthermore, after this period of contact, in his eyes, the abandoner's value is no less than that of the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara. In terms of identity, the abandoner is a member of the Senju clan, possessing hidden information that is no less than that of the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara. In terms of strength, based on the current situation, the abandoner seems to have the upper hand over the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara. In terms of trust, both agree with his and the organization's philosophy, so it's a stalemate. However, compared to the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara, the abandoner is clearly much easier to get along with. It is precisely for this reason that Nagato chose to stand by and showed no intention of controlling Pain of the Six Paths to help. This guy Nagato, seeing that Pain of the Six Paths had no intention of intervening, Aihabido glared grimly at Uchiha Shisui in front of him. What do you mean by this? Are you really going to fight me? Nothing much. I just find you unpleasant, Shisui replied. And if you really want to fight, then come on, stop dallying. Boom! As soon as Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, the wooden figure that Kakuzu was sitting on directly smashed down with a punch. In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble violently, dust flying everywhere. Watching Uchiha Shisui actually take action, Nagato clearly felt a headache coming on. As expected of you, abandoner to strike without hesitation. However, taking this opportunity to force out some of the trump cards of the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara isn't bad either. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to control the wooden figure to continue his assault, Aihabido suddenly shouted from below, I already know the truth. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Stop now. Next to him, there was also a white Zetsu. The white Zetsu, who had been gathering information in Konoha, had just informed him that Senjioru had appeared at the Uchiha clan's residence, together with Uchiha Fugaku. In short, the abandoner and Senjioru are indeed two different people. Unfortunately, for Aihabido's plea for peace at this moment, Nagato gently shook his head. To think you can stop that single-minded guy with just a few words. Impossible. Sure enough, the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's flamboyant laughter echoed throughout the area. You want me to stop, so I just stop? That would be too embarrassing for me. You weakling, wasting my time. Let me beat you up first to vent my anger. Wood release. Wood block wall. Wood release. 4-pillar prison technique. Wood release. Wood pile technique. Wood release. Divine tree emergence. This madman. This was Uchiha Aihabido's first reaction upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words. In the next moment, Nagato and the others could only see trees rising from the ground, covered in vines, instantly enveloping the entire area. At the same time, each wooden figure was holding a menacing shield, while the wooden dragons whipped their tails and the wooden clones threw shurikens, all aimed at one direction. Then, boom! The entire area shook violently, explosions ringing out continuously, lingering in the air. After an unknown amount of time, after Uchiha Shisui opened his mouth to eat a grape handed to him by Konan, he nonchalantly waved his hand to Pain of the Six Paths, lazily lying on Conan's lap. Little brother, I'm done here. What were you about to say earlier? Can't remember. Forget it. You guys continue your conversation. Don't mind me. Ha ha ha. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's laughter, Nagato could only cover his face with his hand, feeling a severe headache. People don't even know what kind of state they've been beaten into, and now you want me to clean up this mess? As expected of you, abandoner. Despite feeling a severe headache, he still controlled Pain of the Six Paths to nod slightly. In the next moment, Pain of the Six Paths turned to look at the seemingly bottomless deep pit before him. The person should still be alive, right? Forget it. After this matter is settled today, let Conan take him out to recruit more people. This guy really can't stay quiet for a moment. Chapter 83. Once a rift is formed, it is difficult to repair. Target. Missed hidden village cough cough cough. What just happened? Why was I blown up the moment I arrived? Baiju glanced at the deep pit, where only the remnants of the exploded clone remained, his face filled with confusion. He was just here to report the situation. How did he disappear the moment he showed up? Moreover, this place wasn't T. Nagato's territory. Theoretically, it should have been very safe. Regarding Baiju's intelligence, Aihabido directly ignored his words. As for Uchiha Shisui, who was lying on Conan's lap, Aihabido also chose to ignore him, because he now understood that the Senju clans would release heir might indeed have overwhelming power, but when it came to brains, it was a bit concerning. According to the intel he received from Uchiha Madara, the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, had many not-so-smart actions in the past. Basically, it was his brother Senju Tobirama who was cleaning up after him, and the individual in front of him, the abandoned one, was no different. With emotional intelligence almost equivalent to a single-minded person, he acted recklessly at the slightest disagreement, ultimately needing Nagato to clean up his mess. Talking to someone like this was simply unreasonable. The best approach was to avoid him as much as possible. The next moment, Aihabido turned to look at Nagato and explained, I just received news from Konoha's spy that Senjioru is still in Konoha, which means the abandoned one is not Senjioru. His words served as an explanation for his previous actions. As for why he couldn't even defeat an injured Senjioru during the Ninetales incident, Aihabido casually attributed it to excessive eye power consumption, brushing it off. Nagato noticed this, but still engaged in conversation with him for a moment, deciding on the course of action afterward. Moments later, Aihabido turned to leave. He didn't want to see that guy who would attack him at the slightest disagreement again. As for Aihabido's awkward escape, Uchiha Shisui didn't rush to reveal his identity to Nagato. Instead, he let him leave. Because it was not the right time yet. He still needed some time to get control over the entire Akatsuki organization. By then, it would be the day Aihabido completely collapsed. As for now, Nagato was helping him restrain the other party. After all, some relationships, once a rift occurs, are hard to repair. A confrontation between Aihabido and Nagato was inevitable in the future. While Uchiha Shisui was thinking this, Path Nagato turned to him and Kakuzu, tossing out a scroll that recorded the names of many ninjas from the Mist-Hidden Village. The people on the list were all talented individuals with decent strength from the Mist-Hidden Village, who could be considered for recruitment into the organization. Continuing, Path Nagato added, Conan and I will stay to guard the village. Abandoned one, you and Kakuzu will set off together to bring back those who meet the criteria. Okay, since you put it that way, I'll give you face and set off tomorrow. By the way, remember to fill in this pit. I usually take my afternoon nap here. All right, Nagato replied speechlessly, using universal pull to fill in the giant pit in front of him. After receiving the other party's agreement, Uchiha Shisui closed his eyes again, quietly enjoying Conan's lap pillow. To this, Conan and Nagato were no longer surprised. The principle of this guy in front of them was that tasks were always done the next day after being received today. Want him to set off immediately? It's impossible. The next afternoon, after Uchiha Shisui finished eating the meal made by Conan and took a nap, he set off towards the Mist-Hidden Village with Kakuzu. However, just as they were about to enter the area of the Mist-Hidden Village, Uchiha Shisui took advantage of Kakuzu's vigilance to activate his Mangeki Sharingan. Kakuzu, what's the situation ahead? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Kakuzu instinctively turned around to look. But the moment he made eye contact with those blood-red eyes, he froze on the spot. Don't. This stalemate lasted only a moment. The next second, Kakuzu continued, Boss, we're about to enter the Mist-Hidden Village's area. What should we do next? Kakuzu asked Uchiha Shisui naturally, unaware that his thoughts had already been altered by the other party's actions. From a moment he was affected, Uchiha Shisui became his master, and he would not disobey his orders. Regarding Kakuzu's question, Uchiha Shisui turned to look at the mist in front of him, a playful expression appearing on his face. How'd it go? Of course, we go in directly from the front. After all, at this time, The controlled fourth Mizuki Jigura had long been manipulated by Aihabido using his Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, he and Kakuzu coming here should have been known to Abido long ago. In fact, it was highly likely that the other party was watching them from somewhere within the mist-hidden village. Moreover, the persona he held in the other party's eyes was still rebellious and single-minded. Infiltration? Those two words didn't even exist in his mind. With such thoughts, the next moment, Uchiha Shisui led Kakuzu straight into the thick mist ahead. Mist-hidden village, here I come. The mist-hidden village belonged to the land of water, situated in a special location deep in the mountains. Its territory was covered by dense fog throughout the year, almost isolated from other ninja villages. Moreover, at this time, the controlled fourth Mizuki Jigura was implementing a cruel regime against the village, persecuting those ninjas with bloodline limits. It was colloquially known as the Blood Mist Village. And in such a place, a figure not belonging to the mist-hidden village, wearing a mask, stood calmly behind the fourth Mizukage, silently listening to Baiju's report. This person was none other than Aihabido, who had been humbled by Uchiha Shisui a few days ago. Have they finally come? Their speed is much slower than I expected. But then again, being able to use wood release is already very powerful. If he were to be as terrifyingly fast as that Senji from Konoha, our subsequent plans would probably be hindered. After saying this, a mocking smile appeared on Aihabido's face. Baiju, sitting lazily on the sofa next to him, replied, "Do we really need to go to this extent? There are only two of them now. Could they really be stronger than the entire mist-hidden village with a Jinchuriki? Who knows? But he is definitely worth us doing this." Aihabido sneered coldly, his eyes looking out the window toward the entrance of the mist-hidden village. He wanted to take this opportunity to give that so-called abandoned one a good beating while also probing further. After all, the other party possessed powerful combat capabilities with wood release, and he needed to thoroughly understand the other party's strength before taking action, because he did not want to repeat the mistakes made during the Ninetales incident. Chapter 84. The first encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Rake. Outside the hidden mist village. Bounty, bounty. Kakuzu excitedly tossed the bloody heads of the hidden mist village Boon ninjas into the burlap sack in his hand. He was in a particularly good mood. After all, the heads of these guys could be exchanged for a bounty in the black market. This meant he was now carrying a big sack of cash. As expected, following the boss gave him the opportunity to make big money. "Hey, boss, wait for me. I still want." After collecting the heads, Kakuzu realized that Uchiha Shisui had already walked far away, and he hurriedly chased after him. The burlap sack, stained red with blood, dragged along the ground, leaving a horrifying trail of blood. Along the way, the two encountered many ninjas from the hidden mist village who took the initiative to attack them. The result was obvious. They were all exterminated. In fact, Uchiha Shisui hadn't even had to make a move. All of those guys were taken out by Kakuzu alone. This scene was naturally witnessed by Aihabido in the fourth Mizukage's office. However, he was not anxious at all. Instead, there was a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Because this good show was just beginning. Whoosh! Just as Aihabido thought this, 3 elite Genin from the hidden mist village attacked simultaneously from 3 different directions. And their target was not Kakuzu, it was Uchiha Shisui. This guy should be the bodyguard hired by that kid. As long as they kill that kid, the bodyguard would naturally leave. That's right, let's take him down together. Faced with the combined attack of the 3 elite Genin from the hidden mist village, Uchiha Shisui showed no signs of emotional fluctuation on his face. He turned to Kakuzu beside him and asked calmly, "How long will it take?" Boss. With these kinds of guys, it'll be over quickly. Seeing Uchiha Shisui agree, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. "I'll take your bounty." In the next moment, Kakuzu's wrists and arms separated. Countless black threads shot out crazily from his arms. Tentacle punch. What is this? Faced with the rapidly moving black threads, the 3 elite Genin from the hidden mist village had serious expressions. Unfortunately, they were still careless. With a burst of blood, the black threads shooting out from Kakuzu's arm pierced directly through one elite Genin's heart. Kakuzu grinned wickedly. However, just as he was about to continue attacking the remaining 2, whoosh. One of the last 2 elite Genin from the hidden mist village bypassed Kakuzu and approached Uchiha Shisui from behind. After all, they were elite Genin from the hidden mist village. How could they be completely useless? For instance, this one was skilled in speed. Got it. Kakuzu, you were careless. Clang. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Uchiha Shisui extended his chakra-covered palm and caught the katana that was swung at him with one hand. What? The elite J-Nin from the hidden mist village, who initially thought he could take the opponent's life with this strike, now had his face stiffen. This guy's not simple. Just as that elite J-Nin from the hidden mist village had just distanced himself from Uchiha Shisui. A pair of eyes filled with deep resentment were now coldly staring at him. When they entered, Uchiha Shisui had agreed with Kakuzu that all the bounties for the hidden mist village ninjas killed here would go to Kakuzu. Of course, there was one prerequisite. He cannot be touched during the process of killing the opponents. Otherwise, that wave of bounties would all belong to him. It's all your fault. Return my bounty. Kakuzu raised his arm, which had hardened due to using Earth Release, Earth Spear, and forced back the elite J-Nin in front of him. The next moment, he formed hand seals with both hands. Lightning Release, False Darkness. What? The elite J-Nin from the hidden mist village, who had just failed to ambush Uchiha Shisui, didn't even have time to react. A spear of lightning, radiating with dense thunder chakra, shot out directly from Kakuzu's mouth. In an instant, it reached his chest. And then, in an instant, a huge bloody hole appeared in the chest of that elite J-Nin from the hidden mist village. He was dead beyond doubt. Thud. The elite J-Nin from the hidden mist village, filled with unwillingness, weakly knelt down. In response, Kakuzu coldly looked at the last remaining elite J-Nin from the hidden mist village and formed hand seals again. Fire Release, Head's Hard Work. Boom, boom, boom. As Kakuzu's voice rang out, a sea of flames erupted from his mouth. The spreading speed was so fast that it instantly engulfed the last elite J-Nin present. The piercing screams echoed throughout the area. A bunch of trash. Kakuzu disdainfully glanced at the elite J-Nin from the hidden mist village and then asked, Boss, I've taken care of them all. Should we continue to advance to earn bounties? Cough, cough, or look for suitable newcomers? Uchiha Shisui, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to a rooftop ahead on the street and coldly spoke. Are you planning to keep hiding? Your people are all dead. Just as Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, the figure hidden on the rooftop, taking advantage of the mist for cover, revealed a playful smile while observing Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzu from distance. What keen battle instincts! However, although he had been discovered, that person showed no signs of nervousness. Instead, he raised the dual swords in his hands, and arcs of lightning filled the blades. He didn't know how strong the real combat power was. Lightning Burial, Thunder's Feast. In the next moment, brilliant lightning burst forth from the dual swords, rapidly rushing toward Uchiha Shisui. Not only that, as the thunder surged out, the rake in the hands of Kurokuro Raiga also began to rapidly condense, filled with lightning and lightning release chakra. The lightning sphere locked onto Uchiha Shisui's head, waiting for him to reveal a flaw. Then a killing blow. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kurokuro Raiga, upon recognizing the opponent's identity, Uchiha Shisui directly instructed Kakuzu beside him, I found a suitable newcomer. Next, you can kill any other ninjas from the hidden mist village except for that kid. All bounties will count for you. Clap, clap, clap. At the moment Uchiha Shisui spoke, the lightning on the ground had already reached him. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands together. Flaw. Seeing Uchiha Shisui daring to form hand seals in front of him, the lightning sphere on Kurokuro Raiga's dual sword shot out directly. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderous explosion echoed, Kurokuro Raiga no longer looked at that area. His gaze shifted to Kakuzu. Arrogant guy. We'll never have a good ending. Next, it's your turn. Clearly, in the eyes of Haishureya, Uchiha Shisui, who brazenly took on his 2 ninjutsu, must have lost his combat ability by now. However, regarding Haishureya's words, Kakuzu simply shot him a speechless glance. Then he ignored Haishureya and charged towards the approaching Umbu ninja from the mist village. Kakuzu's actions infuriated Haishureya. He raised the rakia with both hands, starting to gather the power of lightning. Just as he was about to use the same trick again to take down Kaku, a faint voice suddenly rang out at that moment. Right, yeah, an interesting blade. How is it possible that you're unscathed? At that moment, Haishureya was completely shocked. Chapter 85. The full power of Black Ho Thundertooth, ruthlessly crushing. Step, step, step. In front of Black Ho Thundertooth, Uchiha Shisui stood calmly, watching him without a single scratch on his body. Upon seeing this scene, Black Ho Thundertooth's expression turned extremely ugly. Where did that powerful attack just go? How could this guy be completely unharmed? Wait, it seemed he suddenly sensed something, and Black Ho Thundertooth directly swung out a bolt of lightning. It drove away all the mist and dust in front of Uchiha Shisui. The next moment, he immediately understood. Would release. This guy who appeared out of nowhere actually knows would release. Who the hell are you? Black Hoe Thundertooth ignored the half-destroyed wooden wall in front of Uchiha Shisui and instead fixed his gaze on him. As long as the opponent made any move, he would unleash his strongest form to settle the score. Me? Your boss. You'll follow me from now on. Follow you? Hee hee hee. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from above Black Hoe Thundertooth's head. However, despite being hit by the lightning, he had no injuries at all. In fact, the lightning power formed a set of armor on the surface of his body. Lightning release. Lightning armor. If you want me to recognize you as my boss, you need to have that capability. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Boom. 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 The next moment, a series of lightning balls filled with lightning chakra surged towards Uchiha Shisui in full view, blocking all his escape routes. Clearly, now that Black Hoe Thundertooth knew that Uchiha Shisui mastered would release, he was taking things seriously. Unfortunately, using the same ninjutsu continuously? Little bro, I don't think that's difficult at all. Would release. Would pillar wall. As Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, he clapped his hands in public. In an instant, wooden walls rose one after another, blocking all of Black Hoe Thundertooth's attacks. Seeing this scene, Black Hoe Thundertooth suddenly leaped from the rooftop. At the moment he landed, he crossed the lightning blade, Fong in his hands, and swiftly slashed forward. Lightning blade technique, falling thunder. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the violent lightning power from the lightning blade, Fong surged towards Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, just as the violent lightning was about to reach Uchiha Shisui, Black Hoe Thundertooth suddenly raised the lightning blade, Fong high. In an instant, the clouds above Uchiha Shisui's head rumbled with thunder. Then, a bolt of lightning struck down directly at his head. The momentum was incredibly shocking. You can block the attack in front of you, but how can you stop such a widespread lightning attack and the falling thunder? Don't struggle, you're done for. Hearing Black Hoe Thundertooth's words, Uchiha Shisui slightly nodded. This guy really was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. His combat quality was indeed good. Upon realizing the strength of his opponent, without any hesitation, he directly unleashed a combined lightning release for an all-around, no dead-angle bombardment. He aimed to eliminate the enemy in the shortest time possible. Such an approach could minimize the occurrence of unexpected situations. Just like his current combined attack, I estimate that not many Jonin could take it head-on without injury. Unfortunately, the opponent Black Hoe Thundertooth faced today was not an ordinary Jonin from some ninja village. It was him, Uchiha Shisui. Little bro, you're really quite good. You've already reached the level of a quasi-member, just one step away from the final process. Seeing that he still hadn't given up on recruiting him, Black Hoe Thundertooth couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that this guy has other means to block his attack? At the same time that Black Hoe Thundertooth was thinking this, Uchiha Shisui suddenly clapped his hands. Would release. Would pillar wall. Would release. Wooden man technique. Would release. Would spike technique. Boom, boom, boom. In full view, a gigantic wooden man burst into Black Hoe Thundertooth's line of sight. Immediately after, the wooden man raised a fierce shield with his bare hands, blocking above Uchiha Shisui's head. With a wood pillar wall around and the falling thunder above, the wood spike technique could definitely block it. This guy, looking at the giant wooden man that was withstanding his lightning attack, Black Hoe Thundertooth's face was filled with disbelief. What a terrifying chakra fluctuation. And this level of wood release. He can't win. He really can't win against this guy in front of him. The gap between him and the opponent was simply too great. However, despite knowing he was no match for Uchiha Shisui, Black Hoe Thundertooth still gritted his teeth and raised the lightning blade, Fong high. He wanted to test the difference between himself and this person in front of him. Lightning release. Lightning dragon tornado. In full view, Black Hoe Thundertooth used the lightning blade to summon a terrifying lightning breath, causing it to spin at high speed. Eventually, it transformed into a ferocious lightning tornado. This little bro has quite a stubborn temperament. Uchiha Shisui shook his head lightly. Then, the wooden man beneath him wielded the fierce shield and slammed it towards the lightning tornado in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. With a tremendous explosion and brilliant lightning illuminating the area, Black Hoe Thundertooth was blown back dozens of steps by the explosion. However, before he could stabilize himself, clusters of wooden spikes fell from the sky, trapping him within. Not only that, but Uchiha Shisui's right hand also transformed into a gigantic wooden spike and smashed down. Little bro, you should take a nap for a bit. The battle here will soon be over. Bam. as Uchiha Shisui smashed down the enormous wooden spike. Black Hole Thundertooth fainted on the spot. After continuously using so many lightning release techniques, his chakra was already low. Now, after such a heavy blow, he couldn't stay conscious. After dealing with Black Hole Thundertooth, Uchiha Shisui turned to look around. Headless corpses lay strewn about, the stench overwhelming, and blood was almost forming a pool. However, regarding this, as well as the Umbu members from the Mist Village who were warily watching them, Uchiha Shisui didn't care at all. Instead, he turned to look towards the Mizuki's office of the Mist Village, his face showing an extremely friendly smile. Fourth Mizuki, is this how your Mist Village treats guests? However, in response to Uchiha Shisui's extremely ostentatious shout, the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, sat on the chair with a blank expression, not saying a word. Clearly, being controlled, he had no way to answer Uchiha Shisui's question. Although Uchiha Shisui already knew this result, he still pretended to be unaware and shouted loudly. Since the hospitality of the Mist Village is so special, we naturally have to go along with local customs. Kakuzu, let go and kill. If you kill less, it means you look down on our fourth Mizuki. Ha ha ha, alright boss. Chapter 86. The Mad Tenzo, new check-in location refreshes, the fourth Mizuki's office in the hidden Mist Village. Black Hose Raiga has been defeated. This speed is a bit fast. White Zetsu looked out the window at Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzu, who were overwhelming the Umbu members of the hidden Mist Village, and chuckled. Uchiha Aihabido nodded in response, his gaze sweeping across the streets of the hidden Mist Village. Because there was a guy who should have fought alongside Black Hose Raiga, but had just not shown up. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Tenzo. As for Kisame Hashigaki and Jago, the Umbu members they sent to the hidden Mist Village had not responded yet, so they couldn't rely on them for now. Just as Uchiha Aihabido was thinking this, his attention was suddenly drawn to a certain area by a scream. Then, black lines appeared on his forehead. In front of Uchiha Aihabido, Tenzo was wielding the decapitation sword that had been kicked to pieces by Might Guy, swinging it wildly among the crowd. He was indiscriminately slaughtering his own comrades, the Umbu ninjas of the hidden Mist Village. Tenzo, what are you doing? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Tenzo has gone mad. Tenzo ignored the screams of those Umbu ninjas from the hidden Mist Village. After a moment, he looked at the decapitation sword in his hand, which had been mostly restored, and revealed a savage smile. Enough, finally enough. The next moment, Tenzo turned to look at the street where Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzu were located. The person that the fourth Mizuki personally ordered to kill should have decent strength, right? Just perfect to use you as a sacrificial offering for the decapitation sword to be reborn. The decapitation sword is one of the 7 special ninja swords of the hidden Mist Village. It can continuously repair itself by absorbing the iron in the enemy's blood. At the same time, the absorbed blood can also restore the user's stamina. Who would have thought that Tenzo would take advantage of this opportunity with the Umbu ninjas of the hidden Mist Village mobilizing in large numbers to slaughter his own comrades indiscriminately to let the decapitation sword fully recover? Originally, Uchiha Aihabido wouldn't have minded Tenzo's actions, as long as he obeyed and cooperated with Black Hose Raiga to test the true strength of that guy called the Abandoner. Then even if Tenzo killed a few more Umbu ninjas from the hidden Mist Village in the process, he wouldn't stop him. However, the current situation is that not only did he not listen to him and help Black Hose Raiga in the specified time to test the true strength of someone called the Abandoner, but he even went ahead and started killing his own people at the back of the team. Now, he even rushed out directly. This guy is hopeless. Uchiha Aihabido gently shook his head, then turned his gaze to the fourth Mizuki of the hidden Mist Village, Yagura. It seems that he still needs to make a personal move to test the true strength of this Abandoner. Hearing Uchiha Aihabido's words, White Zetsu couldn't help but laugh. The battle between the three tails Jinchuriki Yagura and would release should be quite interesting. Haha. Uchiha Aihabido, upon hearing this, turned to look in another direction. White Zetsu, I need you to do something right now. What is it? Go find Kisame Hashigaki and Jago, and have them join this battle as well. Understood. White Zetsu nodded and then submerged into the ground. At the same time White Zetsu left, Tenzo had already approached not far from Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzu. Hidden Mist Technique. The next moment, thick mist instantly filled the entire battlefield, further reducing visibility in an already poor sight environment. That figure seems to be Uchiha Shisui, who had just removed the wooden man and wanted to rely on physical techniques to slowly kill the Umbu ninjas of the hidden Mist Village to draw out the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Tenzo, is it? Just right. let him accept the second ninja sword of the hidden mist village. At the same time Uchiha Shisui thought this, Tenzo, using the cover of the mist and his superb assassination techniques, silently approached him from behind. Then, Tenzo slowly raised the decapitation sword in his hand and ruthlessly swung it down towards Uchiha Shisui's neck. This assassination would be won by him, Tenzo, thunder rumbling. However, just when Tenzo thought he was certain to win, a wooden wall suddenly rose from the ground, directly pushing his body away. What? Before he could stabilize himself, a shadow had already rushed to his front. Terrifying chakra fluctuations suddenly erupted from Uchiha Shisui, stunning Tenzo. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Tenzo's head. Tenzo, right? Let me borrow your decapitation sword for a bit. Bang! Before Tenzo could react, he was sent flying. Hiding his figure in front of the Mangeki Sharingan? Ridiculous. Would release. Would dragon technique. At the same time Tenzo was sent flying. A wooden dragon suddenly sprang out from the side, directly wrapping around his body. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the area once more. You bastard. Tenzo never expected that he would be overpowered by an unknown enemy, losing his decapitation sword in one encounter. Moreover, he was bound by the opponent's ninjutsu. He was defeated in an instant. Shut up. I'm just borrowing your sword for a bit. I'll return it to you later. Uchiha Shisui laughed heartily, shouldering the decapitation sword as he charged towards the surrounding Umbu ninjas of the hidden mist village. The slaughter began again. Puchi Puchi. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's actions at this moment, Tenzo's expression couldn't help but change dramatically. He simply couldn't understand what the true purpose of this guy in front of him coming to the hidden mist village was. He could clearly kill him, but didn't he do so? Also, beside him, Black Hose Raiga, who was knocked unconscious by a cluster of wooden spikes, had also survived. But at a certain moment, it seemed that Tenzo realized something and suddenly turned to look at the wooden dragon behind him. His face became incredibly ugly. He was shocked on the spot. Would release. The ninjutsu that trapped him and defeated Black Hose Raiga was unexpectedly the same as that of Konoha's first Hokage, that legendary man. Would release had once again appeared in the ninja world. After thinking about this, Tenzo's back instinctively broke out in a cold sweat. Who is he? And just as Tenzo was sizing up Uchiha Shisui, the latter, wielding the decapitation sword and slaughtering the surrounding Umbu ninjas of the hidden mist village, suddenly heard a cold voice in his mind. Ding! A new check-in location has been refreshed. Check-in location. The 4th Mizukage Yagura's office in the hidden mist village. Time limit. 1 minute. 1 minute. The 4th Mizukage Yagura's office in the hidden mist village. Hearing the system's voice, a playful expression suddenly appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face. His current identity is the Abandoner, which in the eyes of others, is a being that cannot use advanced body flicker technique. So, in order to reach the office of the 4th Mizukage Yagura within a minute, the best way is to use absolute power and ignore any obstacles. Just fight through. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands. Would release. Would clone technique. In the next moment, gigantic wooden figures appeared one after another in front of everyone. Especially for Kakuzu, Haiden, and BYJZ, they were directly lifted up and landed on the shoulders of the wooden figures. Hey, boss. The Lord 4th Mizukage just welcomed us so warmly. So now we naturally have to give back properly. Boom. Chapter 87 Large-Scale Counterattack Scene. The betrayed ninja J, Z, and Raiga would release. Ranking technique. Would release. Would dragon technique. Would release. As Uchiha Shisui summoned wooden figures and a wood dragon, the Umbu ninjas from the hidden mist village, who had previously been able to slightly hinder their advance, were now as weak as chives. With a slap from the wooden figure and a sweep from the wood dragon, a large number of them were instantly killed. The ground was littered with bloody corpses, and the sound of tragic screams echoed. As for Uchiha Shisui, who had suddenly become aggressive, Kakuzu, although unaware of the reason, clasped his hands together and shouted seriously, "Boss, you go first. I'll cover you." Wind release, pressure damage. The next moment, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear. Wind release mask spat out a high-pressure wind ball. After the wind ball hit the enemy, it formed a swirling storm that pushed back all the Umbu members of the hidden mist village in Uchiha Shisui's path. Good. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. He then manipulated the wooden figure beneath him and the wood dragons on either side to charge forward. Seeing Uchiha Shisui begin to attack, the ninjas from the hidden mist village, who had just received orders from the 4th Mizukage Yagura, whether Umbu members or ordinary ninjas, all launched attacks in succession. try to stop Uchiha Shisui from advancing further. Upon seeing this scene, Kakuzu snorted coldly. The next moment, he clasped his hands together fiercely. Want to attack my boss? Ridiculous. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence, odd face explosive flame, with Kakuzu's voice echoing. The earth grudge fear, fire release mask, and the earth grudge fear. Wind release mask on him, simultaneously executed fire release. Head hardship and wind release, pressure damage. In an instant, a vast sea of flames engulfed the ground, blocking the path of the majority of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. However, even so, some ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village still managed to bypass the sea of flames and attacked Uchiha Shisui from behind. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu's expression darkened. Damn it! Although the high-end combat power of the Hidden Mist Village was either dealt with by Uchiha Shisui or had yet to appear, the number of ninjas dispatched this time was still too many. Relying solely on himself, along with the assistance of the wooden figure and wood dragon, it was impossible to block them all. Moreover, after using so many ninjutsu in succession, the chakra remaining in his body was already limited, unless they could have more combat power on their side. Suddenly, as if an idea struck him, Kakuzu split off a shadow clone to borrow a decapitation blade from Uchiha Shisui. He then turned to Aihabido Raiga and Kiba JZ and shouted, "My boss said when he came that the Hidden Mist Village is currently in a period of internal strife and rampant killings. Even ninjas like you from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen cannot guarantee your survival. So rather than continue living in fear here, it's better to join my boss and the organization and go out to explore." Kakuzu thought for a moment and added, "Besides, there are many bounties to be earned by following my boss." Kakuzu's suggestion did not immediately receive a response from Aihabido Raiga and Kiba JZ. Instead, they began to ponder the pros and cons. After all, once they became rogue ninjas, they would have to live a life of wandering and always be on guard against being hunted. However, there was one point that the other party was wrong about. Ever since their 4th Mizukage Yagura took power, it didn't take long for the village to start wantonly slaughtering ninjas with bloodline limits. Since then, the atmosphere in the village had become very strange. Every day, people mysteriously disappeared, and when they were found, they had already become corpses. The mist in the air had also changed from white to red, reeking of blood. Indeed, there seemed to be nothing worth staying for in this place. Rather than continue to stay here, it would be better to go out and walk around. The first to see through this was Kiba JZ. It was clear that he was very dissatisfied with the atrocities of the 4th Mizukage Yagura. As soon as he spoke, Kakuzu's shadow clone immediately tossed the decapitation blade to him. "Catch! Old buddy, we meet again." After catching the decapitation blade, Kiba JZ leaped forward, confronting the Hidden Mist Village ninjas who had bypassed Kakuzu. "Let me make it clear, if your organization is too boring and too weak, I want to be able to help but eliminate all of you." The next moment, Kiba JZ swung the decapitation blade in his hand. "PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. In an instant, screams and the sound of blood spraying erupted in that area. As for Kiba JZ's threatening words, Kakuzu chose to ignore them. Their organization is weak? Once Kiba JZ joins the organization, if he gets too arrogant, he'll probably end up getting beaten up just like he did back then. As for being bored, that kind of thing is even less likely to exist. Following his boss would mean getting a lot of bounties. How could such a life be boring? Whoosh. At a certain moment, after Kiba JZ joined the battle, Kakuzu suddenly turned his head and attacked Aihabido Raiga. Lightning release, false darkness. A spear of lightning shot straight through the air. However, just as Aihabido Raiga instinctively prepared to defend, the lightning spear pierced through a Hidden Mist Village Umbu ninja who was preparing to ambush Aihabido Raiga from behind. Seeing this scene, Aihabido Raiga, holding the Raijin blade, fell silent for a moment before looking up towards the direction of the 4th Mizukage's office, whispering, "I haven't even answered yet, and you already assume I will defect? 4th Mizukage. In that case, I have no other choice now." The next moment, Aihabido Raiga turned to Kakuzu, the lightning on the Raijin blade flickering. "Why are you helping me? Who wants to help you? Don't be so narcissistic. This is all my boss's order. Otherwise, I'd rather you die quickly and use your head to exchange for a bounty in the black market." Upon hearing this, Aihabido Raiga let out a cold laugh. His orders, huh? Interesting. Just as Aihabido Raiga was thinking this, 2 Hidden Mist Village Umbu ninjas simultaneously launched an attack, stealthily approaching his back. Their ninja tools were aimed directly at his vital points. They are preparing to take his life. Aihabido Raiga has already betrayed the village. No need to be polite. Kill him. That's right, kill H-Zuki Raiga. You say I'm a rogue ninja? H-Zuki Raiga's Raijin blade flashed with intense lightning at that moment. In that case, I can directly kill you now. In an instant, the sky rumbled with terrifying lightning, engulfing both targets. Boom. And while H-Zuki Raiga and Kiba JZ officially betrayed the hidden mist village and joined the battle, on the other side, Uchiha Shisui directly threw a corpse of a hidden mist village on Boon Ninja, smashing through the door of the Mizuki's office. Dust flew, and wooden debris scattered everywhere. He slowly walked out from among them, stepping on the corpse of the Umbu Ninja from the hidden mist village, his face filled with a kind smile. Fourth Mizuki-sama, nice to meet you for the first time. Chapter 88. What? Are you looking down on someone? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Sign-in location: the office of the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, in the hidden mist village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. Mastery of wood release, all pouch technique. Wood release, all pouch technique? Not bad, I guess. As Uchiha Shisui thought this, his body suddenly tilted sideways, easily dodging the punch thrown by the fourth Mizuki, Yagura. Our fourth Mizuki is as enthusiastic as ever. While speaking, Uchiha Shisui dodged Yagura's attacks left and right. Although you are quite rude, I still need to introduce myself briefly. Akatsuki, the Abandoner. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Boom. With these 7 words, the Mizuki's office began to shake violently. To be precise, the entire Mizuki building was shaking. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, large trees appeared one after another, and countless vines wildly struck the buildings of the hidden mist village. In just this brief moment, most of the hidden mist village had turned into ruins. The casualties were countless. Watching the hidden mist village that had instantly turned into ruins, Aihabido, hidden somewhere in the village, frowned slightly, because this guy called the Abandoner seemed to be acting a bit too arrogantly. Controlling him and making him useful for himself might be a bit difficult. Beside him, White Zetsu also sighed. Is this guy crazy? He actually used such a powerful ninjutsu, would release, Advent of the Tree World, directly in the Mizuki building of the hidden mist village. The ruthlessness of this guy is no less than that of Senju Tobarama back in the day. Hearing what White Zetsu said, a strange color suddenly flashed in Aihabido's eyes. Wait, although this guy's would release ninjutsu is powerful, he deliberately avoided attacking his allies while attacking, and did not carry out indiscriminate attacks. Does he like to recruit subordinates? That makes it easier. As long as he puts in a little effort to persuade Nagato, and then creates a new identity to blend into the Akatsuki organization, recognizing the other party as the leader. In this way, he can have many opportunities to test the other party in the future. Thinking of this, a strange vortex suddenly appeared. Are you leaving already? I've already thought of a way to deal with him, so it's unnecessary to stay in the hidden mist village for close observation. I can observe from outside the village. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu also left the place directly, like Aihabido. At the same time, the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, was directly knocked away by a huge vine. Below, Kakuzu was forming seals. The head of the fourth Mizuki, that should be worth a lot of bounty, right? Lightning release, false darkness. In an instant, a spear of lightning locked onto the heart of the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, and shot through the air. However, just as Kakuzu's ninjutsu was being executed, a water mirror suddenly appeared in front of Yagura, who was still in midair. Water release, water mirror technique. What? The next moment, under everyone's gaze, a person who looked exactly like Kakuzu walked out of the water mirror. At the same time, that guy was also able to use lightning release, false darkness, and with the same power. Boom! With an explosion, Kakuzu was directly forced back. In response to this, the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, merely glanced at him, and then the surface of his body began to emit dark red-tailed beast chakra. This is half-tailed beast transformation. Realizing that his human form couldn't deal with these guys in front of him, the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, directly entered half-tailed beast transformation. After successfully transforming, Yagura's speed increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, he charged in front of Kakuzu. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu's arms turned black, protecting his vital areas. Earth release, Earth Spear. However, just as Yagura's half-tailed beast transformation hand was about to hit Kakuzu, 2 shadows appeared simultaneously on either side of him, and 3 ninja blades struck at him. It was Kurizetsu and Pabai Shirzan. Fourth, it seems you forgot about us too. Kill. However, facing the flanking attack of the 2 The half-tailed beast, transformed Yagura, did not give up on attacking Kakuzu. In fact, his target changed from 1 person to 3. In the next moment, the half-tailed beast, transformed Yagura, wildly swung the 3 tails on his body. In an instant, he forced Kakuzu, Kurizetsu, and Pabai Shirzong back. Boom! With a dull collision sound, Kurizetsu and Pabai Shirzong both knelt on one knee on the ground, their faces looking very serious. As expected, given their current situation, it was impossible for them to be a match for the 4th Mizukage, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura. As for Kakuzu, he now shook his hand in pain, warily staring at the half-tailed beast, transformed 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Cough, cough, cough. So this is half-tailed beast transformation? The strength is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you ran into me today, just as Kakuzu was about to use the combined ninjutsu, flame wind chaotic wave, strange face explosive flame, to forcibly break through the tailed beast cloak on Yagura. A series of giant hands suddenly burst out from the ground, directly grabbing the half-tailed beast, transformed 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Immediately after, countless wooden fists and wooden dragon tails crazily smashed down on him. In an instant, explosions echoed continuously. Boom! As for Kakuzu, he was thrown out by a wooden clone of Uchiha Shisui before the wooden figures and wooden dragons attacked. Moments later, the area where the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, had just been located had disappeared without a trace. In its place was a bottomless giant pit. Just a mere half-tailed beast transformation dares to be arrogant in front of me. 4th Mizukage, I want to ask, who gave you this courage? Uchiha Shisui stood on the shoulder of a wooden figure, overlooking the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, who was battered and bruised in the deep pit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Aihabido, who was hiding on the outskirts of the hidden mist village observing Uchiha Shisui, couldn't help but frown slightly. Yet another would-release technique he had never used before. How many ninjutsu does this guy call the abandon a master that we don't know about? Should we continue to test? White Zetsu asked. Continue. I really want to see how the abandoner deals with the fully tailed beast transformed 3-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura. Speaking of which, Uchiha Aihabido's Sharingan flickered with a terrifying blood-red light. At that time, he should use all his strength, right? Today, he must test the full strength of that guy, called the abandoner, until he understands this guy in front of him, as well as that guy from Konoha named Senju. He cannot rest easy. Chapter 89. Fully tailed beast transformation of Ijong versus the abandoner. Destruction of heaven and earth. Just as Uchiha Aihabido was thinking this, the next moment, the 4th Mizukage Ijong, who had been blown up even his tail clothes, suddenly raised his head and let out a painful roar. Immediately, his body began to expand continuously, and the chakra fluctuations were also rising wildly at this moment. Clearly, this was the final battle form of the 3 tails Jinchuriki. Fully tail beast transformation. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas of Kirigakure, without any hesitation, began to retreat in a panic. The 4th Mizukage had completely transformed into a tail beast, and everyone immediately evacuated the area. Even if this invader can use would-release, facing the completely transformed 4th Mizukage, it is absolutely impossible for him to win. That's right, in the end, we will definitely be the victors. Hearing the words of the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas, Aihazuki Shizuku and Kirigane Reiga exchanged glances, then turned and retreated from Kirigakure. They quietly observed from the edge of the village, although they had promised the guy called the Abandoner to join his organization. If the opponent was killed here by the 4th Mizukage Ijong, then their previous words would no longer count. As for Kakuzu, he originally wanted to continue attacking the 4th Mizukage Ijong, but was glared back by a look from Uchiha Shisui. You keep an eye on those 2 guys. After I deal with the 4th Mizukage Ijong, I will meet up with you. Yes, boss. Kakuzu nodded, then approached between Kirigane Reiga and Aihazuki Shizuku. His chakra slightly overflowed at this moment, looking at the 2 with ill intent. The boss said, "You 2 cannot run around." For Kakuzu's words, Kirigane Reiga and Aihazuki Shizuku didn't pay any attention at all. As long as the guy called the Abandoner dies, the 2 of them want to run. Can this person in front of them stop them? Would release. 4-pillar prison technique. At the same time that Kirigane Reiga and Aihazuki Shizuku were thinking this, with Uchiha Shisui's shout falling, clusters of wooden spikes fell from the sky, trapping the fully transformed 4th Mizukage Ijong. But for this, Ijong merely raised his head and let out a roar. Roar. Immediately after, his massive body arched up. The huge, heavy shell on his back directly wrapped around his body at this moment. The next moment, the 4th Mizukage Ijong rolled forward like a wheel. crashing into the wooden spikes in front of him. Boom! The enormous wheel collided with the wooden spikes, causing the entire ground to tremble violently, an imposing momentum. This was one of the two major killing moves of the fully transformed Three Tails Jinchuriki Ijon. Shadow Crushing. Shadow Crushing, simply put, is using the massive size and weight advantage after fully transforming into a tail beast to directly crush the enemy. Boom! With a loud bang, those wooden spikes only held for a moment before being directly smashed by the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon. Immediately after, the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon continued charging towards Uchiha Shisui, who was standing on the shoulder of the wooden figure, without losing speed. Seeing the scene, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face. So this is the fully transformed tail beast? Even relying solely on physical power, it can unleash such terrifying destructive power. Indeed impressive, but unfortunately, the next moment, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands together. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. Wood release. Wood wall. In an instant, walls of wood abruptly rose from the ground, appearing in front of the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon. Wood release. Wood barrier technique. Instantaneous. You are facing me today. However, the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon showed no hesitation and continued to charge forward. Along the way, explosions rang out continuously, causing the ground to shake and giant rocks to fly. Before long, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon finally arrived in front of Uchiha Shisui. However, just as he was about to crash into the wooden figure at Uchiha Shisui's feet, a terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted from Uchiha Shisui's body. Wood release. Forest domain. Wood release. All bag technique. Boom! At this moment, the entire territory of Kirigakure began to tremble violently. Towering trees emerged from beneath the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon's feet, directly trapping his body. At the same time, huge vines and hands rushed out from all directions, binding the limbs of the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon. Is this his true strength? Seeing that Ijon, who had just had a chance to turn the tide, was now instantly suppressed, Aihabido, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but sigh slightly. He could see now that this guy claiming to be the abandoner hadn't taken the Three Tails Jinchuriki fourth Mizukage Ijon seriously at all when he used wood release. Forest domain. After thinking of this, a strange light suddenly flickered in Aihabido's eyes. If I could harness this powerful combat power for my own use, then when I attack Konoha later, I won't have to worry about that Senjuro anymore. Just as Aihabido was thinking this, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands again. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. Wood release. Wooden man technique. The next moment, 4 giant wooden figures appeared around the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon at the same time. Then, their enormous fists came crashing down on Ijon's face. Roar! Roar! Being pressed down and beaten by the wooden figures infuriated the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon. The overwhelming chakra within him became frenzied at this moment. Especially in his wide-open mouth, he was crazily gathering and compressing massive amounts of chakra. In just a moment, a high-density black energy ball filled with a destructive aura appeared in his mouth. Is that a tail beast ball? Seeing the action taken by the fully transformed fourth Mizukage Ijon, Uchiha Shisui's face was calm and composed, and he clapped his hands again. Wood release. Shielding technique. Just a tail beast ball. He had faced it before. The next moment, a hideous shield appeared in the hands of the 4 wooden figures. At that moment, as Ijon was about to swallow the high-density black energy ball, he suddenly opened his mouth. Instantly, the black energy ball shot out in a straight line from his mouth, aiming directly at Uchiha Shisui on the shoulder of the wooden figure. Boom! However, the tailed beast ball that Ijon fired out, which had the power to destroy several mountains, actually came to a halt upon contact with the hideous shield in the wooden figure's hand. Not only that, the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the wooden figure suddenly raised the hideous shield in its hand, directly changing the trajectory of Ijon's tailed beast ball. The tailed beast bomb that was supposed to hit Uchiha Shisui now directly rushed into the clouds above. Then, rumble. The aura of destruction erupted instantly in the clouds, and a violent chakra raged wildly in the air at that moment. Even though Uchiha Shisui changed the direction of the tailed beast bomb shot by Yagura, there were still violent chakra aftershocks. At this moment, it pressed down towards the hidden mist village. In the face of this force, the earth cracked and exploded, and buildings were instantly reduced to nothingness. Despair filled the entire hidden mist village. As for this, the three wooden figures holding fierce shields, who had long been prepared, directly stepped in to block three directions in the hidden mist village. Three directions. One was where Kakuzu, Hakai Raiga, and Bibai Shiz were located. The other two directions were where the people he wanted to recruit lived. As for the direction that was not protected by Uchiha Shisui, the aura of destruction instantly swallowed it. The scene was like the apocalypse descending. Chapter 90. Future Shadows of the Mouth. Prove your worth to me, Kirigakure. Edge of the Ruins. The surviving ninjas of Kirigakure wore expressions filled with despair and disbelief. The fourth Mizukage actually lost just like that. Was there really no way to defeat that guy, even with complete tailed beast transformation? Now, who in our village could possibly stop his advance? It's over. Kirigakure is finished. Compared to the despair of the Kirigakure ninjas, Kurwa and PP exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. In the next moment, they each took out a shuriken and slashed it across their forehead protectors. From now on, they would become rogue ninjas of Kirigakure, following in that man's footsteps. After doing this, Kurwa and PP looked at Uchiha Shisui, who stood on the shoulders of a wooden figure in the center of the ruins, and sighed. Is this the true strength of that guy? So strong. Indeed, it seems our future days won't be boring. As for this outcome, Kakuzu merely glanced at the two calmly and said nothing more. He always believed that his boss could win. By the way, the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure, the three-tails Jinchuriki Yagura, must have a high bounty, right? Sure enough, as long as I follow my boss, I can make a lot of money. Step, step, step. Uchiha Shisui was completely unconcerned with the situation of Kakuzu and the others, because in front of him stood a very stunning and voluptuous woman. The future fifth Mizukage of Kirigakure, Terumi Mei. Lord, could you please spare our fourth Mizukage? Terumi Mei bit her lip tightly, her face nearly pale and devoid of color. Yet even so, she still forced herself to look directly into Uchiha Shisui's eyes, because she wanted to stop Uchiha Shisui from continuing to attack Yagura. She wanted to save Yagura's life. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui was indeed very interested in Terumi Mei, who possessed two Kekkei Genkai. However, his expression remained cold. Reason? Reason? I have a reason. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Terumi Mei seemed to see hope and quickly began to explain. Lord, although I don't have evidence right now, I believe that the reason fourth Mizukage has become like this is that he was controlled by someone with ulterior motives. And then, hearing Uchiha Shisui's cold words, Terumi Mei's heart began to race. Gathering all her courage, she bowed deeply to Uchiha Shisui and shouted, and then, I hope you can spare his life. Spare his life? Uchiha Shisui coldly looked at Terumi Mei. In the next moment, he reached out to lift her chin, a terrifying chakra pressure nearly suffocating her. You look like a beauty, but unfortunately, your fourth Mizukage has wantonly killed those with Kekkei Genkai, so you shouldn't be anything special either. Saying this, Uchiha Shisui tossed Terumi Mei towards the wooden dragon with its gaping mouth. I don't like useless vases, so you should go. Although he knew Terumi Mei was a rare talent with two Kekkei Genkai, he couldn't let her off without a proper greeting. Roar. The next moment, the wooden dragon opened its massive mouth and pounced on Terumi Mei, who was lying on the ground, trembling and pale, devoid of any color. I'm not useless. I have Kekkei Genkai, two of them. Faced with death, Terumi Mei unreservedly revealed her abilities. Oh, hearing Terumi Mei's words, Uchiha Shisui showed a hint of amusement. Yet he pretended to be surprised, pressing down on the wooden dragon's vicious mouth with one hand, leaning down to smile at Terumi Mei. Let me put it this way. If you lie to me, not only will your fourth Mizukage die. At this point, Uchiha Shisui leaned down to whisper in Terumi Mei's ear. You will die too, and it will be very painful. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei, recalling everything Uchiha Shisui had done just now, felt her body tremble with fear. My Kekkei Genkai is melt release and boil release, possessing water, fire, and earth chakra natures. Then show me. Show? Although Terumi Mei was very afraid of him, she ultimately gritted her teeth and made her move. This person in front of her could suppress even the fourth Mizukage in complete tailed beast transformation. How could her half-hearted strength possibly hurt him? Thinking this, Terumi Mei felt no psychological burden anymore, her hands trembling as she formed seals. Melt release, melt monster technique. In the next moment, Terumi Mei spat out a sticky and highly corrosive acidic liquid. However, just as the acid was about to hit Uchiha Shisui, a wooden wall shot up from the ground. Would release. Wood block wall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The acid came into contact with the wooden wall. While it didn't completely corrode it, the effect was still quite noticeable. Oh, interesting. Uchiha Shisui, seeing this, did not disdain her weak attack, but instead smiled with interest. After all, Terumi Mei was still very young, and her abilities had not yet developed to their peak, so weaknesses were normal. As long as he put more effort into developing her potential, she would definitely not disappoint him in the future. You saved your life for now. Continue. As long as you truly possess 2 Kekei Genkai, I might consider sparing him. Saying this, Uchiha Shisui glanced at Yagura, who was still being stepped on by the wooden figure. Seeing this, Terumi Mei seemed to be encouraged, nodding earnestly with a bit of color returning to her face. After all, she was just a child in her teens. Boil release, Misty technique. In the next moment, Terumi Mei combined her fire attribute chakra and water attribute chakra, spewing out boiling, highly acidic steam from her mouth. As soon as the steam touched the wooden wall in front of Uchiha Shisui, it began to evaporate and corrode at a very noticeable speed. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. Then he controlled the wooden figure to lift its foot off Yagura while clapping and smiling. Is this boil release? The corrosion strength is much stronger than the previous melt release and seems to have a certain penetrating effect. Not bad. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's praise, Terumi Mei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, excitedly saying, Lord, in that case can we now? Your 4th Mizuki Yagura can leave, but you cannot. Huh? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Terumi Mei was stunned, not immediately reacting. To this, Uchiha Shisui domineeringly lifted her chin, leaning down for a close gaze. I am a bounty hunter. Do you think you can take away what rightfully belongs to me in peace? Shouldn't you provide me with more valuable prey? Like you now. Chapter 91. Took in the silent shadow as a maid, while eating melons to watch a show. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Terumi Mei initially thought that after proving her worth, he would let her leave peacefully. However, she was now stunned in place, unable to react for a long time. That's right, it's settled. From now on, you will be my personal possession. Well, for now, just be my maid. I happen to need someone to do laundry, cook, and handle chores. Laundry, cooking, chores. What does that have to do with her having a bloodline limit? Just as Terumi Mei was still trying to adjust to her new identity, Uchiha Shisui smiled and patted her head, then commanded a wooden figure to kick Yagura away. Bang! Lord 4th Mizuki. Seeing Yagura being kicked away, Terumi Mei immediately snapped back to reality and shouted anxiously. However, just as she was about to rush out to save him, a ferocious wooden dragon charged next to her and wrapped around her completely. The spikes on the wooden dragon pierced in her body. Puff! The next moment, Terumi Mei's body was instantly drenched in blood, turning into a blood-soaked figure. Ah! As Terumi Mei cried out in pain, Uchiha Shisui's cold laughter echoed once again. One hand delivers the person, the other sends the person away. We are even now. You are no longer a ninja of the Mist Village, but my personal maid. At this point, Uchiha Shisui's aura suddenly changed, and a terrifying chakra fluctuation burst forth. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. I will be obedient from now on. Enduring the severe pain, Terumi Mei hurriedly nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui waved his hand to let the wooden dragon release her, and then he reached out to help the injured Terumi Mei. His voice softened a little at this moment. Don't worry, as long as you don't have any unnecessary thoughts. I treat my own people quite well. I know. Although Uchiha Shisui's tone had softened significantly, Terumi Mei was still curled up, her eyes filled with fear. Uchiha Shisui was not in a hurry about this. He just needed to instill fear in Terumi Mei for now, so she wouldn't rebel or escape. As for how he treats his own people, Terumi Mei would naturally understand in due time. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui looked up towards a certain direction in the Mist Village. That direction was the last area he was protecting, aside from where Kakuzu and the others were, and where Terumi Mei was. The location of the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki. Of course, if nothing unexpected happened. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Hoshigaki, would likely be there too. However, by the time he got there, it was highly likely that the other party would already be dead. After thinking this, Uchiha Shisui waved his hand towards the area where Kakuzu and the others were. With 2 new recruits, 1 made, the mission is considered complete. Let's go, take these heads back to the black market for rewards, then go eat. Uchiha Shisui added. It's on me. Ha, okay boss. Hearing that their boss was treating them, the one carrying 2 bags of Mist Village Umbu members' heads was in a very good mood. Not only did he not have to spend his own money, but he could also eat freely. Indeed, it's good to follow the boss. Beside them, Zuki Raiga and PPJZ also quickly began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the heads of the Mist Village Umbu ninjas. Yeah, although they had acknowledged this guy, called the Abandoner as their boss, and joined his organization. The heads of the Mist Village ninjas on the ground were all money in the black market. They would be foolish not to pick them up. As for Zuki Raiga and PPJZ's actions, Uchiha Shisui did not interfere. Under everyone's gaze, he controlled the wooden figure to head out of the Mist Village. Kisame Hashigaki, I hope you can take your time, so I can watch a good show. In a forest outside the Mist Village, a watermelon-headed Hashigaki with orange long hair was bandaging his arm while revealing his sharp teeth in a sinister smile. This terrifying chakra fluctuation, it seems our fourth Mizukage has dealt with the invaders using the tailed beast bomb. After saying this, Hashigaki turned to look at the corpses on the ground, a disdainful smile on his face. A bunch of ants. Do they think they can stop my plan? Ridiculous. The owners of these corpses were, like him, Umbu ninjas of the Mist Village, the trusted subordinates of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Unfortunately, the information he sold to the neighboring country for profit was stumbled upon by these guys, so he could only kindly send them all on their way. Let's go, Kisame. After finishing the task and bandaging himself, Hashigaki turned towards the Mist Village while calling for his capable subordinate, Kisame Hashigaki, to follow. Yes, Lord Hashigaki. Kisame glanced back at the corpses behind him and the blade in his hand, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. It seemed that now was not the time. He would wait for Hashigaki's injuries to worsen before he could achieve a one-hit kill. Those who betrayed the village and killed their comrades must die. Then, Kisame followed Hashigaki, leading a group of Mist Village Umbu members away from there. However, just as they were about to enter the Mist Village, two ninjas suddenly appeared on the road ahead. It was Kakuzu and Terumi Mei, a rogue ninja from Takigakure. The other one is. Seeing Kakuzu and Terumi Mei in front of him, Hashigaki squinted his eyes slightly, filled with excitement and danger, because the Terumi Mei in front of him now had a line crossed on her forehead protector. In simple terms, Terumi Mei was now a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Originally, Hashigaki had been looking for an excuse, as the Mist Village faced a formidable enemy while he had not been able to provide timely support. Now he finally found the excuse. The next moment, Hashigaki directly gripped his sword, raising it towards Kakuzu and Terumi Mei, shouting, Terumi Mei has conspired with other village infiltrators to kill her comrades, causing significant losses to the village, a heinous crime. All Umbu members, attack together. Capture this damned traitor. Yes, Lord Hashigaki. Whoosh, whoosh. Hearing Hashigaki's words, the dozen or so Mist Village Umbu ninjas beside him rushed out in unison. Immediately, various ninjutsu and ninja tools appeared, raining down towards Kakuzu and Terumi Mei. Even Kisame began to form hand seals. Water style, great shark bomb technique. Before long, a shark-shaped water bomb shot out. However, Kakuzu seemed unfazed as he slightly moved his body. Earth style, earth spear. In full view, Kakuzu threw a punch, striking the head of the shark-shaped water bomb. Just when Kakuzu thought he was about to break through Kisame's ninjutsu, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This water bomb can actually absorb the chakra from my fist and rapidly grow stronger? Interesting. Boom. In the next moment, Kakuzu forcefully threw the shark-shaped water bomb away, while dodging attacks from several Umbu ninjas of the Mist Village and retreated to Terumi Mei's side. Remember the mission the boss gave you. I know. Hearing Kakuzu's cold words, Terumi Mei, who was already a bit nervous, immediately formed a hand seal with both hands in prayer, because that man said if she couldn't kill more than 3 Umbu ninjas from the Mist Village, she would be sold to the black market. Being sold to the black market means she would never be able to live as a person again. She didn't want that kind of fate. Dissolution technique. Dissolving monster. Chapter 92. Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost. Why is everyone targeting me? Dissolution technique. Dissolving monster. As Terumi Mei sprayed a viscous and highly corrosive acid, the nearest ANBU ninja from the hidden Mist Village lay on the ground, wailing in agony. His face was directly hit by Terumi Mei's acid, and there was no flesh left, only stark white bones. This guy, seeing how terrifying Terumi Mei's acid was, Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost no longer dared to be careless and shouted at the hand-signing Kakashi Kisame. Kisame, hold him off for a moment. I need to merge with Samahata. Yes, Lord Suka Mountain. In the next moment, Kakashi Kisame jumped up, gathering chakra in his throat, and unleashed a massive amount of water. targeting Kakuzu and Terumi, Mei from above. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Seeing this, Kakuzu did not back down and quickly formed hand signs. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakashi Kisame's large water impact clashed with Kakuzu's violent wind attack. Boom! The two completely different chakra attributes collided at that moment, creating a terrifying backlash that forced everyone present to take a few steps back. Even Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost, who was merging with Samahata, was no exception. The disturbance caused by the fusion, coupled with the injuries he had just sustained, made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Kisame. Don't let them interfere with my fusion with Samahata. Yes, Lord Suka Mountain. Hearing Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost's words, Kakashi Kisame, taking advantage of the water he just sprayed, formed hand signs again. At the same time, Terumi Mei on the other side had already opened her mouth again, spraying extremely high-temperature steam. Boil release, skilled mist technique. In an instant, piercing screams echoed around Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost. That damned woman. Seeing his subordinates being eroded by the mist sprayed by Terumi Mei, Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost's expression turned extremely ugly. He wasn't concerned about the lives of his subordinates, but if these guys died too quickly, his safety would be greatly compromised. While Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost was thinking this, Kakashi Kisame slapped the water pool on the ground and shouted, "Water release! Rain 4 sharks!" At that moment, 4 vertical water sharks appeared around Kakashi Kisame. As the water sharks soared into the air, under his control, they dove down towards Kakuzu and Terumi Mei. Seeing this, Terumi Mei did not hesitate and turned to run. After all, her nominal master had already ordered her to kill a number of ANBU ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Since that was accomplished, she had no reason to stay. After all, the guy next to her might not realize it, but as a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, she understood very well how terrifying the amount of chakra in Kakashi Kisame was. If she forced herself to stay, there was a high chance she would end up dead. As for Terumi Mei's retreat, Kakuzu paid it no mind. This was already a situation that their boss had instructed them about on the way. It was part of the plan. Step, step, step. Kakuzu fought while retreating with the ANBU ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, not even attacking the 4 water sharks that were coming at them. After all, who knew if this move could absorb the chakra from him like the previous one? Damn it, are you all fools? That guy isn't attacking the water sharks. Aren't you going to make a move? Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost, who was at the final stage of merging with Samahata, was furious to see his subordinates allowing the 4 water sharks to land. Kakashi Kisame's water release. Rain 4 sharks would split into 1,000 small shark water bullets if it encountered physical attacks, raining down on the enemies and leaving them nowhere to hide. But now, due to his subordinates' hesitation, they missed a great opportunity for a surprise attack. It was clear he couldn't rely on these bastards. In the end, he still needed me, Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost. Puffed. Just as Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost was about to complete the final step of the fusion and appear in his strongest form to eliminate Kakuzu and Terumi Mei, 2 blurred figures suddenly flashed behind him without warning. Immediately after, a massive burst of blood erupted from his body. As Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost's scream echoed, Uchiha Shisui, who was still some distance away, was sitting on a wooden man's shoulder, enjoying Terumi Mei's back massage and smile mysteriously. The show is about to begin. A show? What show? Guess. Seeing the playful look in Uchiha Shisui's eyes and recalling his previous actions, Terumi Mei instinctively shivered and then fell silent. Though she didn't know what would happen next, she was clear that among those below, someone was definitely going to have a terrible time today. Meanwhile, upon hearing Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost's sudden scream, the ANBU members from the Hidden Mist Village, who had been preparing to continue attacking Kakuzu, felt their hearts tighten and began to retreat. Lord Suka Mountain. Is Lord Suka Mountain being ambushed? What's going on? Protect the Lord. Protect the Lord. However, just as these people started to turn and retreat, Kakuzu, who had just been chased by them, clasped his hands together. Fire release. Head hardening. In the next moment, a sea of fire erupted from the mouth of the Doton. Fire mask monster on Kakuzu's body. Meanwhile, the ground in front of the ANBU ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village was now crazily ravaged by lightning. Lightning burial. Feast of lightning. In an instant, these ANBU ninjas were trapped, unable to advance or retreat. After trapping the enemy, Kakuzu coldly scanned the ANBU members from the Hidden Mist Village, his face filled with coldness. If it weren't for his boss's order to leave survivors, he would have already used the composite ninjutsu, Flame Wind Chaos Wave, Odd Face Explosion to wipe out these guys. Damn it, Kuriko Rhea, BYJZ, why did you 2 bastards betray the village? Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost glared at Kuriko Raya and BYJZ, who had just attacked him, his eyes filled with unparalleled rage. If it weren't for the severe wound in his waist and the interruption of his fusion with Samehada, he would have killed them long ago and made those two traitors pay. As long as he could merge with Samehada, he was confident he could overpower the two. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Just as Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost scolded Kuriko Raya and BYJZ, he seemed to realize something and instinctively tried to swing Samehada. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost looked down at the katana that pierced through his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kisame, why are you attacking me too? Why? Shigwa Mountain Hitu Gue did not understand why his fellow members of the Mist Hidden Village's 7 ninja swordsmen, Heichualeya and Pai Pa Shirzong, would attack him. Even now, his capable subordinate, Ganchi Gue Jiao, was also turning against him. In response to Shigwa Mountain Hitu Gue's reprimand, Ganchi Gue Jiao, who had successfully launched a sneak attack, did not waste any time talking back. He directly formed hand seals with his right hand, shouting loudly, "Water style, great exploding water wave." Huh! At that moment, Ganchi Gue Jiao unleashed a powerful wave from his mouth. As soon as the wave appeared, it instantly formed a massive oval-shaped water prison, trapping Shigwa Mountain Hitu Gue. Spraying out waves to confine his enemy was the true strength of Ganchi Gue Jiao, the tail beast without a tail. Chapter 93. The last resistance of Kisame Hashigaki. The light of the god of heaven bloomed as water release. Water prison jutsu. Kisame, you bastard. Facing the water prison formed by Kisame Hashigaki's full power, Suigetsu Hozuki could only stare in horror and roar. Even after the elliptical water prison was completely formed, breathing became a problem for him. Suigetsu was already injured, and now he had additional gruesome wounds from Raiga, Kurisuki, and Tenzo. Plus, there was the stab wound from Kisame in his chest. At this moment, death was not far away, but even so, Kisame's hands continued to make hand signs. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, his right hand slammed down on the water surface. Water release. 1,000 feeding sharks. Roar. As Kisame's voice fell, thousands of sharks opened their bloody jaws and lunged at the trapped Suigetsu Hozuki. In an instant, screams and crimson blood stained the water prison, a horrifying sight. After Kisame dealt with Suigetsu Hozuki, Meitarumi looked at the scene in disbelief. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu Hozuki, was killed just like that? Truly, Kisame is formidable. However, before Mei could continue her thoughts, the blood-colored water prison suddenly exploded. Immediately, the blood-red seawater surged wildly, flooding in all directions. Seeing this, Raiga, Kurisuki, and Tenzo simultaneously retreated to a large tree. Just as they leaped into the air, the blood-red water below suddenly went berserk. In an instant, the blood water formed spheres around them, trapping them. Water release, water prison technique. After completing these actions, taking advantage of the explosion of the large, elliptical water prison, Kisame successfully fused with the Samehada and was now in a half-human, half-fish state, swiftly swimming away in the water. Since he had killed Suigetsu Hozuki, he certainly could not remain in the Hidden Mist Village any longer. Rather than stay here and wait for that guy beside Mei to show up, he might as well run now to avoid unexpected occurrences. Unfortunately, Kisame was still a step too slow. Bang! 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 Just as he swam a few dozen meters, massive wooden hands burst through the ground, grabbing his body. Would release, all-encompassing bag technique. So they really decided to take action. This friend, although Kisame was trapped, he showed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, he turned to look in a certain direction behind him. There, a man holding Meitarumi was calmly watching him. Good perception. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui leaped into the air, bringing Meitarumi to the shoulder of a wooden figure. Meanwhile, Raiga, Kurisuki, and Tenzo, trapped in the water prison, were pulled out by 2 wooden figures. Thank you. Thanks. Finally free, Raiga, Kurisuki, and Tenzo nodded at Uchiha Shisui. However, they did not address him as boss like Kakuzu did. Although the other's strength was impressive, they were both proud and rebellious individuals. Uchiha Shisui was not in a hurry about this. Once his Koto Emitsukumi's cooldown was over, he could deal with them one by one, and he wasn't worried they wouldn't comply. Step by step, Uchiha Shisui directly jumped down from the wooden figure. He then walked toward the Kisame, who was trapped by the wood release, all-encompassing bag technique. Kisame, since you've killed Suigetsu Hozuki, you, like Raiga, Kurisuki, and Tenzo, can no longer stay in the hidden mist village. Since we all have to leave here and venture outside, why not follow me? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Kisame fell into a moment of silence. But soon he gently shook his head. Perhaps I would go with you in the future, but right now. The next moment, Kisame, who had fused with the Samahata, suddenly reverted to human form, shrinking significantly and returning to his original state. This allowed him a bit of room to move within the wooden giant's grasp. Water release, great explosive water shockwave. As Kisame's chant sounded, a massive amount of water spewed from his mouth, blocking everyone's line of sight. Water release, water clone technique. Using the water clone technique and a huge wave to obscure his vision, good idea, but unfortunately, whoosh. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui's body vanished. Before him, it was just like that. The giant wave summoned by Kisame indeed blocked everyone's sight, even Aihabido, who was watching from a distance. In short, within a very short time, Uchiha Shisui no longer needed to hide his strength. Body flicker technique. The next moment, Uchiha Shisui appeared before Kisame in an instant. What? You bastard. However, before Kisame could continue to question, Uchiha Shisui's eyes had already turned into a fierce crimson color. Mangeki Sharingan. Kodo Amitsukami, activate. Boom! In front of everyone's eyes, a huge explosion detonated deep within the massive waves. Countless trees and vines emerged successively, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. Watching this scene, Obito, who had been secretly observing the entire battle, frowned slightly. Using this move, that guy called the Abandoner might be able to take down Kisame. But if he wants to bring him under his command, that seems unrealistic. A villain like Kisame doesn't seem to... Look, those two are coming out. While Obito was pondering, White Zetsu suddenly spoke. The two of them came together. It seems he succeeded. Succeeded? Hearing White Zetsu's words, confusion deepened in Obito's eyes. Strange. What on earth did that guy do during the moment the giant waves surged and the explosion occurred? However, just as Obito's face was filled with confusion, Uchiha Shisui's next words almost made him curse out loud. You previously said that your fourth Mizukage should have been controlled by someone with ulterior motives, right? Yes. Madarumi nodded, confused. In that case, you and Kisame should take Suigetsu Hozuki's head back to report, while also telling him what has happened recently. During this time, I will stay in the hidden mist village. If he wants to meet me, I will give him a chance. Huh? Madarumi was still a bit confused, not knowing what was happening. However, Uchiha Shisui's subordinate, Kakuzu, suddenly said coldly, what the boss means is that he has lifted the control over your fourth Mizukage. Chapter 94. Obito's next plan, the conversation with Yakura. Has the control been lifted? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Obito's face was filled with seriousness. If that's the case, then the card he held from the hidden mist village would be lost. No way. While the opponent hasn't discovered him yet, he must quickly return and regain control of Yakura. That way, he could also know the content of the upcoming conversation between the Abandoner and Yakura, right? However, just as Uchiha Aihabido was about to take action, Zabuza Momochi, fused with the H-Zuki clan, suddenly looked up at his location. Water style, rain 4 sharks. The next moment, 4 shark-shaped water bullets shot straight into the sky. At the moment they were about to land, Zabuza threw a shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of shark-shaped water bullets flew towards the area where Uchiha Aihabido and White Zetsu were. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui's expression turned very ugly. It seemed that the card from the hidden mist village had to be temporarily abandoned. Although he felt a bit displeased, he quickly dismissed the thought when he considered the rapidly growing power of the Akatsuki organization. As long as the Akatsuki's strength grew completely, it wouldn't be long before the plan to capture the tailed beast could officially begin. By then, the card from the hidden mist village and the fourth Mizukage Yakura under his control could all be sacrificed. The next moment, just as the thousands of shark-shaped water bullets were about to hit Uchiha Aihabido and White Zetsu, a strange vortex appeared. Before long, Uchiha Aihabido and White Zetsu found themselves on a hillside outside the hidden mist village. Are they really going to abandon the hidden mist village? There's no need for us to stay here any longer. Saying this, Uchiha Aihabido turned to look in the direction of the hidden mist village, a rich expression of amusement and sarcasm on his face. Abandoner, your strength is indeed formidable, and you know how to gather followers. It's a pity that in the end, you will still become my tool to help me capture the tailed beasts, right? However, I still need to quickly ease my relationship with Nagato. Only then can I join the Akatsuki with a new identity and observe the abandoner up close. A few days later, at the entrance of an inn in the hidden mist village. Top, top, top. Is this the place? The fourth Mizuki Jikura, guided by Terumi Mei and Zabuza, finally arrived at the destination. That's right, Lord Fourth Mizukage, that person is inside. Zabuza replied. You stay at the door and guard it. And if anyone dares to intrude, don't hold back. Understood, Lord Fourth Mizukage. After arranging Zabuza, Yakura then led Terumi Mei to the door of Uchiha Shisui's room. However, when he saw Terumi Mei's nervous appearance, Yakura reached out and knocked on the door, then turned to her. It seems that the teacher you know is quite strict. Well, sort of, Terumi Mei replied, her face full of embarrassment. That's right, it's about apprenticeship. In order to take her away from the hidden mist village, to resolve what happened during this time, Uchiha Shisui had Terumi Mei tell the fourth Mizuki Jikura that she recognized him as her teacher. And since they were teacher and student, it was only natural for Uchiha Shisui, as the teacher, to help his disciple awaken the fourth Mizuki Jikura from the illusion. Creak. Soon, Uchiha Shisui's door opened, and the person who opened the door was, of course, Kakuzu. The boss is inside, you can go in. After saying this, Kakuzu, like Zabuza, silently stood at the door to guard. Clearly, this was Uchiha Shisui's intention. For this, the fourth Mizuki Jikura didn't mind and directly brought Terumi Mei into the room. You are the abandoner, the one scattered outside of Konoha from the Senju clan? That's me. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, then glanced at Terumi Mei behind the fourth Mizuki Jikura. Seeing this, she wasted no time and directly went to brew tea for the two. It seems this child is really afraid of you. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. If you want your disciple to succeed, the teacher naturally has to take responsibility. That's right. The fourth Mizuki Jikura nodded slightly in agreement. However, the next moment, he took out a sealing scroll from his pocket and placed it on the table. I'm here today mainly to thank you for your help that day, and for waking me from the illusion. This is a token of gratitude. Inside the scroll were some gold, ninja tools, explosive tags, and basic items like sealing scrolls. Continuing, the fourth Mizuki Jikura turned to Terumi Mei. Since you are preparing to take that child out of the hidden mist village to experience the world, as the fourth Mizukage of the hidden mist village, I naturally want to obstruct this child's opportunity. The only requirement is that if I encounter trouble or can't hold on any longer, you can bring this child back to inherit my position. Upon hearing the fourth Mizuki Jikura's words, Terumi Mei, who had just brought the tea over, stumbled and dropped the teapot. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Shisui expressionlessly used chakra to catch all the teaware while also reaching out to hold Terumi Mei's waist. Be careful, no matter how careless. I don't want to lose you. Don't want me? Terumi Mei thought that Uchiha Shisui's words implied that he would directly eliminate her like some others. She suddenly panicked and quickly bowed her head to apologize to Uchiha Shisui while handing over a cup of tea. Teacher, I'm sorry, please don't dismiss me. Uchiha Shisui remained silent. Thud. Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei bit her lip and was about to kneel down. She knew very well that the reason the fourth Mizuki Jikura was still alive was entirely due to her transaction with the person in front of her. So if the other party no longer wanted her, not only would she be doomed, but the fourth Mizuki Jikura of the hidden mist village would also die. However, just as Terumi Mei was about to kneel, Uchiha Shisui reached out again to lift her up. Remember, when doing things, you need to be steady. Don't panic and make a fuss. Yes, I understand. Terumi Mei replied, lowering her head, her fingers rubbing against each other, clearly still very nervous. For this, the fourth Mizuki Jikura didn't think much of it, merely taking it as Terumi Mei's teacher being very strict. Next, he shared with Uchiha Shisui all the impressions he had of the person who had controlled him back then. Their conversation was not long, but the fourth Mizuki Jikura was very pleased because Uchiha Shisui agreed to everything he wanted. However, the fourth Mizuki Jikura did not know that Uchiha Shisui brought Terumi Mei here and was so accommodating in their conversation to make Terumi Mei the hero of this incident in the hidden mist village, allowing the other party to relax. Thus, once the cool down of the other gods ended, he could directly control the fourth Mizuki Jikura of the hidden mist village. At that time, with the fourth Mizuki Jikura under his control, the 7 ninja swordsmen would all submit to him, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei would also be his. The hidden mist village would completely become a card in his hand. Chapter 95, Tsunade's News. The newcomers are particularly brave. A few days later, at the entrance of the largest black market near the hidden rain village, Uchiha Shisui walked out with Kakuzu, Konin, Black Scythe Raiga, and Biwa Juzu. As for Kisame Hashigaki, Uchiha Shisui left him in the mist village. Once the power of the Mist Village was restored to a certain level, he would come to find him in the Akatsuki organization. After all, the Mist Village was a card in his hand, if its power was too weak. How could he use it? However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to bring the four into the Akatsuki organization, he heard an explosive piece of news. Tsunade had already set out to return to Konoha. Pain of the Six Paths looked at Konan and said, "The news is reliable. She should be back in Konoha in a few days. Should we send someone to intercept her? No need. Our primary task now is to recruit new members and strengthen ourselves." At this point, Pain of the Six Paths also noticed Uchiha Shisui and the four behind him. The surviving ninjas of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This guy has actually brought them all in? They've returned? Pain of the Six Paths glanced at Raiga and the others, then looked at Uchiha Shisui. But for this, Uchiha Shisui waved his hand indifferently. "Raiga, Juzu, they are my new subordinates. You see if they qualify to join the organization." Raiga, Juzu, go over and chat with him. In his heart, he was thinking about the information he had just heard. Tsunade was on her way back to Konoha. In this case, he would have to change the target for his just-cooled Kodoame Tsukumi. After all, even if he didn't control the 4th Mizuka Jigura for now, the other party wouldn't oppose him in the short term. First, the favor owed was there. Yagura had no reasonable reason to take action. Secondly, he and Yagura currently had a common goal, which was to find out who had previously controlled the latter. Uchiha Shisui knew the truth, but deliberately chose not to say it, because in doing so, Yagura would always be under his control, needing his assistance. Moreover, although he couldn't directly control the other party this time, as long as he waited a little longer for Kodoame Tsukumi's cooldown to finish, the Mist Village would still be firmly in his grasp without any accidents. But on the other hand, Tsunade's situation was different. If he allowed Tsunade to return directly, Uchiha Shisui was worried that she would be swayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen to join the opposing side. After all, the title of Brainwashing Master Sarutobi Hiruzen was no joke. Moreover, if Sarutobi Hiruzen brainwashed her, and then he acted, he was concerned about being discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and those old guys. So, the safest approach was to intercept her on her way back to Konoha and use Kodoame Tsukumi to control her once and for all. However, how to control her and how to set the relationship between him and her was something worth pondering. While Uchiha Shisui was deep in thought, Raiga and Juzu, upon hearing his arrangement, held their respective ninja swords, looking at Pain of the Six Paths with malevolent intent. Their eyes filled with provocative light and fighting spirit. The two of them had been curious about the overall strength of this organization on the way here. Now, wasn't the opportunity right in front of them? A free training dummy right before them. And regarding Raiga and Juzu's thoughts, Uchiha Shisui naturally saw through them. But he didn't point it out, continuing to speak to himself. As for this girl, she has nothing to do with you. At this point, Uchiha Shisui directly took Konan's hand, ignoring the reactions of Pain of the Six Paths and the others, and walked up to Konan. "Konan, this is my new maid. From now on, all our clothes will be washed by her, and as for household chores, you can leave all that to her. May, this is my partner. Konan, did you really take me for a maid?" Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Konan was momentarily stunned. She thought that by joining this organization called Akatsuki, she would become a ninja on various missions. But who would have thought she ended up as a maid doing household chores? If that's the case, why did she need to prove that she possessed a bloodline limit? Meanwhile, as Konan was thinking this, Konan was like an older sister, assessing her appearance and figure while reaching out to tidy up her clothes and soft hair. "Not bad. Thank you," Konan replied somewhat shyly. "Come, let me tell you." In front of everyone, Konan directly took Konan away. "Mine, his clothes are usually kept together, right there, and the tea set is over there." Then, under Konan's guidance, Konan really began to note various housekeeping tips. Midway, she glanced at Konan's figure and then at her own. No wonder she was a maid. It turned out she was lacking in many aspects. "Don't think too much. Don't worry, you're still young. You'll grow up." Upon hearing Konan's words, Konan's face turned red, and she buried her head, picking up Uchiha Shisui and Konan's clothes and started washing them. "Sister Konan, I'll go wash the clothes." Seeing the scene, Uchiha Shisui smiled slightly and then, as usual, held Konan's hand, pulling her to his side. Moments later, Uchiha Shisui lay on her lap, playing with her small hand while laughing and saying, "Konan, how long do you think those two can hold out?" Upon hearing this, Konan rested her finger on her chin, thought for a moment, and said, If Pain goes easy on them, they might last another round or two. But if he doesn't go easy..." Before Konan could finish her sentence, Uchiha Shisui leaned forward, adjusting his position, his eyes filled with meaningful smiles. It seems my little brother is not planning to go easy. Bang! Before Uchiha Shisui and Konin, Raiga and Juzu simultaneously charged out with their ninja swords. As they approached Pain of the Six Paths, they swung their swords directly. For his sake, I'll go easy on you this first round. Go easy? Pain of the Six Paths' voice suddenly turned heavy. The next moment, a terrifying chakra fluctuation surged from his body. Something's wrong. At the moment Pain of the Six Paths finished speaking, the two who had originally prepared to charge and swing their ninja swords widened their eyes simultaneously. Almost in an instant, they changed their minds. Water style, hidden mist technique. Biwa Juzu released thick mist to obscure Pain of the Six Paths' line of sight. As for Raiga on the other side, his entire body was covered in lightning. The lightning blade in his hand, the Raijin, was also constantly bursting with dazzling lightning. Lightning style, lightning armor. Lightning style, lightning dragon tornado. Roar. In the next moment, a ferocious-looking thunder dragon opened its bloody mouth wide and pounced down towards Nagato. As for Hachibi JZ, he was silently using the dense continuation to approach Nagato from behind. However, just as both of their attacks were about to succeed, Nagato's voice resonated throughout the arena. Shinra Tensei. Boom. At that moment, a massive explosion echoed across the entire venue. In response to this, Kakuzu leisurely threw out a few simple items for treating wounds from the sealing scroll. This time, Nagato's attack was even more ruthless than the last. These two newcomers were in for a tough time. But that's fine. When I give them these things later, I can raise the price a bit. Chapter 96. The thrifty Kakuzu finally meets Tsunade. It hurts so much. Damn it, it's the Rinnegan. Haiden and Kizashi lay on the ground, their eyes filled with pain and disbelief. Kakuzu, seeing the two in worse condition than he had been in before, approached them with medical equipment and spoke directly. Payment up front for services rendered. Haiden and Kizashi's faces turned dark at his words. Charging their own people? It felt like they had walked into a den of thieves. Although the pain from their wounds was unbearable, the two turned their heads away defiantly, completely ignoring Kakuzu. Kakuzu was more than willing to wait. If they wanted to bleed out slowly, then they could take their time with him. By the way, all personal matters in the organization are not the concern of the leader or the boss. So, the value of this medical equipment in my hands is clear to both of you. Concerned that Haiden and Kizashi might curse him, only to be knocked out again by Pain, who was controlling the Deva path, Kakuzu continued, prices will vary by time, so don't complain if I raise them later. That will only annoy the leader and get you beaten up again. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Haiden and Kizashi's expressions darkened even further. Even Nagato, who was currently controlling Pain to enter the cave, coughed slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Has Kakuzu been led astray by the Abandoner? Why does he sound so despicable now? Forget it. I'll find a chance to send Haiden and Kizashi out alone. They absolutely cannot act together with the Abandoner and Kakuzu. Otherwise, who knows what will become of the Akatsuki organization that Yahiko, Konin, and I painstakingly built. As Pain departed, Uchiha Shisui lay sleeping on Konin's lap, while Konin and Konin leaned against each other. Haiden and Kizashi could no longer hold back, their faces turning pale. Hey! Haiden had just opened his mouth to seek help from Uchiha Shisui when Kakuzu stuffed a bundle of bandages into his mouth. Don't you have ears? What did I just say? Keep it down. By the way, this bundle of bandages ISNT free. I'll be keeping track.